give them the thumbs up. Here we go.
And good morning and welcome in. We're at the University of Wisconsin campus for the 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships. It's Mike Cation, it's Alex Gruskin. Alex, it is cold outside, and I think we're starting to warm up a little bit inside as we've already begun the doubles here for our first two matches of the day, North Carolina and Ohio State, as well as Virginia and Florida. Welcome in.
Oh, electric atmosphere here in the Nielsen Tennis Center. And the last time we were here, Mike, 2020 men's national indoors. That was pre-COVID, a different lifetime ago.
Pre-COVID in the U.S., Alex.
Pre-COVID in the U.S., correct. I appreciate that. We were putting it off as long as possible, but obviously to be back here, to have 16 teams back at this National Indoor Championship. I know I speak for college tennis fans everywhere. We have ourselves a day, Mike.
Yeah, and it's kind of this organized chaos, the first day of ITA indoors on both the men's and the women's side, right? You've got all 12 courts. Everything is happening all at once. You've got panel of courts to our left, panel of courts to our right, North Carolina and Ohio State to our right. We've got Virginia and Florida. Well, I guess we're facing each other, so it's a little bit transposed here. But yeah, we will keep you up to date on the action throughout the day on all 8 of our matches today as we move forward towards the final coming up on Monday.
No, this is where the fun begins. It's a lot of frenetic energy. There's definitely some, as you mentioned, organized chaos, but that's the fun of the college tennis world. You've got 18 to 22-year-olds. Chaos is the name of the game. Let's hope we can find some good tennis within that chaos as well.
Shall we introduce our teams?
Let's
kind of get
friend.
into it. I think people are, nobody wants to watch us. They want to watch the tennis. So let's introduce you to our teams today. We're going to start with the North Carolina and Ohio State match. This is court number 1. As you see, North Carolina is the 2 seed for this week's event. Of course, what they've done here at Team Indoors here over the last couple of years is just incredible, including winning the title of last year, 5-time champion of North Carolina, 7-0 coming into this under Brian Kalbas, the head coach.
Yeah, this team is incredible when it comes to the national indoors. They've made the final 5 consecutive seasons. Mike, now the core, Graham, Davatella, McKenna Jones, who meant so much to this North Carolina program, they're gone. But Elizabeth Scotty, Cam Mora, Fiona Crawley, Riley Tran, all contributors to these past 2 national indoor championship runs. This championship goes through North Carolina until they've lost it. No doubt about that. Number 2 seeds for a reason.
Ohio State also off to a very good start so far. A couple of good wins over Oklahoma State and Tennessee. Really tight losses against Duke and North Carolina State come in 2-2 under head coach Melissa Shaw, the associate head coach Adam Cohen, who was formerly at Binghamton University. But 2-2, 4th consecutive trip here to Team Indoors.
Now, you look for this Ohio State program, really you date back to Francesca Di Lorenzo's tenure, 2014, 2015. Ever since then, the Buckeyes on their way to becoming a blue blood in college tennis. And here's one of my favorite words of late, calloused. This Ohio State team, yes, it's month number 2, very callous. Took a road trip to North Carolina, went 0-2 with 2 4-3 losses, bounced back with the aforementioned Tennessee, Oklahoma State wins. This is a fun one on our hands here.
I do want to point out, as you see Adam Cohen, the associate head coach, walking across the court here. Yes, that is a winter coat. Today is actually the warmest day we're going to see here in Madison. It is 36 degrees. It's going to be, I think, the high of 8 in the next couple of days. So just keep an eye on. You're going to see the coaches with the winter coats here. So on court number 9, which is our number 1 doubles matchup, Elizabeth Scotty, Fiona Crawley from North Carolina taking on Irina Cantos-Seamers and Sydney Ratliff for Ohio State.
You look for this Carolina team, ITA Fall National Champions. Of course, Elizabeth Scotty, 2021 doubles champion, NCAA doubles champion, with McKenna Jones. New partner, same amount of success thus far. And you can see there, again, this team, 1-all, just the rhythm they play with, very aggressive, very fun to enjoy.
Yeah, of course you expect that energy from North Carolina, don't you? Let's move over to court number 10, which is where our number 2 doubles matchup is taking place for North Carolina. Cameron Mora and Carson Tangilig, freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia, taking on Colleen Allen, a senior from Lombard, Illinois, which is actually where my family lives. They went to the same high school and everything, Lombard East, and Isabel Boulay from Ohio State.
Boulay Allen were the number 1 doubles team for the Buckeyes last season. They have the talent, they have the experience, and they play like a number 1 doubles team. Of course, Mora, gets funky. Two hands, both sides, and I think this doubles team in particular, her and Carson, they don't do things your typical conventional way. There's going to be a lot of slices, a lot of lobs. This is perhaps one of those swing matches you watch here in the doubles point.
And moving over to court number 11. I'm still kind of getting the layout. Is that 11?
It is indeed
11. That's one area where I can't see one of the air conditioning units that we're not going to use blocking me. But our three doubles matchup for North Carolina and Ohio State. Sanford and Tran for North Carolina taking on Dorme and Marzal from Ohio State.
And you look for Carolina here. Sanford, Tran were actually their number 3 doubles team last season. Now, of course, you lose those core 3 I mentioned, Davatella, Graham, Jones, and yet with all the talent Coach Calbus has on his hands in Chapel Hill, that you can retain Tran, Sanford in that number 3 spot. Yes, they lost some faces. Tar Heels aren't going anywhere this season. This is, yes, a number 2 seed, but this very much could be a quarterfinal, semifinal type of match.
We should point out that Sarah Davatella is here as the volunteer assistant coach, a 7-time All-American. Don't want to take away those 2 extra All-American nods, but a 7-time All-American at North Carolina. She is here working with this team, a great bit of experience to have as a volunteer assistant coach.
No doubt about that, and it's weird. I don't feel comfortable seeing her in the coaching uniform. This is the oldest I've felt in years. Someone goes, Alex, how old are you? I said 26, and that's the first time I've ever felt old in my life.
Yeah, okay.
That's when it starts.
Yes. All right, kid. All right, kid. But this is going to be a very fun matchup. Let's move over to court number 10 here as we take a look at the number 2 doubles matchup again for Ohio State and North Carolina. Mora, Tengalig, Allen, and Boulay. As we see the Australian matchup here, the Australian doubles setup here.
It's a nice coach there, Mike, and I will say this about Isabel Boulay, who we happen to know well, as our Crack Rackets team has been so kind to speak with us multiple times. She has been the star for the Buckeyes here thus far this season. Fourth-year junior, excuse me. She still has that 1 year of eligibility, but has just been striking the ball so cleanly. And 2 big wins over Oklahoma State and Tennessee. Allen, Boulay, number 2 doubles. It feels like highway robbery for Coach Schaub to get them there.
As you see, with a break already, looking to make this one 3-love early. Just a little bit long there, but I kind of like the idea of throwing in an Australian setup as well to just have that different look here. It's not quite that I formation, that traditional I formation you're used to, but it's essentially you're not going cross with that return.
Absolutely. And the difference between these two, why can they do it? It's their second year together. There's just a continuity to them, a comfort level to say, let's try Aussie, let's go regular I. And so expect many different looks from this duo. Also, expect energy. Coley Allen, when she's on court, always a blast.
Just beautiful on that reflex, huh?
That's good stuff from Boulay at the net.
So nice 3-love lead for Ohio State there. Let's move over to court number 9. It's 2-1 right now. We are on serve here. North Carolina and Ohio State.
I really like those light blue pant legs there for Coach Thompson. That's good.
Scotty serving here. That's just driven well. Right into the body. That's what you're supposed to be doing as you're moving forward. So a tough spot here at 30-all.
See again, another Australian here. Not the formal eye, the Australian eye. Maybe it's the Kyrgios Kokkinakis influence. We see it right away.
I don't think they ever once went into the Aussie formation. The double is going to be coming up here. It's a missed second serve in just a moment here. This little slider, you feel it coming. And there it is, right into the net. And so break chances. Of them here for Ohio State at the 1 spot.
Are you ready for that college vernacular, my friend? 30-40 break chances. I love it.
Working on it.
Yeah, welcome back.
Goodness, a couple of doubles there.
I think that was in.
Was that in?
I think that caught the back line.
Wow, okay. So we've got a deciding point here. Big decision. Where do you think they're going to go, Alex?
It's tough to say. Ratliff, the freshman, Contos, the All-American. You always lean All-American,
yes,
right,
you
in
do.
that sort of scenario.
We go back into an Australian once again. It's wonderful.
Beautiful stuff.
And that just freedom there. That big first serve up the tee allows Fiona Crawley just to move over there and find that one into the corner. So we stay on serve at 2-all. Let's move down over to court 11. Check in on that one. The 3 doubles matchup: Sanford Tran for North Carolina, Dorme Marzal for Ohio State. As you see, break early for North Carolina, leading 3-love.
And of course, in college tennis, scoreboard watching inevitable. You look right now, 3-0 lead for the Buckeyes, single break at number 2 doubles, 3-0 lead here for the Heel, single break at 3, on serve at number 1. That was a big hold from Elizabeth Scotty when you look at the context of this scoreboard. I think Coach Calbus has it tight. He loves those two-handed forehands,
yeah.
Mike.
I know when I was out there this morning, just kind of keeping an eye on just warm-ups and things like that, seeing multiple two-handers there. It was it is a unique look nowadays, isn't it?
No doubt about that. Gone are the days of Monica Seles.
Yeah, and again, an Australian formation here. This time from Ohio State. It's got to be finished right on top of the net, moving to your right. Point here. On the line, absolutely good stuff. The ability to step in there, catch the outside the line. So North Carolina starting to run away with this over on court 3, 3 doubles, 4-love lead. Let's move over to 1 doubles here for North Carolina and Ohio State as things remain tight here, 2-all. This at this stage, Alex, looks like could be the decider for the doubles point.
Yeah, 30-40 here, 2 break chances for the Heels. I got the chance to watch Scotty and Crawley play this fall. There's an aggression they play with. That's what you want out of your number 1 doubles team. Also, very tentative point there on that last deuce point from the Buckeyes. I wonder if you noticed that too.
It's trying to cut off a little bit too much of that angle, and I guess that presence there for Fiona Crawley at the net, you trust her hands up there, so it's kind of causing that pressure for Sydney Ratliff, isn't it?
Yeah, she's been challenged a couple of times at the net. Crawley's had an answer each time. 3-2 now Heels on courts 1 and 3, Mike. That is what a defending champion looks like to start.
Absolutely. Do you want to kind of introduce what's going on our back courts here as well?
Let's head to the south side.
Absolutely. Virginia Cavaliers, they're the 7 seed here this week. 6-0 on the season under Sarah O'Leary, taking on the Florida Gators. Kind of a southeastern feel, if you will. Different conferences, obviously, but definitely some familiarity between these two teams. Florida Gators 6-0 under Roland Thornquist, and the 5-time All-American Lauren Embry. And what kind of stands out for you in this matchup?
Well, what's so interesting about Florida, they're blue blood through and through, right? No denying that. And yet, you look at the past few seasons for Roland and the Gators, not the standard he holds the program to. And certainly to see them back at this national indoor field, that's a big step up for a relatively new group of Florida Gators. At the same time, you talk about blue bloods versus new bloods. That's one of the big themes of this national
Absolutely.
indoor. Virginia, technically a new blood when it comes to women's tennis, working their way towards blue blood though, Mike, and this feels very much like one of those establish your presence at the top of women's college tennis sort of matches here.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy to think about the fact that the Florida Gators, 7 times they've won this event, and yet their first appearance since 2018.
Yeah,
it's nutty.
It speaks to the depth right now in college tennis. Men's, women's side, doesn't matter. Parity's the name of the game.
Well, let's walk you through these matchups, and Alex Gruskin, the head of intelligence here in college tennis right now, will walk us through these matchups. But on one doubles for Virginia, Emma Navarro, no surprise. I know the rankings is very early, but to see her at 45 in the singles ranking right now as your defending NCAA singles champion, obviously some things are going to develop over the time with the rankings, but also playing at one doubles with Amber Odell. For the Florida Gators, Carly Briggs and Marley Zane.
Yeah, to have Emma Navarro back, Cavaliers did not have her last weekend. Of course, they did have her for the kickoff weekend. I mean, she's that sort of swing player, defending NCAA singles champion. You're right, came into the year unranked. That's because she played the pro events all fall long. And so, yes, there will be a correction there to your point. You throw Emma Navarro on the court, I don't care who they're playing. I don't care what the scenario is. You feel pretty good about that doubles. Amber Odell, heck of a doubles player. Plenty of experience for the Who's in her time. I actually like Odell and Navarro sneaky here over Briggs and Zane, who I believe 14 wins, I want to say, thus far in the season together.
Over at two doubles for Virginia, Elaine Chervinsky and Natasha Subash, the junior out of Fairfax, Virginia, taking on Alicia Doomy, the freshman from Brighton, England, and Benta Spey, another one of the talented freshmen for the Florida Gators.
No, freshman, the name of the game here. Spey, extraordinarily successful. Now, will we see her play at that 6 singles position? That's a big thing for us to monitor moving forward. But between her and Chervinsky, this is two players who you knew were going to be good. You didn't know how good entering the season. In particular for Virginia, I don't mean to hover on them, but Elaine Chervinsky, who's filled in at the #1 double spot without Navarro, filled in at #1 singles, has surpassed Natasha Subash in the singles lineup thus far. Subash has been a top 25 player in college since she walked in the door. It's a lot of talent for the Who's at the #2 double spot. At the same time, this Florida team is the more experienced. They have been the more successful together thus far this year. If you're the Florida Gators, 2 doubles is a spot you always think you're going to win entering the match.
Down at 3 doubles for Virginia, Sophia Munera and Hiba Sheikh taking on McCartney Kessler out of Calhoun, Georgia, the 5th-year senior, and Emma Shelton, the junior, of course, from Gainesville, Florida.
We talk about blue blood. Shelton Kessler is a Florida blue blood doubles team. Of course, Kessler's brother, also a former Florida Gator as well. Emma Shelton's brother, Ben, as we know, Florida Gator. Oh yeah, Brian Shelton, I think he has a role in Florida tennis as well.
Yes.
Not quite sure what it is. Maybe national championship winning head coach. But again, that's what makes this matchup so intriguing is on paper, Virginia's the 7th seed. Perhaps they've been more successful. Pedigree-wise, you're going to doubt the Florida Gators. That feels foolish as a college tennis fan. We're locked in here. And by the way, only, once again, 1 flight in doubles for Ohio State UNC, 1 flight in doubles for UVA Florida without a break of serve yet. It's this #3 doubles code here in this matchup.
It's really interesting to me as I was kind of doing the prep work over the last couple of days to see for Florida, you've got Kessler here and also Carly Briggs, a transfer from Tennessee, both of them from Calhoun, Georgia. I actually went and looked. The census, the total population there, 16,000.
Yeah, and you found 2 gems.
And you found 2, like true, like high lineup players here on the tennis courts from Calhoun, Georgia. Is really kind of pretty cool to see.
No, that's what they say. Calhoun, Georgia, a tennis powerhouse. It's
Absolutely.
on the sign when you drive in.
It's funny. I saw it. And I'm just like, it's got to be one of the suburbs of Atlanta, right? It has to be. Nope. Not even close.
In the boonies out there with Rome and all the other fun stuff.
Exactly. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's move back over towards our North Carolina and Ohio State matchup here. Right now, we can say down to 3. It does look like North Carolina is starting to run away with that one. So this is kind of where things are going to be decided in the 1 and 2 spots is I think what we would say, right, Alex?
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I also think if you're Coach Schaub, I don't want to say overcoach because that's the wrong term here, but maybe you overthought yourself. Why not just play your veterans, Boulay, Allen, at the number 1 spot? They've done nothing to make you doubt them thus far. Sometimes you get a little too cute with the lineup and ultimately end up paying for it. I love Coach Schaub. I think she may have gotten she may have overthought this one.
You think maybe she just was counting maybe on the 3 doubles team to maybe be a little bit more, I think, competitive than they are right now.
Absolutely. But it's still, I've loved the aggression we've seen here from Crawley and Scotty. I also think they have stepped up.
Absolutely. As you see Elizabeth Scotty come across, use that length to find that ball right to the feet of Sydney Ratliff.
2 more break points here, 5-2. We may very quickly be saying 1-0 heels.
Well, that's just fantastic defense right there from Canto Seamers just to extend the point, draw the air here. This feels like essentially the doubles point,
That's it,
if you will.
Break point, match point. We call these triple threats.
Yes,
here.
exactly. Again, that is Adam Cohen trying to help and just allow these 2 to really have the confidence here.
And here's a bold choice. You're not going to the NCAA champ. You're going to the sophomore Crawley on the return.
She has been really clutch, though, through this season, hasn't she?
No doubt about that.
Ooh. I missed.
Oh, good play. I love the boldness there.
That was a really difficult shot to come up with, that high looping lob to avoid Ratliff there at the net and still find some space in the back. And I think just maybe that's a little bit low percentage in the moment. So Ohio State survives here. Let's move over to 2 doubles. Tight little spot here at 4-2. Ohio State trying to hold on to this break. It is 30-all here.
I've had my eye on this one. Court positioning, all Ohio State. They've been the more aggressive team, simply put.
Whew. Nice finish right up the tee there. Allen and Boulay here for Ohio State. Buckeyes a very spirited bunch this morning. Very loud on our warm-up courts.
That's the staple.
Kind of have to be when you're going up against North Carolina at this event, right?
Absolutely. You got to pull the upset. Energy's part of that.
Nice hold once again, keeping things out in front, continuing. You know, this is kind of one of those spots where you do have the 2 seniors here.
Yes.
This is what they have to do. They have to maintain that presence so that on the other 2 courts, especially on one right now, Ohio State, you know, you've got Ratliff and Canto Seamers there. So they see at 2, the seniors are doing their job.
Yeah, and again, it's about steadying the ship, right? That's what you count on your seniors to do. Boulay and Allen have done that all season long for the Buckeyes. No difference here to start against Carolina.
And that is certainly what Coach Schaub was looking for as we move back over to the 1 doubles matchup here for Scotty Crawley for North Carolina, maintaining this break lead 4-3 and 15 and make it 30 love. I always think, you know, as I remember when we were doing national indoors on the men's side last year, Alex, just the idea of seeing how different coaching styles.
Yeah.
Some want to make sure they talk to their athletes after every single point. Some just kind of let the players do their thing.
Probably. She's just been so good up there, Mike.
Yep. But I think the depth, too, that Scotty was able to create there to just allow Crawley to have those angles, just fantastic. And I think this is one of those where, you know, the coaching staff for North Carolina kind of let them let them do their thing.
Yeah,
They're pretty confident.
Especially with Elizabeth Scotty, third year on the job, still technically a sophomore somehow. If there's a silver lining in COVID, it's that the college tennis is going to be really good for the next couple of years. But the power she brings and the confidence, you can just see in the drive on her back, and she's not intimidated by the balls Ratliff or Contos is hitting. And that combined with the Crawley presence at the net, it's why they've been so formidable thus far.
So 40-15 game points here. Missed just long, so North Carolina hangs on, keeps things out in front, 5-3. And let's move down to 3 doubles here.
I believe we have ourselves a match point, Mike.
Yes, indeed we do. Just missed, though, from on top of the net. It's a nice commentator's jinx there, Alex. Well done.
Oh.
Start things early.
Does this mean I now qualify to earn the jinx? Is this what you're telling me? Deuce point coming up. Tell you what, of all the Carolina doubles teams, if you're Coach Kalbis, with all due respect to Crawley and Scotty, and again Mora and Tanjuleg, this is the team you're most confident in. You know this team.
Oh goodness. Little rushed there, so 2 pretty relatively easy missed volleys there, and so we play on 3 doubles.
That's why, again, what Allen and Boulay are doing on court number 2, and if we can, let's go to court number 2 now, Westhoff. We're 15-30 here for that senior duo. It's why what they're doing is so important, Mike.
Exactly. They're 2 points away right now from clinching this one for the Buckeyes.
And we see it here. It's the it's the Tanjuleg serve. Notice how it's 2 back here for her and Mora.
To keep things on here, 30 all. Out of Alpharetta, Georgia, 4 ranked wins so far on the singles side, 12-1 together, these two for North Carolina.
Oh, that ball's just long.
It's called long indeed. So North Carolina's going to have a chance here to grab it to 3-5, avoid getting knocked out here.
Can we mic up Coach Sarah Davitella? I just want to know, what is Sarah saying to them now? Like, hey, it's line. I know COVID.
Just long. So here we go, match point.
Simultaneous, by the way, court number 1's got a 30-40 match, 2 match points for Crawley. Scotty will get there next.
Could be done with this doubles point here in about 1 minute or less.
Welcome back to college tennis, my friend.
It moves quickly.
Yeah. No, she
misses it long. So there is 1 on the board for Ohio State.
Right. We missed it, by the way. Scotty Crawley ultimately with the break, and so 6-3 Carolina decision on court number 1. That leaves us with court 3.
Let's go down to court 3. This is all that's left at this point. So again, split at 1 and 2. And as you can see, North Carolina now just 2 points away from winning this doubles point.
Love 30 in this game.
That was a bold swing, wasn't it?
That's a great play there. And I do think it's worth remembering this Carolina team, who comes off an NCAA semifinal last year that was their only loss in the past 2 seasons. What let them down in that semifinals? It was the doubles point. They had their chances against Pepperdine, ultimately came short. I know that's been on Coach Calbus's mind this offseason. Doubles, something they worked on particularly hard this to prepare for this.
A couple match points here. And by a couple, I mean 4.
Yeah. High two-handed forehand cross quad. Is that a makeable ball?
It's a lot to ask. Yeah. I think would be the way I'd say it. Yeah. It's a lot to ask.
So now we go back to the senior Sanford here. Again, it's just been a rock for the Tar Heels throughout her career. Even if not playing in the singles lineup, she's always contributed on the doubles court.
Launched and well long. So 2 match points averted here by Dorme and Marzal. Again, veterans here, grad student and a junior. So yeah, a lot of experience there. They're not going to be overwhelmed by the moment, you would hope.
No, and they played a really good doubles point to clinch against Tennessee in the kickoff weekend. They were the ones who won that clinching set. How did you hit that ball?
Perfect movement, and there it is. The doubles point for North Carolina's. They take a 1-0 lead here in this first round matchup at ITA national team indoors, Alex.
Back-to-back indoor champs for a reason. It always starts with the doubles point. It's very, cliche here, but the team that wins the doubles point more often than not, Mike, ends up winning the match. Just so hard to find 4 singles wins against anyone. Tar Heels looking like back-to-back champs as they take the doubles point fairly comfortably as well. Never felt like they trailed in this.
Yeah, you got obviously Ohio State, their veterans there at 2, and I think that's what Melissa Schaub was looking for them to come through in that spot. They did, but obviously needed somebody else to step up, and Ohio State not able to do it. So North Carolina grabs that doubles point and singles coming up over in just a couple minutes. Now let's take you back over to Virginia and Florida, and in fact, let's go to the 2 matchup if we can. Court 2, Virginia and Florida here. Chervinsky, Subash for Virginia, Dudney, and Spey for Florida.
Florida 2 points away here from taking the set on number 2 was Virginia duo of Navarro and Odell, who took a 6-1 decision on 1. 1 break of serve here for Subash and Chervinsky. Super talented duo, no doubt about that. Both big hitters. The question, of course, though, again, continuity for this Florida team. How strong they've been in doubles to start. I actually think if you told Roland you're going to drop number 1, he'd say, okay, but we'll probably be looking pretty good on 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what the case is here. Oh, wonderful. Perfectly struck there. That little bit of a movement just trying to cover the line there from a Chervinsky, and there's taken advantage of.
There's a little conversation there. Yeah, you know what? I thought, and it looked, again, we're watching the stream here that's on the far side of the building. Yeah. I think that ball hit her partner. I think that ball hit Dudney.
Really?
And so ultimately that was the question. Hey, that looked like that ball got altered off of the racket. That was the call from the chair umpire.
Outstanding work there, Alex Gruskin, as we move over to 3. The matchup here, Munera and Sheikh for Virginia, Kessler and Shelton for Florida.
I have to say, in college tennis, momentum being the name of the game, you could see a world where a Florida hold break happens simultaneously. You feel like the action on 3 could very well dictate what we see on 2.
Great lob. Yeah, caught the baseline. Perfect. Laced up the line.
I've always been told the expression, if you're not getting passed down the line, you're not playing doubles correctly. Have you heard that as well, Mike?
Yes, absolutely. You are supposed to protect that middle as best as possible, right?
Feels better anecdotally, though, right?
Yes. Although I don't know that I've ever felt good about being passed, Alex.
30 love here now for the Who's.
Called long. So 40 love now.
All right here. And Virginia just needs one of these last two, Mike. They took that 6-1 #1 double spot.
And again, right now, Florida is serving for the point for their match on 2. So we'll keep you up on that. We'll go back over there in just a moment. Wonderful, exploring those angles, and it is 5-all. Let's move over to 2. Right now, we appear to be 2 points away for Dudney and Stay. The Florida Gators serving 5-4.
It's a good ball. You talked about protecting the center there. Deep center from Chervinsky. Just give, this Florida team no angles to work with. Nothing attackable. It's a really smart ball there from Chervinsky. And again, I can't help but feel that these 2 and 3 double spots, that Florida's going to either win them both. It's going to be over quickly here for the Who's. Double fault there. 30-all, and again, right now, Florida serving for this set on the near side of your screen. They're 6-0 on the season, Mike. They've yet to drop a doubles point now. Florida State only played full doubles in one of their 2 matches, had to abandon the number 3 spot, but this team has not been down 1-0 this year, simply put.
That'll miss. That is a beautiful return, just finding the feet. So here we go. The opportunity for Virginia to get back into this match from 30 love. Oh, goodness. Oh. Every part of the racket counts.
Now we're talking.
Every part of the racket counts.
Every inch of that 5-7 frame there. Every inch of it. Deuce point coming. Also a match point here for the Gators. Spee Dudney. To Spay, excuse me, thank you.
Oh, what a return. Absolutely. Launched into the alley, and we play on. 5-all on both courts right now, 2 and 3.
You reach, I teach. That's great returning there from the Cavaliers. And, again, in a point, you're down. It's match point there. Just make your return. And in this entire game, we saw that. Depth on the return. Great targets. Big targets, though. It's a really nice game for the Cavaliers here at 2.
All right, can we move over quickly to 3, just catch up on what's going on over there? We'll probably be bopping back and forth here just a little bit between these 2. This is, again, 3 doubles. Florida and Virginia tied 5-all, 40-15 right now for the Gators serving. Missed long.
I like the play there, though. I like that aggression. 40-15, go line, probably not lob.
Yeah, I don't want the lob there.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see the ripper. A little bit of that is the singles play more so than a doubles play, right?
Exactly. You see Coach Lauren Embry there, as much success as anyone in college tennis the past decade.
Oh, fantastic. Ripped return inside out. And now a deciding point at 5-all.
How about the way these Who's are hitting the return, Mike? So clean.
Confident.
That's exactly the word. And decisive. It's we know our spots. Let's execute.
And as soon as we say
double jinx, there it is. My bad, guys.
So Florida hangs on. Let's move over to 2 now. Again, it's Virginia serving now. 5-all, 30-15 as we hop back into court number 2. And Virginia has already won at 1 doubles.
That serve from Travinsky, that slice tee, that's what makes her special here as a freshman. That weapon, and you'll see it in singles when she plays as well, can earn free points. Needed one there, but gets it. And I believe we're a little behind in the scoreboard here. No, it says UNC OSU. That's a byproduct ITA. Setting up those cameras. You can ignore that scoreboard in the top left. 40-15 here for UVA.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated with our words a little bit better. I mean,
for those above our pay grades.
That is why Alex Gruskin is here, to keep you updated on the score. So there is the hold. So it gets us to 6-5 here. We're at 6-5 both on serve on both courts 2 and 3. Virginia with 1 doubles already in the book. So they need just a single one of these 2. But it is going to be here on court 3. It is Shank Munera serving for the breaker. It's 5-6.
And of course, the longer the doubles point goes on, the more valuable it feels. When you spend an hour on a point, you really don't want to lose it.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, we will get you over to some of the singles action for Ohio State and North Carolina in just a couple minutes. Bouncing around quite a bit here today. That's the beauty of this red zone coverage, isn't it?
But you do an excellent red zone impression. Again, the difference is I see you and you've got actual pants on. I imagine at the NFL Network, they don't do that. And so, yeah. Oh, no, you've got shorts.
I got shorts.
Yeah, there you go. It's the Cavs. They look that good.
So 15 love here. His first serve. That's a tough ball to take off the rise, isn't it?
I like the court position for Virginia. They want to be inside that baseline. Yes. That was bold.
It was very bold. That is an accurate assessment right there. Don't know if it was smart, but it was bold.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see here what the Who's can come up with.
15 all, and we're keeping an eye on 2 as well because Virginia does have love 15 there.
And as you mentioned earlier, they took that number 1 doubles spot, so they only need one of these last 2.
Missed into the net. So 30-15.
I miss the doubles conference more than anything about playing tennis. Just having that partner out there and being able to look at it 30-15 and say, what do we want to do here?
Yeah. We can have our own conferences. If you want me to throw some signals toward you, I can definitely do that.
I had a coach who used to always say, step into my office. I feel like you can't do that nowadays.
Memory serves you like a forehand poach? Is that what it is?
What's side, forehand on the inside. Nothing better. That backhand. Yeah, it's anything you can do, I can also not do.
So points for the breaker here for Virginia.
Keeping you updated. I'm watching number 2 and what's happening there. 30-15 for Virginia. So they're for Florida, excuse me. They're 2 points away from forcing simultaneous breakers here on 2 and 3, Mike.
points, a couple of them. That's not exactly the play. That's a little bit too much risk in that moment. You just go back cross court here and just kind of play the percentages for the moment, right?
Yeah, and so instead we go to a breaker. There we go on number 3. Can we pop over quickly to 2 where we've got game points for the number 2 doubles team?
We do have game points, yeah, on both of these matchups right now. Here, 40-15 for the breaker. That will miss wide.
We may have to outlaw on the rise backhands, Mike. At least in the doubles point.
I mean, it's really about percentages, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's, again, a very low percentage shot in the moment, and obviously the pressure factors in. So we need that breaker over on 3.
Now a breaker here
breaker
on 2
here
as well. All right.
Okay.
Going to be one of those days, Mike.
Yes, it is. This is kind of what you expect for the 7, the 8 seeds. Yeah, you know, you expect these really difficult spots. And Virginia just needs one of these 2 tie breaks. Called long. The call was long. Can't quite see if that's an overrule. I don't think they're going to get an overrule there. Yeah, called just long.
I believe that's head coach Sarah O'Leary.
Yeah, it looks like it.
For the Cavaliers, standing there courtside. Should we tell her her former heels won the doubles point?
Nope. I think she would be upset that you're... Got to have the blinders on as a coach right now, right? Yeah. Winning that backhand to forehand matchup is crucial there, isn't it?
Yep, and that's how you should be taking that backhand on the rise. It's the margin Natasha Subash gave herself on that ball.
So 1-1 here. Quick mini breakover on 3 for Florida. 2-0 there.
You want to go split screen on these 2?
Sure.
Let's go split screen then, super producer Daniel Westhoff. If we can, let's get to...
All right, so 3-all on 2 now as they make the turn. 3-all there. One more here, 2-3 for Virginia on the near side. That missed just wide. So it looks like Florida will have the 4-2 edge there on 3.
Meanwhile, on 2, Virginia gets that mini break back.
Right, so 3-all, yeah. And just to kind of give you a quick updates, you've got breaks on 2, 3, 4, and 5 for North Carolina in singles already. So breaks on 2, 3, 4, and 5, at least one break.
They have looked very good here near us in our broadcast booth.
Again, just textbook stuff there, covering that middle, pinching towards that middle, and finding easy volleys.
Yeah, no,
they're on 2.
And I really have enjoyed the way both of those teams have attacked on 2. And it really is an opportune moment. Who gets that first approach?
And so Florida closing in. Let's, if we can we move over to just 3, as it is 5-2 right now. Serving. 4-all on 2 now. We'll keep you updated there. You can see it on the left. Missed. Double fault. 5-3 now.
Take 1.
Formation here. Goodness. No. Oh, that is a lot of work to get there, but eventually put away there by McCartney Kessler. And 6-3. It's 5-4 on serve on 2. We're going to get back there here in a second, but we do have match points for Florida.
You know what I'm not hearing, though, in the background? Where's the slow clap? Can I get a slow clap? It's college tennis.
It's early.
That's true. It's day 1.
It's 10 o'clock. We gotta wait till at least noon. I think that's an official rule.
Fair.
5-all now on 2. I formation here on this match point for Florida. It's good. And there is Florida on the board here with the 3 doubles, 7-3 in the breaker. Let's move over to 2 as we do have a match point now. For Florida, it is 6-5, Virginia serving. So this is on serve, 5-6. But yeah, it is Florida with the opportunity to grab this doubles point now.
Throw 1 doubles out the window. It's been such a tight doubles point between these 2 teams. Capturing that momentum is so crucial here.
That serve was good. So 6-all. We make a turn. Again for Virginia here, it is Chavinsky and Subash, freshman and a junior, taking on Dudney, the freshman from Brighton, England, for Florida, along with Bente Spey from the Netherlands.
I would point out Virginia lost the doubles point against Stanford on the kickoff weekend. They ultimately were able to find 4 singles wins in that match. So in terms of importance of this doubles point, Virginia's already had a big win after losing it. That said, Florida has not this season. So you're asking me who's it more important to, or I'm asking myself? I would probably say the Gators.
Winning that match 4-3 over Stanford. Very tight one. So 6-all, 6-all, serve. Finished well. Took that one nice and high and into the corner. So now it is a match point for Virginia after fighting one off momentarily.
Do you see that energy from the bench there?
Yeah.
Jumping on court. That's what college tennis is all about. I'm embarrassed to say I'm feeling goosebumps. I can't help it.
Never be embarrassed about your feelings. Let the emotions and the feelings come through, Alex.
Thank you, Sensei.
20 years of therapy. Yeah. Tell me that. All right, so we're going to go into an I formation here for Florida, down 6-7. Easy finish.
Percentages, Mike. You talked about that was the percentage play.
Where do you want to go here?
Again, with the name of percentage, I say body. First serve body. Make them make the choice.
All right, now the second, able to step in.
I'd say in. Return. Just go in.
Again, trying to take that low on the rise and up the line as well. Again, such a low percentage shot there. So it's 8-7 and an opportunity here for Virginia, their second match point.
Long conference between them and Coach O'Leary. Just talking through that playbook. I'd expect very basic stuff here. Body poach.
Okay. So Subash, the serve, match point. There was a hitch in that giddy up, and I was just expecting that miss. The junior from Fairfax, Virginia. It's the right play, just a little bit of the miss hit there, so we play on. Match points averted, 8-all.
Love that forehand return. Early, on the rise, but not to a line, right at the center, right at the body of Subash.
Formation here. This long at 8-all. Couple of tight first serves, huh?
A lot of movement, interaction.
Yes, a lot is going on. That first volley just has to be a little bit better.
Yeah, gotta bump that one down.
So here you go. Now on the side of Florida, the match point, their second.
How Roland has any hair left on his head, Mike? 20 years of this profession.
I can say the same, my friend. You'll get there soon.
Oh, that's why.
You'll get there soon.
That told me.
All right, match point. Again, their second now for Florida at the 2 spot. This decides the doubles point here. Virginia, Florida. And an eye, serve good. Travinsky. That's going to hurt for just a little bit. Those last 2 points as Florida is on the scoreboard. They've got the doubles point. 1-0 Florida here. Day number 1 of the ITA national team indoors.
That's a heck of a performance from the Gators. And now, again, we talked about it moments ago. Virginia's come back from 1 love down. They have the talent, they have the depth, they have the experience. You always feel good when the lineup's anchored by the defending NCAA singles champion, but 2 completely different doubles points, Mike. I expected North Carolina, Ohio State to look much more like that Virginia-Florida. Virginia-Florida, what you get day 1 of the national indoors.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short break, allow us to reset for the moment. Then we're going to come back and get to our singles matchups. North Carolina looking really strong so far. Looking like they are defending champs because they are. So we'll get you introduced to our singles lineups in just a couple minutes. You're watching the ITA national team indoors presented by Cracked Racquets. And welcome back inside the Nielsen Tennis Center here, the University of Wisconsin campus. I have to tell you, so I lived in Champaign, Illinois for many, many years. This is probably the city in the Midwest that I visited the most.
Yeah.
I can take you to some places, some after-hour places, if we ever have time, Alex.
Yeah.
Maybe Sunday we'll go to Das Essen Haus. You can have a boot.
Ja, wow. Ja.
Ja, ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ein bisschen.
Sprechen. Ja.
Yeah.
No.
So that's what we've got here. It's a really beautiful older building here that I was talking to one of the officials. This has been around for a long time, and obviously Wisconsin hosted an ITA national team indoors for many, many years here. And it's really held up well. Compared to even some of the new facilities, the ability to have sight line on 8 of the courts at any one time is really fantastic.
This is my favorite building in all of college tennis. I'll say it openly, and I know that's strong praise. There are a lot of great facilities out there. I will say this. Club tennis regionals in college, here every year. I only have good memories associated with Madison, Wisconsin. But you're right, there's something about this building. You walk in and you just feel engrossed by all things about the tennis environment. It just, again, you hear the balls pop in all 12 courts. You can see 8 of them at once. It's only, a 2-minute walk away, though, to see the other 4. It's an ideal setup. I like my 6 across as much as anyone, but this feels perfectly conducive to this sort of event.
Fully agreed. So let's get you caught up on where we're at with that matchup with North Carolina and Ohio State. Obviously, North Carolina winning the doubles, taking the 1 and the 3 line. But now it's kind of North Carolina starting to run away with this. What we're going to do is we'll introduce you to all 6 courts, and that way we can kind of catch up on everything that's happening so far. So over at court number 1 here, first singles matchups, you see the one where Ohio State really has made quite a dent, haven't they, as Irina Cantos-Semer's 6-love in the first set over Cameron Mora.
Irina Cantos is an All-American for a reason. The lefty moves the ball so well around the court. Now, I will say this. Cam Mora has played some stinkers for first sets throughout the course of her career, and that doesn't mean she's going to lose the match, by the way. She's someone, give her 20, 25 minutes to work her way in. So much better in set 2, set 1. I saw a similar match against Kari Miller of Michigan in the lead up to this, where was not the prettiest first set for Moore because, again, that two-handed forehand and the funkiness of her game style takes a second to get acclimated to her opponent's style of play. Yes, that's a big, noticeable Friday morning bagel 6-love here. It cuts Cam Moore some slack is what I'm saying. This happened before.
So it gets some time. Mora, the senior out of Rockville, Maryland, number 4 in the rankings right now. Cantos Semer's 6 in the rankings for Ohio State. So obviously, 1 set in the book very quickly.
You know what she needs? Some Mora time.
Wow.
I paused you for that.
I didn't know we were going to go into the puns this early in the day. I mean, normally that's like a 11 o'clock in the evening type of a thing, Alex. Okay. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah,
well done.
I've been reading Matt Zemek quite frequently.
All right, let's move over to court number 2, where again, we are looking at a set that is already in the books, this time, though, for North Carolina, as Elizabeth Scotty, the junior out of Annapolis, Maryland, 6-2 first set over Isabelle Boulay, the senior from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. 27 versus 21 in this one in the early rankings, but North Carolina grabbing that first set.
Yeah, no, Elizabeth Scotty is as talented as any player going to come in the country. The only thing that has prevented her from reaching a top 10, top 5 ranking is health. She just wasn't available frequently enough last season for this Carolina team. She has the game. She has the power to be a top 2 in the lineup sort of singles player. I mean, we saw it in doubles. The serve, the easy length and pace from the baseline. That she's healthy is the biggest news for the Tar Heels here to start the season. Now, if you're a Carolina fan, if you're a Buckeye fan, Isabelle Boulay has been excellent this year. So don't count her out yet either. But this is just indicative of the talent that Elizabeth Scotty possesses.
That's good, because I didn't count her out.
Good.
I want to make sure I point out I did not count her out.
I can
quite
confirm,
yet.
by the way.
All right, so now let's move over to court number 3. Riley Tran of North Carolina taking on Sydney Ratliff, the freshman out of Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, let's play a game. Like, how many matches has Riley Tran lost in her career at Carolina?
I actually,
you have the note cards in front of me. That's no fun.
Dang it. I don't have 34-1. She's lost 1 in the fall this year.
1 match period throughout her career. Now, again, she played sparingly, 6 singles, 7 singles last year, but for her in her first season to jump up, first full season of play to jump up to that number 3 single spot, she's ready. The record says as much. The game style says as much. Yes, she hasn't played many dual matches for the Heels, but when she has played, she hasn't lost. And she's got a freshman on her hands today in Sydney Ratliff of Ohio State. This is one of those. Tran is one of those players. This is one of those moments you'd love to see her step up.
So, what do you expect in terms of big picture for Riley Tran this year, with that confidence that she has in her ability, and obviously that incredible 34-1 record so far?
Now, I can tell you right now, there will be matches where Mora, where Scotty, who have dealt with health issues over the past 2 seasons, they're just not going to play. And in those instances, you'll see Riley Tran jump up to that number 1, number 2 spot. And when we talk about the changing of the guards here in Carolina, the graduation of Davitella, who you see on court, Graham, Jones, it creates openings at the top of the lineup. And when we're looking at turning the page in the Carolina tennis book, the next page after Graham, Davitella, and Jones, it says Fiona Crawley up top. It says Riley Tran up top, Elizabeth Scotty up top. Now, Cam Moore is one of those bridge players. We talked about that a different time. But Riley Tran is very much at the top of the page of the next chapter of Carolina tennis.
You mentioned Fiona Crawley, so let's go over to court number 4, where the sophomore from San Antonio, Texas, right now 5-2 edge over Coley Allen, the senior out of Lombard, Illinois. This is, again, 4 singles, 5-2 so far for Crawley, who has been incredibly clutch for North Carolina this year.
No, first of all, growing up in the Shrek era, Fiona, great name, always has been, always will be. In my opinion, she's the most talented player on this Carolina roster. Now, that doesn't mean the best, but I think the most talented. And you will see at times the ball just explodes off of her strings, just absolutely explodes. Now, her opponent today, Coley Allen, is going to make you work for everything. She is not going to give you those free points. And, gets very grinderish. Now, won't be afraid. You saw the big forehand there as we turned on the stream. She has that power in her. But for her, 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. If it's a 3-all match, she wants to be the one it comes down to. You like that from your senior if you're Coach Schaub and the Buckeyes. At the same time, power advantage Crawley.
Did have off-season surgery, so obviously getting back into this spring season has been crucial for her. Didn't play the fall season really, so just kind of getting back to that. Do you worry at all about the legs, especially when you go 3? I mean, you mentioned how she does like playing those extended matches. Do you worry about that? Maybe not necessarily today, but maybe day 2, day 3?
That's exactly when it would manifest itself.
Yes.
2, 3. Today, Allen's going to leave it all out there because you look for this Buckeye team. 4 losses in total last season. 2 of them came in the final 8 of the national indoors, and they lost a match against Northwestern on the final day of the tournament. I was at that match. I called that match. Ohio State, Northwestern didn't win that match. Ohio State found a way to lose it. And I say that lovingly to the Buckeyes, and I know that taste is still in their mouth. I also know for Coley Allen here, getting into this national indoors, fitness is all she's done for the past 2 months in preparation for this. I will say it's anecdotal. She looks as fit as she's ever looked, and I just think the movement-wise, fluidity-wise, she's ready for this. But man, is Crawley good.
I need to say again, Lombard, Illinois, my family being there. I mean, it's kind of like a working class-ish, community. So that doesn't surprise me in the least, that she is a bit of a grinder herself.
Oh, that's Coley Allen to a T.
So let's move over to...
if we can.
Yeah, sure.
Game point here, set point.
Yes, of course.
So let's lock in. I believe here 30-40. Ignore what the scoreboard says. There it is.
Yeah, eventually Allen just taps out, and I think you certainly understand why. That is a lot of defensive effort there to continue to extend. But yeah, indeed, it is Crawley who takes this first set 6-2. So now we can move over to court number 5, where it is another first set for North Carolina. Carson Tangalig, freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia, taking on Lucia Marzal. And as you see, 6-3 is our first set for North Carolina here.
Canada League is just very good. I know that's, you come here for that critical analysis.
Yes.
Oh, a 5-star blue
Very
chip
good.
recruit is very good, but I don't know how else to say it. As a freshman, you wonder, you want to see what are the lumps, what are the weaknesses, the things she'll need to improve on. There is no discernible weakness early on. Her game feels very college ready. Now, does she win easy points at the rate you need to in pro tennis? No, not quite there yet. But the foundations for her entering her freshman season, if you're Coach Calbus, you felt like you found another gem.
Yeah, freshman. So she has not lost a dual
Correct.
point at any point. 11-0 coming into today.
Yeah.
That's pretty decent. Oh wait, she just lost in dubs.
Oh, correct. You're right. 2 doubles.
Yeah,
correct.
She just lost it 2 doubles. So that was actually the first loss she's had in a dual match so far.
And this is what I'm saying. It's year 3 for Scotty. I'm pretty sure, and I want to make sure I have the exact number here. Yeah, year 3 for Scotty. She's lost 4 total times. Trans lost once. Crawley's lost 5 times. It's just like, at a certain point, what are we doing here, right?
No, I get it. And so for Marzal, the junior from Valencia, Spain, what do you expect from her here today in terms of needing to find a comeback here?
She will play aggressive. She will take that ball early on the rise. Now, she'll grind as well. Nothing you're going to enjoy more than when she throws up that top spin lob to just say, let's reset this point. I'm done with this rally. Let's try this again. But she's got sneaky pop, sneaky power. And I felt pretty good about Ohio State at number 3 doubles. I thought they were going to push Tran and Sanford. Obviously, you see them stick with Marzal here at that number 5 spot and stick with Dorme at number 6. I like that decision from Coach Schaub. I think that's the right move. Play the veterans at the bottom of the lineup, especially against the new faces for Carolina. Let them do battle.
All right, so let's move over to Dorme. Luna at 6 singles for Ohio State, and in a battle right now with another veteran, the junior from your home state, West Bloomfield, Michigan, Annika Yarlagada, who is 74th right now in the ITA rankings.
Not just home state, hometown. I've known Annika since she was 8-9 years old, and yeah, indirect win. No big deal, Mike. Yeah, I'm still, priding myself on that thing. Well, that actually direct win, so rack them up on it. I need all the wins you can get. Yeah, I mean, she's been waiting her turn. The patience has been the key for Annika Yarlagada because you've been sitting behind Crawley and Scotty and the core 3, obviously Davatella, Graham, and Jones, and been nipping at the bit for your playing opportunity. Now, it took a little bit longer than you would have expected for the 5-star blue chip, but she gets her chance now. And again, another one of those players, Annika Yarlagada, through her career in singles, 38-13, Mike. It's just like, it's pretty good.
Yeah, as high as number 3 in the country as a junior recruit. Dorme, a freshman year at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Again, like you said, kind of that veteran experience that you want down here, and you just know she's going to grind it out and just stay out there as one of the veteran leaders for Ohio State.
When you think about your stereotypical 6 singles player, she's who comes to mind. Just again, is that going to be the point they lose? Is that going to be the first one off the board? Never. Right. Never for Ohio State. And so, they've had some options, and I know Dorme was not the original listing. I believe Brzezinski was, or Brzezinyak, at that number 6 spot for them. But you down the doubles point, you go with the upperclassmen. Completely understand that decision.
I know we've spoken a lot about North Carolina and just kind of big picture for them. I gotta, you're a Big Ten guy.
Yeah, through.
Ohio State, Michigan. What are you thinking? Big Ten season.
It's a good question. We already beat them in football. We beat them in men's tennis last year.
Did you just say we?
Wolverines.
You're a broadcaster now.
That's true.
You do not get to say we.
So
sir.
I was told by coaches, great point. I was told by coaches, Michigan's my 1. They say you get 1. That's your 1. You got to give up the others.
I don't know.
Okay. Can I say we for the football team since it's not tennis related?
You do not play for the football team, Alex. You do not play for the football team, sir.
Okay. Michigan has already earned victories in football and in men's tennis, which they hadn't gotten in 2 decades now. Last year, both Ohio State-Michigan matches went 4-3. They're playing another doubleheader this season. That's a byproduct of Coach Schaub, Coach Ryan Bernstein just being like, you know what, let's do it. I say they split. I'd say it's going to be a 1-1 because both these teams can freaking play.
Absolutely. This is kind of this matchup right now at 6 where, you're looking kind of big picture right now, Alex. You've obviously got it 1, Ohio State, Cantos 6-love 2-1 with a break. But everywhere else, 2, 3, 4, and 5 went very quickly for North Carolina. So you're, as you like to say, that match calculus here. That's kind of the big picture. It's not looking great for Ohio State, so this is a must for Dormé at the 6th spot.
Yeah, you have to get this first set. You can't go down. Another fun fact, not we, but the Michigan men's tennis team, semifinals 2020 national indoors. They win the doubles point. They win 5 first sets in singles. They lose to USC. It's the only time I've seen it happen with my eyes. And so, yeah, you know, again, to 4 and 2, you know, 4 singles first sets to 2, maybe 3-3. Of course, you feel fine. To drop it 5-1 after dropping the doubles point. Again, the last team I said, it's happened in this building, but it's been a while.
Have you ever seen it with somebody else's eyes?
Once.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Minority Report.
Yeah,
it was
sure.
Me. It was Tom Cruise.
Yes.
It was Colin Farrell, the other guy, right? I think he was the villain.
Try to forget about him. Try to blank out all Colin Farrell from my memory. All right. So here at 6.
This is your last first set, as you mentioned.
It is 5-4. Yarlagadda, excuse me, for North Carolina. Out in front here, but we are on serve. We're going to get you over to Virginia and Florida in just a couple of minutes as they're kind of starting to get into the meat of their first sets over there.
I always say it's segment. You segment college tennis matches. There's the doubles point, which is a rat race out the start. Then you have the first 20 minutes, right? Those who gets up the early breaks. Ends of first sets, second sets.
And how do you just maintain that momentum, especially if you've held on to that doubles point? How do you just kind of extend that? North Carolina's done obviously a very good job with that here on the singles side.
Absolutely. You see here again, Yarlagadda, 5-4, love 15 here. We do apologize for the scoreboards in the upper left side of your screen. Again, it's above our pay grades here. Shout out to the ITA, shout out to our friends at PlaySite for ensuring we had 12 cameras up. Still working out a few glitches here in the early days.
Oh, wonderful.
We call that a West Bloomfield overhead, Mike.
I didn't know that was a thing. But more than anything, I mean, you do think about indoor tennis, if you will. You want to see that aggression. You want to see that moving forward. Have you talked to any players or coaches yet about the speed of these courts?
Oh, I know them intimately well. And having talked to them, you look at, you've been to the Boar's Head Tennis Center, obviously. Charlottesville is considered the slowest of the slow for indoor hard courts. These are 2 degrees faster than that. So it's not quite lightning quick indoors. Think, and who's the fastest indoors? Think the old Ohio State Tennis Center, pre-Ty Tucker and that building where they played the Columbus Challenger, where those courts are just lightning. These courts are on the slower side. It's your pretty standard, pretty gritty hard court.
It's a beautiful ball right into the corner from off of the court there for Dormé from France. Was limited in the fall with an injury herself. 60 and 16 in the 3 years prior here at Ohio State. So a lot of wins there kind of at that bottom of the lineup. Got her degree last year in political science.
Strong visor game too.
Just long. So it's going to be a couple of set points here for Yarlagadda.
That is the side that she'll spray on, that one-handed backhand. I actually think she's better hitting it on the run than she is stable, starts to overthink, and sometimes you'll see that ball sail on her. It's 15-40 here for Yarlagadda.
It's a good early morning crowd too. A lot of family, obviously, especially for families here kind of in the Midwest, the ability to drive up here to Madison. It's that point for North Carolina here. Unbelievable. That return, slice return to the feet, fantastic stuff. So it is another first set for North Carolina for Yarlagadda, 6-4 over Dormé, and so that makes it 5 of the first 6 sets going the way of North Carolina.
That's ideal if you're Coach Calvis and the Tar Heels, who have played one serious match against University of Michigan on the road in Ann Arbor. Their kickoff weekend, 2 matches they cruised through comfortably. We're up, I think they dropped 4 total games in singles in their 4-0 victory to get here to the national indoors. This is their first serious test against, as I mentioned at the top, an extraordinarily calloused Ohio State team. They haven't blinked, Mike. Carolina has come out firing.
You want to move over to Virginia and Florida, kind of catch up there after Florida grabbed that doubles point in dramatic fashion. Tie breaks at both 2 and 3 to take that doubles point. But let's start over on court 1 there. Virginia and Florida were a bit of a surprise early on court number 1, where McCartney Kessler out of Calhoun, Georgia, with a 4-1 single break lead right now over Emma Navarro, the sophomore from Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, no, and again, you look for both of these players, and I believe right now, is this Navarro here on 1? I'm going to have to, I think that is Navarro. I'm going to go give that a look as well, just guarantee that. I believe that is. You look here for Navarro. Indeed, it is our court number 1. I mean, down 4-1 here. Of course, she is the defending NCAA champ. But let's be clear, McCartney Kessler, top 10 player in the country. Had a ton of pro success over the past 12 months as well. Navarro might be the pedigree, might be the name. This is about as close to a pick'em as you're going to find when you play an Emma Navarro.
So this is going to be a fascinating matchup to watch here over the next couple of hours. And, you know, this kind of has the feeling already, Alex, of a 4-3 type of a matchup in my brain.
I've already booked in, like, okay, so the last match is going to start at 9:30 on our backside of course. Like, how far back are we already?
But obviously, an All-American matchup. Both of these two very talented young players. That back end, wonderful there for Navarro. She does grab the hold to get it to 4-2. Let's move over to court number 2, where we are on serve for the moment. Elaine Chervinsky, the freshman from Baltimore, Maryland, 54 currently in the country, taking on Alicia Dudney, one of the freshmen as well for Florida, out of Brighton, England. This one is again on serve. Chervinsky serving 2-3.
I believe it's 15:30 here. I have to say, Dudney, that's a good name. It's a college tennis staple. She's going to have, we're going to enjoy that one over the next few years. But I'll tell you what, both of these players, so good to start their careers. Chervinsky in particular, thought she was going to contribute, you know, the way that freshman does 4, 5, 6 singles, but she stepped up in the top half of the lineup. You throw her in the mix with Subash and Navarro, that's a recipe right there for Coach O'Leary. You feel like you've got a core at this University of Virginia team.
Yeah, and obviously for Chervinsky as well. I mean, if you were with us 20 minutes ago, the way she had 2 pretty easy volleys that she just kind of let her down. So to see her battling and grinding right now is certainly a good sign. Those are tough ones to kind of reset the memory banks and just kind of forget about them early. But so far, so good, although she is facing break chances here. And actually just went down that break. Is that correct?
I believe we're looking here. I believe she did go down. If we can, again, super producer Daniel Westoff on court 2 here for Chervinsky, Dudney. I believe she did go down that break.
Yeah, I've got 2-3, 15-40 still on my scoreboard. So it should be 4-2 and not a changeover here, Alex.
Things get funky. You know, again, it's early on. We're still working everything out as we go through here. I believe,
this might be court number 3 for us.
I think it's just time for us to go to number 3.
Yeah, let's go to 3 singles. Yeah, so Natasha Subash, the junior out of Fairfax, Virginia, taking on Marley Zane, the senior from Sugar Land, Texas. And yeah, 2-3 right now. Subash. And we've got a little bit of, it looks, Alex, like we've got a little bit of, they maybe have changed which courts are which.
Yeah, they like to play,
I think is what's happened
They
here.
like to play fast with us. Obviously, you look in terms of how we're doing the setup here, 3 banks of 4. It's going, the outer courts are all 1 match, 5 and 6 here for the number 1 and 2 singles positions, 5 and 6 for the number 1 and 2 singles positions in Ohio State versus UNC, court 7 and 8, the number 1 and 2 singles positions here for UVA versus Florida. So again, you look into it, for this UVA Florida team, yes, they're doing battle on the back courts. Yes, we're still trying to figure out exactly where everyone is.
So again, it'll be Subash and Zane over on 3, and right now they are on serve. They are singles 4 for Florida and Virginia. Sophia Munera, 5-love on Emma Shelton right now. 5-love, 2 breaks over the junior out of Gainesville, Florida. Munera, the senior from Pereira, Colombia. And obviously a great start there for Munera at 4.
Yeah, I think if you're the Who's, you need a quick one on the board, right? Just a quick first set. Let's try and flip that momentum, because you're right. Doubles Point ended about as poorly as you could have asked. If you are the University of Virginia, certainly just given the momentum, given you had those volleys on top of the net,
Right.
if you're Travinsky, want to put that behind you as quickly as possible. Munero running out to a 5-love lead. We'll talk about what's happening on court number 6 as well. There are things you like if you're Coach O'Leary.
Court number 5, Sarah Ziodato, the sophomore from Italy for Virginia, on serve right now with Carly Briggs. 2-3 there. Briggs, the junior, transfer from Tennessee. I will say, this is me being old school. Somebody who I am all for a little bit more freedom of movement for student athletes. All for it. The in-conference stuff still just kind of makes me a little hinky. You know what I mean?
100%. It's especially because you're going to see the people you know so well, and it's just it's weird. It's weird for everyone. I would agree with you there. Certainly, again, good luck tapping, putting a tap on the well, that is, or whatever the expression is. Wells are past my time or before my time. But if you're going to stop that, it's not going to happen.
Right. I completely agree.
Yeah, it's just the seal has been broken.
Yes.
And so transfers are everywhere. Certainly all these teams trying to position themselves well. NC State head coach Simon Earnshaw said there are a couple battles for Transfer U title. The running joke amongst the coaches is Pepperdine coaches Perrin Nielsen, Pete Billingham, as much as they're here to win a title, it's actually a recruiting trip for them. And so they're looking for their future team members. But yeah, it's, again, that word transfer, destigmatized. It's now just part of the game.
Yeah, and I empathize with kind of the old school coaches who are just like, this is my player. Yeah. They're going to be here for 4 years, but it's changing. And I think, you have to adapt and continue to adapt as we are as well. And a final match over at Virginia and Florida, as they're still kind of in the meat of these first sets. Hiba Sheikh, the sophomore from Teaneck, New Jersey, for the Virginia Cavaliers, taking on Sydney Berlin for Florida, and Sheikh with a 5-1 edge, actually 2 points away from the first set. That is a match on 6, Alex Gruskin.
No, again, if you're Virginia, 1 through 4 is where you're used to having your success. You feel like Navarro, Travinsky, Subash, line them up against anyone, we can find 3 points in that scenario. I will tell you what, though, 4, 5, 6, you're still not sure who should play where. You're still not sure exactly what you're getting if you're the Cavaliers. Meanwhile, if you're Florida, whether it's Briggs, whether it's Shelton, whether it's Berlin, known quantities for the Gators at the bottom to see the match unfold the way it has. Definitely unexpected through the first 30 minutes of singles.
So what I think we'll do here, Alex, is we're just kind of working through everything here. Why don't we go back to North Carolina, Ohio State, as it kind of is starting to get the feel like that's going to be the matchup that probably ends a little bit faster here on our bottom half of our draw. North Carolina, that doubles point. And in fact, why don't we go to court number 2 for North Carolina and Ohio State, where it does look, if we can, at court 2 for that one. Elizabeth Scotty, 6-2, 5-love now, Alex. Power up against Boulay.
And I feel like I have egg on my face, because there's no doubt about it. Isabelle Boulay had been playing so well leading into this national indoors. I think this is just a credit to Scotty. Yeah. And we can lock in here for this game, but I mean, again, 6-2, 5-love, when she is feeling the serve and the length she can bring and just the explosiveness. Worth remembering, it was Elizabeth Scotty who clinched the national championship for these Tar Heels at last year's National Indoor Championship. It was 1:30 in the morning. She was 6-4, 4-1 down, ultimately comes back. You do something like that, I feel like after that, everything's great.
Has not lost yet in this year, Scotty. 5-0 in the fall. 4-0 on the spring so far. And just for reference, I believe you can actually see us at the top right-hand portion of your screen, our broadcast location here in this one. Nice, beautiful. Backing up the line there from Boulay, the senior from Mississauga, Ontario, just outside of Toronto.
That's the backhand, by the way. I thought we'd be seeing all match. Better late than never.
You kind of, in these moments, you just kind of want to at least have a couple of decent swings. It's kind of like golf, right?
Yeah.
You want to have one good one before you get off the course.
I have a very much more morbid example. Like I forget what it's called. There's a 3-letter expression for it, where like right before you pass away, you get this rejuvenation of energy. And it's like, let me get one last push. That's what this is in the match. There's a 3-letter term for it. You're giving me a look right now, Mike, that I don't love. But I promise it exists.
It's very dark.
Yeah, I know. I warned you.
All right, so 15:30 here for Scotty at 5 love. A little bit sluggish there, very tight to the body with that forehand, wasn't able to extend those long arms, and so here are some great chances for Isabelle Boulay. Yeah, cannon of a first serve there, just missed on the return. Scotty was on the all-tournament team last year.
Yes.
Indoors at the number 4 spot.
Her match for Shivathapan is one I won't forget anytime soon. That's got to be the peak for me broadcasting-wise thus far.
Just misses wide there from Boulay, so it'll be a match point.
What time is it? 11:40, so we're an hour 40.
10:40.
10:40.
We're in Central Time Zone now.
I appreciate that, my friend. So we're an hour 40 into this match. It's a really nice start for Elizabeth Scotty here to National Indoors.
Oh, just misses wide. So put one on the board for North Carolina as Elizabeth Scotty dominant. They're taking it to 2-0 for North Carolina, closing in on a quarterfinal bid, moving over now, if we can, to court number 5.
That's a heck of a win for Scotty.
Really is.
Very much, man, if you are the rest of college tennis world, look out. These heels have looked like defending champ, and we weren't sure we were going to say that because, again, relatively untested, passing in the first hour, 45 minutes with flying colors.
So yeah, this is on top of it as where are we at right now?
Believe
scored 3-1.
Yeah,
great chance.
30-40 here from Marzal. Get back on serve. And that's interesting court positioning there from Marzal, and it's a credit, obviously, to the Carolina freshman swinging away there. But Marzal typically the more aggressive. The Marzal-Dorme doubles pairing white works so well. Dorme is going to track everything down, give Marzal the opportunity to take some big swings. I'd like to see her take some big swings here. Just go down on your terms.
All right, so this is a deciding point here. To the outside. Again, just trying to take that on the rise, pushing it wide. So we're back on serve here. And obviously at this point, you just kind of feel everything is a must right now for Ohio State, but at least to get back on serve here at the 5 spot is pretty big. Moving over to court number 3, where it's break chances right now for Riley Tran of North Carolina taking on Sydney Ratliff of Ohio State.
And you do feel like if the Tar Heels are going to prevent this match from getting complicated, this is one we've been watching right by our broadcast booth. It's been all Riley Tran here thus far, just dictating the terms of play against the freshman Ratliff.
And it is 30-40. Just again, that low percentage ball, trying to take that on the rise. It's going away from you, sliding away. That is just, again, very difficult ball to hit. And so Ratliff up against it now as Tran goes up a break here in the second set. Already 6-1, now 4-3. Tran closing in on another North Carolina point. Now let's move over to court number 4. Get you caught up on this one. Fiona Cawley and Coley Allen. Cawley for North Carolina, Allen of Ohio State. Cawley 6-2 first set. Now serving 1-3 here in the second. Allen with a break.
If you're the Buckeyes, you knew a Coley Allen push was coming.
Sure.
Never gonna. I expected the Boulay push to come as well. So it's nice to see again half that equation here. Allen doing her job at Crawley. There's that power, Mike.
Yeah, and stepping in, taking that one nice and early and controlled as well. That inside in swing a little bit easier. Let's move over to court number 3 and kind of get you, excuse me, court number 6. Apologies. Court number 6. My apologies there for Yarlagadda and Dormay. Again, we're starting to see things move pretty quickly right now. Could see this finish coming in just a couple of minutes for North Carolina. Yarlagadda 6-4-3 love now.
That separation here for the heels. Again, they are flexing their muscles. 2 through 6 singles position. Even Morris picked up her level at the number 1 spot after dropping that first set bagel. But right now, Yarlagadda plays it tight. First set, and again, for Yarlagadda, first national indoor match she's participated in. Good to see her bounce back here. 6-4-3 love for the car here on the near side of your screen. 30 all here. Point you're seeing unfold.
That's a heck of a first volley there from Dormay. Just that little pickup, ending it right in front of Yarlagadda. That's just classy touch.
2 volley combos. That's it. I was talking with Cannon Kingsley of Ohio State yesterday. He made a very clear point, something you learn as you go through college. It's not about putting away the first volley. It's about setting yourself up for success with that first volley. 40-30. And Dormay 2 game point chances. Get on the board here in the second set.
That is up against the wall, so I have to consistently clear the ball appropriately here. So a second serve on this game point now. Again, that's just another 2 volley combination finished with the overhead, which is really clean stuff there from Dormay to get on the scoreboard here in the second set, now down 3-1.
Which is why I'm scratching my head about the number 3 doubles result, because you see those half volleys there from Dormay, back-to-back points. She has the skill set to move forward, be the aggressor, make Yarlagadda uncomfortable. Yarlagadda, Michigan-born through and through, wants to play front foot, aggressive tennis inside here.
The difference, though, you know, you do have the 2 players there in Tran and Sanford who are going to bang at you. I mean, that is very true. You know, it's kind of target practice in some of those moments, right? So, such a different beast.
No doubt about that.
Let's go over to court number 1, if we can, and check in on that one. And again, we're making sure we keep you up to date on all the scores as best we can here in this North Carolina-Ohio State matchup. These are break chances right now for Kentos, who's been up a break actually throughout this second set. Now has just gone back up a break. It's 5-4. She's got it 6-love, 5-4 over Cam Nora of North Carolina.
I would give a counter and say they're actually on break as opposed to being on serve here. I'm pretty sure they've broken in 7 of the 9 games. Each has held once here in this set. Yeah, this one has gotten fun.
Yeah, so let's stay here because this is obviously a chance for Ohio State to get on the scoreboard, and this is kind of what you need from your number 1 player, you know, in these moments too. You kind of think about the 6 spot and the 1 spot. Those are the ones where you need those 2 players either to get the quick point themselves or really stay out there and battle a bit. So
call those the tone setters, right?
Yes, absolutely. So this is a big spot here for Cantos to see if she can close this one out. 6-love, 5-4.
And I think if you are the Buckeyes, win or lose today, it's a weekend. That's the big thing about this national indoors. Of course, you want to be the eventual national champion, but these wins for your ranking as we move towards seeding in the NCAA tournament, so critical.
Absolutely. So this is a big spot for Cantos serving for the match.
Also, NCAA singles implications. Let's just be honest here.
Right now, this is number 6 in Cantos versus number 4 in Mora. So yeah, you've got that some real potential here. So serving for it. That's just really good, smart, controlled aggression, isn't it? About 2 steps inside the baseline and just pounding away and getting Nomura on the run, left and right, just really controlled stuff.
Really like the way you said controlled aggression. Was there a single ball there that pressed towards the sideline? Right. No, give yourself 3 feet of margin. Yep. Just work her side to side. That's what Contos does so well. By the way, for those curious, there is a scoreboard above this court here for Contos and Mora. Contos will be well aware of what's happening on the other courts for her teammates.
And just a perfect ball back behind Mora there.
So precise.
And again, like you said, plenty of margin there as well. Want to make sure we're also, I'll get you some scores from over on the other courts as well. As we know, we do have a lot of fans for Florida and Virginia. There's the double for Contos, but first sets on 1, 2, and 3 for Florida right now. Again, already with the doubles point. So now
a push.
First sets on 1, 2, and 3. So again, we're going to probably stick with North Carolina here just for a little bit.
I'm keeping my eye on court 3 right now. Riley Tran, 3 points away from putting point number 3 on the board for the Heels. If we get to a match point, of course, we'll go there.
Oh, that's perfect. Catches the line from Contos. Absolutely lights out stuff there to set up match points. And there it is. Ohio State's on the board. Contos straight set, 6-love, 6-4 over Mora. So that is a big spot right now. Yeah, as you mentioned, obviously the implications here with North Carolina looking like they might get this one pretty quickly. But for Contos right there, and she actually is looking like she's going to sprint off the court to kind of go help her teammates at this moment, which is pretty big there for the junior leader for Ohio State. But that's a big spot for her individually as well as you start to think ahead towards May.
She moves the ball so well. It's such a pleasure to watch. It's not an overwhelming weapon. It's not, anything too exaggerated. And by the way, if we can in the moment, let's go to court number 3 where Riley Tran now has herself 4 match points. No, it's super impressive for Contos. That's precisely how you want to start your national indoor event. By the way, if we go from one two-handed forehand to another here.
It's just fantastic, isn't it?
That's
Again,
silly.
That aggression there from Riley Tran, who just continues what has been an absolutely dominant career at North Carolina. Now 35-1 after that straight set 6-1, 6-3 victory over Sydney Ratliff. So 1 point away from a quarterfinal berth is North Carolina. So 1, 2, and 3 all in the books now here. So we're able to focus on 4, 5, and 6 in this matchup. Alex, where do you want to go here?
I want to go to court number 6. Annika Yarlagata, closest to making it a clean finish. I do hope all of you viewing at home see Coach Calbas putting his arm around Riley Tran after that victory. He understands to have Riley jump into the top 3 spot. That's a big ask of a second-year player. And he just wants to remind her, you are doing precisely what I'm asking of you. So proud of you. Love that little coaching tidbit there from Coach Calbas. But now we're back here on 6, where it's 30-love for Dorme. And a 1-4 service game. It was a very tight first set. Yarlagata ultimately takes it 6-4. It's only 1 break of serve deficit here on 6, worth mentioning, despite the lopsided scoreboard.
Yeah, it's one of these moments where we're able to kind of get the feel of what the match is, but in the moment, you have to stay focused on the task at hand.
Precisely.
And that's always a tough ask of these young athletes. Looks like as well with this bank of courts right next to us, we're going to start getting some warm-ups going on for our next matchups as well.
I was saying this on the podcast yesterday. The thing that makes me so sad about the University of Washington being in this event is that I don't get to wear the long sleeve they sent me while working out, because I can't appear biased. It's a beautiful long sleeve. Like
Georgia and Washington coming up. That would be Georgia, Washington, Auburn, and NC State. That's our noon matchups. Again, noon is optimistic.
Yeah. One of them might start at noon.
One of them will start at noon. I think that's accurate.
You see here now, and Dorme, 3 game point chances, 40-15.
And again, just to reiterate, Ohio State has to win all 3 of their remaining matches.
Just
we need to make sure we point that out.
Crawley has gotten that break back in that second set at 4 as well, so UNC advantageous positions across the board.
All right, let's just get you real quick as we can, just kind of get you caught up on scores real quick for Virginia, Florida, as again, we're seeing Florida starting to move into the pole position here. First set's now on 1, 2, 3, and 5, Alex.
That is remarkably impressive given the success Virginia has had in those top 3 singles positions. I was here in 2020 when Subash as a freshman looked like arguably the best player in the building. And to see her now at the number 3 single spot and losing a first set to Marley Zane. I see you, Gators. I see you, Florida.
Good family there down in Florida, both literally and figuratively, in many ways. With this one, North Carolina starting to close in on it. Or 2 here from North Carolina. Well, they got it. Good touch on that volley from Yarlagata, but Dorme, nice little forehand there.
She's a survivor. That's a really good fight there. If you're Luna Dorme, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, let's go over to 4 now. Fiona Crawley split this second set. Was down an early break. Has now made 3 consecutive games, 6-2, 4-3, up love 30 in the service game of senior Coley Allen. Just not sure what Allen can do to hurt Crawley throughout the course of this match other than continue to try and extend things.
Again, that is a very difficult ball on the run. You have to make that decision, but trying to thread the needle up the line, again, a tough ask.
We've seen maybe 2 players make that ball thus far. Scotty, when she's connecting, and of course she's played so well. And then the Riley Tran inside-out forehand belongs in the Guinness Book of World Records, just defying physics.
For what record exactly, Alex?
Defying physics record.
Don't think that's actually
an arbitrary thing.
All right, so here you go. This feels in many ways like match points here with Crawley with 4 break chances. looking to go up 5-3 here in this second set. And she does just that as that sails long from Allen. So here you go, North Carolina chance to close this match down. It's on the racket right now of Fiona Crawley.
This is very, I don't want to say stupid because that word's wrong, but interesting point. I just love the ready position for Crawley. How crouched she is, how aggressive and athletic, ready to spring and attack. That's one of those little details, but I think it's super impressive.
All right, serving for the match in the quarterfinal spot for North Carolina is Crawley, 5-3. Wonderful. Got very low for that forehand, pops it up the line, and again, margin there as well.
Percentage play there, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That's the right move. I have confirmation, by the way, scores and locations up for Florida, Virginia. So everything should be worked out for when we go there after this.
Perfect. Get 15 love here. Easy finish inside out there. You knew that swinging volley was going to come and finish perfectly into the corner.
Everything is routine. Everything's in rhythm for Fiona Crawley, and now she has her Tar Heels 2 points away from another indoors quarterfinal.
I gotta be honest, I'm already putting it in pen.
Yeah. As they say, I Fiona. Oh,
that's a serve. Yeah, absolutely. So match points, quarterfinal points here for North Carolina. One gets away from her. Again, has been so clutch, Fiona Crawley, but you know, you're allowed to have that little think ahead moment, if you will.
I had a coach who always said that's why you build the 40 love league.
A little bit aggressive with that second. It's fine. Oh, nice improvisation there with that little punch backhand. Fantastic stuff, very tight to the body there from Allen, and finds a little space.
Who said the forehand slice died in the 70s? Not me.
Match point number 3 now for Fiona Crawley. There it is. North Carolina is moving on into the quarterfinals with a 4-1 win. Victories in doubles, 2, 3, and 4. Alex Gruskin.
That's a really good win for this team. And coming into the tournament, you knew the nucleus because, of course, for any of these players, as talented as they are, Mora, Scotty, Crawley, Tran, to step into the #1 singles position, that's a tough ask for anyone. To see this team step up and the depth continue to play out. Crawley was undefeated in dual matches last season. She remains undefeated. Looks very good at the #4 spot. Riley Tran, 1 loss in her career. Wasn't going to take a second one today. She looked excellent. And then again, for Scotty, it's been health. It's never about the form. It's about the health. This team looks healthy. They look fit. They look ready to defend a title here in Madison, Mike.
So they're just a fantastic win. And so On top of it, the fact that you are now able to get off the court quickly, get everybody rested. And yeah, it's just a little bit after 11 o'clock. So you're able to get refreshed and restart. So North Carolina will be back in action tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Actually, both of these teams tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Of course, North Carolina moving on to the winner's bracket, and we'll get the winner of Virginia, Florida, and Ohio State will get the loser again at 9 o'clock. So those matches, again, 9 o'clock tomorrow for you as you are planning your schedule for your Saturday.
9 a.m. Central, to
Correct.
clarify.
Yes, of
Central.
course. So again, North Carolina 4-1, and allows us to focus over on the Virginia and Florida matchup. Again, Florida winning the doubles point at 2 and 3, and Florida has first sets now at 1, 2, 3, and 5, with Virginia taking first sets at 4 and 6.
You notice right away, though, for Virginia, I don't think anyone's counting Navarro out here at this number 1 spot. We're on serve 2-all, 30-all here in the second set, but you look at where Virginia's making their pushes, 3-0 for Natasha Subash, the veteran, responding at the number 3 singles position, and 2-3 on serve. Travinsky making her move on court number 2. Here come the Who's. They were not going to go out of this match quietly. If we saw the doubles, you knew everything, tight margins. I would expect those tight margins to continue here. I will be shocked if we don't have at least one 3-set singles match.
Yeah, and it's starting to look that way as we're looking on the scoreboard. As you are watching here, I'll just kind of update you on all of the scores here. Court 1, it's 6-3 Kessler over Navarro, 2-all. Dudney of Florida, 6-2, 3-2 on serve with Travinsky at 3 singles. Florida's Zane, 6-3, now Love 3, single break with Subash. Court 4, Munera of Virginia, 6-1 first set on serve, 2-3 with Shelton. 5 has Ziodato down a set, but up a break in the second, 6-4, Love 3, Briggs. And then at 6, Sydney Berlin lost the first set, down a break as well to Hiba Sheikh, 6-4-2 Love there on 6. So that's kind of where we're at.
As they say in the match calculus, politics, forecasting business, too close to call.
Way too close
to call. We still got a lot of tennis to play here. A big deuce point here coming up, going the way, I believe here, of McCartan Kessler.
Yes.
Excuse me. So now break lead there, and I'll tell you what, for Virginia to win a match, usually Navarro's got to be involved there. I can't remember the last time they won without a victory from her at the top. Boy, would that be big here.
That would be a big, big spot, no doubt. Yeah, because that's on top of it. It has some, I guess, ramifications through the rest of the lineup. Alex, it's one of those things that if you see Emma Navarro lose at the top of your lineup, you just kind of have that,
Yeah.
If you are at the 4 spot, at the 5 spot.
Yeah, no, I would completely agree with you there. And yeah, for all the team, we talk about confidence, momentum. I know you try not to say it's a lock here, it's a lock there, but every Virginia player, to your point, sees Emma Navarro and think, all right, we've got one on the board there. And if we can, let's go to court number 3 right now, because another court where they think, all right, we've got this, is Natasha Subash, who has been an All-American, who has been a top 25 player since she walked into the door here of college tennis. She lost that first set 6-3 to Marley Zane, serving on the near side of your screen for Florida, but she's now got 2 break chances to take a 4-love lead. And again, if Navarro and Subash both lose, Virginia loses. But we can just put that out there. Here comes the push from the Cavaliers.
That's 4-love now here for Subash in the second set, serving from the far side. A low slice there into the bottom of the net. Not a high percentage shot once again. Quickly to love 15. But again, it's been a big push here from Subash here in the second set. That looping forehand has to be punished in that moment, doesn't it?
That's the right choice by Zane, just poor execution. That was the good ball, center of the court, looked to generate the pace, the depth. By the way, I believe we are about to be joined by Carolina women's tennis head coach Brian Kalbas here on our stream for a little bit of a post-match interview, so be on the lookout here. All of you viewers, if he does pop on, that would be why. But yeah, good choice, poor execution.
So 15 all here. And that will miss along from Zane to put us at 30-15.
Can you hear us, Coach Kalbas?
Yeah, hey Alex, how you doing? Is that good?
I don't believe we can hear you yet. We're working on getting his audio rocking and rolling. See that smiling face, though.
Okay.
That's the important part.
Yeah.
Can you
handsome man.
not hear?
That's all that
you can't hear me?
matters.
No. Okay. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Or Subash.
Is that good or no? Oops.
Can you hear us now, Coach Kalbas?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Congratulations to you and the team on the victory. I'm going to steal the first question away from Mike, but obviously 4-1 for you guys. You take the doubles point, straight sets 2, 3, and 4. Pretty good way to start off, right? That third defense of the title.
Yeah, we played them last year in the first round, and they're a very challenging team, especially in the first round. We knew we had to kind of come ready to play. They have tremendous energy, well coached, and so just to come off winning the doubles point and winning a lot of the first sets was key.
What did it mean to have Elizabeth Scotty come out the way that she did in the 2-line and just have that dominant of a performance, 6-2, 6-love?
She's been playing amazing, and nice to see it translated into the first round here. I think she got up, 5-0 and 4-0 and just really kind of set the tone. She just puts her head down and plays her game, and she's a runaway freight train. Sometimes, and that's the way she was today. It was just really, really amazing to see.
Yeah, no, and again, for your team, defending champions, of course, last year was dramatic fashion for you guys to capture that 4-3 title in the end. What are you looking for your Tar Heels here as we approach this National Indoor Weekend? What do you want to see from your team early on here in 2022?
Well, we're searching for our identity. We haven't had too many incredible, tough matches, and this was another one of those that pushed us. That Michigan was really good for us to. Played a very close doubles point. We missed out on playing Georgia. That would have been a really good test for us. Kickoff
finally,
to a good opponent, but the opponents we just kind of really played really well. So we're looking to be tested here. We're looking to see what kind of medal we have, and hopefully establish a strong identity. This team's a different team than last year, so we're excited to see what we can do.
And Brian, as we let you go, I guess. I would ask how you structure this. You've obviously been through the wars here at this particular event, but to get off the court as quickly as you did today in just about 2 hours, how are you structuring things in terms of just making sure your players are focused on one at a time and then on to the next?
Yeah, that's all we do. I mean, you can't look ahead. I mean, this is for us to be able to get off in 2 hours is an incredible advantage. I know the other match is still going, and it's such a long tournament. So if you can get a quick result that we did today, can hopefully save ourselves down the stretch. You're gonna play 3 matches no matter what. 2 lucky teams will play 4. So to be able to kind of get off pretty quickly is a huge advantage for us going forward.
Will you tell Sarah that she's too young to be coaching? It's just not acceptable to see her there staring on the sideline. I feel it just makes me uncomfortable, Coach.
I know it's weird. It's definitely weird for me as well. But she's a natural. She's gonna be taking my job pretty soon.
Well, I was gonna say I noticed it was her on Scotty's court and not you, Coach. But no, as always, Coach Kalbas, congratulations on the victory, and obviously congratulations to you and the Heels. Good luck this week.
Thank you. And here, I'll pass it over to Fiona. Okay. Here you go.
as we speak now with our match clinching player here at number 4 singles, Fiona Crawley. Can you hear me, Fiona?
I put this in. Yes, I was gonna put the headphones in, but I'm just gonna.
I appreciate it. Again, we wait for the winners. Always willing to wait for the winners here.
Hear you perfectly.
Yes, perfect. You can hear me now?
Now you're breaking up a little. No, you're breaking up. Okay, there we go.
There we go. We are back. Hello, Fiona. Congratulations on the victory, obviously, to you and the team. What clicked so well for you here on day number 1?
Well, I think that the whole team really brought the energy from this morning, really getting pumped up and all warm up the energy. It really helped. The doubles point coming out strong and winning the doubles point, leading into singles, the strong first sets. Really just the energy of the first round. We had jitters as always, but it was nice to get here a few days early and get used to the courts and ready to play.
When you were looking at this matchup, Fiona, you know that Coley Allen is somebody who can grind for a couple of hours. What were the keys for you in terms of how you wanted to approach it today?
Sorry, could you ask that one more time?
Yeah, sure. I was just saying with Coley Allen, you know that you're going to have one of those battles. She is somebody who can grind pretty well. How did you approach that and what you wanted to do yourself?
Yeah, she's an unbelievable player. I played her a few times in juniors. I knew that it was going to be a grind. I knew that I was going to have to work for every point. She has an unreal serve, unreal demeanor, and I know that this whole team was going to bring it. And so our coach really, really got us ready for that. We knew that we were going to have to fight for every point. But luckily, I just stuck it out, and even going down 0-3, tried to stay professional and in my match.
No, and obviously you did a very good job of doing that. My final question for you, your team is the defending champions, but it's still a very new group, right? Yes, Sarah's on the sideline, but no Sarah, no Alexa, no McKenna.
Yeah.
I know this is a weird thing to say. Do you feel like defending champions? How does this team feel entering this national indoor event?
The team is different. We lost 4 amazing teammates last year. We still have Sarah, luckily, as a coaching assistant, and she's unreal. But the team is different this year, but we got 2 amazing freshmen, Carson and Lindsay, and they really bring everything to the team. And Sarah gave a speech yesterday. She is obviously undefeated indoors, and she was really just like, this is our territory, our team, we can do this. 3rd time's a charm. So I think we're really going to bring it, and we have the confidence going in. So I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations to you and the Tar Heels, Fiona. We'll be wishing you luck and, of course, health throughout the course of this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And, of course, take care.
All right,
You
so
too.
North Carolina moving on and into tomorrow's quarterfinals, again awaiting the winner of this Virginia and Florida matchup, which is continuing. Let's go over to court number 1 here for Virginia and Florida. McCartney Kessler, 6-3, 4-3 with a break, but down love 30 right now.
Yeah, and look, this is where Navarro has to make her push, because you look across the board right now, Virginia takes a second set at number 3, forces the split there. Looks like they're going to do the same at 5. Get that up extra split at 1. You got 3 matches going the distance you're guaranteed to play on here. And so, yeah, Virginia making their move.
All right, so, yeah, it's break chances here. We're going to be, in a moment, we'll likely head over to 4, where it looks like Virginia is going to get on the scoreboard. Here, we'll stick for this point. It is love 40. That's just long on the serve, and then we'll head to 4 after this point.
If you can split screen to 4 as well, super producer Daniel Westoff, feel free.
Did that catch the line? Hard to tell here. It looks like it did, yes, caught the line. So let's move over to court number 4 now, as it is match points for Munera over Shelton here. 6-1, 5-3, and it's Shelton serving 3-5, 15-40.
And this has been the spot for Florida. They've played different players than, I believe, 5 of the 6 matches they've played at the number 4 singles spot.
That was long. So there you go. Virginia is on the board, winning this one. Straight sets for a Munera, 6-1, 6-3. So now we are tied up at 1-all.
And again, match calculus, one of my favorite phrases. This was one you had to have if you're Virginia. Had to have, they get it. Say we go to 1
Yeah,
right now.
we've got split sets on both courts 3 and 5 in the last 30 seconds here. We actually split on 3 and 5 officially, so now we've got those going 3. Yeah, here on 1, this is, again, I think more than anything, this is your tone setter, right?
Absolutely. Navarro, Kessler, 2 top 10 players. This is what those weekends are all about. And we're looking for the next Danielle Collins. Would never place that burden on any of these players. This is a good place to start.
Oh, this hit there for Navarro. And listen, I always hate those comparisons, Alex, because I think, you know, especially with Navarro, what she's already been able to do, you know, at the highest levels. I mean, it's you let them kind of just be who they are, right?
Absolutely. And I will say for Emma Navarro, already has reached a WTA level quarterfinal in Charleston in her pro career. And of course, the Navarro family running the Charleston events as such. She's got that in her back pocket moving forward. But you're absolutely right. You never want to compare cross comps. I mean, game styles, I don't mind.
Yes.
But, you know, from accomplishment standpoints. That said, through a first season, Emma Navarro has done just about everything. One loss. Do you know who that one loss was to? She's in the building.
She's in the building. I have it somewhere.
Is she in the building? Oh,
Somariba, right?
Yeah, it was Perez Somariba. You're right. It was she was down 5-4 third set to Davatilla, who I was referring to, and then they stopped the match. Smart move. And it's always interesting to see who the coaching pairing, pairing player is.
Yeah.
Not Coach O'Leary here on the number 1 and 2 spots. And of course, the reason I bring that up, courts 1 and 2, a full bank of courts over from the rest of this match. So 1 and 2 are on courts 7 and 8, 3 through 6 singles, on courts 1 through 4. So no direct line of sight there.
So this is actually for Navarro. She has gained points here at 40-15. This could be her first lead of any kind in this match, I believe. Boy, that's a tough ball for Kessler. Just missed wide with that forehand, but goodness, by the thinnest of margins. So Navarro has it to 5-4 here on court number 1.
I love the casual just rack it up like, nope, that was wide. That's just welcome back to college tennis. If we can, Super Producer Daniel Westhoff, let's go to 2. This is one of those inflection point, it feels like such sort of moments. Wouldn't it be big for Florida to just get a straight set victory here, kind of, I don't want to say stop the bleeding because they're not exactly bleeding, but sort of curb the momentum.
Yeah, things have gotten away. And when you have 4 first sets and then 2 of them already have split and potentially another on 1, yeah, this is where it gets a little dicey. So break chance here for for Virginia at 30-40 on the serve of Dudney.
Boy, would Chervinsky like to just get some positive momentum.
And there's the double. There's your momentum. So Chervinsky now up a break, so we could potentially have another split.
Do you smell that, Mike? It smells like a Wahoo push.
I think for the viewers here, you're going to need to explain what type of odor that is. Is there a scent of cherry, a hint of cherry there?
It's a hint of tennis ball fuzz mixed in with the ever so slight essence of sweat.
There's a lot of cherry trees down in Charlottesville. I mean, that kind of factors in, right?
So, no, I feel the cherry. I think there's some cherry extract in all the water bottles here for these Cavalier players. No, it smells like it smells like 4-3 more than anything else.
Really
and I can tell you what 4-3 smells like is late nights, Mike. All
right, let's stay here with Chervinsky to see if she's able to close out this set and force things. We'll keep an eye on 1 as well with McCartney Kessler at 4-5, but we'll keep it here for the moment with Chervinsky.
I think the thing, if you're a Florida fan right now, is you're trying to craft your pathways, right? How do we get to 4 points? Your guess is as good as mine, and I think anyone watching the stream is good to guess it as likely as anyone else, because Virginia has captured some momentum. They are, feels like, Navarro's down 3-6, 5-4. She's won 3 games in a row.
All right, so again, serving for the set and splits is Chervinsky.
Near side of your screen is Chervinsky, by the way.
That's a great ball. Gets the short ball and punishes it appropriately with a perfect target for love 15.
Dudeni's so fluid in the outer thirds of the court. Does a great job turning defense to offense. Now, again, she's a game. You probably favor Chervinsky indoors, is what I mean to say. And this is the National Indoor Championship. But, I mean, clearly she's done a good job of preventing Chervinsky from getting into her playbooks, from dictating in the center of the court. Fun matchup contrast here.
I have to say, I don't know whether that was a drop shot or a routine backhand slice there from Chervinsky. It ends up kind of being in between, and that is not a spot where you want to be, and she's in trouble here.
Yeah, that's. I have no excuse. I have no explanation. I like to think I can come up with 2 sentences to describe anything. In my culture, we say nishkit. Not good. Like, not great there.
Is that a little Russian?
That's a little Yiddish for
Yiddish.
You. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
that's wonderful.
That's a beautiful forehand. That's Chervinsky's game. +1 tennis, power tennis, be on the front foot through and through. That's why, again, indoors, I don't want to see you favor her in this matchup. It was always going to be physical. Very nice ball now to, 30 for her here.
Catches the corner with that serve.
Yep.
So it is 30 all, 2 points away.
A reminder, Virginia, 4-3 victory over Stanford to get here. They dropped the doubles point in that one as well.
And right now, Emma Navarro does have set points.
Ooh. Do we hop to 1?
You're the boss here.
Let's say
it's 30 all here. This one might be a little bit more crucial in the moment.
As you know, Westhoff's the boss.
That's a fair point. That's fantastic. Perfectly constructed point there from Chervinsky. Set points, and actually Emma Navarro just was able to clinch that second set. So they've split on 1 as well. We have splits on 3, 1, and 5 now, Alex.
With set points here on 2 to earn the split as well. Virginia took that first set on 6. So all the first sets Florida took, all that work, potentially neutralized here by Elaine Chervinsky. Gotta love college tennis, Mike. Gotta love it. First 2 hours out the window.
That one gets away. So here we go. Deciding point, set point. We're about half an hour away as well from Georgia and Washington getting underway. 33 minutes.
That match will start at noon regardless, correct?
Yes. Yeah, as long as they have half an hour.
Yes, they'll play.
They'll play. So that will start in half an hour.
Okay,
Great
Mike.
ball. Wonderful stuff there from Chervinsky. The break in the hold to force another third set. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 third sets underway or just about to get underway in this very tight matchup between Virginia and Florida as we take you over to court 6. Shake of Virginia, 6-4 first set, and just has broken for 4-3 over Sydney Berlin for Florida.
So let's be clear here. Virginia takes 2 first sets. They have now positioned themselves to earn straight set victories in those 2 matches. Meanwhile, Florida takes 4 first sets, 1, 2, 3, and 5 singles. All of those matches now into deciding third sets. We knew circling this match before the start, this was going to be a toss-up. This one had 4-3 written all over it. Two teams yet to lose here in the 2022 season. Two teams looking to, in Virginia's case, establish, in Florida's case, reestablish themselves at the top of women's college tennis. This is exactly what you get, a combination of talent and desperation here. You can feel that in these results.
Where do you want to go? I mean, we've got 4 third sets just starting.
I would stay here.
Okay, let's stay here.
Take care of this business first.
All right. So again, shake. 6-4, 4-3. And serving from the far side here.
I was going to say that's the lefty Berlin, clearly on your near side. Recognize that.
Trying to target that backhand clearly, but maybe trying to thread the needle a little bit too much there from Shake to get us to love 15.
Berlin is a grinder through and through, much like, again, you hate to typecast these number 6 singles players, but Sydney Berlin outdoors, she's just not going to miss for 2.5 hours. Nothing unforced. And again, indoor tennis is a different monster. But it is time for indoor tennis now, and so we do see for these players here, we'll see in the tank. That's great depth from the Virginia Cavalier. 15 all now. Again, she's up 6-4, 4-3. Break of serve here at the number 6 single spot. Third set on your other 4 remaining courts. Virginia taking a straight set win from Sofia Munera, the number 4 single spot. 1-3 over Emma Shelton to level things at 1-all here. Shake, have yourself a day. Finds the angle there. 30-15 now.
A nice ball right up the line there.
The pop here. Again, which team is playing indoor tennis right now, Mike? I know we've only just checked into this UVA-Florida match, but you can tell aggressive baseline positioning for these Cavaliers. They're just more comfortable indoors.
There's another game, a hold for Shake. 5-3, 1 game away from putting another point on the board of Virginia. And to your point, again, Boar's Head Racquet Club in Charlottesville is, I'm there every year for the men's challenger that they have, and it is a phenomenal facility. It is also, on top of it, one of, I think, actually the best squash courts in the country.
Really?
Yes.
Because I know Virginia squash is acceptable.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. I don't know anything about squash at all, but I have to say the court is stunning.
Really?
Yeah. Their center court is just truly amazing.
Now, next week, we're going to hear they're number 1 in pickleball and platform tennis. That's all coming, Mike.
Is it really, though? I don't know if I can.
I'll tell you this. Former UCLA Bruin and college tennis player number 1 singles, Clay Thompson, is going to be the best at all of them. He'll just be your unanimous number 1 non-tennis racket sports.
I can't buy into it.
Yeah.
I can't buy into it.
You're too young for pickleball.
I played once.
Yeah.
The guy looked at me. He's like, "You play tennis?"
Yeah.
yeah, I do.
Makes sense. So again here, Berlin serving just to stay alive. Love 15 down, 3 points away. We see here 3 points away for Heba Sheikh of Virginia. Tell you what, Cavalier Nation has to be impressed with the way their team has bounced back here in the second hour of singles. It's a good serve, though. (30-15) here at 6. And 1-all in the overall duel. Berlin finds the line there, so 3 game points. Gonna just try to force Sheikh to serve this one out. Meanwhile, Virginia making pushes elsewhere. Good ball. Good physicality from Sheikh. And you can see the backswing for Berlin. You can pressure that ball with that side with pace, with depth, excuse me. Generate an error there. It's precisely what the Cavalier does. So 40-30 now. So 5-4 here. Heba Sheikh going to have the chance to serve forward and give Virginia a 2-1 lead. In the meantime, NCAA champion Emma Navarro doing what she does best at the #1 singles position, where we go next now. 2-love, 30-love in the third set for Navarro. She's come out racing. Again, it took her a second to find the rhythm, find her footing here. Different conditions in Madison, indoors, hard courts. Playing a pro event last week outdoors. That forehand with ease. Winner down the line, so now 40-love here. Meanwhile, again, third sets on courts 1, 2, 3, and 5. VA gonna need to win at least 2 of them.
So 3-love now here, huh?
Tell you what, Navarro has finally found her footing. She has raced out to lead. Let's go back to 6, though.
Yep.
Sheikh serving for that match there.
And it looks like Ziadato with a break on 5 as well for Virginia. Suddenly things have changed very quickly. But 5-4 here for Sheikh and love 30.
She's been firing. That, and again, credit to Sheikh. When it's working, it's working. She's clearly got the firepower, that ability to take that ball early on the rise. Her forehand is the biggest weapon in this matchup. Berlin just going to throw loop after loop at you. Think you earn it. That was nice.
Did that catch?
That caught.
Your eyes are better than mine, so I'm going to have to trust you on that.
It's really just about the reaction. And
Okay.
because I'm telling you, Berlin would have made some sort of motion had she won that point. She did
it's
not.
It's a valid point.
Yeah. It's body language.
15-30 now. If she throws in loop after loop, is she part of the Bruce Willis classic looper?
No, Hayden Christensen, the newer version or whatever.
On top of it, listen, that ball is way too close, and I wonder as she moves out to her right there if that's just kind of, I mean, listen, you say it's not, but when you have something in your peripheral vision like that, I mean, it distracts you just that little bit.
1000% would agree with you. I also that was the most passive point she's played. Like that's
true.
That's not what we've seen at the number 6 singles spot here from Virginia. And just, yeah, again, you start to realize, wait, I'm up 6-4, 5-4.
So 3 chances here for Berlin to extend this match.
Boy, does Florida need it. This would be the nice little flip that they need. That return's not going to do it. And with all due respect, that wasn't that great of a first serve either.
That sprays, and so we have a match point for Shake here at 6, looking to put Virginia in the lead for the first time today.
Wow. It's taking me a second to process this, Mike.
That's aggressive stuff, and it pays off for Sydney Berlin, getting it to 5-all. So we play on here at 6 singles.
Love that aggression there, Mike.
All right, let's stay here as this one could be a pivotal moment. We will say Zane 4-1 now, 2 breaks to the good on 3. Navarro maintaining that 3-love lead, has chances on Kessler's serve again. Chervinsky with that 2-1 break lead at 2. On serve at 5 in the 3rd set. This is again the only one still in a 2nd set. Everything else is in a 3rd and deciding.
2 hours, 40 minutes in, Virginia still yet to lead, Mike.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. That little punch cross quarter with flat ball stays low. It's just so difficult to deal with.
And it just feels like there's a little extra bite on that Berlin forehand. The angle, the spin she's able to generate, get Shake dragged off the court. It just feels like she hits the more dynamic ball, more line drive, perhaps from the Virginia player, but Berlin doing a really good job of just not allowing Shake to dictate from the center.
That gets away from Shake as well. So Berlin certainly riding this momentum right now.
Alrighty. Virginia currently 5-0 in 2nd sets, Mike. All 5 2nd sets won by the Cavaliers.
That is remarkable.
That is. And they're still not winning. What are we doing here?
You're allowed to have one slip up every once in a while.
That's literally the first unforced error I think she's made in about 6 points.
So 30-15 now here on the serve of Berlin. 5-all again, second set. Shake taking the first 6-4. Break leads for Virginia in 3 of the 4 third sets. The other one, all Marley Zane, 4-1, 2-break lead.
Of course, if we get to match points, we'll hop over to any of them.
Absolutely. That also gets away from Berlin. So Zane is at 5-1. That's on 3 for Florida. And at this stage, that is a must. To get it right now. Considering, again, you just kind of start to look at scoreboard-wise. Is there a larger scoreboard back there?
So there's
Alex?
a big scoreboard up here. There's a big scoreboard, I believe, in between or on this side of the board.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, if they're able to see points on the board here. As this is a big 30-all point here for Berlin and Shake.
I'm sure Roland has asked them not to show the scoreboard. I'm sure the coaches are like, no need. Hopefully they're just listening in.
Yes, that's exactly what we want, right in the middle of a match, right? 30-all here, second serve for Berlin. A little bit of a miscue there from Berlin. Didn't look for that opportunity to step in and take that ball out of the air, and as a result, back behind the baseline and gets punished for it. So it's a break chance here for Shake.
She's a different player, Berlin is, when she's not taking that backhand on the rise and aggressively. That's when she's fallen back or let that ball drop. We've seen errors. We've seen that ball hang short. When she's driving through it, she play aggressive tennis. She hasn't these past few points. Shake going to create perhaps a chance to serve for this match again.
Berlin really has let this game get away, getting into it, breaking, and then 30 love, and then loses 4 straight points to allow Shake to get back out in front 6-5.
It's bipolar backhands. One of them winner, the next one flying towards the fence. This one's been weird, Mike.
It has. All right, so let's go to court number 2. It looks like Travinsky
double break.
Yeah, to make it really kind of a hammerlock on at that one. Travinsky near side here. It's a love 40 in the 1-3 service game for Dudney, and there it is. It is another break. Did that catch? I think that caught, or maybe not. Looks like from the body language that we're going to play on.
That's
what
I was going to say. We're playing body language, doctor. Yep. Didn't catch.
Okay, so 15-40 here. So again, Dudney for Florida, 1-3. 15-40, serving from the far side.
I'm so happy you brought that up because I was like, where's the fist bump?
Yeah,
I was like, you landed that. And so, no, she did not land it.
Again, Georgia, Washington coming up in just a couple of minutes, about 15 minutes away from the start of that one. Backhand miss here for Travinsky, and quickly grabs that ball and swats it away here as it gets us to 30-40. Two more chances here for Travinsky.
And man, with Shake getting that break back and serving
Huge.
for it again.
Oh, wonderful. Just a perfect backhand slice combination with the depth and then the dropper to set up the forehand. And that gets all the credit as Travinsky to 4-1 2-break lead. Things looking good for Virginia.
If we can, let's go back to 6 now. Where Shake's serving for the match there. By the way, Travinsky hits both the worst backhand slice I've ever seen in this match, now the best backhand slice. Just the feel on that drive, so impressive. Virginia making a push. Would love to get that second point on the board here from Shake.
15 love with this second serve. Shake on the far side. That gets away. Berlin again taking that backhand very early and just going simple and cross.
Yeah, and you see Coach Roland Thornquist there. He's sitting on this court. He knows, I got to find a way to stay alive on
That
six.
Man is not sitting.
Yeah.
He is not sitting anywhere.
A very good point from you, my friend.
So 15-all. Zane will be serving for the match for Florida on 3 in a moment. Navarro maintaining a break lead on 1 with Virginia. That misses as well. So again, Berlin being very aggressive. It pays off.
If I'm her, I'm swinging every backhand on the rise. Like, I'd rather miss that ball, which I have not missed.
Again, 15-30 here at 6-5.
Yeah.
Too good.
And I think approaching to the forehand was actually the right play there.
On top of it, just very aggressive with that change of pattern. The
Yes.
inside-out forehand there, that was the key for Shake to get us to 30-all. 2 points away from another point for Virginia.
All right.
That one hurts. Low ball, and she couldn't get low down to it. So it's match points, 2 of them for Hiba Shake.
You are Virginia. We are now 2 hours, 51 minutes into this match. This would be your first opportunity to take a lead. Such great fight here. Grit. Coach O'Leary and the Who's.
That backhand line from Berlin was dicey in the moment. Match point down, but it comes through and really set things up very well. So it is match point, break point, and Berlin's going to take it on the ad side. Zane 2 points away from clinching for Florida at 3. We'll get there in a moment, as this one is match point.
You told me to share my feelings. Goosebumps are back, Mike.
Okay.
Goosebumps are back.
I don't think they're ever going to stop for you. The finish, and there it is, the first lead of the day for Virginia, 2-1. After 6-4, 7-5 win for Hiba Shake over on 6. Let's move quickly over to court number 3 because that lead might be very, very short-lived. Marley Zane, 5-30-15. That's changed now. What are we at? 40-15. It's actually match points now for Zane for Florida. Again, 5-2 in the third with Subash of Virginia.
And you actually feel if you're Virginia, this could be a steal here to knock off Subash, top 25 now at number 3. See what Zane's got.
And it is Ziodato for Virginia, serving for the match over on 5. There it is. Another point for Florida, so we're back into a tie situation. Marley Zane, 6-3, Love 6, 6-2 over Natasha Subash of Virginia. Let's move over to court number 5. Sarah Ziodato of Virginia and Carly Briggs of Florida. It's 5-3 Ziodato, 15 all now.
Navarro with breakpoint chances for 5-1 at number 1 for Virginia as well. I'm looking at my fake watch on my wrist. We could be 5 minutes away, Mike.
You need to put on a watch. Get a watch, all right?
It's the phone era.
It's called an Apple Watch. It serves the same purpose, and it's a lot easier. And you're not staring down at your phone all the time. Come on, kid.
That's so true.
All right, here we go. 15 all 5-3.
Ziodato serving far side?
Yep.
Gotcha.
A little bit tight there with that forehand. So Briggs now 15-30. Navarro did not get the break. Nice hold there for Kessler to keep things tight. 4-2 there. So Virginia leading 4-2, single breaks at both 1 and 2 right now in this 2-2 match.
Of course, 5-3 here on 5 as well. And yet, I don't feel confident one way or the other, Mike.
That was a risky dropper in that moment from a very difficult spot, but Ziodato pays off 30 all now.
Talk about transfer. Ziodato coming over from Baylor. Big addition for the Cavaliers here. Felt like they were a player short all last season. You knew what you were getting at the top with Navarro, Subash. Feels like this year they've now got those additional pieces. Ziodato, Travinsky, Shake, Unera, Odell.
Not enough. So Ziodato is going to have 2 looks. Briggs could never really get forward into the court to really have any sort of pressure there. So match points for Virginia to go back out in front here. Travinsky breaks to 5-2. So Travinsky's going to serve for the match on 2 and potentially the team match as well. Again, match points here, Ziodato. Court positioning telling the tale there once again as Ziodato controlling from the baseline. Grabs this 3-set win. 4-6, 6-1, 6-3 over Carly Briggs. So Virginia now to 3-2 and 1 point away. Let's go over now to court number 1. Emma Navarro, 4-2. Serving with McCartney Kessler of Florida and has gained points.
She was down love 30 in this game as well, and you could see Travinsky, Virginia number 2 singles up 5-2. Navarro could have folded. As always, she does not.
Taking game point here. Such a good recovery ball there from Navarro on the full stretch out to her right. She gets it to a 5-2 with that hold. So let's move over to court 2 where everything could be decided here momentarily. It is Elaine Chervinsky of Virginia serving for the match. The talented freshman out of Baltimore, Maryland. 5-2 right now here on court 2. It's 15 all, taking on Alicia Dudney, the freshman from Brighton, England.
No, we're not going there, but Westhoff, sit on that split screen. Sit on the split screen in case we need it. We're not going there yet, but just sit on it a little bit. Virginia feeling this is their moment.
Long from Chervinsky, misses there. And now 15-30. Again, If you are joining us just now, yes, Georgia and Washington just about to get underway with their doubles matchups. Auburn and NC State, they're now able to warm up. So they're going to move pretty quickly there on our backcourts, which is where Virginia and Florida are. Really hits that inside-out forehand very well, doesn't she? Set up, the finish is inside in, but that inside-outer does the damage.
I want Coach O'Leary to teach me the inside-out forehand. I think all of her players, we saw Shake hit that so well against Berlin. Ziadato be the aggressor with her court positioning. This Virginia team knows how to play indoor tennis, Mike. They've played it particularly well here in singles.
So 2 points away, Chervinsky, 30-all. Kessler's about to serve 2 5-on-1. Double. Yep. Yeah, got away from her. So great chances here for Dudney to extend this match team-wise as well.
And to your point, you're right. Courts 1 through 4 open, so they would have begun warm-ups for our next match.
Yep. In fact, A&M is doing it. Excuse me, NC State is now just getting to warm up a little bit. Auburn.
Oh.
Wonderful.
So decisive is Chervinsky with that forehand.
So here it is, match point. Team match point, not only just the individual match for Elaine Chervinsky and Virginia. Wow, this cut to within a few points as well. 15 down there. Multiple opportunities here for Virginia. That dropper not paying off. She looked for that little backhand combination once again. But we play on. So let's move over to court number 1. 5-3 now there on 2. And so it is Emma Navarro with the 5-2 single break edge with McCartney Kessler of Florida here. Kessler serving from the far side. It is 15-all. Excuse me, from the near side. Apologies. So that one gets away from Navarro. 15 here for Kessler. Calhoun, Georgia. Yeah, it's wonderful. Perfect spot there from Navarro, 2 points away. Dudney's service game at 3-5, they're at 15 all there. And this is, you're looking at a potential NCAA quarterfinal or better in this matchup. There's no doubt about that.
Everything we said about Mora Contos applies to this match as well. That's wide, isn't it?
Well, the forehand from Navarro certainly is. But I think that caught the line there from Kessler. That serve, indeed it did. So it's a game point here for Kessler.
Chervinsky 2 points away on court number 2. So we're keeping an eye on that as well.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness. So it sets up a match point here. That was such a strong looking serve, +1 for McCartney Kessler. That goes awry. So match point for Emma Navarro.
It's 12:04 Central Time. It's time for the slow clap. Come on now, someone.
The Virginia Cavaliers are moving on 4-2 over the Florida Gators after really sluggish start to their singles, with Florida stealing 4 first sets, Virginia storming back and into the quarterfinals.
They earned that one thoroughly, Mike, and we said coming in, these are two teams looking to establish and reestablish themselves back at the top of women's college tennis. Virginia has gone about doing that. That's their second match this season. Drop the doubles point against Stanford, earn a 4-3 victory. Now drop the doubles point against Florida, drop 4 first sets in singles as well, Mike. They come back, perfect 6-0 in second sets in singles. They earn a 4-2 victory. Have to be feeling good if you're part of Cavalier Nation.
And on top of it, Chervinsky did have match points as Navarro clinched, but it is Emma Navarro, and that is, again, as you start to think towards end of the year seeding and all of that, that's a big win for Emma Navarro as well. But it does set up our first quarterfinal tomorrow morning. That'll be Virginia and North Carolina. In that matchup, they've seen each other a couple times over the years,
I think
Alex.
They've met once or twice.
Once or twice.
ACC foes, and, I would argue Virginia UNC men are one of, if not the best rivalry in men's college tennis over the past 5-10 years. And, again, burgeoning rivalry emerging on the women's side as well. I believe we're about to track down Coach O'Leary, track down Emma Navarro for a quick interview. So stick with us while we do that. In the meantime, want to introduce our doubles in Georgia Washington now underway?
Yeah, we can do that quickly. It is, again, Georgia and Washington here on, I guess we can call it our premier courts here, where we're going to have our winners draw once we get into our quarterfinals and beyond.
I was told to call these main courts, we say pejoratively, Wisconsin courts. This is the Wisconsin side, the home courts.
I respect that.
Yeah. So we now head to our Wisconsin courts. If we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go straight to court number 1 here. Number 1 doubles action between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Washington Huskies. Of course, Huskies dramatic ITA kickoff weekend, 4-3 over Denver, 4-3 over UCLA to get back to this tournament. Worth noting, this was a top 10 team in 2019. You feel like the COVID pandemic really robbed this program of their momentum, perhaps more than anyone else. To see them back here at the National Indoors, that's exactly what Coach Stevenson wants this program to be.
Yeah, just the third time that they've ever beaten UCLA. First time on the road as well, and actually the first time they beat UCLA since 2003. Just remarkable stuff for Washington, and I have to listen. Georgia Munns, their associate head coach, a longtime friend of mine from back. I've said this about here before as we're going to introduce the players here. Of all the student athletes I've ever worked with in my 20 years plus of college athletics, there have been maybe a handful where I've actually been terrified of them. And it's Georgia Rose back at Northwestern. The first time she came into the Atkins Tennis Center in Illinois and Champaign as a student athlete, as a freshman, I was terrified of her. Just an absolutely ferocious competitor, and yeah, some fantastic coaching for the Washington Huskies. Georgia Bulldogs coming in with wins over in Florida and Mississippi State. 25-1 career in ITA kickoff weekends, the Georgia Bulldogs. So really strong for them over the years. The 3 seeds here this week. Their match against UNC was postponed, of course. They've won this title last back in 2019. 3 other titles for them. And let's kind of talk through this matchup here at 1. It's Morgan Kopic and Anya Hertel for Georgia taking on Washington's Hikaru Sato and Vanessa Wong, Alex.
Yeah, a couple of things off of that. 2019, when Georgia won this national indoor title, it was in this building, as a matter of fact, Mike. And, they're coming off of a new era. It's the Katarina Jokic era, that book of Georgia tennis. They're incredibly accomplished senior from last season, #1 in the country, NCAA finalist. she's graduated. She's moved on. Now, there are some familiar faces. You mentioned Coppage. You mentioned, Meg Kowalski, who I'm certain we will talk about in the singles as well. That said, this team for Coach Jeff Wallace and the Georgia Bulldogs, as untested as any Georgia Bulldog team, I would argue, in history, entering this national indoors, of course, most prominently, they've played 2 matches. Just 2 matches. Their North Carolina match canceled through no fault of their own. We are still playing amidst a pandemic. But I really can't tell you much about this Georgia team because it's a lot of new faces. And it's just, again, how do they acclimate themselves to this competition? Certainly, you'd argue UW, WU, whatever you want to call it, Washington, the more callous team today.
I think that's absolutely right. They have been through at 6-0 on their season. Let's move over to court number 2. Introduce you to that doubles matchup. It's Mel Urisco and Dasha Vidmanova for Georgia. 2 freshmen, 2 very talented international players for Georgia. Urisco from Ecuador, Vidmanova from the Czech Republic, taking on Seramad Fortin of Montreal, Quebec, the sophomore, and Nika Zupancic, the senior for Washington.
Yeah, again, for this Washington team, figure it's got to start with doubles, right? But of course, before we get back to this match, there is a familiar and smiling face I know quite well. Of course, it is our winning coach of round of 16 match number 2, of the day, Virginia women's tennis head coach Sarah Leary. Coach, congratulations on the victory. Let's just start here. First hour and a half, I'm sure if you could redo it of this match, you would. That said, what fight did you see from your team? How were they able to pull off the comeback?
That is a very true statement. We did not play well the first, hour and a half of that match. Just not very sharp, just a little bit nervous, which is to be understandable. But they still fought in that doubles. I think we had chances at 2 and 3 to win those. We lost in tiebreakers, but, I know we had a match point at 2. But to see the way that they responded after having a match point to win the doubles point and losing it, to see the way they came out, they still weren't feeling good in the singles in the last 4 first sets. But that's what I love about this team is there's so much grit and there's so much determination and so much heart that they're never going to go away. It felt like we were kind of down and out. And credit to Florida. They're a really, really good team, and I thought they played really well. But we just dug deep and knew it was going to be a battle and embraced that battle today.
And Coach, it's pretty remarkable as we're looking at the scoreboard, all 6 second sets. I mean, that is a pretty remarkable feat for you guys.
Yeah. We had to. I mean, we just put our heads down and some of those second sets, I was really proud of Natasha, how she came back and won that second set 6-0. Sarah Ziodato, losing those first sets and not playing our best, they just put their heads down and went to work and it was a spark within the whole team, and then we played much better in those third sets.
No, and again, for you in particular, I want to talk about that effort we saw at number 6 singles for Sheikh to get that victory in straight sets in particular as well, and number 4 as well, to get those 2 straight set wins, in positions where respectfully we know we're getting in the top 3, but to get those at 4 and 6, what sort of boost did that give your unit today?
Yeah, especially after they lost that doubles point. They were playing together and lost a tiebreaker, and they just went out there not phased at all by that doubles point. But those two they've been working really hard in singles, and in practice. And I think that's shown the confidence that they're carrying into their matches and especially in their singles. It's from the way that they've been practicing and training the last 5 to 6 weeks. So I'm super proud of them, but we needed those 2 matches. That was helpful to get them done in straight sets.
Well, as we now get to start to look ahead, I know this is obviously one that's pretty crucial for you guys, taking on North Carolina, and you know what they have been able to do here the last several years. What's going to be key for your team tomorrow?
Well, first we're going to recover. We gotta go take care of our bodies, but we know this team well. We've played them plenty of times. And, we're going to have to be sharper in doubles. We're going to have to come out and play better and just have better focus in the doubles. But we're just going to go back to the hotel, get some food, and recover and do some preparation for tomorrow. So we're excited. I feel like we have nothing to lose. So we're going to go out there swinging away. We're really excited for the opportunity.
Do we get cheese curds as part of that recovery? We are in Wisconsin, right? You got to throw in 1 or 2 in the mix.
some of these guys would want that. I would want that too, but no, we're gonna wait till after the tournament for that.
That's completely fair. Well, Coach O'Leary, congratulations to you and your team on the victory, and obviously we'll be wishing you all success and health throughout the course of this weekend.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. I just leave it on.
1-1, and I believe now we've got, here she is, your clinching player, defending NCAA singles champion, Emma Navarro. Emma, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, awesome. Congratulations to you on the victory. You come out of the gates storming. 6-1 set in doubles. Then your team, though, drops that doubles point. You drop 4 first sets in singles. What fight did you see from the team? How do you think you guys were able to pull off that comeback?
Yeah, I was over here on the isolated courts, so I didn't see everybody else. I had no idea what their scores were or anything that was happening over there. It was kind of good. I got to focus on my court. But yeah, I didn't feel my best today for sure. I was down a set in 2-4. And then what I like about tennis is there's no clock. There's no time that's going to run out. I feel like I have all the time in the world to just come back and do what I need to do. So yeah, I kind of started coming back 1 point at a time. Ended up working out for me, but yeah, mostly just really proud of my teammates for the fight they showed today.
How have you changed, obviously playing that individual event and then switching back into the team competition? How have your last couple days been to kind of get back into this team mode for you?
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely different. But, kind of just like spending time with the team and getting back in this environment, I think gets me prepped to play. But yeah, I love playing out here with my team. There's nothing like it, so.
Yeah, no, and again, for you all tomorrow, UNC, familiar foes, what's it going to take to get over that Tar Heel hump?
Yeah, for sure. They're obviously a great team, but I think so are we, and we've been proving that this season. So, just a lot of the same fight that we showed today, a lot of grit, determination, and I think we'll have a good shot.
All right, well, rest, recover. Alex wants you guys to have some cheese curds as part of your recovery today. I'm a little bit shaky on that, but make sure you enjoy a little bit of downtime and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, we will. Cheese curds for lunch. Sounds
Fried
good.
cheese is never the bad option, Emma. But no,
Exactly.
Congratulations, yes, to you.
Yeah,
and the team.
thank you.
Good luck this weekend.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so Virginia 4-2 win over Florida, closing the book on our first matches of the day, Alex. And let's real quick, if we can, we'll finish the introductions of this doubles matchup, and then we might step away just for a couple minutes to, I think we need some fried cheese curds as recovery as well after that first set of matches. But yeah, let's take you through here. And again, on court 2, just resetting this one, Malrisco, freshman from Quito, Ecuador, and Dasha Vidmanova, freshman from the Prague, Czech Republic, taking on Seramar Fortin, sophomore from Montreal, Quebec, and Mika Zupancic, the senior from Slovenia.
This Georgia doubles duo, I know to say a freshman duo is talented is a bit hyperbolic. Oh my goodness, are they talented? And I still don't think they know how to play doubles together. They're still trying to figure that out. Of course, so
Takes
few
time.
matches, for this Georgia team. But when they figure it out, they've got all the pieces here at this number 2 spot. For Washington, much more system-centric, much more experienced. That's certainly something to watch here. Does the system win out, or does the talent win out on court 2? All
right, so then down on court number 3. Again, we are already into the meat of these these sets, I should say, for doubles. But down here for Georgia, Guillermina Grant, a freshman from Uruguay, and Meg Kowalski, the grad student out of Chicago, Illinois, about an hour and a half away from Chicago, Illinois, taking on Zoe Weil, the senior from Columbus, Ohio, and Kelly Leung, the freshman from Hong Kong for Washington.
Really like the game of Zoe Weil. It's a random note here. I just think really well-rounded, really well-suited for the indoor tennis we're going to be playing here this week. And again, when you look for these Georgia duos, we're familiar with Kowalski. We're familiar with Kopic. We've seen Hertel around before, but they're all new teams. Not a single one of these duos competed last season for the Bulldogs. And again, it's match 3, and you're being thrown to the Wolves, or in this case, the Huskies. That's a big ask for this Bulldog team that's still particularly young. I think Washington needs the doubles point more. You always do when you're trying to pull off the upset of the higher seed. But still, for Georgia, they don't want to go down 1-0. They haven't been there this year.
Right. So this is going to be a fun one for us. We're also going to get started in just a little bit with Auburn and NC State. So are we able to leave the video up for a little bit?
That's a question that's above my pay grade. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, I'm sure, can leave the screen on there. Of course, I got to rest those vocal cords. It's a long weekend, Mike.
We're gonna just make sure we get reset here in the broadcast booth. We'll come back with more commentary in just a couple minutes, but we are continuing with great first round action here at the ITA National Team Indoor Championships from the University of Wisconsin.
Stoff. Who up? Hey, Stoff. You're here. You can hear me. Just me and you right now. Mike's going to get some pronunciations for Auburn. And then we'll probably get back into it. So I was gonna say, what'd you think? I just turn on my laptop audio, by the way, so I try to make sure it doesn't leak into the microphone. Okay, good. Oh. Yeah. That's a poor call. Sorry. Huh? Say that one more time. No, I'm listening. I'm all ears. I'm here. I'm just standing because I need to stretch my legs. Okay, so you're gonna let me know when they pop in, because that's what I was saying. Because I was like kind of waiting on you, kind of waiting to just see them. You'll let me know when they're in the waiting room. Perfect. Will you say that one more time? Sorry, there was a loud yell that just blocked you out. Gotcha. No, yeah, for sure. I will be ready as soon as they are ready. Just, yeah, if you throw me, that's a perfect system. Just tell me when they're in the waiting room. Okay. When you say label, what do you mean? Oh, it just says Cord. It doesn't even say like this is the Cord 5 camera. That's fucking cool. No, it's still the same arrangement. 7 is no, the labels might be wrong, but I'm saying that's the chord assignments. 7, 8, 1 through 4. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So it's a camera thing. Message me and I'll go try to figure it out right away. Yeah, I don't really love that we're visually trying to work it out, you know what I mean? Yeah. So the sooner the better is what you're telling me. That's what I like to hear. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Anything else, Mike? Yeah. Okay. I like it. I'm gonna go run to the restroom real quick and then we'll rock and roll. I've had the Chex Mix I need. Or Chex Mix. Trail Mix. We're ready for you, Steph. Oh, wait, I'm going to mute my laptop. Can you hear me?
Keep it on 3. See this match point there.
Stay on 3.
Oh, actually, that just wrapped it up. So yeah, let's just go back to us. That just wrapped it up.
Oh, that's Dubs.
That's Dubs, yeah.
Okay, sure. My bad.
So we can then move over to those words.
Yes, perfect. You just start there.
Yep. Yeah, take your time. We can
now have 5 minutes.
We can fill here for a few minutes. Okay.
If you want to go live to us right now,
That's fine.
Yep, let's do it.
Well, welcome back in here. We just, as you saw at home, just wrapped up the doubles point. Georgia taking it at the 2 and the 3 line, 6-2 at 2, and then 6-3 at 3. So Georgia, they are the 3 seeds here this weekend at the ITA National Team Indoor Championship, 1-0 lead over the University of Washington. Mike Cation, Alex Gruskin, and yeah, it's a pretty strong start from the bottom 2 doubles teams here for Georgia early.
And that's where the top teams want to separate themselves from everyone else in the field. Show off your depth, show off your talent. I thought for this Georgia team that, again, is playing their 3rd doubles point of the season, that was a strong performance against a Washington team that took doubles in both of their national indoor kickoff weekend matches against Denver, against UCLA. You didn't see any rust. You didn't see any indecisiveness from this Georgia team in doubles, except maybe at the number 1 spot. But guess what? That's why it's 3 doubles flights. They get the job done at 2 and 3. 1-0 lead heading into singles.
Right now, I'm seeing just not too far away from us the Georgia team. Despite just losing that doubles point, they are absolutely loving life right now. Smiles on all of their faces. They're having a good time and enjoying this ability to come back out.
Yeah, Wes, can we go to court 1? Can we go to court 2? Can we show whatever that was? I mean, that was the strangest mid-court. Strangest is the wrong word. I love that. I love that approach, Mike, the energy they're showing. Hopefully you all heard that. That was just, let's T-Swift, shake it off, baby. Let's move on to the singles.
Yeah, truly energetic stuff from Washington, and that's what you kind of need to see after a doubles point going the way that it just did. So singles coming up in just a couple of minutes here on the Wisconsin courts, Georgia and Washington. We'll get you kind of caught up on that in just a couple of minutes, but we do have some matchups coming up on the double side in just a couple of minutes here as well. With NC State and Auburn. That's going to be an exciting one as well.
I mean, first of all, I'm thinking in between broadcasts now, you and I should do that. It's just like, we'll be saying, are we ready for the next match? No, or just whatever it is we're doing here in our booth. Yeah, I mean, look, right now, it feels, you get such an emotional run, and it's just this high of energy during these first matches. And I think every team, even if you're not playing, feels that, because of course that adrenaline rush of the start of an event like this, I'd say all the way through 1 p.m., 2 p.m., you're going to feel that in every match we see unfold. Now, once you get to the 6:30 hour, that's when the fatigue sets in. And of course, we'll be here for that throughout the day as well. First ball to last coverage here on our Crack Racquets YouTube channel. But energy is the name of the game on day 1.
All right, let's introduce you to the doubles lineups here. Get over to North Carolina State and Auburn. North Carolina State, they are the 6 seeds in this ITA National Team Indoor Championships. This is the 1 doubles matchup. Amelia Rajecki, sophomore from Nottingham, England, and Abigail Rincelli, sophomore from Sarasota, Florida, for NC State, taking on Ariana Arsenault, sophomore from Richmond Hill, Ontario, Canada, and the junior from Ankara, Turkey, Selin Ovank.
There's a world where Ariana Arsenault is competing with her former team, the Georgia Bulldogs, right now. And there's a little stroke of genius from the ITA, so she doesn't have to be distracted watching. Let's have them all play at the same time. We now go by
they built it for her.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
It's the if-then rules when they're generating the schedule. But no, I mean, this NC State team, really since the 2019 National Indoors, 2020 National Indoors, they have been one of the rising programs. And we talked about blue bloods versus true bloods a little bit earlier, or new bloods, excuse me. There's also the true bloods. That's a different story. NC State very much on the transition from new blood to blue blood. The success they've had over the past few seasons, NCAA semifinals last year. Yes, they lose in Anna Rogers. Yes, they're without Alana Smith, who are two of their upperclassmen leaders last season. This team has so much talent. Simon Earnshaw, their head coach, refers to them as transfer U. I mean, yeah, when you call yourself transfer U, means you've got players who are ready to come in and play right away.
And we should point out NC State 8-0 so far on the season. The Auburn Tigers 7-0 under Caroline Lilly in her third year, coming from Kansas a few years ago. So obviously something's got to give here, 15-0 combined, but somebody's going to take a loss. So that's the matchup for you on court number 1 with 1 doubles. Moving over to court number 2 doubles spot for NC State. Jada Daniel, graduate senior from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, third year at NC State now, transfer from Auburn, actually. So obviously a pretty big matchup for her. Nell Miller, her teammate, senior from Kent, England. They take on Georgie Axon, that's a graduate student senior from Welwyn, UK, and Adeline Flack, sophomore from Alpharetta, Georgia.
This is going to sound like a or backhanded compliment. It's, if you're in a tennis building, all of your compliments should probably be the backhand compliments. But B, this Auburn team, they're not great at anything. They're really good at everything. There is not a defying, glaring weakness in this lineup. You're not going to look at any spot, 1 through 3 doubles, 1 through 6 singles, and say that's the one we attack.
Interesting.
They also don't have any locks, though. Pretty much everyone back from last season, team that goes 14-9, makes the second round of the NCAA tournament, which is a good building block. But now we're introducing you to the main stage. Now we're introducing you to a Final 16 field here at the National Indoors. And again, that's the theme of day one. New blood versus blue blood. Auburn wants to be that new blood. They want to be in that conversation. They're not there yet. Good weekend. They can absolutely put themselves in it here in Madison.
So as you see, pretty early in this one over on our back courts here. Moving on to court number 3 in this NC State-Auburn matchup for NC State. Sarah Nair, the senior from Queensland down in Australia, and Priska Nugroho, freshman from Indonesia, has been playing Fed Cup for Indonesia. Nice to have that level of experience as a freshman, and of course the AO junior doubles title back in 2020 as well for her. So very, very talented young player. They take along, Ansari, a junior from Greensboro, North Carolina, and Meredith, the graduate senior from Birmingham, Alabama. Alex,
you Chris Paul'd me there for the alley-oop, and then you grabbed it down yourself.
Sorry,
I was ready to DeAndre Ayton that stuff right into the hole. Nugroho is so good. Like I know I'm very hyperbolic and I'm a glass half full sort of guy. Nugroho is so good. You shouldn't have a freshman be this talented. And just, you talk about the Fed Cup experience for her. She's fit like a hand in a glove in this college tennis environment. And you talk about the 8-0 Wolfpack. They have the best resume in the country right now. I know they're the number 6 seeds, but you look for them: wins over Princeton, wins over Ohio State. They go to Tennessee, get a dominant win, 7-0 at South Carolina. That might have been a home match, but 7-0 over South Carolina last weekend as well. They don't drop a point in the kickoff weekend. Wins over Penn State, Wake Forest. It's 8-0, but it's not like they're beating up on Prairie View A&M. Sorry, Prairie View A&M. They're not beating up on, Gruskin Cation Community College. That's not who they're playing real schools right away, and they're having a ton of success.
Yeah, there are a couple. East Carolina.
Okay. But even that, East Carolina's not terrible. It's they rolled them, but this team's playing a real schedule. I guess that's my point.
And yeah, it's going to be a fun one here today. And again, you think about just big picture, these two matchups that we've got going for a quarterfinal. Tomorrow's national quarterfinals here, bottom half of the draw, with Virginia and North Carolina already having moved on here. But this doubles point, how crucial is it in your mind for this particular matchup when you do think about a team that maybe doesn't have a lock on the singles side?
NC State doesn't lose doubles points. It's that simple. Dating back past couple of seasons, I know they didn't make the Final 8 at the National Indoors last season. That was a blip on the radar for what was otherwise a tremendously successful season. And having spoken with Coach Simon Earnshaw this week, and It's a Cracked Racquets broadcast, so I can say this freely. Go check out the Cracked Interviews podcast if you'd like to hear more. You guys should all see the look on Mike's face. If you'd like to hear more from Coach Earnshaw, again, he points this out. He always says it. We play a system at NC State. It's about the system in doubles.
Tell me what that is.
So again, I've asked him a million times. I go, what is the system? He goes, well, we play the system. And I go, I'm sorry, Coach Earnshaw, I really don't know. Like, I would love to know what this system is. Find forehands, get to the net, move forward. All of the basic fundamental principles we covered thus far on the broadcast, even in doubles, that is what he tries to stress as his system, does Coach Earnshaw. So again, to see this team move forward, play 2 up, you see the strong volley there at the net as well from Nair. It is a system. I know it's crazy to say. By the way, color-wise, because I know it's a bit tricky, don't think there's any red in the. Are we saying, is that Auburn orange? Are they rocking the orange today? I believe that's orange on the far side of our screen here. Indeed, it is. So it is all black look here for NC State. Near side of your screen, they're serving here at the number 3 double spot. 2-all. Meanwhile, it's the orange tops for the Auburn Tigers. That can always be confusing.
It really can.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that for everyone.
I was involved in a basketball game one time, Wisconsin red versus Illinois, like a bright neon orange. It was the worst televised basketball game I've ever seen in my life, but it happens from time to time.
How about, thankfully, Florida blue is different than Virginia blue. Because I was going to be like, are you guys serious?
Right.
Like, this is what we're doing here?
Well, we get into tennis clothing issues all the time, especially when you have Nike putting out 2 outfits, for example, for the pro level, right? And, everybody has the same outfit. Not ideal.
No, and the other thing is, like, do you know how good you have to be to wear zebra print clothing on a tennis court?
That's a valid point.
I know, and it's like, come on, Nike. I'm not that good.
But what about Adidas going with the sleeveless numbers? And some of, Zverev wearing a sleeveless number was just
Alcaraz, though, he earned it.
Oh, sure.
He can do it.
These are the things we think about in the middle of the day. Right?
Day one, folks.
Exactly.
Wait for the Saturday afternoon chats.
All right, so 2-all here again early over on court 3 in our 3 doubles matchup.
And you asked me whose doubles more important for Auburn. It is for Auburn because, again, as good as they are everywhere, there's no locks. There's no well, we've got this gem at 3 singles who's just going to rack up a victory for us. They need it every place they can get it. From a confidence perspective, getting a 1-0 lead would be so big for these Tigers here as they try to prove themselves on this stage. So we see 30-15. Again, shout out to our friends at PlaySite. ITA looks like they have the scoreboards up now on all of our courts.
And we will get our singles lineups set for you over on the other side as well here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to be bouncing back and forth a lot here today to try to keep you updated on everything available for you. We've got matches going on throughout the day. A 30-all spot here, and these break opportunities, even 30-all moments, are so crucial on the double side.
It does feel like day one of this event, round of 16. You're watching so much, you're not watching anything.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Our job here at Cracked Racquets, steer the ship as best we can for all of you.
Yeah, good movement, just a sitting volley and punish right into the shins.
It's a good pinch.
Yep. So nice opportunity here. Break chance here for Auburn. Pair of looks, in fact.
And again, you look for this Auburn team. Not a single freshman on the roster, Mike. Not one.
That's crazy.
Welcome to the transfer era.
Yeah, no kidding. It's just a missed bunny there, so there's your break, and Auburn needs this one at 3 as it's looking pretty good for NC State on 1 and 2 so far. 3 love single break leads. Let's move over to 2 right now, where it is Auburn, Flack and Axon trying to get on the scoreboard here. It is love 3. It was 15-30 just a second ago. Now 30-all.
Miller, Daniel, for 93.6% of teams in the country. I didn't want to round off there and, leave one out. 93.6 would be playing number one doubles. This team, continuity, experience, Miller coming over from Texas Tech. Daniel now third year in this NC State system, as you referenced. Both extraordinarily aggressive. Going to be looking to move forward. This is a team that'll get 2 up quickly.
So again, this is a 30-all point. Yeah, this is well long. And yes, it is, of course, Adeline is the daughter of Doug Flack. We should point that out. A lot of those names are pretty familiar to an older generation. He himself an All-American at Tennessee.
I feel like an idiot. This is the first time I've put that together.
Really?
I can't believe it. Wow. And that explains, because I got an email from him coming into this week, and he's like, big fan. And I'm like, what is Doug Flack doing emailing us at Crack Racquets? They're like, oh, duh. So thank you, Mike, as always.
Glad I can put that together. We've got a couple of break chances, though, for NC State here. Or, excuse me, just a single break chance now, this deciding point. Top 50 doubles player he was back in the day. But every time I go down to Knoxville, you see his banner on the wall.
Exactly. There. I was down there this fall as well. 2 things about Knoxville: great banners, terrible air conditioning situation. But of course, they love that home field advantage down there. Meanwhile, again, Deuce Point coming up. Interesting to go to Daniel. Definitely the more firepower, but I think she's the more volatile returner. Let's see what that decision pays off.
Yeah. Reflex volleys paying off there for Auburn as they do get on the scoreboard 3-1 here. Let's move over to court number 1. Ovunk and Arsenault for Auburn in a hole. Love 3. 30 all.
The mid-serve conference, just to throw us off. I was like, what happened there? Yeah. Oh, it was a let.
Pinch middle.
Yeah.
Just a very strong pinch middle there.
And you saw the return and volley look as well. She's hitting that forehand, getting in behind it. That's the system manifesting itself.
Yeah, but you're forcing them to come up with a very low backhand inside in, threading the needle into the doubles alley on the ad side. That's such a difficult spot. So here you go. A couple more break chances here for NC State. Rajenki and Rincelli.
Look how tight she gets at the net there as a returner.
Turn missing just back. So a deciding point here.
You go back to that deuce side, right? I always like when I get a sound effect out of you.
We'll go to the deuce side. So crucial here for Auburn. So much trouble early.
Yep, that'll play.
All right, so they're on the scoreboard here on both 1 and 2, but in a world of trouble. It's 3 all down on 3 as well. But yeah, NC State seemingly in control. And once this doubles point is clinched, then we'll head over to the singles of Georgia and Washington.
Still very early in all those singles matches as well. We got some time, folks. Buckle in.
There are break leads, though, for Georgia. We should point out early at 2, 5, and 6.
Okay.
So early leads for Georgia in that matchup on the Wisconsin courts. Wisconsin will be in action later today, taking on Oklahoma.
It's going to be a fun crowd, Mike. We may be boxed in here in our little bleacher section. I remember again, when Madison, the men hosted in 2020, It was a sellout, relatively, crowd here in Nielsen. I'll tell you what, strong smell of cheese curd in the air that night, strong smell of spotted cow beer as well. The cows were out.
Are they allowed to bring beer in here?
Oh, I suppose physically, if it's in your stomach already. It's Wisconsin. There are no rules.
There are always rules. Trust me on that. If memory serves, up until a few years ago, it was a Big Ten rule, in fact, that you couldn't
no booze
have alcohol in any of your facilities. That's changed.
Yeah. Well, Coach Westerman, I'm giving you plausible deniability. That rule may have been broken back in 2020.
All right, so now 40 love here for NC State, looking to make it 4-1 on 1.
Really like this team, and Shelly Rajecki. It's quietly it's a sophomore duo, and yet somehow they're the NC State veterans just in terms of experience in the Wolfpack program. So I feel like if you come from Sarasota, you're just going to be good at tennis. It's just the rule.
Been down there a few times once we get it to 4-1. Let's move over to court 3. The most competitive of these 3 matches. 3-all, 30-all here with NC State serving from the far side. Oh, damage done right into the body with that return. That's always a difficult one. Any tennis player knows that ball right into your chest there. It's hard to get the hands windshield wipering those away.
Force was strong.
So break chances. 2 of them here for Ansari and Meredith. I just watched the season finale of Boba Fett last night.
Oh, not there yet. Good. No spoilers.
I'm not going to say anything.
Okay, good answer.
Got issues.
Middle.
Wonderful. One of those moments where Auburn just looked a little bit off in terms of the combination of positioning there. So it's a deciding point taken on the deuce side here.
My dad has sleep apnea, has one of those CPAP machines, and it makes the Darth Vader noise of... When you say Boba Fett, that's what that's got me. This is one of those...
I'm so sorry for your father.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those moments. Please, he's used to it.
You talk about his CPAP machine often?
Not the first time on a broadcast, my friend.
And that will miss long on the return. So NC State stays out in front here for 3 on serve. Let's go to court 2. Black and Maxson for Auburn, serving 1-4.
Do you know that Doug Flack is actually the father of... No? Yeah, just in case you didn't know.
Okay.
Lock it in. 30-40, though. Break point chances here. And again, Jada Daniel, Nell Miller, lefty-righty combo. You always love that in dubs.
Absolutely.
I like that they go forehands inside as well.
Pretty standard.
Yeah.
Again, this is break chance at 30-40. 1-4. That's a rough one.
It's a tight error.
Yeah. So that's going to give NC State a commanding 2-break 5-1 edge. So look for that one to clinch pretty quickly. So as a result, let's move over to 1 here, Alex, because this is obviously a pretty big spot as well for NC State, as they're looking to potentially secure another break here on 1. 4-1 already.
Switched
and punched away right through the middle for 3 break chances for NC State.
That's the system. I know I could keep harping on this. Coach Earnshaw has really impressed it upon me. It's just we know the plays at NC State, and they're 8-0 on the year. They've yet to drop a doubles point. I believe they've just dropped 1 double set in total as well. You saw the way they transitioned. You saw the switch there. That's seamless.
Got away with it there. That has to be finished, especially when you have a wall that close. Take that into the wall.
Hit that bad boy, fence it. Bucky Badger right there on the top left. Hit him right in the face.
Don't hit Bucky Badger. That is just bad mojo.
Yeah, I forgot. No more bias.
Yes.
Slipped
Bad
out.
mojo.
Yeah. It is a rule. Don't step on the W's. That I've learned in my time here.
Is it really?
Not supposed to.
Oh, jeez. High formation here, 30-40. All right, that was in the wheelhouse of a return, too. That has to be dealt with instead of deciding point.
I thought she also moved a little early there to the Auburn player. Saw her pop up.
Gonna go back into night? No, let's talk more. It is a pretty key spot.
For sure. It's effectively a match point. 4-1 deuce here.
So they're going to stay in, yeah, kind of I guess an eye. It's kind of a hybrid.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that high ball, easy finish into the feet. So that's 5-1, and kind of feels like this doubles point is pretty close to being decided here. In fact, over on court number 2, if we can move over there, Daniel and Miller are 2 points away as we rejoin them, serving 5-1, 30 all. Make it 40-30. That actually clear? Holy smokes.
Okay, there you go.
Now it's 40.
Yeah, I like it. No, and again, perhaps it's a preconceived notion. There's just no thought out there for NC State. Everything is so fluid that they're doing out here in the doubles points. The choices feel like they've already been made before the point begins. Auburn, just some of these forehands they're missing close in the body and bottom of the net. That's thinking. That's a thinking error.
So match point here. And a perfect little lefty slider catching some line. And there's a point for it. I should say there's a doubles match, for NC State, getting on the board 6-1. And let's move over to court number 1, where it is Majecki and Rincelli trying to close things down and get that doubles point. 5-1, 15 love here as we rejoin them taking on Ovunk and Arsenault.
And this was the concern. If you're Auburn, you're good at everything. NC State might be great at everything. And so, again, it's strength on strength.
I have to do a little bit more with that return, no doubt. That's right in the wheelhouse on the backhand wing. Have to threaten here,
especially down 5-1. What do you? No, there's. It's a free swing.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those moments. It feels like you kind of know what the situation is.
Exactly.
Maybe that's me reading into it, but it certainly felt like it.
No,
there.
I would echo that sentiment 1,000%.
All right, so match points. 4 of them here for NC State.
So Simon Earnshaw, great opening 25, 30-minute start here to the indoor campaign for your Wolfpack.
And this is just long right into the breadbasket again. That returned very potent.
And where's that play been for the Tigers? That's the high percentage one that you talked about all in our first matches as well. They've gotten away from that.
You missed that ball just by the thinnest of margins.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And you just get punished.
Yes.
I mean, if you miss it by a foot, it's a forehand put away, it's a backhand put away. So that's why it's a higher risk play in that regard as a returner, unless you're able to tee off.
Really blast body. Sure. Love that poach even on a missed serve.
I always think about Jack Sock. That's one of his favorite plays. When he gets a forehand second serve return, he's going to crunch it right
the
into
basket.
Yeah,
Sure.
Except he might actually be trying to hurt you. Nice big. I mean, that's, again, you got that high sitting forehand, has to be punished, but NC State rolling pretty easily through this doubles point. 6-1 sets on both 1 and 2, and they take a 1-0 lead over Auburn.
It's the best doubles point we've seen played thus far in the 4 matches. All due respect to North Carolina and Florida and Georgia, who ended up winning doubles points in their matches from start to finish. There was no drama across the board. Even at number 3 doubles, NC State was in an advantageous position for all when things end. That's a team that looks prepared, ready for a big weekend here in Madison.
So we will have a 5-minute break there on the back courts for NC State and Auburn, and gives us an opportunity to move back over to the singles matches already underway on what we call the Wisconsin courts, Georgia and Washington. Georgia already with this 1-0 lead on the doubles point. And let's introduce you to our matches. We'll let our superstar, Mr. Alex Gruskin, kind of walk you through what's going on. But in terms of court number 1, it's Liam Ma for Georgia taking on Vanessa Wong of Washington, junior in Ma from Dix Hills in New York, and Wong, the senior from Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Leela Ma, extraordinarily smooth game, not going to make any unforced errors, not going to beat herself, going to put herself in advantageous positions regardless of where she's at on the court. This is one, though, if you're Washington, I don't want to say you got to have, but Vanessa Wong is a top-tier player. And, you know, some of the results last season, she had a couple different injuries and just never felt like it got that full spring going. But prior to that, I mean, there's just a fire to Vanessa Wong, and, you know, she is the beating heart of this team. You'll see the C on her chest. She wears that proudly. This is one, if you're Washington, you're Vanessa Wong, you set the tone up top. You always said at 1 and 6, the tone centers. You set the tone up top here if you're Vanessa Wong.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just hasn't really been able to get things going. Still just 4-2 at this year as well in her singles records so far. So, again, you count on her, but it's also been a dicey one for her over the last year or so. Let's move over to court number 2, where Georgia's Mel Risco, the freshman from Quito, Ecuador, 4-2 break lead on Sarah Fortin, the sophomore from Montreal, Quebec for Washington.
If you got the chance to watch Mel Riasco play at all this fall, this is the next Georgia great. And I'm not saying great as in historically, like lock her into the top 10 of the pros right now. I'm saying she's going to win a lot of college tennis matches throughout her time for Georgia. Very much, again, you can never replace a Katarina Jokic. When you get a freshman class like they did with, you know, Riasco and Vidmanova, as close as you can get, I would say. As close as you can feel comfortable if you're Coach Wallace and this Georgia Bulldog team to finding some feasible replacement.
So what do you expect from her in terms of what makes her so good?
Power, power, power. She hits the ball, and obviously, you know, she hits the ball. When I say everyone hits the ball in tennis, she hits the emphasis on the ball you're looking for in the top part of the lineup. There's a heaviness, there's a depth, all right, I'm going to turn on this one, and this point is over. I may miss it, but this point is over. And, of course, it also helps to be a lefty. I think inherently there are fewer lefties than righties. She throws different looks at you and then will hit that inside-in forehand on the deuce side. I think that's her favorite ball as a put-away. I'm a big believer in her game. There's a reason. You see 4-2, 40-30 here. You know, Sarah Fortin she can play. And just a really high floor match in, match out. Riasco's got the ceiling, though. I think Riasco's got the highest ceiling in this Georgia lineup.
Really?
Yeah.
Did train with Andres Gomez down there in Ecuador.
And she had the best fall, by the way. Leah Ma didn't play too frequently, though, in the fall. But, I mean, Mel just racked up win after win after win.
So deuce point here for Fortin to get back into this one. Missed. just barely there, as Fortin had been able to step in and get on top of that, get into that offensive position, but just missing with the forehand. So Riasco does get it to a 5-2 here on court number 2. Let's move to court number 3, where the freshman for Georgia from the Czech Republic, Dasha Vidmanova, takes on the senior for Washington, Nika Zupancic.
I won't lie, I've never seen Dasha Vidmanova play. This is my first time seeing the freshman compete again. Was hoping to see her Georgia-UNC match earlier this season. That match canceled due to COVID. She played sparingly in the fall. Didn't have the most rigorous schedule. We didn't see her at the fall match. We didn't get to see her at one of the premier college fall events. This is really her first exposure to that. And again, super talented, still a freshman. Always interesting to see how they react in these scenarios.
Yeah, so far, I mean, 2-0 on the singles career at Georgia. As high as 21 in the world in ITF Junior, so obviously a lot of good experience. But yeah, this is kind of that first real experience in a team format.
No, I mean, pedigree, of course. It's the name of the game in college tennis. You only know what a player is, you know, based on their results coming into it. That said, we've both seen players who have had monumental runs in pro circuit events and go to college their first few months, and it's weird. Like Brandon Nakashima was not the player he was in May at the beginning of the season in January. He took some early losses. He was okay for very, not great, just okay. And then he became Brandon freaking Nakashima. But, you know, it does take a few months. No ad scoring, physicality, more importantly, the energy. That's when it takes time to shift.
On top of it, balancing schedule.
100%.
That's a huge, huge thing. Zupancic, she's been through it.
Yes.
Former walk-on for Washington, awarded a scholarship midway through her freshman year, and just has kind of continued to be just one of those really energetic players right now. In fact, as she's sitting down right now, she's the one screaming towards her teammates to kind of push them along. But it's really crucial to have those type of players.
Well, I absolutely adore the energy of this Washington team, and I think that is a top-down thing. It starts with Coach Robin Stevenson, who you're never going to see frown. You're just always positive, always bringing the energy, always bringing the smiles. Now, you're right, from a player perspective, I think it does, that energy manifests itself here at the number 3 singles spot. But it's a top, again, that's the thing you love about this Washington team. Even though right now, scoreboard-wise, yeah, they're definitely trailing. Just from a strength perspective, extraordinary, you know, just an energy perspective, extraordinarily talented. So they're always rocking and rolling.
Yeah, but it is going to be, you know, pretty loud. I think you could say that. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one here down at 3. Let's move over to court number 4, where Anya Hurdle, junior from Warsaw, Poland for Georgia, takes on Hikaru Sato, the junior from Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, again, I think you look for this Washington team. Yeah, they've got some familiar faces, but there were a lot of injuries for them last season, and they weren't able to play their full roster seemingly at any point of last season. And so, you know, again, you look for this team. They've played around at the top couple of single spots. You know, we see Astrid Olsen has playing at the number 5 spot here today. She's typically been pulled from that singles lineup throughout the course of the season thus far, and that's why, you know, when you see Sato here at 4 singles for Washington, it's a tentative 4. Like, I would not expect this lineup to be the one we see come May, come the NCAA tournament. And so I think for Washington, even beyond winning this match in a vacuum, seeing how you compete at 4, 5, and 6, who competes well this weekend, that's what the Huskies are looking for in terms of the big picture.
Moving to number 5, as we do see Sato is got a couple of opportunities here. But excuse me, I said 5, but I meant 4. My apology. Or no, I didn't mean 5. That's what I keep saying. But yeah, let's go to court number 5. I apologize. That's my fault. But it is a very quick first set for one of the veterans for Georgia, Morgan Kopic, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. 6-love first set over Astrid Olsen, who you mentioned has not been able to play and get into that lineup so far too often in the year for Washington.
Yeah, no, and Astrid Olsen's been in the doubles lineup, and she's been around. And, you know, again, not playing doubles here today speaks to Coach Stevenson's not exactly sure what she has on her hands here this year. And, of course, for Olsen coming over from Pepperdine and, you know, played sparingly for the Waves throughout her time there, but certainly was around a lot of success and has been a part of an NCAA team that makes the finals last season. You just can't fake that sort of experience. Yeah. But it feels like an unknown quantity. And certainly the 6-love loss here at 5 to Kopic, you're not feeling great, if you're Asher Olsen at this point. That said, sometimes you need a 6-0 set to just cleanse yourself of all the negativity. Now you're playing free.
No, you don't. nobody needs to be on the wrong end of a 6-love first set. But she goes down here 1-love in this second set as well. So Kopic is rolling here early. Another one of the veterans for Georgia is in 6. At 6 now. Meg Kowalski out of Chicago, Illinois.
No, the best part, Kopic, Kowalski. You looked for them last season. Kopic 17-4 at the number 4 singles spot. She's lined up at 5 this season. Meg Kowalski 13-3 at the number 3 singles spot last season. She's lined up at 6. Now, true story, I've never seen Meg Kowalski make an unforced error. I'm not saying she's never made one. I have never seen it with my own eyes. She is a textbook number 6 player through and through. This will not be the... If there's a first singles match off the board, unless it's a Kowalski victory, she will never be the first one off court.
Kelly Leung, her opponent, freshman from Hong Kong. Played Junior Fed Cup for them as well. Has been good at the bottom of the lineup for Washington yearly. 4-2 in duels, playing 5-6, 7-1 fall season. But again, kind of that unknown quantity in these types of matchups, this type of event.
Yeah, and again, for the bottom of the lineup for this Pepperdine team, so many, initially, I believe Tara Chilton was lined up at that number 6 singles spot, and Chilton 9-3 overall on this season. Has only played, 3 dual matches in singles, and that speaks to it's a rotating cast down there. And Leung has been, for her overall, at least she's played 6 different matches, 4-2 overall here in the dual match season. Again, I still reserve the right to see more from the bottom part of this Washington lineup because of the rotating cast. If you're Georgia, though, the simplest path always, and I see it 2 bagel sets on the board for them at 5 and 6. They're going to feel good about 5 and 6 regardless of opponent this season. Those are 2 strong spots for the Bulldog lineup.
We should also point out Kelly's dad, former pro golfer.
Ooh, okay. That I did not know.
Yeah, former pro golfer. So, a lot of talent. I finally, by the way, I finally just saw Rafa Nadal's golf swing.
Oh, yeah? It's nice.
Did you see it?
Is it nice?
It's
not
terrible.
Nice? Oh, really?
I don't know how he's that good. He's a scratch golfer.
I've seen the drive. The drive.
It's awful.
Oh, see, the drive I didn't hate. He did because he golfs a righty, correct?
Correct.
Guy's a madman.
Well, yes, in more ways than one. He's a ferocious beast, but yeah.
I'm so sad because I had this whole take planned out on how he's never going to win a Grand Slam until he just admits it and shaves the head and goes bald Mike, bald Jordan, but bald Rafa. Another beast, and then he wins in Australia. And it's like, oh, okay, so he doesn't have to do that.
Pretty talented guy.
Yeah.
Pretty talented guy, whether he has hair or not. So that is the lineup here for us with Georgia and Washington. Where do you want to go right now, Alex? Let's go over to court number 3 then.
So I've had my eye on this matchup because, again, I haven't seen Vidmanova play much, the talented freshman. Am I saying that correctly? I want to make sure.
Vidmanova, yes.
Vidmanova, thank you, for Georgia. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, can she play? 5-3, 2 set points here, 30-40. Watch her to take the ball early on the rise, use her length. Reminds me of Scotty, like Elizabeth Scotty for UNC, just how they use that length to generate exceptional power. 2 set point chances here for the Georgia Bulldog freshman.
That is about the opposite of what you want to see for a drop shot lob combination. The drop shot left wanting, and yeah, Vidmanova able to put that one away pretty easily with that type of height. 6-3 first set. So another first set on the board for Georgia. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 first sets for Georgia so far, Alex. So things looking really good right now for the Bulldogs.
And it's only match number 3. So it turns out, coach's poll, you are correct for having these Bulldogs at number 3, despite not seeing them play much with very much frequency thus far this year. It's about swinging, and that's what you expect from Coach Wallace-led team.
Absolutely. So nice start here for Georgia. Where do you want to go? Let's go to 4. Yeah, we've got 2 sets still to be decided. Both are at 4 all. That's at 1 and at 4. But at 4 here, it's Hertel and Sato.
I definitely want to watch Vanessa Wong serve to stay alive at the end of that first set at 1. But let's lock in here for now because Anna Hertel's another unknown quantity for this Georgia team at number 4 singles. And again, what's so valuable about this National Indoor Weekend is getting to see top 16 teams compete against one another, regardless of who wins. Of course, you want to be the national champion. But this is your learning experience. This is your tutorial. Who matters? Who are the swing players for this season? This is your first big chance to try to find that out. I do think Anna Hertel could be one of those players for Georgia.
Why is she such an unknown quantity as a junior? Obviously has been able to be in the lineup over the last couple of years, as high as 10 in doubles last year, but maybe not as much a known quantity on the singles side.
That's exactly it. And you look for Hertel last year, who I believe 9-3, or excuse me, 1-1 in dual matches, 9-3 in the fall. Yeah, it's just for her to go from playing 2 dual matches last year, 1 at 5, 1 at 6. Now she's playing 4 singles over Kopic, over Kowalski. Are we getting funky here with the lineup? Is Coach Wallace trying to steam himself into some points? Maybe, but I like to think there might be another reason for that as well. I'm trying to learn what that reason might be.
Well, we'll find out pretty quickly. 15-30 here on Sato's serve.
That's the other thing I missed. Lineup chicanery. It's unlike anything else.
It looked like she lost her footing with that right foot there, wasn't able to actually hit a forehand.
I do not think that was the game plan for
No,
Soto.
I don't think so either.
Ball. Forehand slice, miss wide. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so here you go. A couple of chances here. 3 chances, in fact, for Hertel. This is long, yeah.
And look at that strut from Coach Wallace. That's a strut of a man who's got 5 first sets in the doubles point in his back pocket.
But yeah, very strong high 5 as well. So 5-4. Hertel looks like she's going to be able to be in control. Let's move over to court number 1, where Vanessa Wong, 4-5, is serving against Leah Ma of Georgia.
I'd love to hear your evaluation of Wong's game. It's not the most overwhelming power, but I just like the aggression she plays with. A lot of forehand slices, though.
Forehand slices, I mean, they can be effective. I mean, it's a nice disruption play.
You see the dropper there.
And that's why it also opens up that shot, too. You know, you're pinned back because that ball does tend to come back with some depth from time to time.
For sure.
30-15 here.
I just really want to call it the Washington slice. I'm always looking for monikers.
And that's another great example of it, isn't it?
Very good point.
The fact that you're able to open up and have a little bit of diversity when you do open up that racket, it keeps you pinned back there.
Yeah, no, and it just clearly has Leah Ma off balance. And Leah Ma is someone you need to disrupt the rhythm of because everything she does is in rhythm. Fun fact, Leah Ma also has an affinity for playing in long sleeves. I know that's a very strange thing to say. She always needs to be playing in sleeves. Could be 90 outside, could be 30 inside, doesn't matter.
I was the same way, actually.
100%, I agree.
Sam Riffis does that as well on the men's side for Florida.
It's a thing, man. You've got these scrawny shoulders. I don't want anyone seeing them. Speak for myself, I
yes,
suppose.
Of course.
Yes.
So 5-all here.
Another reason to watch this match, can Leah Ma make the jump to the elite of the elite in college tennis? She's been really good at the number 2 singles spot, been really good early in her tenure, but not someone with an overwhelming weapon, not someone who's going to win points freely and, you know, the flash of the Navarro forehand, whatever it may be. She's a grinder.
You know, it was 15-3 last year.
Yeah.
At the 2 spot.
That's also a bit misleading, though. This Georgia team racked up a lot of wins last year, but there were a lot of layups. And of course, who beat the University of Georgia in the NCAA quarterfinals? Oh, that's nice. Their potential opponents tomorrow, NC State.
Oh, goodness.
Forehand slice. I was wrong. I take it back.
Look at that reaction from Leah Mogg, and just you roll your eyes because, again, you're not expecting it's such a different look.
You can attest to this theory. I have a theory, you know, again, when it's tough, some people are just tennis players. Some people just know how to win tennis points. I think Vanessa Wong's one of those people.
The most prominent example for me right now is Jensen Brooksby. It just does things.
In my culture, we say Diana. Couldn't agree more. Should have played the slice.
Obviously. Kopic, by the way, at 5, still yet to lose a game. 6-love, 3-love against Olsen. Crazy.
That's...
Now, Maz certainly going to get a couple of free points along the way, that being one of them as well. Game points for her, looking to push the lead to 6-5. Yeah, this is, I mean, again, I think this is just kind of the buildup of frustration about what she is seeing opposite her.
It's almost as if, what am I supposed to do?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, it was called long. Ma said she called the ball long, I think. Is that possible?
No. I think she's gesturing to her coach as if to say, was that ball long? Because I agree with you.
Okay.
It looked long.
So a deciding point coming up here. 5-all.
Boy,
deuce.
does Washington. It's now to the point of must have this.
Absolutely.
Can I just say our silhouettes look very handsome in the top corner?
You just did. Must have, and she does indeed get it. So Vanessa Wong gets it to 6-5. So just that little bit of hope there for Washington, and they need all the hope they can get right now. Can we go to 4 quickly? It's Hertel of Georgia, 5-4. The deuce point actually loses that one, so it's going to be 5-all now as Sato was able to get the break. Hertel just serving for that first set.
Washington also getting a break at the number 6 single spot, so now they lead 3-2 there in set number 2 of 6. Georgia, of course, first sets at 2, 3, 5, and 6 thus far. Their pathway pretty straightforward at this point. Kopic does drop her first game, but she's up 6-love, 3-love. First sets we're still monitoring. Courts 1, courts 4, which have now become must-haves for the Washington Huskies.
Ultimately, that's just really good depth, isn't it? From Sato, consistent, perceptive depth there, get it to 15-love.
Also love her willingness to move forward. How many times have we seen players let that overhead bounce or just something indecisive in that moment? Not the case for Sato. who certainly will feel the scoreboard pressure right now.
Two slice forehands in a row up your alley there, Alex.
I don't even know what to do. Are they trolling me? Do they know what we're saying here in the booth? Do I need to quiet down? That's good stuff. If we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, can we get the split on court number 1 right now as well? Courts 1 and 4 where Vanessa Wong, I don't want to leave this game because Washington needs this, but let's go to a Washington split screen. Right now, Vanessa Wong's got herself 4 set points at 1. So that's an opportunity for the Huskies. One, they're on the board. We go now back to 4. Your last first set still in play. Carol Sato. 30-15 against Anna Hurdle.
Looked like that did miss just wide from Sato, so now 5-all, 30-all. And we will keep you updated over on those matchups, NC State and Auburn. Let's see, Auburn a break at 2. NC State a break at 4, 5. Those are the only break leads so far. No, it looks like NC State has a break at 3 as well. But we'll get you over there in just a couple of minutes, maybe after some of these first sets conclude here at Georgia Washington, and introduce you to those matchups.
Rob goes long, so now 40-30 here for Sato. 2 game points, and you're looking up the board. Lung's making her move on 6, 4-2 lead after dropping the first. First set in the bag on 1. Gonna be 15 minutes in every match where these teams make a push. It happens inevitably in college tennis. Feels like we're in the midst of the Husky push. The question being, can they stretch this past that 15-minute threshold, really turn this into a comeback? There's the start for Sato. You see the bench gives her love. Coach comes over to give her love as well. She holds 4-6-5 here on court number 4. In the meantime, let's go to 5. It's been all Morgan Kopic for the Georgia Bulldogs. 6-love, 4-1 lead there. And at this point, if you're Georgia, 6-0, 4-1 on 5, 15-30 here. Meanwhile, Mel Riasco, the freshman, 6-2, 4-1 lead at 2. Things complicated elsewhere. So if you're a Georgia fan right now, you really lock in on 2 and 5. Big serve, though, from Astrid Olsen, who undeniably is one of the hot ticket items on the transfer portal this past offseason. Looks like there's a lot of potential for her to tap into. 30 all now. All right, deuce point coming up, effectively a match point here for Morgan Kopic. 6-love, 4-1, deuce now in the Astrid Olsen service game. Tough start with a former Pepperdine Wave here.
I don't think we can even say start. Tough all around.
It's just a tough day at the office.
That's a good fight. And that's what you've got to see here at this stage, isn't it? Just trying to stay on the scoreboard and kind of keep Georgia from getting that second point. And Astrid Olsen getting it to 4-2 right now.
Staying alive.
Vanessa Wong, 7-5 first set over Leah Ma. That's on number 1, just wrapped up over there. Let's go to court 2, though. Riasco 6-2, 4-1, and closing in potentially an opportunity to grab a break here.
I think it's when, not if, she takes over that number 1 single spot, Mike. Not to disrespect Leah Ma. That's how good Riasco has been this early in her career.
That's a double fault. So Riasco 3, make it 4 chances here to take this 5-1 lead and really put this one out of reach. That's a tough ball, isn't it? That change of directions from that low was indeed just long.
Okay, she did miss that one long.
I could actually see with my own eyes. So.
I'll tell you this, though. You like the pattern, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but that's a really tough ball to change directions.
On the rise.
Low. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Still has some opportunities, though.
And you feel like if she gets the break here, chalk it up 2-0. Okay. Couple of break points fought off. Meanwhile, you can see it on the right side of your screen. Trainer out for Leah Ma.
It's like a foot or ankle.
Was actually overruled in that first game of the second set as well, and a deuce point. So 7-5, 1-love there for Vanessa Wong.
It looks like left foot or ankle there.
Mm-hmm.
Gets away from Fortin. Yeah, misses by a couple of inches. So Riasco, 5-1, 2-break lead, and the opportunity to close this one down. Let's go over to 4 quickly, as Sato has a couple of chances here. 3 set points on Hertel's serve.
this is the Washington push. Now,
Yeah.
how far can they take it? To be seen. But we're in the midst of the Huskies making their move.
I don't think it's going to be a good sign if Riasco does close that out, though, on 2. I mean, that kind of interrupts a run at the very least, right?
No doubt about that.
Second set point here for Sato.
Kopic also a game away at 5. Okay.
Just wide. So there is Sato with the set. So Washington, 2 of the first 6 first sets. Again, you're going to need some real comebacks here, but at least something to build on. Let's move over back to number 2, as it is Riasco trying to serve out her match for Georgia. 6-2, 5-1, but in a little bit of a hole here at love 30, Alex.
You know who else dropped doubles in 4 first sets, Mike?
Yeah, I do.
The University of Virginia women, who just came back to earn a 4-2 win over Florida in our first round of 16 match. So, again, I don't hear a fat lady singing quite yet. No warm-up, no nothing.
Well, keep an eye on this one. We've also got our eye on court 5. We have 2 Georgia Bulldogs trying to close things out here within just a couple of moments of each other. Now it is 15:30 here. The neutral ball missed there, middle of the court. Brutal for 4-10.
I'm never doubting the forehand slice again. It's just a neutralizer.
Except when it isn't.
Except when it isn't. Make them work.
I'm not sure I love that decision there from that spot on the court. That's a ball you want to take up the line if you are baseline or a little bit tighter, right?
Yeah, that's a bailout is what that feels like. And if we can, I don't want to miss a potential match point on 5. Do you mind if we go split screen 2-5? Let's go split screen 2-5 if we can. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Kopic, 6-love, 5-2, 30 all in the Astrid Olsen service game. Meanwhile, break point down is Riasco. 6-2, 5-1, 30-40. Stays alive on court 2. 5-2 there. Let's go full on 5 if we can. Astrid Olsen with the hold for 3-5. Yeah, so she stays live there. Meanwhile, Kopic going to serve for it. And I'll tell you what, with the way things are trending, we're sitting right above court number 1. Niamant does not look healthy.
No.
It looks like you can, I don't want to say pen this one in for the Huskies, but they feel pretty good about it at 1. Up a set on 4.
And just to kind of put a button on it, it does look like it's her ankle. It is fully taped, the left ankle from Ma. But yeah, her mobility is limited, to say the least.
And if we can go to 6 quickly now, that points for Washington there to earn the split. After 6 love sets for Meg Kowalski.
Kowalski serving here 15-40 at 3-5 in the second.
Short hops it on the rise inside out. That's a beautiful ball from Kowalski.
From Chicago is Kowalski, but trained at Smith Stearns Academy down in the Charleston area.
I was going to say, there's way too much outdoor. I was like, it couldn't have been all the time Chicago.
That's a big miss. So there it is. Kelly Leung, freshman from Hong Kong, steals set number 2 for Washington on 6. We've got, let's go to 5 right now, where Kopic is again serving for the match for Georgia. 6 love, 5-3.
Great specs on Astrals, and like the goggles, like the gear. Always got to play gear rate. You know, gear is that's my area. That's my brand. Too many of those. I don't think Olsen's won a rally that's gone beyond 5-6 shots.
So we have match points, looking for the first singles point of this duel. Morgan Kopic out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Just up the street from me, I'm sure.
Ooh,
well. Well.
Yeah. Is that something they do on your street?
Yeah, we miss high forehand volleys very easily. But no, she part of the Tucker Tennis Academy. It is,
of course.
Actually, it was about a mile away from my old house. Just a fantastic facility. Down there, isn't that 91st? Yeah, 91st.
Yeah.
There's a Domino's nearby as well. And my daughter really likes the
that
Domino's,
I was more familiar with.
Yeah, I
knew the Domino's, yes.
Yeah. That return will miss well long. Olsen looking for answers, but it is Kopic who is moving on and moving Georgia to a 2-love lead here in our round of 16 matchup as we go over to 2, where it is match point now for another Georgia point. Riasco 5-2 in the second. It is Fortin serving 15-40. Oh, goodness. Tough way to end it, but it is Riasco continuing her fantastic season. 6-2, 6-2 over Sarah Fortin of Washington and Georgia, now to 3-0 here over Washington, meaning, of course, Washington needs everything else. Now, things are actually okay in 3 of those matchups right now for Washington. I should say okay.
Yeah.
Neutral-ish.
Yeah. No, I'd argue they have the momentum in 3 of the 4 remaining. And let's go to court number 3 now, the one court where Georgia can keep things simple and earn a 4-0 win. But, like, we might be sitting on this 3-0 lead for Georgia for an hour now. Like,
it's entirely possible, yeah.
They've done, Riasco, Kopic, they took care of business. And that's big for the Bulldogs. You always want to be the first of 3. Now you just need 1 more. But, you know, again, you got a freshman here on court number 3, first national indoor event against Zupancic, who just feels like this is the moment for her. This is a spot where she's come through before.
Yeah, senior from Slovenia, Zupancic. And on top of it, she's also been such a big cheerleader for the rest of her team down here at 3 as well. Oof, but Zupancic in some real trouble here. This feels like it could be the match, Alex. Just this opportunity here at Love 30.
And this is where I want to see her teammates match her energy. I want to see all of that support here turn to court 3. You're absolutely right.
Oh, that forehand got away from her. The contact point ending up above her shoulder. Just an easy miscue. And so 4 chances for Viedmanova here.
I love how easy things are for Viedmanova. Just everything comes off the racket seems so fluid, effortless. Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Gutsy stuff there from Zupancic.
Viedmanova, it reminds me, and I was just at the Cleveland Challenger.
Mm-hmm.
You know how when Michael Moe hits a forehand, you feel like he doesn't want to swing fully because he's afraid of what he can do? Like, that's how I feel about this Georgia freshman, where she knows she's got more firepower in the cue, and she's just not quite ready to unleash it. Good depth there.
Oh, goodness. What a miscue there from Zupancic. Some real openings and just the miscue off that forehand. And now Georgia in control of their own destiny. 4-2 here in the second.
There's nothing free about that point. You love that for the freshman. She buckles down, grinds here. You're right, though. You mentioned it earlier. That felt like a grab the match by the throat sort of moment for Georgia.
All right, so let's stay here because, yeah, this is where everything is going to be decided here if it's going to be decided in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Of course, we've got our eyes on the match happening in the backcourts. 3 first sets in the books for NC State. Locking in on this one first, though.
Yeah, that's just that height, that ability to create height. And you've already seen here just in this limited ability, is Zupancic just really struggling with contact point here.
Everything's at her shoulder.
Yes.
Everything. It's a testament to this Georgia freshman who's passing the opening test with flying colors.
Ultimately, it looks like Zupancic, though, just really struggling to figure out a way to get through and have that ability to be aggressive and win points, Alex.
I didn't realize Viedmanova was a grinder. I mean, this is what we're seeing on that forehand wing, right? It just feels like everything's elevated over the net, to your point, to try and get that ball up into the Zupancic strike zone, up at that shoulder height.
Missed return, and what is curious, and you mentioned it, obviously the Washington Huskies cannot get close because this is one of our wall courts.
Sure.
But yeah, this is where you'd like to see them back behind the court right now doing everything they can because this match could be over in less than 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
Let's gain points here for Viedmanova. Ooh, that is big raw power right there from Viedmanova to 5-2, 1 game away from clinching this for the Georgia Bulldogs.
All righty.
All right.
Can we stick around here?
Yeah, let's stick here because obviously that's going to be decided here in 5 minutes. We'll give you a quick score updates. Wong 7-5-3-1.
And let's go to that court number because, as always, #1 singles NCAA implications.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm always locked in here. What's happening beyond even the team result? Oh, yeah. What are the scores elsewhere? Can you help me with them?
This is 7-5-3-1, as you see on our scoreboard. On 4, Sato 7-5-1 all with Hertel. So Sato, Washington in charge there. Lung and Kowalski in the third set, now 1-all. That is down on 6.
And I believe they've traded breaks there at 6. So things just as funky as expected.
Tough ball to take early, but that is the absolute right contact, just miscued there from Wong.
Again, I just like the thought process for
sure.
everything Wong does.
Yeah, just really smart to take advantage of that maybe limited mobility for Ma right now. And Wong gets it to 30-all.
That's just such good execution there from Wong as well. Exactly what she intended to do. I said we go back to 3 as it is that final game here. See if Georgia can't close it out.
Yeah, Zupancic for Washington serving to stay in the match 2-5 here. And now 15-all. I didn't move very much for that forehand, just kind of waited for that one to come to her, Dvidmanova, and lets it get away as well, so 30-15.
Where's the Zupancic fight, the fire, just something after every point? Is it too difficult from a scoreboard perspective?
I think it's a lot to ask at this moment, for sure.
Okay.
This is one where maybe it has to be internal, not external.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It is also, if we're being frank, it's tough with that second serve. I mean, you know you're going to be on your back heel a lot, so that's a tough ask. But well done there from Zupancic to find the feet of Dvidmanova.
I keep waiting for the Dvidmanova just to turn into a forehand. Like I see the forehand and it just feels like she's falling back on all of them. It's working, don't get me wrong. It just feels like there's another gear there.
Well, there it was, and missed long.
But that's it. I think that's what takes her to the next level. I think that forehand's within her. And that's where, again, you remember it's a freshman competing here on court. It's like, oh, man.
Well, now she does have the opportunity with things on her racket. Serving for the match, 5-3. That's well done. Good fight there from Zupancic. I don't think about again that ball just being right there, right at Dvidmanova's feet, and maybe that's a little bit of freshman just not quite understanding. You have to clear that out, especially with the fact that she's moving forward there quite a bit.
I also thought it was a lackadaisical first volley.
Sure.
Also, is it just weird? The air gets sucked out of the room really quick.
Got quiet.
Yeah, real quick.
Well, there's your heart, there's your yell from Zupancic as she gets it to love 30.
Now we're talking, Mike.
Now we have something to actually, yeah, we've got a moment here. Scrappy Washington Huskies. Can Zupancic force herself back into this match? Oh, no.
And you see her
there.
You see her looking at coach like, I know. I know. That one hurt. They're back, Mike. Those goosebumps. They're back.
Vanessa Wong closing in on a victory at 1. We should point that out. 4-1 now in the second set. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh. Diced into the corner there from Zupancic, who has 3 break chances. And going back to what we were talking about maybe that lack of ability to get through the court, just continue to move forward because you're forcing Vidmanova to hit the forehand there.
Absolutely. And even if it takes 3 overheads, 4 overheads, you are playing a freshman. Make them beat you. Make them do something special. Love the game plan here from Zupancic.
It's wide. Yeah, we're right on that sideline. That looked wide to me as well. So Zupancic survives the moment. Not out of the forest quite yet, but at least keeping things alive here and making a match of this, Alex.
And you hear it, Husky, Husky. Here comes that noise from Washington. Now, if you're the freshman here for Georgia, would you rather be returning than serving, just given the Zupancic second serve,
Correct.
how attackable that is? I would agree with you. I actually think this is the more advantageous position here for Georgia. Of course, you look at some of the other courts, and let's go to one, if we can, Super Producer Daniel Westoff, where I think Leah Ma now just trying to avoid the loss more than anything else. But, of course, big picture here, I mean, you don't want to fold to Vanessa Wong. You got a freshman at 3. That's a no sure thing. A couple of breakpoint chances now.
As well finished. And again, yeah, the intensity for Ma right now is definitely down.
Yeah. I would say that's how she always looks, which is the crazy thing. It's just how meandering her game style seems to be. But you're right. Energy level is not or needs to be for a number 1 singles
Let's
match.
watch this deciding point, then we'll get back to the action on court 3. So a deciding point here. Ma taking it on the deuce side. That's a great finish, barely catching the line with that backhand. But Ma, there's the intensity back into it. So yeah, we do go back to court number 3, where Vidmanova has gotten that first point of this game.
And first point happened to be a drop, ill-fated, poor choice of a drop shot from Zupancic, which Vidmanova just made her pay for. So right away, serve creates a flipping of the dynamic here. Aggressor versus aggressee.
Just a little bit long. So, yeah.
I would have supported an out call on that return of serve. Thought it maybe by a fraction of an inch, but just speaks to the moment.
Zupancic is really trying and forcing, rolling her serve right now.
Yeah.
She is not hitting it. She's just trying not to miss. It's well long. Match points for the Bulldogs. They're going to have 4 looks here for Vidmanova. Is it good? Just by the thinnest of margins. Yes, it is. Match point.
Is it good?
Saved. Vidmanova coming over to take a little bit of a look as well.
Match point chances.
And that'll do it. Just absolutely aggressive returning there from Tanya Vidmanova. And that will clinch it. Georgia is into the quarterfinals of the ITA National Team Indoor Championships 4-0 with wins doubles 2, 5, and 3. Alex Gruskin.
If you are Jeff Wallace, that your freshman got the job done for you today at those 2 and 3 singles positions. Again, it's match 3 of the year for the Bulldogs. I thought they were awfully impressive here today. Certainly this Washington team just got off to too slow of a start. No doubt about that in singles. They were just on their back foot for the first 30, 40, 45 minutes of this match. Georgia's too good. Can't give them that sort of margin at the start. If you do, they're going to make you pay. But I do think if you're Washington, your coach Robin Stevenson, this team, you regroup, you refocus. 4-0 is misleading. It's deceptive. The match was closer than that. Certainly you play everything out. You figure you get a point or 2 on the board, but Bulldogs advance, and that's something we say quite frequently here at the National Indoors.
So we will be talking with head coach Jeff Wallace. We anticipate here in just a couple of minutes. We will have that for you in just a moment or two. But again, as you're starting to set your schedule for tomorrow, Georgia is moving on into the quarterfinals. They will play again at noon tomorrow against the winner of the Auburn and NC State matchup, which we're going to introduce you to on the singles side here in just a couple minutes. So Georgia moving on into the quarterfinals again. That will be at noon tomorrow.
Noon Central Time?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm going to say.
That's the operating assumption. It's
exactly.
me. I'm the Eastern man. I'm a fish out of water this weekend. So, yes, I'm the one. Meanwhile, yes, to your point, we have tracking down Georgia coach and clinching player as we speak. So we will get them over here. Meanwhile, you see on your screen, I'll tell you what, this Auburn team, they don't go away. And I'll point you to the National Indoors. We're on the National Indoors, on the kickoff weekend. Auburn goes down to UCF, plays in the Orlando Regional against Arizona State. First round of that kickoff weekend, they dropped the doubles. They dropped first sets at 1, 2, 3, and 4 singles. Now, those top 4 singles are the matches they end up winning all in 3 sets to advance with a 4-3 win. They then blanked UCF 4-0 in that kickoff weekend. Yes, you look for NC State. They took the doubles point. They took 3 first sets in singles. But you look for this Auburn team. They took first sets, 2 of these singles flights thus far, number 2 and number 6. They're up breaks after dropping the first set at number 1. On serve 5 all at 3. We pick things up in this match, Mike, with things being very exciting.
Yeah, let's just do a quick whip around, shall we?
Perfect.
Just a quick whip around, because again, we anticipate having Coach Wallace join us here momentarily. So this will be a quick one, moving from 1 to 6 here on court number 1. Jada Daniel for NC State, the senior from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Selena Ovunk, junior from Ankara, Turkey. And as you can see, 6-2 for Daniel in the first. Down love 3, single break in set number 2. Court number 2 is Abigail Rencelli, sophomore from Sarasota, Florida for NC State. Really in some trouble, though, is Ariana Arsenault, sophomore from Richmond Hill, Ontario, Canada for Auburn. 6-1 in the first. So very strong performance, and I believe 3-all.
Yes, indeed.
I believe 3-all in the second set as well. Moving to court number 3, NC State's Priska Nugroho, a freshman from Jakarta, Indonesia, the Australian Open Junior Doubles champion back in 2020. 5-all right now with the junior from Greensboro, North Carolina, Carolyn Ansari for the Auburn Tigers. So that is at 5-all in their first set. Well, again, we're going to have Coach Josh Wallace of Georgia in just a moment. Over on court 4, Nell Miller and Adeline Flack. Miller taking the first one 6-1. Flack up a break, though, in set number 2. That is at 3-2. Sophie Abrams of NC State taking the first set, 6-1 from Georgie Axon of Auburn. 3-2, they are on serve. This is a match on court number 5 for NC State, going well so far. Again, 6-1, 3-2, but on serve in that one on court number 5. And then finally down on court number 6. Good start here for Auburn. Yu Chen, the senior from Jinseng City, China. 6-4, 3-love, 2-break lead over Amelia Rajecki, sophomore from Nottingham, England.
Oh, it's beautiful. And of course, before we focus in on North Carolina State taking on Auburn, we have to speak with our winning coach there of our third round of 16 match. Of course, many of you will be familiar with him by now. University of Georgia head coach Jeff Wallace. Coach, congratulations on the victory. You take the doubles point, you get a win from a senior at 5, and then of course your 2 freshmen, 2 and 3. How do you rate today's performance?
Yeah, I mean, look, Washington's got a great team. They had a great year, earned their right here with the good win over UCLA. And, nobody's going to take anybody light when you're in the final 16 of any national tournament. And, we came out and I thought we played some really solid doubles. We've been working a lot on our doubles since we lost our last doubles match to Mississippi State in the round of 32. And so we were, we made a commitment to our doubles, and I think it showed today. We played much better in all 3 courts and got that doubles point. And yeah, I mean, 2 freshmen came through big, and of course Morgan, 5th-year senior, she got it done, and everybody else was competing, and so a great match. I mean, just a great match, as they all should be, in this building this weekend.
We kept an eye quite a bit on the matches for you at 2 and 3. Talk about those 2 freshmen, and I wonder if you can talk about them in particular and what they have brought to your team this year.
I mean, they're both great competitors, and they're great teammates too. I mean, off the court, they bring just as much as they're bringing on the court, which is really exciting to see. And but yeah, I mean, they're outstanding players. Obviously, one's a left end, got a lot of foot speed, and one's the right end's tall and got a big serve, and they've just got different things. So they're 2 really outstanding players, outstanding people, and we're really excited about them. I think their future is super bright.
Yeah, and of course, Coach, this is your 3rd match of the season. Now, again, we're 2nd week of February. You have played only 3 matches. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing for your team? What do you know about this team heading into the indoors?
Well, I mean, honestly, we usually play more than 3 matches. We kind of got the COVID bud and had to miss a match, and so that was unfortunate. But just the way the scheduling worked out, and it's early in the season for us, and some teams might have 9 or so matches, but who are they really playing? I'd rather play some high quality stuff, and sometimes you're better off just practicing and working on things in practice than certain matches. So I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus or anything, but what I'm talking about. And
yeah.
And so, I think after 37 years, we just decided to do it this way, and let's see how it works out. But I think we're in a good spot right now. We got a lot of tennis in front of us, a long season, but hey, we're here at the national championship. It's time to compete and bring it.
In these moments, Coach, obviously you know NC State and you know Auburn relatively well. How much is going to be scout for you right now, and how much is just going to be focusing on getting your team prepared, rested, relaxed, and moving on to tomorrow?
I mean, 20% scout and 80% all about our team.
I like it. Now, well, again, Coach, congratulations on the victory. 37 years. I don't believe you. You look way too young to have been coaching that long. Always appreciate getting the chance to chat. So congratulations. Good luck to you all this weekend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Of course. Take care.
Bye.
Coach Wallace, always a pleasure to get the chance to speak with him. I can't, 37 years? What, are him and Manny just racing for tenure? What's the deal here?
As you see here on court 6 in this Auburn NC State matchup, 6-4 love for Yu Chen. That is just pretty strong performance right now for Auburn, trying to get back into this match. And frankly, in terms of the match calculus, it's not bad for Auburn.
I don't have a match calculus right now. I think it's too unclear. You have to give all the credit in the world. If they can get a quick point on the board from Yu Chen there and just, again, work 1-all, like now it's 1-all. Now doubles means that much less.
So 15-all here in this Radzone service game. It's a very difficult ball to take on the rise there for Radzone. I think she was keeping a very close eye on that baseline to see if she should call it long or not, but with that indecision costing her here. So 15-30, and Chen can put this one to bed pretty quickly. Talk about it a lot. Top of the lineup, bottom of the lineup, so crucial in terms of your tone setters.
Again, this is to speak to this Auburn team. No definitive strength. You feel pretty good about 6, but you feel pretty good about 1. You feel pretty good about all of these spates. I think we see that manifesting itself. Is there a single blowout on the board right now, other than the one going Auburn's way?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. Keep an eye on these Tigers.
All right, so 30-all here, and a must hold for Radzone. Cal and Texas A&M starting to warm up there at 3:30.
Oh, that match is going to be delightful, let me just say.
But a game point here for Radzone. Yeah, Cal has just started warming up right next to us.
They're going to be on our Wisconsin courts.
Yeah, with Cal being the higher seed between them and Pepperdine, who's in the other portion of their draw. 4 and 5 seeds.
Well, that'll be not before 3:30, just to clarify. So we will, that match for sure at least an hour 10 away.
And then, yeah, Wisconsin, Oklahoma will be on the Wisconsin courts,
That's the exception to the rule, yes. Sorry, Wisconsin, you got to play away. We just decided.
All right, that's a nice hold there for Radzone to kind of keep things going. Let's go over to court 3, where it's the first set to be decided.
It's Carolyn and Sari, far side of your screen. Priska Negroho, freshman, serving on the near side.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Hello.
I gotta check my notes real quick. I don't have that in there.
And Sari undefeated on the season in duels right now, 6-0 at the 2 and 3 spots for Auburn, and she has 3 set points. Finished last year 67th nationally, did Ansari.
And again, no freshman on this Auburn roster. Negroho, a freshman here. He's worth keeping in mind.
Just long though on that return, going for it again. You like to see that aggression, and just a little bit long.
I got to reevaluate the notes. I'm throwing them all out. I'm like, that's in the trash. Grinder out. It's Azizan. Sorry, I was thinking of, not Carolyn.
Yeah, solid serve +1 there.
Great target, great efficiency, great play.
So deciding the point here on this set point. That's a nice hold. So at a tiebreaker here, and Groho very deliberate with what she's doing. And yeah, it is a freshman, but a freshman with a lot of high-level experience, Alex Gruskin.
I couldn't agree with you more, and you talked about this earlier. The decisions she makes on court, the efficiency, high percentage plays. Mm-hmm. That's the name for Priska Negrohu. And again, she's had some Fed Cup experience. She's had some pro experience, but freshmen aren't supposed to be this measured, this calculated in everything they do. She is. That's why it's not shocking to see her fight off some set points there, force the breaker. But meanwhile, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I need you cueing the split screen. We're not there yet. Put it in the queue. 6-1-5-3 Auburn at 2, 6-1-4-1 Auburn at 6. That's correct. Cut that as a sound effect, Westhoff.
That's at the first point of the breaker, the way of NC State. 1-0 here. And a mini break to boot. How many Grand Slam? Do we just have the 2 Grand Slam champions in the draw?
Ooh,
Carson obviously won with Bianca a couple of years
Branstein,
ago.
Of course, you're referring to.
Yeah,
it's a good question. I have to do.
I just did all the prep, but it was 130 players.
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm saying. I'm going off the top of my head.
I mean, those
Scotty,
two I know.
No one from Carolina.
I think that's right. I think it's 2 Grand Slam champions here. Obviously, a lot of Grand Slam experience up and down these lineups.
Being doubles? I thought she got junior. She got junior dubs, I think, with someone. French Open, I want to say. I'll look this up.
I've got it theoretically right here.
I win.
You
junior
win.
French Open dubs with Chloe back.
Okay, so 3.
Yes. Shout out Brain. Way to still work.
So that one gets away, and this is a tough spot right now for Ansari, right? Had 3 looks on the Negrohu serve.
This feels like an inflection point for Auburn. One of those moments where if they play these next 5 minutes right, all of a sudden it's a completely different conversation for the next hour.
Yes. Have a 3-0 here in this breaker, and we'll be ready over on 2 in a moment as well.
Negroho, you'd have no idea body language-wise. She just faced 3 set points. So steady.
That's the 6 straight points right now, actually.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big second serve right into the body and off of the service line to draw that error. Crucial there for Ansari to get on the scoreboard, to kind of take that deep breath here.
This is where you're worried that the Auburn push start too soon.
I don't know that you necessarily have like a starting, like a yell or something.
You have like a momentum cue, though.
Go now.
Yeah.
Everybody, go. I know you've been kind of taking it easy for the last hour, but go now.
Do you guys mind? Can we start? We agree? Good miss, though.
Yeah, aggressive miss, no doubt. But yeah, 3-2 on the scoreboard. Arsenault for Auburn going to be serving for the match on 2 in a moment. 6-1, 5-4 with Roncelli.
I just don't see any simple path for either of these teams.
Correct. That is correct.
Yeah, right now it's just a wide open pathway to 4 for both teams. Certainly adds to the excitement.
Gets away from her. That slice backhand with that kind of depth is really difficult to control. So 4-2 at the turn. Do you want to go to 2 momentarily? You want to split screen it? What do you want? All right.
Yeah, welcome to the, he gets it. He gets it, folks. It's now Redzone Mike. He's here.
Let's split screen 2 and 3 right now. It is Arsenault for Auburn, who is trying to close this one out, serving at 5-4.
And again, that is 3 on the left side of your screen. I know
Yes.
that says a logo for 6. That is still the Negroho and Sari breaker on that left side of your screen.
We do have to keep an eye on 6, though, as
Of course.
Yu Chen has 5-1, 6-4, 5-1 for Auburn as well. I mean, you're looking at a point where it could be Auburn.
2-1 for an hour.
Yeah, exactly right.
And yet North Carolina State still probably feels more comfortable.
Right.
God, I love college tennis.
Nobody knew that. Nobody had any idea that you liked college tennis at all. Haven't made that clear.
Yeah. Just in case you didn't know.
Wow, so we got a real opportunity here, Roncelli, to level things. 4 break chances for her on court 2 right now.
And all of a sudden, Nell Miller, for NC State, up 6-1, 5-4 over Adeline Flack at that number 4 singles position. So all of a sudden, a couple things happening simultaneously. Negroho, 5-2 lead in that first set breaker. NC State up now 6-1, 5-4, 6-1, 5-3 at 4 and 5. 4 breakpoint chances here on the right side of your screen on 2.
Oh my, that miss.
Forehand slice is undefeated.
Way too much time to think.
Yeah, exactly.
Way too much time to think. That's a bad miss for Ansari. Yeah, this is heartbreaking right now after having 3 set points just a couple minutes ago, down here in this breaker 6-3 as it's 3 set points for Negroho.
And again, still the break point chances. I believe the break goes to Roncelli. Indeed, it does.
Yep, 5 all there.
Court number 2.
You know, what a dramatic shift from Auburn to NC State there in the last minute or 2.
And if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, we'll see here on this set point, you keep your eye on 5. We've got match points potentially coming up on court number 5. So keep our eye there.
That one getting away from Negroho. That's 6-4.
Exactly how she drew it up. Ooh. Can we split screen 3 and 5, Westoff? We have a match point coming up at 5-4. So, I love you. You're the best in the business. So match points coming up on court 5. That's the right side of your screen there. Abram serving for it.
And that'll do it as well. So NC State 2-0 now. 6-1, 6-3 for Sophie Abrams. Now let's go over to court number 4. It's more match points for NC State on court 4. 6-1, 5-4 is Nell Miller on the serve of Flack.
So we see the set goes to Negroho. Again, court 4 now if we can. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff. This is 4. Ignore the label. There it is.
So NC State just like that, 3-0, but a lot of work yet to be done. Let's go for 3 here. 3, as we do have that third set point for Negroho. That's 6-5 in their breaker.
That's the Wolfpack push of pushes there.
And Sorry serving here 5-6. They're gonna go to 6 in a moment. Yeah, 3-0 right now for NC State. Oh my, what a ripper. Absolutely laced from Ansari. So both players have now had 3 set points. Ansari had it in the 5-6 match, or 5-6 game. Negroho now has had 3 in this breaker and 6 all at the turn.
You're asking yourself, which team would you rather be right now? And we go to court number 6, where Yu Chen is serving for 6-4, 5-2. And of course, as always, super producer Daniel Westhoff, you can prepare that split screen for 3 and 6. But you ask yourself, which team would you rather be right now? And the answer is whoever wins that set at 3 singles.
Yep. That gets away from Redzone. So Chen to 30-15 now here. Again, 6-4, 5-2, as you see on our scoreboard there.
We will go split here now, 3 and 6, as soon as you're ready, super producer Daniel Westhoff, so we don't miss any of this critical action here. This is one of those junctures. Again, 6 all in that first set tiebreaker on the right side of your screen.
Chen's toss is super low, isn't it?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, that's how I blew out my shoulder. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, just too much, too rushed.
It's way too much.
Yeah.
From that low position.
Bold play.
That was a miss from Negroho, wasn't
I agree. I believe that ball was wide. Although I think that was from Ansari's racket.
Oh, okay,
Negroho,
okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, because they just did turn.
Yeah, they switch sides.
You are correct. So yeah, Negroho does have another set point on the right side of your screen. 7-6 in that breaker. Chen 30 all on the left side for Auburn. Another set point by the wayside. Goodness.
Meanwhile, break point chances for Redzone to just stay alive at 6.
Yeah, 7 all on 3.
You're right, that Yu Chen
It's
toss,
really
it's
low.
hurting me now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Perfect on that return, huh? So Redzone stays alive. Let's go over to 3 then, just for the moment, so we can stay there on 3 as this epic tiebreak continues. And Sorry now with 8-7.
And if we can, again, full screen on 3 here as we've got the set point. Sorry, 8-7 serving for it.
But this is her 4th.
Yes, correct.
And Nugroho has had 4 set points. This is her first set point of the tiebreak, however.
Correct.
For Ansari of Auburn.
And again, first set still.
Yes. 2 matches complete. This one in the first set. That's fantastic stuff. And, you know, it's 3-0 here on the scoreboard. You feel that Auburn is very much in this match. Let's go over to 6 quickly as, again, Yu-Chen remains very close here. It is love 15 on the serve of Rajecki. But, yeah, it feels like Auburn's very much in this match.
Absolutely. Up a set on 2, up a set on 6, up a set on 3 now. Up 5-3 at number 1 singles, but we're keeping our eye on 1 as Jada Daniel looks to make a pushback from 2-5 down. You'd rather always be the team up 3-0, but it's not a definitive,
yes,
you want to be the Wolfpack right now.
It does look like Rancelli for NC State and Arsenault of Auburn at 2. Looks like they will be headed to a second set breaker. Arsenault for Auburn does have that first set, as Alex mentioned, in the bag 6-1. Here, it is 15-all.
Chen jam there.
I think wanted to call that serve long.
Yeah, I don't know what. I'm all in on Yu Chen, this whole experience right now. I'm fascinated.
Last year, played at 2. 5-13 record.
Okay, sure. So let's try 6 this year.
So let's move to 6.
Yeah. Undefeated thus far?
5-1. Sure.
That's where, again, it comes back to this theme. I really enjoy what Auburn throws at every spot.
Yanked well long and well wide. So Chen back to within 2 points here of this match and getting Auburn on the scoreboard.
Meanwhile, breaker underway in that second set on 2. Serena Arsenault getting a chance to make it a 3-1 deficit for her Tigers. Very quickly be 3-2 here like that.
Away from her. So here we go. 2 match points for Yu Chen of Auburn. I mean, you're looking at a scenario where it could all come down to singles 3 and you're 3.5, 4 hours into a match. You're looking at that as a realistic possibility.
We still got 2 sets potentially left.
Correct.
And court number 3. Meanwhile, Jada Daniel did get the break back. So now 6-2. She's come from 2-5 to 4-5 on serve now. So there's another push, another option if you're NC State.
Yanked wide. So Yu Chen gets Auburn on the scoreboard. 6-4. The 6-3 over Rajecki of NC State. So things tighten up just a little bit. 3 of our courts are now shut down. So allows for some openings there. So warm-ups can begin for that 3:30 match, Pepperdine and Old Dominion over there as well. But now our focus is on 1, 2, and 3. Let's go to 2. Since we're in the midst of that second set tie break, we'll keep you updated on 1 as well. As Alex mentioned, Jada Daniel of NC State has clawed back into the second set. She's about to serve, or she is serving, excuse me, at 4-5, but we'll keep it here in this second set tie break. Arsenault of Auburn, 6-1 first set, 6-all here in the second. Rencelli just went up a mini break for NC State at 2-1.
And I'm keeping my eye on that one match just in general, watching it here on one of my feeds. All of the momentum. I know you see the double fault there on your screen here on court 2. It does feel like on this bank, Rencelli, Daniel have been rising together here in these second sets. Both took early deficits. Obviously, Rencelli's got a bit more room to climb back from. It was a mini NC State push on this bank of courts 1 and 2 singles.
So here now 2-all.
Yeah, we are either 5 minutes or 2 hours away from this match being done.
No doubt.
You love those ones. It's the intersection.
Rencelli fully in it right now, isn't she?
I just love the first question of yourself, and then the second hand comes up. It's like on the one hand, but on the other, I knew what I was trying to do. On this changeover, let's quickly pop over to court 1. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, where you see 6-2, 4-5. 30 loves become 30-all. So again, inflection point city.
Yeah, Daniel here on the near side, Ovunk on the far side. And again, big one here. Jada Daniel played at Auburn early in her career and then transferred to NC State.
I'm really sad. I don't see Mr. and Mrs. Daniel here today. The Jada Daniel cheering section is the best cheering section in all of college tennis.
Well, that's a bold statement.
No, there's
a lot of fans here.
There's a lot of good ones. No one gets after it quite like the Daniel family.
Okay.
Love them for that.
But a game point for Jada here. Looking to level this set after being down 5-2.
That's
I think you just said that only to make sure you get invited to like a party with them, and I can't blame you
for a generation. That's all I've asked for.
So 5-all now. Let's go back to singles 2, where it is now 4-3. Rencelli of NC State out in front in the second set tiebreak with Arsenault. Just starting the second set. Nugroho and Ansari on 3.
I will say, I could see a Nugroho quick run through that second set. Took so much for Ansari to win the first. Ansari sort of mellows out. See how much energy do I need to bring in the third.
So 4-all now. That is, again, that sitting forehand, but after that length of point, maybe just a little bit sluggish in the legs to get us here.
Ariana Arsenault barely played for Georgia last season. Barely played.
Yeah, just 0-2 in singles, in fact, in duels.
And now here she is, #2 singles, 3 points away.
To be fair, did play a bunch of doubles. Was
true,
playing a lot of one
I
doubles.
should have clarified singles. Clearly has the talent, but
obviously All-American.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that is kind of a big deal.
This game, though, this sport.
Second serve, I want to see if Arsenault gets in a little bit here and goes after this aggressive second serve return. You see her a good step inside the baseline. Trying to take away that slice serve as well, setting up very wide with it. And another step in. Yeah, that was just very much a mental decision that she was taking away that slice second serve by stepping in and making a point of it. So she saw that it was going to be taken away from her. So that drew that double fall. Really smart play from Ariana Arsenault.
It's the little things with the footwork. And isn't that a doubles move there? Take that return a little bit earlier.
So it's on a racket here. This match, in fact, 2 points away from it. It's Arsenault. But that gets away.
Oh, overruled.
It's good, overruled. So 6-4. And that's the first one we've seen on stream here, but a huge one in the moment as it does set up match points for Arsenault.
Now the day has begun. You have a bucket list of things you got to check off. That's on it. Meanwhile, Jada Daniel, 3 break points. All of a sudden, could be 6-2, 6-5, NC State at 1. Match point here first.
Oh, that aggression is paying off for Ariana Arsenault. She takes this one, 6-1, 7-6. Puts Auburn into a little bit better spot, 3-2. But let's move over to court number 1, where things have gotten really tight. Ovunk of Auburn serving 5-all, 30-40 right now as we move over. Jada Daniel for NC State to court 1. And again, middle of this 30-40 point. Ovunk dumps it. So Jada Daniel storming back 4 straight games, and now will actually just serve for this match.
This is it. This is the one. Topsy-turvy, you never know who's control until all of a sudden someone's got 4. Meanwhile, by the way, Priska Negroho up 1 love, was up love 40 in that first service game on court number 3. Now deuce for Carolyn Ansari. And sorry, holds, excuse me, for 1-all on court number 3. So we're just nursing 2 matches right now here on our Red Zone stream. And again, confirm if I'm wrong, 3:30 p.m. Central Time start for our next wave of matches.
45 minutes.
Yes, won't be before then. I'll stick around here as soon as this match is done. I'll chat a couple questions with the winning coach, of course. Mike and I are going to get a refresher. Deodorant up.
We'll see. Yeah, this is quite a remarkable run here for Jada Daniel, the senior from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. All-American doubles last year, as high as 8 in the country. 25-6, that doubles record last year.
And of course, she was playing number 4 singles too, and it felt like a joke at the moment. Of course, she'd step up to that number 3 spot also, but just to have her in the center of the lineup, and you look for NC State, it was last year. Daniel at 4, Renchelli at 5. They're now up to the number 1 and 2 spots. Now, of course, no Alana Smith, who would be playing number 1, ankle injury. They're trying to avoid the surgery, bring her back this season. She's out for this weekend.
Might not matter today as Jada Daniel serves for it 6-5.
It's the right ball. Poor execution.
Looks like Ovunk is kind of doing what Arsenault was doing as well, trying to take away that slider here. Obviously, the lefty slider for Daniel, trying to eliminate that a little bit. Let's see if she sets up with this second serve as well.
Look how inside the baseline she is.
Ooh. Big aggressive ball there out of Jada Daniel. Ovunk, the junior from Ankara, Turkey. 45-25 in her career. She was an All-American last year as well. Huge body serve. Goodness. Right into that left hip. Perfect spot there from Jada Daniel, 2 points away.
That's good stuff there. No doubt about that. I always love having a powerful lefty at one.
Pretty much love to have a powerful lefty.
Period.
Pretty much anywhere.
Yeah. I don't know. It's 6? No, just kidding.
So 30-15, 2 points away.
All right.
Yikes.
And you can tell when, if this is your first time watching Jada Daniel play, loves that first forehand. Loves her whole game's based around that first forehand. Sprays that one though, now 30 all.
Oh, she missed.
Oh.
Oh, goodness. That miss there from Jada Daniel from the tee. Break chances for Ovunk here to force the breaker.
The four. Oh. Welcome to the indoors.
Now it's an interesting mind game here, as obviously just fighting and scrapping to get back into it. All of a sudden you've got the lead and having to close it out. Different mindset that is needed. A little nervy there from Daniel. You missed those couple of tosses as well in that last serve moment. This is the serve here. Okay, so match point.
Tell you what, if that second serve hit the line, it was the back of it.
You think Ovunk's going to take this on the deuce side? Yeah,
I would. I don't like how easy it is for her to find first forehand on that ad side.
Looks like Ovunk is headed that way, indeed. Headed towards the deuce side. So match point here for NC State. Got away from her, and it is NC State who is moving in to the quarterfinals as Jada Daniel shuts it down 6-2, 7-5. And so NC State and Georgia in tomorrow's quarterfinals, noon Central.
That is the matchup we want, folks. A rematch of last year's NCAA quarterfinal. NC State got the Bulldogs, and I still remember the look on Katarina Jokic's face, Meg Kowalski, Morgan Kopic. That entire team did not expect to fall to the Wolfpack, last season. That we get that rematch this early in the year. And again, NC State now 9-0. They've seen just about every scenario you can see to start this college tennis season. Calloused is the word of the weekend. They're the calloused team. Georgia's clearly got the talent. What a second batch of matches, Mike. What a second batch.
We should point out not everybody wants to see that match, because there are certainly a lot of fans of Auburn right now who are very invested in that match. So Auburn now moves in to the consolation bracket. They will take on Washington tomorrow. That will also be at noon Central. Again, that stream will, of course, be available for you tomorrow at noon Central with Auburn and Washington.
I apologize. I would also argue that's the more important match because you look at it. Obviously, we're playing for a semifinal here. And in terms of the stakes of this tournament, no, the Georgia-NC State match more valuable. But in terms of securing a top 16 seed come the NCAA tournament, Auburn, Washington are going to be in the hunt for those final 2-3 host sites. That's a big opportunity for both teams to pick up a win here in Madison. And I have to say, if you're Auburn, that's the funkiest 4-2 loss you're going to experience. You are right there in this match.
Yeah, that's going to be hard for Ovonk to deal with, considering, again, 5-2, the ability to, you're starting to think about splitting sets, and Auburn as a whole thinking about moving into a really good opportunity to find a way to come back and find 4-3 from 3-love down. But instead, in about 20 minutes, Jada Daniel just shuts it down and just finds a way through, and so does NC State.
Yeah, that's a very impressive win for Coach Earnshaw, who, again, it's worth noting, I think this is only the third time NC State has qualified for these national indoor championships. 2019, 2020, now, of course, here in 2022, and yet all of the sudden, Mike, this team into another national quarterfinal. We talk about new blood to blue blood. Yes, their colors are not blue. It's red, it's white, it's black. But very quietly, NC State may have turned themselves into a blue blood here in women's college tennis.
Quoting Michael Jackson there for a second. It's black, it's white. It's up to you. Yeah.
Come on and
it's a little bit different. I was going black and white. See, that was late career.
I know.
Like 94-ish, 95-ish, a little again before.
I was going to say still before me, but yeah, no, I mean, not my brand of classical genre. Nevertheless, reunited, and it feels so good here in the Nielsen Tennis Center. That's more my speed. And I have to say, if you're NC State reunited with this national indoor tournament back into the quarterfinals, it feels so good.
Can you actually say who sung that song, though?
Oh, I used to know it. It's a duo. It's two people.
Thank you.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I can do the thing is I'm not allowed to sing anymore. Super producer Daniel Westhoff has banned me from singing on the broadcast because justifiably so. He hears enough of my voice, but it's a really impressive victory. I mean, no doubt about that. And again, we're waiting here. I believe we're going to have a chance to speak with the winning coach, with Coach Simon Earnshaw and a player. Indeed, I got confirmation. So we're going to stick around here for 2 more minutes. What do we have coming up next?
We do have Cal and Texas A&M. Cal, the 4 seed here this week, as well as Pepperdine and Old Dominion. So those 2 matches coming up 35 minutes from now will allow us to grab a little bit of lunch as well. But yeah, this is kind of how they play, allow a little bit of extra time here in between these 12 and 3:30 matchups, just to allow maybe a time to catch up there.
No, credit to NC State. We're back on schedule somehow, which we appreciate. And, again,
it was peaches and herb, by the way.
Yeah, peaches. That's what I knew. It was a fruit of some sort. I didn't want to say like sugar and spice. I was like, it's something and something. I appreciate that. For this Cal team who 3 days ago lost shockingly after taking the doubles and, first match off court 0-1 from Katja Wiersholm, ended up dropping a 5-2 decision to Michigan. I don't know what to think of this Cal team. They're young, they're super talented, but they're also indoors, and that's just not something you do in California. And so
it's not like College Station is exactly an indoor facility, very stronghold either.
That's very, very true. I wonder where it rains more, College Station or in Berkeley. It's a tough question.
That's a good question.
Point being, I just expect this match to get funky. And why would you lean A&M? It's just the experience they bring back. This group, Makarova, Goldsmith, they have played more indoor matches than the Giavaras of the world, than the Katja. Well, Katja Wiersholm might have played a few indoor matches in her day, but more college indoor matches than this Cal team. And again, with margins this thin, you're looking for any sort of thing to separate the two of them. 4-3. That one has 4-3 written all over it, Mike.
All right. You have been salivating over that the entire day.
This has been the day.
You've been very excited about it.
Oh, this is the one. And I mean, if you listen to our preview podcast, which you're going to get to hear some of here in our intermission, I spent much of time. Our friend John Parsons, of course, has this as his number one potential for an upset here in our round of 16 matches. And I think you just look up and down the board, really fun matchups, 1 through 6 singles. And it should be one of many extraordinary matches we see here on the weekend in Madison.
Yeah, so we are waiting to hear from Coach Simon Earnshaw. I want to get a little bit more of a take on his doubles philosophy.
Yeah.
What's it called exactly?
The system.
System.
I've heard rumors about your system. What is your double? I would love to hear his answer if he'll give you the answer. Oh man, I'm such a fan of Sion. I mean, you have to be Coach Ram. I'm not going to say what the message is, but we're waiting on Coach for a minute. He should be back momentarily. Just, again, 3 hours on court. There are things you got to do post match that you weren't able to do during. So we'll get him back out here shortly. But yeah, no, I think you look for this team, and again, you look overall just to reset where things are at, and we may get player first here as we're looking to set things up, but we reset where things are at. All seeds thus far. We've gone by the book. First, it was North Carolina, your number 2 seed, advancing. Virginia, drop doubles, drop 4 first sets. They're like, we're fine. Come back, win 4-2 victory to advance to the quarterfinals. And now here it's Georgia advancing, NC State advancing, have yet to have a 4-3 match. I don't know. How have you felt about the first 6 hours of play?
I don't understand how you do red zone coverage all the time. No, it's you and I both have been around indoors for the ITA for multiple years in various capacities. It is the first day is a lot.
Yes,
it is a lot. The second day is when things start to kind of focus a little bit, because obviously you do have consolation bracket matchups, which have a lot of import, but you're kind of paying a little bit more attention towards that quarterfinal and semifinal round. But yeah, this is one of those just chaotic days where it's constant, it's frenetic, it's a lot, and really just kind of setting yourself up for the next couple of days. And when we were talking with Coach Calbus of North Carolina, the fact that they got off the court in 2 hours, the ability to just really reset, get everybody food at a normal lunchtime, so that you're able to get to a normal dinner time as well, and then get to bed early since they have to come back for their 9 o'clock match tomorrow. I mean, that's kind of what you wanted to see from them as a team that has won this tournament so many times.
I think Coach Wallace said it best and how definitive he was. He's like, look, 20% scouting, 80% recovery.
Yes.
Recovery, the name of the game. This North Carolina team can go take a nap and still make it bet on time. Like, you've earned that right for yourself. Ditto with Georgia, who was 20 minutes away or 10 minutes away from things getting sneaky complicated. I actually think if you're NC State and you're Coach Earnshaw, you are looking up at the heavens and saying, woo, like, Priska, go rest. Like, one set, you're going to need it. Obviously, that's going to be a big flight for them moving forward, but that's a really impressive win. And again, I think for this team, and in fact, we have an update. Coach Earnshaw going to talk to his team first. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get him today. Obviously, after a match like that, you can understand why he'd want to talk to his team right away. But with that in mind, any final thoughts, Mike, or you can take us home?
I'm ready to get to the next one. We have a little bit of a break as well, as Alex mentioned, half an hour until our next matchups. And again, that will be Cal, Texas A&M, Pepperdine, and Old Dominion. That's coming up exactly 30 minutes from now here on our Red Zone coverage of the National Team Indoor Championships, brought to you by the ITA and presented by Cracked Racquets.
And let's rock it. What's tomorrow? Friday. Here at Cracked Racquets, of course, all of the 2022 Division I National Indoor is going to be able to be seen on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. You're going to be able to listen to myself, Mike Cation, Daniel Westoff, steer you through our Red Zone coverage of the 4-day event as we try to crown the 2022 National Indoor Champion. Of course, day 1 sees round of 16 action on Friday. Every team still believes they have a chance to capture the National Indoor title, of course, in 2022, given the depth, given the talent, given the parity. It really does feel like a bunch of these teams could emerge as the winner. As such, it should be a fascinating day of tennis. 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Mountain, 7 a.m. Pacific. We kick off our coverage, 4 matches on the day. We start at 9 a.m. Central time here. Our last match is scheduled to go on at 6:30 p.m. Central time. As such, just book your day. Grab your snacks early in the morning, maybe get 2 entrees, 3 entrees when you go out for food. That way you're not going to have to leave again. Buckle in, folks. Should be an extraordinary 4 days of tennis. But of course, before we can get to the action, we have to preview all the action here at Cracked Racquets. And as you Cracked Racquets listeners know, when I'm talking college tennis, there's a select group of individuals I'm going to turn to. One of them joining me on the podcast here today. He's helped me steer the ship for all of our women's college tennis coverage here in 2022. You know him as your co-favorite writer on our website, crackrackets.com, founder of the No Ad, No Problem blog. It is our friend John J. Parsons. Jay, welcome back to the show. National Indoors is upon us. How are you feeling?
I'm good, Gruskin. I didn't know we were doing ASMR mini break, but I feel like I'm going to be talking in hushed tones this entire time, and then realize like I am not in the hotel, so I can talk as loud as I want. I'm doing well. I'm really excited for indoors. Feels good to be back. It feels noticeable to have 16 teams this year rather than 8 last year. So really excited for the action to get underway, and I think it's going to be a really good tournament. Double down on those long days. I might as well just take tomorrow off of work. It's going to be some long days. If it's anything like what we had in Stillwater last year, we'll be up late this weekend.
Well, 2 things off of that. A, I like for all the first-time viewers, first-time listeners, they think I've got this bass tone, that they think I've got this deep voice. I'll say this. If my mom's watching, no, I did not smoke 2 packs of cigarettes before we recorded this. Obviously, again, it's 10:30 at night here, trying to be conscious of the others. But let me just say, the hushed tones is not meant to mute my excitement. As you know, Jay, I am amped for this event. It is going to be an extraordinary weekend plus of tennis. Of course, I always enjoy the opportunity to get to work with Mike Cation, a guy I grew up listening to on the Challenger calls, a man who very much found it, or, is very much influential in my passion for the sport today. But yeah, I mean, big picture here, before we get into any of the matchups, before we get into any of our breakdowns, Jay, you come into this national indoor event, North Carolina, 2-time defending champs, but the nucleus of that national indoor run from Carolina, the group that made 5 consecutive finals, McKenna Jones, Alexa Graham, Sarah Davatella, they're gone. What does a national indoors without those 3 players even look like? We don't know. And we also don't know what a national indoors looks like without Duke, without Stanford, without, I'm forgetting one, UCLA here as well. Of course, we don't have the blue bloods. Some of the blue bloods we do have looking new. Now, obviously, defending champs Texas bring back the nucleus of their NCAA title winning team. They made the finals last year, came so close to winning the title. We're up a set in 4-1 and had 3 points on the board. You feel like that Texas team closes that match out 99% of the time. Of course, last year's national indoor finals was the 1%. How does that drive them here? What message are they trying to send to the rest of the country? Those are the things I think about when I think big picture here. Again, before we get into the nitty gritty, what are some of the big picture storylines you're monitoring?
Yeah, I think you nailed a lot of those. I think the one I would add is the absence of blue bloods means there's new blood, right? And so that comes in the form of Old Dominion making their first national indoors, Oklahoma here at indoors, Washington as well. Probably those are the 3 teams you circle as teams who had really great runs on the ITA kickoff weekend or just kind of generally the start of the season. How do they carry over that momentum, right? They're going to be, some of those teams are more green than others on the national stage, but they'll still feel, confident coming into the weekend, given the start to the season they've had. So that's probably the other storyline I'm watching, particularly ODU, Washington, and Oklahoma, all at varying stages, various rankings kind of within the top 25, but really excited to see how those 3 perform.
No, I mean, all of these schools, Auburn, which brings back a team we saw a lot of familiar faces in last year. Can they make another jump, get a win here this weekend, not over, respectfully, a new blood team, but over a blue blood? Can they sort of establish themselves at the top? And certainly NC State is, they're trying to go from new blood to blue blood, and they're very close to making that transition. I'm going to work that analogy. Can I steal that from you on the commentary?
You can steal it, yeah.
By the way, the other thing I wanted to mention, you've got a long day ahead of you, my friend. 12 hours in the commentary, or in the comments. Like you very much play a role of our broadcast, as you know. And of course, listeners are going to be seeing this during the intermissions between matches. But again,
so chat with me.
Yes, exactly. So please interact with Jay, and obviously super producer Daniel Westoff going to be feeding those questions to myself and Mike. We'll try to address them throughout the show. Obviously at Mike C Tennis. I don't need to tell any of you. You're already following him at AL Gruskin, at Jay Tweets Tennis. I see the influence there, Jay, or maybe we're just all talking about tennis here. But yeah, no, again, please interact with us. We hope you follow along. 9 a.m. Central Time, our last match scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So it's going to be a day, folks. Buckle in. With that in mind, it's time for us to preview
day one of the 2022 Division I Women's National Indoor event. Again, it's round of 16 action. We've got 8 matches on the day. Things are destined to get funky. What Jay and I want to do to try to keep this podcast organized, because I like to think, even though Jay made fun of me when I suggested this to him earlier today, that we, kind of crack the code on what a preview podcast should look like. We try to keep things organized here. Otherwise, like a grand slam, you're going to talk about every little thing. I'm happy to be here for 2 hours. I'm sure I was going to say my room number out loud. I'm not going to say it, but again, Best Western, my favorite hotel. This is literally my favorite building, probably in the world. My mom's going to watch this, so I won't say why. Look, this is just, again, we're going to keep things simple. Winners of Team A. What does Team A's winning this match look like? What does Team B winning this match look like? What are the biggest lineup questions? What are the swing matches? Then, of course, I'm going to lean on Jay more so than myself. I'm totally wussing out. I'm just going to admit that in person. You go face to face with these 16 coaches, all of whom I love dearly, and, try to say to them, hey, I picked against your team, but I'm broadcasting still, and I still really like you. It's hard to convince them of that. So for the sake of neutrality, I hope you all will entertain me. I am going to abstain from picks. Now, perhaps from my analysis, you'll see which way I'm leaning, but I'm going to abstain from formal picks. Jay, you're going to do the heavy lifting here. I apologize for that fact. You may coax something. How about this? I promise I'll predict a winner, though. That I'm happy to do with you in the end. I'm just not going to go match by match here, except for, I guess, one, because implicitly I'm picking them as winner. Anyways, with that in mind, let's get into it. Here is our breakdown of tomorrow's 8 round of 16 matches. And for the sake of when you're listening to this, to make it a little bit more sense, we're going to go in order. We're going to start with the 9 a.m. matches, Jay. The 9 a.m. matches are about as good as it's going to get on day number 1. It's going to be a really fun day of tennis, but you look at our 9 a.m. matches, you have defending champion, number 2 seed UNC taking on Ohio State. Let's just start with that match. And I want to start with UNC here, because certainly the Tar Heels are the most credentialed women's program in the country when it comes to the national indoors. And I just mentioned it, 5 consecutive finals for Coach Kalbas and this team. And yes, no more Graham, no more Jones, no more Davatella. But guess what? The player who won that clinching match from a set and 4-1 down, Elizabeth Scotty, she's back. Cam Mora, she's back. They've been part of back-to-back championship winning teams. They don't know what a loss at the indoors. They don't know what a loss in the regular season, by the way, looks like either. Of course, Fiona Crawley was a part of the last year's team. Annika Yarlagada has been along for the ride for both of these past 2 seasons. Riley Tran was on the roster last year. We've talked about Carson Tanjulik in the past. This team, 7-0 to date, or the 5-2 win in Ann Arbor at Michigan. That is certainly appreciated in value, given my Wolverines' victory over the Cal Bears earlier this week. What does a Team A win look like for you? What are you expecting to see from this Carolina team this weekend?
Yeah. I think it starts with doubles, right? And they have extremely strong doubles, which we've seen over the years, but this year feels really rock solid top to bottom. You have Crawley and Scotty at number 1. You have Mora and Tanjulik at number 2. And then you get to move down Tran and Sanford, who have played together, last year as well. So they feel really rock solid to me in doubles. You look at that number 1 duo, they took home they're undefeated. They took home the ITA Fall National Championships. So it starts with doubles. And I think that recipe will persist kind of throughout this tournament for them. So I think they're going to get double. We'll save the predictions, but I think it starts with doubles. And I think the strength.
Just to add to your doubles point, you talk about why this season feels more real from a doubles perspective than perhaps years past. And again, I always lean on that 2020 season where Carolina was just light years better than everyone else. With all due respect, I'm sure as time gets on, I'm only going to get more hyperbolic with how good they were. But I'm telling you, I was there. I've never seen a team play that dominant in person. You're just like, yep, that's the best team. They're going to win. You throw that out the window because it's a different ball game now. And you look at last year's team, even if numbers wise they found success, even if in the end Jones and Scotty go on to win the NCAA championship last year, it felt like you're just kind of throwing pieces at the board and you just say, here's 6 really talented players. We're going to play them in doubles and we're just going to win on our talent. This year, whether it's Crawley and Scotty, 11-1. I watched them play at Fall Nats. They're a pairing, just the way they complement one another, the way Scotty cleans things up, and just, again, Crawley's aggression at the net as well. She gets to be her free self because everyone's so worried about what Scotty's doing. You don't realize Crawley may sneaky have more pop. Mora and Tanjulik, it's just a funky team. It really is.
Yeah.
And they have success. And then, again, Sanford and Tran were nearly unbeatable at 3 doubles last year. They're back this season.
Yep.
Somehow it's been one semester and this success just feels more real.
Yeah, I think you put it right. I think it feels like the solidification of doubles teams, and you feel like you have 3 really strong pairs who have come into their own together, and some very quickly, right? Some just in the past semester. Whereas I think you're right, that sense of like they won pretty much every doubles point last season. It felt like that was on the strength of just like really good individual players, and now they're actually having what feels like real doubles pairing success.
Yeah, and then of course you look at the singles, and Morris started the year at number 1, and she's 0-1 in the matches that have been decided. But of course, the majority of matches haven't been decided because the teams cleaned up everywhere else. 7-0 at the 2 singles spot, led by Crawley and Scotty. 6-0 at the 3 singles spot. 6-0 at 4 singles. 6-0 at 5 singles. They've lost 1 match at 1. Yarlagadda lost a straight set match at 6, I believe, over in Michigan, but it was like a 5-6 match or a 4-5 match, something like that. 2 singles losses thus far in the year, 34-2. Now they've beaten up on a lot of teams, and it hasn't been the toughest schedule, but 1 month in, what are you feeling about this singles lineup?
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that like the strength of schedule is pretty low, right? And that's why we were all excited to see them face off against Michigan. That win has really appreciated with Michigan's win over Cal. So it's tough to say, and that's why it's exciting to see how they do at indoors. I think as I look at this lineup, the strength of this lineup for me really falls within 2, 3, 4, and 5, particularly at 3 and 4 with Tran and Crawley. And Tanjulik has looked extremely impressive, but she's a freshman. So on this big stage, how will she perform? Pretty unknown. And Scotty's looked really strong to start the season. So that's where I look for them to kind of rattle off a lot of singles victories as they face some of this competition.
So we disagree. I would say 3 through 6, not 2 through 5. And that's not meant to be disrespectful to Elizabeth Scotty, who's 32-4 in her career. Like 32-4. Riley Tran, 34-1.
Right.
Like, come on now. What are we doing here? Sometimes you look at these numbers and it's just like, we don't talk about it enough. We should just spend, and I could do it, 10 minutes a segment, just being like, read these numbers. Like it's ridiculous.
But if you just splice together the 10 to 15 minutes you spend every pod talking about North Carolina, you could have, many dedicated pods.
I could never ask this of Westhoff because he listens to my voice enough. There's nothing I would love more than some loving fan. I almost called them nut job fan, but I mean that in the right sort of way. Just like compiled all of my ridiculous Carolina takes over the years, or like Virginia takes, and how I sneak them in, because there have been a few. But Annika Yarlagadda is 38-13 in her career. She's played a bunch of dual matches at number 6. I actually feel pretty comfortable about her third year in the program in that spot, despite perhaps not being the most calloused in this position. Meanwhile, Mora, Scotty, how healthy are they ever at the top of the lineup? That's the question I'm always asking. I just know the health of the bottom of the lineup, and I think Tanjulik's got it. Like I do think she's at the bottom of the lineup as a freshman, going to experience a ton of success early on. On the flip side, though, what team might have the perfect recipe to beat this team, and it is a brutal first round draw, is this version of the Ohio State Buckeyes, who come into the national indoors off of arguably the most impressive performance of the kickoff weekend. We deem them our most impressive performers here at Cracked Racquets, as they earned decisive victories, 4-1 over Oklahoma State, 4-0 over Tennessee. Now, they haven't played since then, but of course, prior to that weekend, they went down to North Carolina, lost to Duke 4-3, lost to NC State 4-3. I think 2 really good results against 2, Duke's not here, but it's because they lost to Oklahoma, who's another really, really good team. NC State, of course, is here, have racked up even more impressive wins since knocking off the Buckeyes. This team is extraordinarily experienced as well. Everyone but Ratliff has spent time and competed in this event before. Talk me why there could be tell me why this upset feels very real, Jay.
Yeah, and this is one of the things I wrote about it because it does feel real, right?
Mhm.
The match calculus of the teams. We talk about the strength of UNC's doubles. Of the teams here in Madison, Ohio State could be one of the teams that can match them pound for pound there in the doubles lineup. They have two duos at the top of the lineup, whether it be Kontos and Ratliff or Boulay and Allen, who have played so well either throughout their careers or to start the season in the case of Kontos and Ratliff. So, look, indoors, the aggression that this Ohio State team plays with, particularly in doubles, that's a dogfight. And, playing one set, the momentum and the energy that Ohio State brings. It starts with doubles, and it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility for them to take an early doubles point from UNC.
I just feel like this team is hungry for one of those blue blood sort of wins because, of course, Ohio State is a blue blood athletic program, but they are not a blue blood in women's college tennis. And you look for them last season, as impressive as the 23-4 was. When you look for them last year at the National Indoors, they got blitzed by North Carolina in match number 1, whatever that happens. 4-3 win over Georgia Tech. But then they fumbled against Northwestern on that Sunday, 4-3 loss. They should have won it in 2.5 hours. The match ends up going 17 hours, keeps us there all night long. I'm not bitter, I promise. And it just felt, again, this team manages, only loses to Michigan, I believe, during the course of the Big Ten season and gets a really impressive 4-3 win over Vanderbilt in the round of 32 last year. And, played Texas as close as anyone in Orlando. Yeah. But what's the signature win for this Buckeye program? Certainly, again, the DiLorenzo years, they got a couple of them, but post DiLorenzo, again, I would like to see this team knock off a UNC or even in the next matchup, get a win over a Florida or over a Virginia. And I just think this team, watching them play, how much better they were from the Duke NC State weekend to the Oklahoma State Tennessee weekend, how they said, you guys are not on our level. We are going to take care of you. Indoor tennis, Jay. Indoor tennis, this team's good.
Yeah, and I'm fascinated to see how they perform here because I think the arc of the last 6 months with this Ohio State team has been extremely volatile, right? I would say 6 months ago, coming off of that season, they had only Big Ten competition, but played Texas tough, feeling pretty good. They returned essentially everybody from that roster. And then you look at the fall results and you were like, whoa, Boulay, Allen really struggling. That was the heart of this lineup. And then all of a sudden, then you see them compete on the road in North Carolina, like you talked about, and they suffer 4-3 losses. And you feel like, okay, but there were some solid showings there. They've clearly taken a step up. That performance at kickoff weekend at home was dominant. And so, they seem to be playing well enough to really strike. But we've been burned the last 6 months. I'm not quite sure exactly. It has not been a linear path, unlike a lot of these teams to start the season. And so that's the big question for me.
Yeah. And again, we're fortunate enough to have the lineups available to us. And, by the time you all are hearing this, these lineups will have been locked in. So we're comfortable now, can share them. There are a couple of swing matches. And again, let's get to that now. Let's see how ABC, we kept it in play here. This one's going to be one of the longer ones because I really do think this is one of the most intriguing matches of the weekend. But you look at it from a matchup perspective for UNC. Again, it will be Cam Moore at the number 1 spot, Scotty at 2, Tran 3, Crawley 4, Tanjulik 5, Yarlagadda 6. You look for Ohio State, Kontos 1, Boulay 2, Ratliff 3, Allen 4, Marzell 5, Brzezinyak listed at 6. But of course, we've seen Luna Dorme play just as many matches there thus far through the season. Doubles wise, it is Boulay and Allen in the number 2 spot behind Kontos and Ratliff. That's certainly interesting. Same doubles team, Crawley, Scotty, Moore, Tanjulik, Sanford, Tran for UNC. Give me the breakdown. The swing matches, ultimately fold in your prediction here as well. How do you see it unfolding?
Well, look, from the perspective of the Buckeyes, it's doubles 1, 2, and one other. And right, they didn't look good at 6 at the kickoff weekend. That looked like to be a vulnerable spot. And I think that does hurt the match calculus here because I think that is, I would say, is a vulnerable spot for UNC relative to the strength
of the invulnerability.
Exactly. So that's how I see it breaking down. I do think they can get doubles. I like that they have Boulay and Allen at 2 doubles. I think they take that match. They've been looking strong, tough tough to decide a winner there at one doubles. That feels like a toss up. The whole doubles point is basically a toss up here. But if Ohio State gets that, I would favor them at one. Man, two is going to be a big hitting matchup. Boulet's looked really strong. I think the Buckeyes have to get her match. I just don't see where they get their fourth point in singles at the bottom of the lineup. And I think that's where UNC's depth and strength at that middle of the lineup as well pays off. But I think this is going to be a 4-2, 4-3 matchup in favor of UNC.
Swing match, Tran Ratliff. Like, lock it in. Yeah, 6 is important too, but we've seen some good stuff from Sydney Ratliff. And I'm not, have we seen Riley Tran play a number 3 singles match on this stage? Like, yeah, she did it against Michigan. This is an interesting, like, to me, that's the sneaky swing. Like, you're right. 6 is the obvious one, but I think 3 is the sneaky swing.
Interesting. I would actually say 4 is the sneaky swing because
don't you disrespect my girl. I like that. I think she should be 1.
I don't think it's 3. I think I would favor Tran in that matchup. We've seen Ratliff be up and down. She did not have a good weekend in North Carolina. But I think it's at 4 and 5. I think UNC gets 6. 4 is Allen versus Crawley.
Look, if you want, I say Fiona's my girl, and I'm trying to avoid bias here. When I say that, I mean I'm a massive fan of her game, and I think her at 4 might be the most valued position perhaps in the country. That's how good. 23 and 4 this year. Now Coley Allen, the senior. You're right. That's interesting. But just to clarify,
yeah. I mean it kind of has to be Contos, Boulet, and Allen. Sure. To me, I feel like if they are going to get this blue blood win, it needs to be Coley Allen giving a performance of her career.
Okay, sounds like though you're leaning towards the heels.
I am.
Okay, 4-3.
Let's go 4-3. We're going to start off hot. We're going to make the day super long. We'll go 4-3.
Yeah, I like that. Here's what I'll say: there will be an upset on the day. I don't know if it's this one. If you're circling them. This is an interesting one. I certainly of the top 4 seeds. Well, that's actually not true because now I just remember the scene. I'm just saying, circle this one. Definitely join us at 9 a.m. Like, blow off that work meeting. Whatever you're doing, trust me, this one will be worthwhile. And by the way, I'm sure we'll be focused on that quite a bit, but we're also keeping our eye on UVA, Florida as well, because talk about an interesting matchup between these two teams. And of course, Florida traditionally a blue blood when it comes to women's college tennis, as successful as any program really through that 2014-15 season. Things start to drop off over the past couple of years, but Roland and the team, they're back here at the National Indoors, 6-0, and you look for them last week, a really good win, 4-2 over ODU at home, and beaten up on Florida State a couple of times as well. But they take on the higher seeded Virginia team. Virginia, your number 7 seed, coming in based off their 6-0 record, perhaps most pertinently the 4-3 win in the kickoff weekend at home over a very young and talented Stanford team. They followed up 5-2 last week over UCF. We'll start with the seed as Team A for Virginia. What's a win look like for this team? What do you expect from them this weekend?
Well, I'm excited to see Virginia at the National Indoors. This is the first time they've qualified with Coach Sarah O'Leary at the helm. This is the first time we've seen Emma Navarro kind of facing this elite number 1 competition back-to-back days outside of the NCAA individual tournament. So excited to see them here. Victories for them. Look, it all starts with doubles, right? Can we just all of these teams need to get doubles? I don't think Virginia does get doubles here. So I do think it needs to come down to singles. We can talk more about that. You look like you had something to say on the doubles side.
It's interesting because I can tell you Navarro's here, like on the grounds. She's playing this weekend. Well, yeah. And I know that sounds like an obvious thing, but just for some who are wondering, because she wouldn't played a pro event not that long ago. And I don't think she didn't play the UCF week match last weekend. And so it's like, well, is she here this weekend? Let me just say the answer is yes.
Yep.
That's interesting. Is it because of the strength of Florida in doubles, or is it the uncertainty about UVA?
It is. It's much more about the strength of Florida's doubles. They're undefeated in doubles so far. Virginia's not. I don't have the numbers.
Taking the doubles point from them.
Took the doubles point. Yeah. Exactly. So Florida looked really good in doubles. They look good in doubles against ODU. They've looked strong there all season. They have a lot of experience across their doubles lineup, whether it's McCartney Kessler, just Marley Zine, and then the transfers of Shelton and Briggs. So they have strong doubles teams. And I like that experience over UVA's, who hasn't looked just as strong in doubles. And so then it turns to singles. And I do think if you're Virginia, look, this is going to be the recipe all season, right? You're going to look at that top three of Navarro, Travinsky, and Subash, who I believe are playing in that order here in Madison. You like your chances against Florida and every other team that you'll face. But I think those are winnable, right? We talked about this a little bit earlier, but in the top of Florida's lineup, McCartney Kessler has looked vulnerable. She did have some good wins this past weekend, particularly over ODU, but she lost against Florida State. So, you like Navarro at that matchup. And I think it's very possible that they get 2 and 3 in a fairly straightforward manner. And then the question becomes 4 through 6.
Yeah, no, this Florida team has played very well to start the season. They had a very solid fall. Kessler didn't play great last weekend, 1-1, I believe, overall. Though, again, credit to ODU. I forget if it was Sastasky or Startup Seva who plays at that number 1 spot. I think it was Startup Seva.
Correct.
Yeah, and see, I still got it. I'm ready for this weekend. And by the way, this is the other reason I love doing this podcast with you, Jay. There is no better primer to get ready for the broadcast than doing this exercise. And so I love you, my friend. That was not a sound effect. That was a real blown kiss from me to Jay. You're going to get to see that on the broadcast. Anyways, yeah, look, this UVA team, you mentioned it, Navarro, Subash, we know what they are. To get Subash at 3, like you feel about as good as that, about Crawley at 4 and anything else in the country. Travinsky's proven she's got it thus far. And now comes the real test, but thus far she's passed all the tests she's been asked to pass.
Yep.
Let's talk about it from the Florida side. This team, yes, they are on a really impressive win over ODU. They've beaten Florida State. Neither of those teams are top 10, with all due respect to ODU. And, whatever's going on with Florida State, show for a different time. What do we know about this Florida team? What does a good weekend for them look like?
Well, I think a good weekend starts with the success of doubles and the success of their transfer additions, Emma Shelton and Carly Briggs, both who are undefeated to start the year, who are playing at the 4 and 5 spots. You like that experience, particularly Carly Briggs down at 5. That's going to be a really good spot for them. And I think that's what matches up well here with Virginia, right? We talked about the strength of Virginia's lineup at the top. Florida, you like it 4 and 5. And so this is a tough one to call because I like Virginia at the top of the lineup. I like Florida at 4 and 5. So it's going to be a close one. I do think it's going to be interesting to see what sort of weekend McCartney Kessler and Marley Zine have. Both very experienced, been at Florida for many years, and good opportunity for them to step up.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned right away the lineups there. Just want to run through them again as we get you the matchups and what to expect for Virginia here this weekend. Navarro 1, Travinsky 2, Subash 3, Munera 4, Odell 5, Ziodato 6. You look for their opponents in Florida tomorrow. They're going Kessler 1, Dudney 2, Zane 3, Shelton 4, Briggs 5, Spee 6, although we've seen them play Berlin pretty frequently throughout the course of the season. It'll be interesting, matchup dependent. Who acclimates better indoors? That's something to watch for. Match calculus, pick. Give it to me, Jay.
So I think Florida gets the doubles point, and I think Virginia takes singles at 1, 2, 3, and 6.
Interesting.
They've been able to find that 4th victory when they needed to, right? They found it against Stanford and Munera at number 4. They also got wins at the bottom of the lineup against UCF. So it's not the strength of their lineup, but I think 6 has been a vulnerable position for Florida as well. I think they're much stronger, kind of in that 3, 4, 5 range. So I favor Virginia. I think Emma Navarro is going to take this team a long way this season, as well as some of their other players. So I like Virginia to take this one. They've played more indoor tennis. I think they're also a little bit more callous to start the season, right? They beat UCF without Navarro. They've had players.
Welcome back to day number 1 here at the ITA National Team Indoor Championships on the University of Wisconsin. Mike Cation, joined by Alex Gruskin, sitting opposite me. We are into the afternoon session of matches. The 4 and 5 seeds are both in action here on our 12 courts here at the Nielsen Tennis Facility on the University of Wisconsin campus. And I know you are very excited. You've been pointing out this one for the last several days. Cal and Texas A&M on one side, Pepperdine, Old Dominion on the other.
It might be the most fun sequence of matches we have on the day. Now, of course, all of these teams came here to play. All of these teams certainly amongst the top 20, top 15 teams in the country. When you look at this matchup, we're going to start with Cal, Texas A&M. That might be two of your top 10. It might be even better than that. Cal, one of the defining wins of the season thus far, knocking off Pepperdine early on in the year. I think it was second weekend of the season. But then earlier this week, shockingly, go to Ann Arbor, fall 5-2 to the Michigan Wolverines. They win doubles in that match. And of course, when you think about a California school, you're not going to think tons of indoor tennis. How does this Cal team acclimate itself to this environment? Ditto for Pepperdine, who has never been the best at the national indoors. How do the Cal teams play indoors? That's what we're watching over the next few hours.
Yeah, in fact, for Cal, this is actually the first time they've been in this event in 4 years. Won it in 2016, final in 2000. Again, I think that was before you were born, Alex. So that's okay. But
pre-bar mitzvah.
But for Texas A&M, this is the best start for them in school history. Now 9-0, ninth appearance here at national team indoors, and really, looking, they have played a lot of, I guess, smaller schools here, non-power 5 conference schools. So you wonder if they've necessarily been tested in the way they need to for this weekend.
Well, what was so fascinating is Texas A&M had a difficult kickoff weekend, and you look for the Aggies that they made that kickoff weekend look so easy. I should have said such a difficult kickoff weekend on paper, and yet ultimately it was not difficult for this Texas A&M team, who you look 9-0 overall. They've dropped just 2 points on the year, 1 to Princeton in that kickoff weekend, 1 to SMU last weekend. This is an experienced team that's brought in a couple of newcomers, which I'm sure we'll talk about over the course of this match. They've got all of the ingredients. It's just now how quickly can we put them together. Very quietly, they could win the SEC this year.
Yeah, and the other lost point for them, you mentioned SMU and Princeton. They also beat Texas Tech, is what I was trying to say, 4-0 to clinch their spot here. Correct. Is what I meant to say. But yeah, on paper, that was going to be a little bit more of a difficult matchup, but they made it look very, very easy. Let's actually head out on court and meet these two teams and their 3 doubles lineups that are out there, starting on court number 1 for Cal. Giavera, junior from San Diego, California, and Valentin Ivanov, the junior out of Sydney, Australia.
Talent, talent, talent. These are your number 1 and 2 singles players for Cal, and even in that loss to Michigan indoors in Ann Arbor, Bears looked very, very good in the doubles that they played. And you look for Haley Giavara here. Watch her take the ball early on the ride. Watch for the big cuts from her at the baseline. It's a pretty baseline-centric duo. They're not going to overwhelm you with their play at the net. The firepower they can bring from the back of the court, they can hang with just about anyone.
10-0 in the fall.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Very bad. Their opponents today, J.C. Goldsmith, senior out of Dripping Springs, Texas, and Tatiana Makarova, the senior out of Moscow.
This team is experienced, successful. They're veterans, every sense of the word. And this team, again, because they know each other so well, you'll look for the poaches, you'll look for the seamless communication to get 2 up to the net. Again, from an experience standpoint, yes, the Cal team, 10-0, you'd rather be the Aggies with how frequently this duo has played together. But this is no holds bar, a top 20, top 10 sort of doubles team matchup. This number 1, absolutely a toss-up.
Yeah, not a single player on this court, by the way, has lost a doubles match yet in the dual season. Not a single lost match here on this 1 doubles court. Let's move over to number 2, Cal Bears senior freshman Jessica Asola, the freshman out of Fresno, California. And another one of their talented freshmen, Katja Wiersholm, freshman out of Kirkland, Washington.
And you see the tape for Wiersholm on the shoulder. That's certainly something to notice, that left shoulder. I know it's bothered her throughout the course of the season. Now, she's coming off of a 6-love, 6-1 win in singles earlier this week in Ann Arbor. I mean, Wiersholm's been as good as any freshman you're looking for across the country. Of course, she grew up watching her brother Henrik compete and winning this championship as well as NCAA championships for the University of Virginia. I actually had the chance to hang out with the Wiersholm siblings in Orlando this past May, and it was really on the fence if Katja was going to end up going to college. Now, I know a strong pitch made in the final seconds by Cal, And truth be told, I think if you asked her, she said, I would always wanted to do at least one tour in college tennis.
I think most players should.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think it's a really good environment, obviously.
Yeah.
As we're here at the ITA.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you?
But why wouldn't you? Exactly right. On the other side, Carson Brandstein, the junior out of Orange, California, and Mary Stoyana, the freshman from Southbury, Connecticut.
Yes, Brandstein has arguably the most fascinating story
Yes.
in college tennis. Former junior slam champion, and goes to Virginia, doesn't play there. Goes to USC, doesn't play there. Ultimately ends up here at Texas A&M, where it's no longer a myth. She is a real human.
Yes.
She is on court delivering results, and right away at the #1 single spot, and won, I believe, a 25K title in the lead up to this season. In pro action she played this fall.
15K in Cairo.
15K, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's talent. It's talent, talent, talent. And that's the thing. When you can add a player like that to your roster, how can you not be happy if you're Texas A&M?
Yeah, so that is some real talent up at the top of the lineup. And so this should be a fun watch at 2. And already Texas A&M, is up a break. Actually on courts 1 and 2, up a break on both courts 2-0. Our final match here, this bank of courts is over on 3. Cal, Aaron Richardson, the junior from Bournemouth, England, Julia Rosenquist, senior from Onsala, Sweden, combining here at the 3 spot for Cal.
This is, again, if you're the Cal Bears, this is one you feel like, I don't want to say you have to have, but given the strength of the Aggies up top at 1, at 2, just given the experience here of this Cal team, you like their chances at the #3 double spot, not only in this matchup, but throughout the year. This is one they circle as, okay, this is one set. Where do we find the other in doubles?
For Texas A&M, Jeanette Morales, freshman out of Houston, Texas, has looked really good, actually winning her first 7 matches in the dual season on the singles side, combining with the freshman from El Paso, Texas, Gianna Pilette.
Yeah, I thought Pilette might get off to a quicker start than she has in the college tennis world. Now, she hasn't been bad by any stretch of the imagination.
She did win the Rice Invitational.
Exactly.
She is 7-0 going into, obviously, what happened this week. But yeah, I mean, solid.
Exactly. Solid. I thought she was going to be top 3 in singles right away. I thought she was, and of course, I was unsure, are we going to see Brandstein or not? And we ultimately do see Brandstein at the top of that lineup now for the Aggies. Just gets a little bit crowded with how much talent they have, but it feels like this is the low-hanging fruit for upside if you're Texas A&M. These freshmen, #3 doubles, inexperienced. I'm excited to watch this one in particular. What do the Aggies have down low? How ready are they for this competition?
Mark Weaver, the head coach for Texas A&M, Amanda Augustus for Cal. So keep an eye on this one. Let's do our introductions over on the other courts as well. We are going to be trying to pop a little bit back and forth as these 2 matches are starting simultaneously here at 3:30. But that other matchup for us features Old Dominion Monarchs taking on the Pepperdine Waves. And Alex, as you've mentioned, the Blue Bloods and New Bloods story, Dominic Manila and what he's done at Old Dominion over the last several years, right? It's been a great story. Pepperdine, though, you certainly anticipate them being a strong performer throughout the season. Indoors is always a test for them.
No, I love how you say it that way. Old Dominion perhaps epitomizing everything about that new blood versus blue blood. And you talk about any big job opening and by the way, we're still waiting for cameras to be put up on those far courts. So we do apologize. We're going to hang with Texas A&M and Cal for now, waiting for the cameras on the far side. But again, I think a couple of these schools, Old Dominion, Pepperdine, is Pepperdine a blue blood or a new blood? It's tough to say, right? Because they've always been pretty good.
I think I've always considered Pepperdine amongst those schools.
Yeah, blue.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think so.
Okay, well, let me say this. They want to be the bluest of the bloods now moving forward. They would like to, there's a bit of a crease opening at the top of college tennis because, Texas is young, but they're in, and they won last year, but they lost some of their faces. Sharati gone, Lulu Sun gone. We talked about those core 3, Graham, Dafatella, Jones for North Carolina. They're all gone. Pepperdine is essentially a patchwork of some of the best players we've seen in college tennis over the past 4 years. And the running joke, any coach you talk to, you ask them about Pepperdine coaches Per Nilsson, Pete Billingham, they'll say, oh, yeah, they're here on a recruiting trip this weekend. The tennis is secondary. They're looking for the rest of their team. I mean, you name it. Shiori Fukuda, she's played one elsewhere. Vicky Flores, she's been top 2 for some top 10 Georgia Tech teams. Janice Chen, NCAA semifinalist last year. And then there's all the returners they bring back as well. Pepperdine is loaded. This Old Dominion team's as experienced as any team in the draw. That's a sneaky fun one. Sneaky fun.
All right, so we will keep you updated on that match, but we are here on our Wisconsin courts, is what we call them, with Texas A&M and Cal. And obviously a very strong start for A&M on both 1 and 2 with the 3-love leads. We're on court 3 right now, which is the most competitive of the 3 doubles right now, with Texas A&M at 1-2 40 love.
Of course, we see scoreboard still up for Georgia Washington. Again, that a little bit above our pay grade. I know we're working on getting you updated scores. You do have updated graphics here, so this is court 3. Aggies did hold.
It is 2-all now.
But you're right, it's all Aggies right now on courts 1 and 2. Can we go back to 1? Because Makarova and Goldsmith, to me, have NCAA doubles winning potential. That's how experienced, and again, you get 2 upperclassmen. How rare is that nowadays in college tennis at that top spot? Curious what you think about their movement, how in sync they are. I think this is a really fun team to watch.
That change of direction there, probably again the low percentage.
Yeah,
that's kind of been one of the running themes for us here on day 1, is just trying to play a little bit more high percentage doubles is always so key.
Well, this has been why I keep using the word callous. Who's trying to just swing their way through their problems? I think you see for those teams are the ones who have played fewer matches this season, who aren't, giving themselves time to let these matches breathe and develop a bit. Texas A&M will let the match breathe. They will let the match come to them. Cal sometimes forces the issue. That's what a young team does. It'll be interesting to see. By the way, we do have cameras and scores now for Pepperdine and Old Dominion, so whenever you're ready, my friend.
Okay. Well, we'll stay here through the end of this game to see if California can get on the scoreboard.
Do we call them California or just Cal?
Cal, you can go either way,
okay.
I think. Cal Berkeley.
Yeah.
University of California, Berkeley is the official formal term.
It's
up
a mouthful.
To you.
That's a mouthful.
It's up to you.
So deuce point coming up. Lefty-righty combo. 2 upperclassmen, all the ingredients, Mike.
We'll stay in the I formation, it looks like, for the second.
Oh.
Oh, trying to go right into the body there, but not nearly enough. So Cal gets on the board 3-1. You want to head over and introduce everything over on our other courts as well?
Let's do it. Let's head over to Pepperdine Old Dominion.
Part of the Redzone coverage here. We will be bopping around quite a bit to keep you updated on everything that is going on. I think you would say a lot of Eastern European players from Old Dominion. And I will be the first to say I'll do the best I can with names, but every once in a while
I'm turning to you, my friend. I'm just going to copy you. I'm all about the ear here.
For Old Dominion at the 1 spot, Yulia Starodobtseva, the senior from Ukraine. As I was doing prep here throughout the last couple of days, Alex, obviously what's going on politically, geopolitically with Ukraine right now, I have a lot of empathy for a lot of the student athletes who are here right now, who I'm sure have family back home what's going on right there. I can't imagine the ability to compartmentalize right now and focus on the tennis at hand. So it's just something I've been thinking about as I've been doing prep the last couple of
I
days.
appreciate you pointing that out. Of course, student visas for all of these people. You don't know the state of the Ukrainian government, and we don't have to get into Ukrainian government, and we don't have to get into politics right now and what's going on over there. But absolutely, for all of these student athletes, you're balancing so many different things when you walk on the court. In this sort of instance, that much more so when you don't know exactly what's going on with your family.
Yeah, so for Yulia and the other Ukraine residents and natives, certainly a difficult time. Our partner, Tatiana Sasnuskaya, sophomore from Belarus.
I mean, this duo, they're number one in the country for a reason. And I know you take rankings this early in the year with a grain of salt, having gotten to see this team compete. They are that good. And against Miami, I believe Coach Manila tried to split that duo up, not successful in doing so. They're going to stick together, and right away, I'm not saying you feel like you're up 1-0, but you feel like, okay, we're not losing at one double. So, we're going to be competitive there. We just got to find the other spot.
I've watched a lot of collegiate doubles over the years. I never feel that way with the scoring
of
doubles. I just never, I've 100%. Seen some great doubles teams. I still always get a little bit dicey, especially once you get to a competition like this.
No ad scoring. It's a rat race.
Exactly. But their opponents today over on the other side for the Pepperdine Way, Victoria Flores, the grad student, Fort Dodge, Iowa, Georgia Tech All-American in years past. Lisa Czar, her teammate, the junior out of Stockholm, Sweden.
Well, it feels like Vicky Flores is cheating on Kenya Jones. Kenya Jones, her longtime doubles partner at Georgia Tech. Obviously, Kenya Jones graduating, now done with college tennis. You take the yellow jacket off the Vicky Flores chest. It's a different Vicky Flores. It's Vicky Unchained, and I cannot wait to see her. Obviously, you get a contributor like that at the number one double spot. She'll be in singles as well, but that's everything you're asking for if you're this Pepperdine team.
Are you familiar with Lisa Czar's actual world record, however?
Oh, she has a world record?
Yes.
Oh, I'm all ears.
It is the unofficial record.
Okay.
For pancake eating at her elementary school.
Are we talking 17?
20.
Tennis players, underrated eaters. I've said that from the get-go. 20 pancakes from Lisa Czar?
20 pancakes in one sitting, and this is an elementary school, so this is, you're looking at 12 or younger. Yeah. I'm guessing at the far end of her elementary school days, but that 20 that's a tough effort.
No, that's impressive. I'm trying to think, is that what we see behind fueling the forehand? Is that why we see, imagine the pancake grip she had on her serve many moons ago. It's just
it's too much of a volleyball term for me.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good call.
Let's move over to court number 2, Old Dominion, featuring Alexandra Viktorovich, the sophomore from Sweden, another one of the Swedish ones, all freshman team last year. It's already won an ITF event in her young career back in Stockholm. Alessia Yakubovic, the junior from Belarus, her partner.
And you'll see them at the 3 and 4 singles positions as well, and it's very segmented, I believe, here. Although we see Sasnuskaya on the scoreboard twice right now, one imagines that's incorrect, and shout out to them if they figured out how to clone her. Perhaps they should be talking geopolitics then about Ukraine. If that's what we're doing for Old Dominion, we'll figure out who's at that number 3 double spot.
I have Al-Qaeda and Johnson.
Yeah, I believe you are right. But you look here, it's very segmented. 1 and 2 singles at 1, 3 and 4 singles at 2, 5 and 6 singles at 3. I will tell you what, though, what has made this ODU team special thus far this year is how well they've competed in the middle of the lineup. They got 4-3 victories at Georgia Tech, over Georgia Tech on the kickoff weekend, then beat Ole Miss 4-3. Played Florida extraordinarily close. 4-2 last week, then a 4-3 loss at Miami. This ODU team's right there, though, and they can find points a bunch of different ways. It starts at the top, certainly with Startup Seba, but there are many different pathways to 4.
We neglected to mention earlier today, most of the people who are watching right now, we were counting Grand Slam champions. We forgot one on this court right here.
Savannah Broadus,
the freshman from Carrollton, Texas, of course, the 2019 Junior Wimbledon doubles champ. Abigail Forbes, of course, at UCLA.
Who's not here, but that would have been another one for us to forget.
Janice Chen, her partner, the sophomore from Jakarta, Indonesia.
And this is the doubles team where you just laugh at Coach Billingham and Coach Nelson, and you just say to yourself, how did Pepperdine do this? I mean, you have someone in Savannah Broadus who hasn't even begun to tap into how much talent she has as a freshman. And you're pairing her with, again, last year's NCAA singles semifinalist, and in the submitted lineups, Mike, these are your 5 and 6 singles players for Pepperdine. NCAA semifinalist, former junior slam champion, blue chip recruit. And it's not even a debate. It's sure, play him at 5, put a name out of a hat. you're never going to compare a team to 97, 98 Stanford because they were the golden standard. But in terms of the rotating cast available for Pepperdine, if the coaches wanted to say, we're just going to, everyone's moving up a spot, 5 plays 4 the next day, 4 plays 3, etc., they could do it.
All right, so 2 doubles remaining on serve for the moment, with Old Dominion about to serve at 2-3. We should point out that over on 1, Pepperdine did have a break. Finally, on court number 3, I know our scoreboard, I don't know if it shows here, court 3 at Pepperdine, Old Dominion. If you're looking at the online score, still working on that, but it is Alcaide, Marina Alcaide, the 5th-year senior from Barcelona, Spain, former Florida International and Virginia Commonwealth transfer, and partnered with Sophia Johnson, the freshman from London.
I have very much enjoyed the game of Sophia Johnson. Thus far, freshman's acclimated herself quite well to the college tennis universe, 9-6 overall in singles matches, 3-2, I believe, in the number 5 singles position. But correct. I do also believe this is a new doubles pairing.
Yeah,
at
this
the number
is her
3
first doubles match.
First match they've played together. And that speaks to, we know what we have in Startup Seva, Sasneskaya. What do we have beyond that in our doubles lineup? Coach Manila still searching for answers. Of course, Don Manila grew up at this national indoor event. And, you know, for him to lead a team here as a head coach, I know how much that means to him. Watching this ODU team play yesterday, practice yesterday, the word that comes to mind is freedom. They were swinging so freely, smiles on all of their faces.
That's one thing on Wednesday, though.
Yeah, very, very true. Very,
it's a different thing on Friday.
But I just think for them, it's we know how good we are. We know May is the real challenge. Yeah. Let's flex our muscles and just see how big they are at this point.
Shiori Fukuda, grad student senior from Tokyo, Japan, transfer for Ohio State, leading the way in the 3 doubles team for Pepperdine, along with Anastasia Yamachkine.
Yeah, and, you know, for those of us who happen to know Shiori a bit, goes by Shishi. And, I mean, just the beating heart of this Pepperdine team. And I don't think there's a single person in college tennis who has a negative thing to say about Shiori Fukuda, one of those unanimous approval ratings amongst her teammates, amongst fellow college tennis players. Her and Yamachkine at 3, you're just like, again, it's one of those, what are we doing here? Because Yamachkine has very rarely, if ever, lost a doubles match throughout her college tennis career. Has been essentially a doubles specialist and gets to come in at the 3 spot with the number 1 singles player in the lineup. Now, again, some of this feels like we just want to find a way to play everyone if you're Coach Nilsson and trying to figure out your lineup here. But, I mean, this team, again, paper-wise, talent, talent, talent.
So it looks like we're about to get to 3 all here on this 3 doubles match. I think we did just get to 3 all in that one. So let's move back over to Cal and Texas A&M, because it looks like the doubles point could be clutched very quickly here for Texas A&M. Let's move over to court 1, A&M and Cal, with A&M serving for it. We're going to likely get into a split screen situation here on courts 1 and 2.
Yeah, so we see right now for Texas A&M, they're also up 5-1, serving for it 15 love at that number 2 spot. So yes, super producer Daniel Westoff, as soon as you're ready, split screen that 1 and 2 doubles. A&M coming out steamrolling here in the doubles point, Mike.
Absolutely dominant performance so far. Well, 15 here, however. Off the frame and ends up going well long. I will say there is one Texas A&M fan who brought in actual signs.
Love it.
I have no problem with it. I didn't know we were allowed to. I would have brought all sorts of signs.
Oh man, I've got a Noah Rubin sign in the car that I'm going to just put up above me. Yeah.
There's our split screen here as we have courts 1 and 2 with A&M closing in on both courts. 2 points away right now on 2.
I think it's 30-15 on both courts right now, as a matter of fact.
That's right, yeah. Match point on 2 now. And a match point on 1. Indeed, as that one just sailed long.
Worth noting for Texas A&M, Jordan Zabo, Bjorn Thompson, both extremely successful doubles players in college, now the assistant and volunteer assistant for this Aggies women's team.
Doubles clearly something they pride themselves on.
And save match point on 2. And on 1.
It's a good split. Where's that bit if you're Cal?
A&M also with a break lead over on 3 as well. 5-3 there, so things looking very good for the Aggies. So that got away. Another match point averted there on 2.
On a 1. Return goes wide. So 6-1 first set. Excuse me, set. At the number 1 doubles position. For Makarova and Goldsmith back to 2. Still another match point to come. This is for the doubles point here. A&M 5-1. Deuce point now again. Court number 2.
Cal serving to stay in it on 3 right now at 3-5. Oh, wow. So the break for Cal to keep things moving along here. Let's head over to court number 3.
It's all A&M.
Yeah, it is. Mireles and Pilette with the 5-3 edge. Richardson and Rosenquist serving at 3-5.
I think more than anything, it's from an energy perspective. I'm a little disappointed with the effort here from Cal. We haven't heard the big yell. Go Bears.
I mean, again, like that's a very sluggish volley looking there with not a lot of footwork. So 2 points away again, A&M. Mireles and Pilette. Got away with it. Really got away with it there.
That's the backhand she wanted to. Was ready to turn into it.
So game point for Cal. That is a gun return and real miscommunication there, huh?
Yeah, it's, and I just think, again, you use that word communication. I want to hear more of it from this Cal team, period.
Well, neither one of them were covering that deuce corner.
No.
Nobody moved over there.
They just feel like they're floating right now, kind of going through the motions.
So match point here for Mireles and Pilette. Another missed volley. Bunny on top of the net. So Texas A&M grabs the doubles point. They lead 1-0.
That was impressive, Mike. Very, very impressive. Yeah, Cal came out flat. A&M took it to them. They took advantage. They played with energy. They played with poise, aggression. That's the veteran team. Who would you have thought is seated there? Certainly the A&M Aggies. That's a great doubles point.
Yeah, that felt completely dominant.
Routine.
Yes.
Routine is what that felt like.
So Texas A&M, 1-0 lead. Let's get you over to our other courts right now, as we will focus in on this doubles point between Pepperdine and Old Dominion, as things are very much in balance here. Let's see, the only break lead right now is on court number 1 for Pepperdine. The other 2 matches at 2 and 3 are currently on serve. So yeah, very much still hanging in the balance here, this matchup, the doubles point between Pepperdine and Old Dominion.
Which, by the way, is precisely the opposite of how I saw this one going. Number 1 team in the country, Sass and Sky, started to say that, yeah, they're losing, but don't worry. We've got the depth to make up for it elsewhere.
Court number 2 right now. And again, the scoreboard might not show up, but break chances right now for Pepperdine. Couple of looks. With Old Dominion serving 3-4. I've got it at 15-40. Does that sound right to you, Alex?
That's what I have as well here.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for as well. Worth noting, Janice Chen, who leaves that backhand return a little bit short, really injured over the past couple of months, just hasn't been able to play with much frequency since last spring, early last summer. I would be shocked if she ends the season at the number 5 singles spot where she's slotted in right now for the Waves. Seems to finally be getting healthy.
It's just good aggression. Again, that movement forward causing the error. So here is the opportunity for Pepperdine as they go up another break. So breaks for them on 1 and 2, and the opportunity here on court 2 to close this one out at 5-3.
What an explosive backhand return from Brodus as well. Follows it in, just again taking the initiative, forcing her opponent to try to come up with something special.
You want to stay here as they're trying to close it out?
I say we stay here.
Okay.
I want to see what the freshman's got here. This is when you learn how, the chops of the freshman.
Again, not an ordinary freshman.
That's true. Junior slam winning freshman. Very, very true.
That is absurd stuff from Brodus. That defensive work is top-notch.
So here's the thing about Brodus. It just feels like she is this untapped well of potential. Like, as good as she has already been, junior slam champion. It feels like college tennis was the best decision for her because now it's like, hey, 3 years, someone else's dime. Let's figure out how good you are.
Oh. Just good touch and power too. How close was she to going pro? Do you have any idea?
I do have quite the idea, especially after you win that junior slam. You think about it. You seriously consider it. And I know talking to Coach Per Nilsson, he was looking from a recruiting standpoint. That's why he brings in a Janice Chen. That's why he goes out and gets Vicky Flores as well. He was unsure if he was going to get his superstar freshman to show up on campus, but I think it's a buy-in to this Pepperdine program. And to your point, I think we've now reached a stage in professional tennis where unless you're top 200, top 250, you probably are going to go to college for a year. You probably are at least 1 year. I think ultimately that's the decision Brodus made.
My theory is we're in the midst of this key point. Oh, it's a great touch.
No way.
Just misses long, but I've always believed if you are not consistently reaching at least 25K semifinals, if not higher, you shouldn't even think about it.
I say, consistent quarters. I'm like, if you have lost before a quarterfinal in the past 12 months, might as well go to college. What do you have to lose?
All right, so match points here.
Oh.
And there it is. Nice finish there in style for Chen and Brodus, 6-3. So Pepperdine gets on the board at 2 doubles. 4 all on 3. Let's move over to 1, however, where Pepperdine, Flores and Czar, pancake champion, 5-2 over the number 1 doubles team in the country.
Do we know, is there syrup included?
I would have to imagine there was syrup included because if you look at that, like
20 plain pancakes?
If you look at the hot dog eating championship, you have to go with water in order to be able to. Yeah, I think you have to.
Maybe butter?
That's
a lot of butter.
Yeah, that's a lot, but it is 15 all here at 2-5. Butter.
Yeah. All right. Margarine. Yeah, that's tough. Good serve there into the body. I swear to God, we just see a locked-in Vicky Flores. You see her bouncing around there. You know the energy she plays with. At this point of her career, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it just feels like we should call her Big Match Vicky because at this point, that's what she's here for, to play for national indoor championships, NCAA championships. And I just think she's going to hit a different level this week. She's kind of struggled this year, just hasn't been her usual exceptional self. I think we're going to see that usual exceptional self this weekend.
Okay. Just misses long, so 40-15. I want to point out just about 20 minutes ago, you told me Old Dominion pretty much penciling in a victory here at this one spot.
That's why pencil, not pen.
That's right. That's I again, at these events,
yeah, you never know.
With one set, no ad, these kind of things can happen.
I'm really hoping that Fukuda and Imachkine break here, and then it's like, well, they didn't lose. That's what I really said.
That's a return that is very, very makeable and approachable and attackable, and it's left wanting. So Old Dominion stays out in front, stays in this match. 5-3 now.
See, I believe that's Pete Billingham there. Yes, of course, we recognize that hair anywhere. Associate head coach for Pepperdine. Having talked to him, I know doubles was something they really stressed this offseason. They figure they've got the pieces in singles. If they can go up 1-0 in 90% of the matches they play, you're just not going to beat them.
Splits the difference, well attacked through the middle for Love 15.
I had a coach who used to say for those low volleys, you got to get down like Saturday night. It was actually impressive to see Vicky Flores get down there like Saturday night on that low forehand volley, but middle was open. That's a great split there.
I need to know more about your Saturday nights.
Got to get down like Saturday night. That's how he would say it. Frisky. Frisky.
Was this person born in the 30s?
He was born in, yes.
Hello, everybody. Let's get down like it's Saturday night.
Same guy who used to say, Frisky, Frisky, step into my office.
Yeah, splits the difference again. So two winners here through the middle for Old Dominion, keeping hope alive at Love 30.
I still have them penciled in, Mike. Still have them penciled in.
Startup save a number 7 in the country last year on the doubles side. Well, that's a huge moment because Zara was really looking to get involved in that point at some moment and never could really get involved.
No, she almost got caught peeking over too. And I think that's a good challenge down the line from ODU. Believe it's Startup Sava who plays that deuce side. But ultimately, good pressure there. 15-30, still 3 points away. The Waves here from clinching the doubles point.
Old Dominion also serving 4-5 at 3 to stay engaged there as well, but on serve. As Zara is able to find a little bit of a way to get involved there. Nice overhead right into the body. 30 all 2 points away.
It's a really good ball. Really good shot choice, and where it was Pepperdine there, Mike, 2 up at the net. Took the aggressive positioning.
God, their energy has been fantastic in this matchup, and I think it had to be, right?
Big match, Vicky. I've said this many a times. Since her freshman year, since she walked on campus at Georgia Tech, she's always been a primetime performer.
Out of Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Known for producing PTPs.
Huge. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Pancake champion indeed. Lisa Czar with an unreal reflex volley.
That was the pancake grip on that volley too. Just flat racket. Please don't take off my head. Hits the racket instead.
Put in the flapjack and call it a day. All right, so you've got match points. Pepperdine the opportunity to grab the doubles point here.
The flapjack and call it a day. That's good. I'm putting that in my cube.
Big match Vicky letting that one slide away.
My eyes got a little too big there for my head.
So match point and break chance. Actually, match point as well on 3. Do we have the capability? Let's go split screen right now on 1 and 3 here as Pepperdine.
Oh no, 5-all.
Oh, that's right, 5-all. Sorry.
You got me so excited. I was
did.
like, no way.
My apologies.
Oh.
You stay where you're at.
I appreciate that.
This is the match point though for Pepperdine. They're second. That sort of looked a little bit long.
Watch for the Czar poach. She's been hinting at it all game.
What a scramble point, and it is Pepperdine who grabs the doubles point as Flores and Czar knock off the #1 team in the country 6-3, and Pepperdine takes a 1-0 lead.
That's a fantastic start to this match if you're Pepperdine. And again, if you're ODU, you've been in disadvantageous positions before. You've had to come back after dropping a doubles point. But if you are Pepperdine, very, very difficult to imagine them losing a match at any point after taking that 1-0 lead, although I would point out that Cal actually did that to them very early in the season. It's a really impressive start for the Waves there, 1-0 lead they take.
All right, so what we're going to do is get everything reset for you. The singles has begun between Cal and Texas A&M. So what we're going to do is just get reset here on our end and then introduce you to those singles matchups for Cal and A&M, as well as then reintroduce you to the singles lineups at Pepperdine and Old Dominion. You are watching the ITA National Team Indoor Championships presented by Cracked Racquets.
And let's rock it. What's tomorrow? Friday. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Banner, and then the question becomes 4 through 6.
Yeah, no, look, this Florida team has played very well to start the season. They had a very solid fall. Kessler didn't play great last weekend, 1-1, I believe, overall. Though, again, credit to ODU. I forget if it was Sastasky or Startup Seva who plays at that #1 spot. I think it was Startup Seva.
Correct.
Yeah, and see, I still got it. I'm ready for this weekend. And by the way, this is the other reason I love doing this podcast with you, Jay. There is no better primer to get ready for the broadcast than doing this exercise. And so I love you, my friend. That was not a sound effect. That was a real blown kiss from me to Jay. You're going to get to see that on the broadcast. Anyways, yeah, look, this UVA team, you mentioned it. Navarro, Subash, we know what they are. To get Subash at 3, like you feel about as good as that, about Crawley at 4 and anything else in the country. Travinsky's proven she's got it thus far. And now comes the real test, but thus far she's passed all the tests she's been asked to pass.
Yep.
Let's talk about it from the Florida side. This team, yes, they earned a really impressive win over ODU. They've beaten Florida State. Neither of those teams are top 10, with all due respect to ODU. And, you know, whatever's going on with Florida State, show for a different time. What do we know about this Florida team? What does a good weekend for them look like?
Well, I think a good weekend starts with the success at doubles and the success of their transfer additions, Emma Shelton and Carly Briggs, both who are undefeated to start the year, who are playing at the 4 and 5 spots. You like that experience, particularly Carly Briggs down at 5. That's going to be a really good spot for them. And I think that's what matches up well here with Virginia, right? We talked about the strength of Virginia's lineup at the top. Florida, you know, you like it 4 and 5. And so this is a tough one to call because I like Virginia at the top of the lineup. I like Florida at 4 and 5. So it's going to be a close one. You know, I do think it's going to be interesting to see what sort of weekend McCartney Kessler and Marley Zine have. Both very experienced, been at Florida for many years, and, you know, good opportunity for them to step up.
And you mentioned right away the lineups there. Just want to run through them again as we get you the matchups and what to expect for Virginia here this weekend. Navarro 1, Travinsky 2, Subash 3, Munera 4, Odell 5, Ziadato 6. You look for their opponents in Florida tomorrow. They're going Kessler 1, Dudney 2, Zane 3, Shelton 4, Briggs 5, Spee 6, although we've seen them play Berlin pretty frequently throughout the course of the season. It'll be interesting, matchup dependent. Who acclimates better indoors? That's something to watch for. Match calculus, pick. Give it to me, Jay.
So I think Florida gets the doubles point, and I think Virginia takes singles at 1, 2, 3, and 6.
Interesting.
They've been able to find that fourth victory when they needed to, right? They found it against Stanford and Munera at number 4. They also got wins at the bottom of the lineup against UCF. So it's not the strength of their lineup, but I think 6 has been a vulnerable position for Florida as well. I think they're much stronger, kind of in that 3, 4, 5 range. So
not quite ready yet. But
I favor Virginia. I think Emma Navarro is going to take this team a long way this season, as well as some of their other players. So I like Virginia to take this one. They've played more indoor tennis. I think they're also a little bit more callous to start the season, right? They beat UCF without Navarro. They've had players get those opportunities. So I like Navarro. I like UVA in a 4-2 battle here.
I think that's an interesting play. I always like the drop doubles point, take 4 singles. I think the swing matches are in doubles. Like, I couldn't agree with you more. And Navarro, Odell,
you have
at
a
number
car,
1
right?
spot, taking on who is it? It's Briggs and
Briggs
and Zane for Florida at number 1.
For you to purchase,
that's
go to like a Walgreens.
Probably favor Dudney and Spee at 2.
You don't have to
Florida. Kessler Shelton at 3 versus Munera Shake. It's going to be interesting.
The matchups, right? So
it's going to be fun. It's going to be really good. Like, that's all I can say when I look at this is, up and down the lineup, it should be an extraordinary match. With that in mind, let's move on now to the allegedly 12:30 matches. Of course, it never ended up quite happening on time. Of course, this is the bottom half of the right side of the draw, where we have our number 3 seed. We'll start out with the University of Georgia, and we talked about this during our instant reactions to the tournament. 3 feels a little high for Georgia. Now, certainly feels like they have a lot of respect amongst the coaches poll, and no one can blame Georgia for the fact that their match against UNC got canceled due to COVID. But you can't say this Georgia team has played 2 matches this season, Jay. 2 matches. They won them both. 5-0 over North Florida, 4-1 over Mississippi State.
She is absolutely
2 matches, though, Jay. 2 matches. Like, what do we know about this Georgia team?
We know next to nothing. I mean, particularly given that 2 of their top 3 are going to be freshmen. One freshman who we didn't see in the fall, right? She was a January addition. So
cameras aren't ready, right?
We don't know much, right? We only know the returners and Leah Ma, who I believe is going to be at 1, and then Morgan Kopic and Meg Kowalski, who will be down there at the bottom of the lineup. Other than that, it's either freshmen or players like Anya Hertel, who have been on the roster, but we really haven't seen much of in singles. So, on my article at No Ad, No Problem, which you can.
Welcome back in as we rejoin you here with Cal and Texas A&M on what we call here the Wisconsin courts, the University of Wisconsin campus, the Nielsen Tennis Center. This is the ITA National Team Indoor Championships. Texas A&M with a 1-0 lead after doubles, winning at the 1 and 3 lines. Let's take you through our singles lineups. Cal and Texas A&M first. Haley Giavera, the junior out of San Diego, California for Cal, taking on Carson Brandstein, the junior out of Orange, California.
I'm thoroughly excited to see Giavara play a match from start to finish right courtside. Never gotten to see that in person. Certainly have watched it on the stream, but again, the explosiveness, the ball clearly flies off of her racket with so much action on it. But of course, Brandstein, same deal. Haven't actually seen her play a full college tennis match yet in person in her career. There's a lot of unknowns about these two players who have made very clear they have professional tennis aspirations. And so, we talk about the NCAA implications. There are always individual implications at the number 1 singles spot. But again, power tennis is going to be the name of the game here. You probably lean Brandstein, who's had the better start to the season, but it's an either or in a sort of no ad format.
While Carson does want to and have those pro aspirations. You know what she wants to do after that, right?
Up here with us?
No, she wants to be an entertainment lawyer.
Oh yeah,
that's where the money is.
Yeah.
And I can't blame her. I think I want to go into it now.
I was going to say, I don't need an agent, but I know who to look for.
Let's see. Go to Los Angeles, be a high-powered entertainment lawyer, or hang out with Alex Gruskin.
It's tough. the kicker is you get to do it in Madison. That's
a good point.
It's that or health insurance.
Oh my gosh. We got to take you to the farmers market here in April. Oh my gosh, the amount of cheese. It's sizzling cheese.
Okay,
just something to think about.
I'm in.
So Brandstein obviously up an early break. Let's actually stay here for this one as she has the opportunity to make it a second break at 30-40 on Giovara's serve. Just sailing long.
Haley Giovara took never have to apologize. Took a 7-6 first set against Kari Miller of Michigan earlier this week. Fell apart in the last two sets. I believe 6-1, 6-1 were sets 2 and 3. Hoping no hangover effect here for the Cal Berkeley pair.
That left shoulder bailed out very quickly, and so Brandstein does get that second break. So Brandstein very much in control here on court number 1. Moving over to court number 2, Cal's Valentina Ivanov, the junior from Sydney, Australia, taking on Tatiana Makarova, the grad senior from Moscow for Texas A&M, All-American in both singles and doubles last year for A&M.
Not to be disrespectful, but the top 2 for Cal against Michigan, they underperformed. They were both up first sets, both end up dropping the matches in 3, both from an energy level perspective as well. Just quit in the third set of that Michigan match.
That's a bold statement.
And that's not something I say lightly. It was very clear that they weren't going to end up winning the match. You could tell Giovara just lost the thread, and to Ivanov, her credit, whatever, the match was already clinched when her match finished, but I need to see more from these top 2, simply, but they're too talented to be swept by any team. They should never lose both of the top 2 matches. That they're down 4-1, double breaks of serve on both 1 and 2 to start this match, that's concerning if you're a Bear fan.
Yeah, but for A&M, certainly looking very strong at both 1 and 2. Things a little bit more competitive as we move down to court number 3, where it is on serve right now. Freshman Jessica Alsola for Cal out of Fresno, California, taking on another freshman for A&M, Mary Stoyana, freshman out of Southbury, Connecticut, who has yet to lose a dual point.
This is your only first set on serve, but even before we knew what it was going to look like, this was going to be a swing match for Stoyana, who just, again, respectfully, freshman, we don't know that much about here in her first season at Texas A&M. Ditto. Obviously for Cal, Alsola, how is she going to perform at this number 3 spot? This feels like the matchup with the most unknown surrounding it. As such, it's not a shock to see this one being the least decided in the first 10-15 minutes of singles.
Alsola, really interesting background, born in the Philippines, moving to Ontario, Canada, then settling in Fresno, California, the family out there.
As one does.
As top 10 in Canada when she was in under 14s.
Okay.
Actually has been really playing very well in some of those UTR events, won 3 UTR events last year. So really a very talented player. We'll stick with it for this one. Actually, let's move on as we did just get to 2 all there on court number 3. That's Alsola Stoyana on 3. Over to court number 4. Cal's Julia Rosenqvist, veteran senior from Onsala, Sweden, taking on another senior for A&M, JC Goldsmith out of Dripping Springs, Texas.
JC 9-1 overall in the year, 6-0 in dual matches. This is one of those you feel against most opponents locks for Texas A&M. Now, of course, as Mike has mentioned, no ad scoring, this environment, nothing's a lock. Absolutely nothing's a lock, except for 2012 Stevie Johnson. I think we all agree that's the only lock you're going to find in college tennis. That says when typically looking at the match calculus for A&M, that they got Goldsmith, who has been an All-American in doubles and has been a top 3 player in our singles lineup throughout the course of her career. To get her now at 4, senior veteran, nice to see her on the comeback trail, but it's a strong start for Cal here, not only at 4, but the entire bottom of the lineup.
Yeah, and this one, we should point out, neither player has lost a match yet.
Correct.
In the dual matchups, Goldsmith is 6-0 at 2 through 4 spots. Rosenqvist 3-0 at the 4 spot for Cal. So keep an eye on this one, but for the moment, Rosenqvist with a 4-2 edge. This is a game point, and now with a 5-2 edge for Cal at the 4 spot. Moving down to Court number 5, where 2 freshmen doing a battle. Near side here is Gianna Pilette, the freshman from El Paso, Texas, taking on Katja Wierschum, the freshman from Kirkland, Washington.
It's an all-freshman battle. File that under things you love to see. Who is the more touted of the two? Unequivocally, it's Wierschum. And, you know, does that matter? This early in their careers, kind of. Like, I feel like this early when you're a freshman, first semester, first 2 semesters, you know, first 2 semesters in campus, you still let those USTA sort of mindsets trickle into your thought process.
Pilette did have a win over Coco Gauff in her career at the Easter Bowl a few years ago.
Coco's pretty good.
She's all right.
Yeah.
She's done well for herself.
Probably should go to college, but maybe not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when was the last time she made a 25K semi?
one or 2 years at college would do her a lot of good. But yeah, so that's certainly something that Pilette will have to just kind of hold, 30, 40 years from now, be able to say she beat Coco Gauff early in her career. But for Wierschum, a late addition, obviously, here for Cal, joining late. But yeah, very strong to have her down at the 5 spot. This is another break chance here for Wierschum at 30-40. So it looks like it'll be a deciding point.
Sure.
Got a little jumpy there.
Yeah, I was gonna say what.
I think something happened.
Yeah, that's the 5:30 p.m. camera time. That's it, just being like, let me stretch, or 4:30, excuse me.
Got to change your clock.
It's you know the problem is it's 2 laptops, 2 different times.
Okay.
Plus mentally, it's match 3 to me.
Sure.
I have no. It's the 3rd block.
I had no idea it was 4:30 already.
Yeah.
All right, second serve here on this break chance. The contact point just getting away from Wierschum just a little bit, so Pilette does get on the scoreboard here, but down 4-1, 2 breaks in this first set.
It's the most she's ever looked like Henrik, by the way, on that miss.
Wow. That's hurtful.
That's my guy. Yeah, that's my guy, of course.
All right, so down to court number 6. Final matchup here for Cal and Texas A&M. It's Hannah Viller-Muller, sophomore from Denmark for Cal, facing off with Jeanette Morales, the freshman from Houston, Texas.
Outdoors, I'm never going to pick against Hannah Viller-Muller. Again, another one of those players, good luck finding an unforced error from her. She's going to make you earn everything. If this match finishes, it means it's probably a 3-all scenario, in my opinion, or a 3-2 sort of scenario, because more than anything else, what this match is going to take is time. I mean, both of these players are going to grind their way through. Just 10, 15, 20 shot rally is going to be the theme of this one. Should be fun, but again, I'm not sure this match is going to end up finishing.
Then why are we here?
Yeah.
Morales, let me just say this. Texas A&M, their sports information, media relations, fantastic job asking a lot of different questions. Morales, her pet peeve is when someone touches her back, pats her on the back. And I got to say, I am absolutely in line with this.
Oh.
Don't touch me.
Okay, so that's good to know, by the way, because I'm a toucher.
Yes.
As you know, I'm a physical being.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Look, it is what it is. Yeah, at this point, sorry, people. What did she do at number 3 doubles? Like, is it a high 5 then? Is it like, if I hit an ace, don't you touch my back?
Just don't touch it back. A 5 is okay.
If you see it coming, it's a little bit more comfortable. Okay, you know what? I can accept that.
I think that's the thing, is you just got to be comfortable with everybody's space.
Yeah, of course.
You know, if you hug me, I might be a little uncomfortable. So maybe we can do a high 5 or some nuts, something along those lines.
I mean, all right, I'll throw him under the bus. 10-time All-American, Will Blumberg, big butt slapper. Like, that's what he's doing in doubles. It's always a slap on the tush. And that was me as well when I was playing tennis. Like, that's what I grew up with. But, yeah, I appreciate Texas A&M. I wonder if that was, like, undercover work, like Coach Weaver's asking, hey.
I don't think that Coach Weaver is asking people their pet peeves. Yeah. That is very much a sports information media relations type of a question. So
checks out.
That gets you through our 6 singles matches here. And obviously, we've got one first set actually already in the books, Alex, with Rosenqvist of Cal, 6-2 over Goldsmith. That is on number 4. Let's go quickly over to court 2, where Ivanov of Cal serving 1-5 with Makarova. Makarova fully in control. It's love 30. But yeah, an opportunity here for Makarova closing in on this first set. We'll get you over to Old Dominion and Pepperdine, introduce everyone over there in just a moment.
And again, you can ignore that scoreboard. This is certainly court number 2 here.
And I will say that score was right.
Yeah, yes, correct. There we go. We're back.
All right, so it is a set point here, 4 of them for Makarova. It was already, as you see, 3 for 3 on her break chances. Yikes, babe. That one missing well wide from Ivanov. And so that is another set there for Texas A&M. They take it 6-1. By the way, Giavera has gotten back into that first set with Brandstein after Brandstein had the 4-1-2 break edge, closing in potentially on being back on serve. We'll keep you updated on that. And again, we're going to be bouncing around between these 2 matches based on where things are in terms of our score lines. But let's head over right now to the Old Dominion and Pepperdine match and just kind of keep an eye on that one. And we start here, court number 1. Old Dominion's started Seva, and you'll have the senior from Ukraine taking on Shishi Shiori Fukuda of Pepperdine.
Shishi can play, I'll tell you that much. And indoor tennis, what she does best. Former Ohio State Buckeye, was top 10 player in the country, #1 singles player for them back in 2020 before deciding to transfer to Pepperdine, spend the rest of her college career there. But Startup Save has been money all season long. And whether you look for her last season, she beats McCartney Kessler of Florida, gets a win. I'm blanking on who's playing #1 for Miami, but beats the #1 player in Miami as well.
So that'll be a fun matchup, and it is pretty early here, but Startup Seva to love with a break here, as that scoreline is correct. We'll watch this game point for Startup Seva. You certainly like the intent there. The volley just gets away for her, so Fukuda will have a break chance.
And of course, you're going to see that aggression. Yep. That's her game style through and through. And that we're indoors here, you actually kind of like those conditions for Startup Seva relative to any opponent. Interesting to see Shishi go ad side here.
That does miss wide for Fukuda, and so Startup Seva does consolidate that break. 3 love for Old Dominion there at #1. Let's move over to court number 2. Lisa Czar of Pepperdine, the junior out of Stockholm, Sweden, taking on Tatiana Sasnuskaya, the sophomore from Belarus, with Czar 3-1 early lead.
You know the song Bust Down Tatiana? I know you.
No, I don't.
Oh, come on. The remix?
No idea.
Well, the point is, anytime a Tatiana won a set, I would be playing it over the speakers. That would just be a rule for me as an SID.
But then you've got everybody else that's trying to play there. So it's difficult.
By the way, just got an update. No camera on court number 2 right now. Unfortunately, it's a bit down, so they're trying to fix that. I do apologize to all of you. So we're not going to be able to see Czar Sasnuskaya for now. As soon as we are able to, we will get that over to you.
All right, so let's move over to court number 3. Victoria Flores does have a break chance, 2 break chances here. She has the 2-1 edge over Marina Alcaide, the senior from Barcelona, Spain.
Well, Steph, if you can get me those Bust Down Tatiana lyrics so we can show it as a graphic for Mike at some point. We can do that later on, but so we've got 2 Tatianas in play.
Serve missing wide.
And this is big match Vicky, by the way. Looking
Look
for
at that return position that backs off of it.
Come on now.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff there. The nice close, taking advantage of that lackluster second, and a quick break here for Flores Al-Qaida's had a rough year so far, just 1 and 3 at the 3 and 4 spots for Old Dominion. So this, you feel like a big spot for Pepperdine to pick up a point here at 3.
It's a bit misleading, though, because a couple of those have been 3-set losses. And again, strength of schedule. Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, Florida, Miami. I agree. She has not had the best start to the season. However, it's just been, again, you're running up against the Vicky Floreses of the world or the Isabella Fennings of the world for Miami. It's tough.
So moving over to court number 4. Does look like Old Dominion in control early here with a break for Alexandra Viktorovic, the sophomore from Sweden, taking on Natalia Pachkaleva of Moscow, sophomore. This is 4-1 here on number 4. Mr. Gruskin trying to take care of our technical aspects and make sure court 2 is available for you here.
I'm just trying to set up Super Producer West stuff.
Yeah, 4-1 here for Viktorovic. Alex, this matchup, a pair of sophomores from overseas.
Well, the last time we saw Tasha Pachkaleva, of course, she was playing arguably the match of the century in college tennis, that 4-3 final, Texas knocking off Pepperdine in last year's NCAA Women's D1 Championship. Pachkaleva, an incredible 3-set loss, incredible level of tennis against Texas's Lulu Sun. Pachkaleva, Russian, unable to come over in the fall, all of the COVID stuff, securing the visa, get here on time. She was a late addition to the team here in mid to late January, still finding her sea legs is what I'm trying to say. I know she's a sophomore, but she didn't get any time this summer, any time this fall to really get to train and lock in with her coaches. And so essentially we're restarting here. We're resetting at the beginning of the sophomore year for Pachkaleva.
All right, she did reach the ITA All-American semifinals, however.
True.
That is a big
this fall. Yeah. This fall, correct. Yeah.
Right now we're going to continue going through this lineup, but yeah, it looks like Carson Brandstein dealing with a bit of a back issue. It looks like her lower back.
To be honest, yes, the back is bothering her, but as is the scoreboard. Giovanna's gone on a bit of a run there. You could tell that was as much tactical as anything else for Brandstein here on one. Now, yes, the back is bothering her, and we see the right shoulder taped up, but I know that's something that's constantly been bothering her throughout the season. Right. So it's more pain management than any severe injury.
Let's move over to court number 5 as we continue getting through these lineups. Pepperdine and Old Dominion. Pepperdine's Janice Chen, sophomore from Indonesia, taking on freshman from London, Sophia Johnson.
This is what you keep waiting for from Janice Chen, who was a surprise semifinalist last year at the NCAA tournament, and of course transfers over. Ooh, it does look like serious injuries for Brandstein on one now. I don't know what's happened there. Again, was moving fine 3 points ago. So we'll keep our eye on Brandstein. But yes, to get back to Chen here, I apologize, that Brandstein match right beneath our broadcast booth. But Janice Chen, I mean, she's just too talented to be at the number 5 singles. It just feels unfair to have an NCAA semifinalist there. That's where the Stanford comparisons a la Alex Kim, 1998.
Again, way before your time, but I respect it nonetheless.
Thank you.
But these are break chances here for Chen. We'll stick with it before we get to 6. Those are fearless forehands from the far side, and Janice Chen does get it to 5-1. As we close out our lineups here, Yakubovic, the junior from Belarus for Old Dominion, with a 4-1 2-break lead early over the freshman for a Pepperdine, Savannah Brodus.
And you look for this ODU team. They're not going away. 3-0 on 1, 4-1 on 4, 4-1 here on 6. Double break lead. And for Brodus, who played her best match of the season against UCLA last weekend, got a 1-0 victory at that number 6 singles spot. That was really her first big moment there. At the same time, Brodus is still a freshman, and she's incredibly talented, but still a freshman nevertheless.
Well, let's, if we can, go right now to court 1 for A&M and Cal, if possible. I know I'm making a big switch there, but we do want to talk about what's been going on here for Giavera and Brandstein, because Brandstein right now, if we can, court 1 on A&M and Cal. In the midst of an argument here, Carson Brandstein not happy with the lateness of a call.
No, it just wasn't called. Ball was significantly out on the serve. Giavara goes to play it. Brandstein, believing the serve was out, kind of loosely hits the first forehand into the net. But I think that might be a first set now for Giavara here at 1.
Yeah, and just as a reminder here is a 6-4 first set. Yes. Brandstein had a 4-1 2-break lead, Alex. It was not just a 4-1 single break, 2 breaks. And she did have the trainer out, lower back, but it's clearly whatever that low back issue may be, it is hindering her mobility. And right now it looks like she is going to get a full trainer break, a full medical timeout, going to lay down here courtside to get this back worked on. And I mean, listen, big picture here, this is one match, but big picture, you wonder about her health
constantly.
What did this Canadian duo do? What did they trade, obviously, with the health issues to win that title a few years ago?
No denying that. Yes, well said. And I'm sure right now, if Bianca Andreescu was watching, she would loan her the hamstring or whatever it takes to get through this match healthy. But this has been a constant theme for Carson Brandstein. We all know how talented she can be. The question for Brandstein is just, again, can she make it 4 months in a row, 5 months in a row, 6 months in a row? Obviously, here this weekend, we need 3 matches in a row, 4 matches in a row if you're A&M. To your point, they were up 4-1 at number 1 singles, 4-1 at number 2, 4-1, up on serve, but hanging in there at number 3. The flipping of this now, it's completely new match calculus for A&M.
Because right now, you've got Cal with first sets of 4 and 5.
Yes.
And 1. And 1, you're correct. So they've got 3 first sets. So a realistic possibility here for Cal to get back into this with Brandstein's injury here really hampering what was going on for Texas A&M. Let's head to 3.
Yes.
Where Stoyana for Texas A&M does have a 5-3 edge on the serve of Jessica Alsola.
And you almost feel like at this point now it's a must. It's a must for A&M. Just whatever leads you have, pad them, protect them. Now, I'm not saying you win this match, but just buy yourself some margin here. Take another set. Also worth noting, it's 3-2 on 6. We are an hour in. It's 3-2 on 6.
So 15 all here. Serve of Alsola. And misses long with that lob, but just controlled aggression. Always so key on the indoors, isn't it? Just to have that ability to be very aggressive moving forward, at least moving into the court.
Mary Stoyana, the freshman from Connecticut, she'll know indoor tennis.
Yet to lose in a dual match format. Singles or doubles.
And this time was up 5-2 in the doubles, unlike earlier. So you're correct, still no losses. Pulled out of that one, but
not thrilled. Has this 5-3 edge, but still taking it out on that back tarp.
In fairness, it's usually the tarp's fault.
Just if you are just joining us late, winners so far today, Georgia and NC State. Moving on to the quarterfinals, as well as Virginia and North Carolina. 3-5-30 all here, the 3 spot. Looks like the double mixed in there for Alsola. And Stoyana's going to have 2 chances. Well, I apologize. That was off the net, so it's just, it will be a let. Sorry, couldn't hear that one. It's just, again, that opportunity to step in, move forward. It doesn't always have to be at the net, Alex, but just that ability to be inside the baseline and being the aggressor in this moment, right? So 2 set points for Stoyana. That's into the net. It's Stoyana grabbing a set here for Texas A&M. So they have first sets at 2 and 3 right now.
And they flipped the script at 6, 3 straight games for A&M at that number 6 spot. We're on serve 4-3 there, but they're back on serve at number 6. Big development here for the Aggies, particularly given Brandstein at 1.
I'm going to let 6 simmer.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any need to check on it for another hour or so.
It is a fine brisket. Put it in there, $3.50.
Brisket,
yeah. They have that at the farmer's market?
No, it's a cheese.
It's a cheese market?
A cheese market. I mean, they do have some beef sticks.
Okay.
Oh, no, they're very good.
Oh.
This is fresh beef sticks.
Okay.
This is not like a Slim Jim.
Yeah,
okay. What do you want? You want a Slim Jim at a farmer's market? They have fresh cheese, fresh bread, fresh ice creams, fresh meats.
Now we're talking.
Yes, and I mean, these are fresh
Yeah,
meats.
and I guarantee you those ice creams.
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah.
It's a very good way to spend a Saturday morning walking around the Capitol Square here. Well, where are we going to go, Mr. Gruskin? Where do you want to go? Why don't we go to 4?
I was going to say, you want to check in on the other match? You want to go fly?
Yeah, sure.
Let's fly over to Pepperdine and see what we're at. And if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, please, let's go to court number 6, where Alicia Jakubowicz. I'm going to have to correct my pronunciation there on the first
That one's
name.
right.
I appreciate that. 5-2 serving for it against freshman Savannah Brodus. 15-30 here for Jakubowicz, serving on the near side of your screen.
1 set in the books for Pepperdine. That's Lisa Czar, 6-1 over Saskatskaya.
Janice Chen as well, 6-1
Sorry.
at 5.
Yep.
And if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, can you prep the split screen at 4? Because Viktorovich also potentially set point for ODU. A little bit of an ODU push here at 4 and 6.
2 points away on both courts right now for Old Dominion. 6, Jakubowicz.
By the way, already in the background of us, Madison, Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin fans starting to filter in, see the giveaways being put out. I think we're getting free shirts tonight, Mike.
You're not allowed to take them.
I already have one.
You are getting paid for your job, sir.
I know.
All right, there's our split screen, 1 and 4 here. Break chance, however, for Pepperdine on 4. Set point on 6.
Which is the left side of your screen, just to clarify, that is court 6.
And that first set is in the books for Jakubowicz, 6-2 over Brodus. Now we can focus in on 4. Again, this is break chance. Viktorovich serving 5-1, 30-40. Pachkaleva on court 4.
And usually that single black screen means the switch is coming, my friends. So we go to deuce. Here on court number 4. It's fun. I hadn't seen Pachkaleva play in about a year. That first backhand, I'm like, oh yeah, that's Tasha, for sure.
ITF 50K dubs in Stockholm. 12 national titles for her in both singles and doubles in her career, as high as 169 ITF junior for Viktorovich. Freshman team last year. Set point 4.
Sorry, can't help it. Moonball time.
Pachkaleva completely running out of gas there, and Viktorovich taking advantage. And she's got the first set, 6-1.
2 apiece. 2 apiece. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 3 where Vicky Flores is serving up 4-2, 40-30. Of course, you see here waiting for the camera here on 3. So in the meantime, let's go back to 1. Shiori Fukuda, 1-4 deuce point coming up. Again, we head over to court number 1 now.
So things have changed since Fukuda gets it 2-4-2. Fukuda is a transfer from Ohio State. Did suffer a loss earlier, did the Buckeyes to North Carolina. 4-1 there.
It's been tough for the transfer from the school. We saw Ariana Arsenault. She falls for Auburn. Georgia gets the win today. So we can't get a reverse situation for Flores. Meanwhile, if you are startup Seva, aggression, 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 the playbook here indoors. She's executed it well so far.
It's wide with that backhand, 15 all. We've got just to your right, my left here, Alex, we have Carson Brandstein just laying into herself. I mean, she is really struggling on the mental side, not to mention, obviously, the physical side for Texas A&M.
Well, think about the pressure she's putting on herself this weekend. And as we go back, I will stick here, court number 1, see this game, but you think about the pressure she's putting herself. It's her first national indoors as well, despite being a part of the process a couple of times. Finally healthy, happy where she's at.
A fantastic return there from Fukuda, taking that one up the line. And yeah, I do think about Brandstein in terms of what she's been able to do individually, obviously over the years. It's a different beast pressure-wise when you are at the top of your lineup for your college program. It is a different beast. But this is, here in this Old Dominion Pepperdine matchup too. I mean, you've got 2 veterans who have been around and been through the wars, and they're kind of in that same spot where they're trying to make sure that they are leading the way at the top of their line.
So you see, though, the poise and the calmness, and they're accustomed to that sort of pressure, where I think we're seeing for Brandstein, it's getting to her a little bit here in this opening match.
It's just been, as it is so close to us, we are hearing the vocality quite a bit.
I missed it. It's good to be back.
15:30 here for Startup Seva.
Just an update for all of you at home. Still issues with camera number 2. If Elise Czar is up 6-1-1-0, but no one's there to see it, did it actually happen?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Fortunately, no camera for you. Ditto, by the way, court 3, Vicky Flores. Up 4-3 there. We're trying to get these back on schedule for you. We'll have another update for you all as soon as there is one.
A big spot here for Fukuda, isn't it? It's 30 all second serve.
No.
Yikes. That slice doing some real damage. Bends away from that forehand, so Startup Seva with the game point here.
That said, that was unforced.
Yes.
She got the ball she was looking for, just overthought on that approach shot. Yeah, I mean, again, you look right now, it's 2 first sets apiece. Neither team has clearly established itself as the favorite in this match.
Startup Seva, this is again veteran stuff. She's the player who likes to move forward quite a bit, right? So she is, even though that ball's pretty tight to the net, she's like, I'm still going to go up there, clear it off because I want to be right in that spot here in a couple of seconds. Oh, ridiculous there from Fukuda. That little angle cross court. So a big spot here for Fukuda to get a break back at 2-4.
Is that technically a squash shot from Fukuda? The open grip just kind of to the open court?
That's a little light for a squash
Okay,
shot.
a little light.
A little light. I need to really actually.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't
swat.
quite accentuated.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Still good hands there from Fukuda.
No doubt.
And this is her changing up. Last deuce point we saw, she goes add. This deuce point we see here, deciding point, excuse me, she's going to that deuce side. Worth noting as she still tries to find her range in the Startup Seva service game.
Yanked wide for Fukuda, so Startup Seva stays out in front with the break lead 5-2. Now I'm trying to look around, see where I want to go myself here.
It's tough.
We're starting to get to that point in Cal and A&M where we're in the meat of some second sets, with the exception of 6. Obviously, that one waiting for another 45 minutes.
Yeah.
If we can, let's go to singles 1 for Cal and A&M. That is Giovera and Brandstein. I will say Carson has gotten herself back into this just a little bit mentally. She just got a hold to 2-all here in the second set and screamed directly at Giovera to make sure it was known she's back in this match.
And when I was referring earlier to the fact that I didn't think it was as much a medical timeout for an injury as I did as it was a mental break, I actually think we're starting to see her bear the fruits of that decision, where it did take a moment to reset, let that 4-1 lead that she blew just kind of escape her mind. It does feel like Brandstein's ready to pop off, though, at any moment.
Yeah, I will say, as you continue to watch the point, that ball does get away. It does feel like the mobility is not quite fluid. I think
That's
a
great way of putting it. Yes,
it's
very
chunky.
stiff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's great stuff there from Giovera. Just that's what you want to test, right? If the movement is not exactly solid, you want to look for this move, that forehand there, that stretch there from Giovera. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Again, open court, cover. Yeah, run the 10 steps, right? You got a coach, different coach, always used to call it cross court mentality. Say, well, you're down the line, you're just leaving all this open space.
Points here for Giovera. All right, so Cal, 3-2. Giovera. Let's go over to court number 4, where it does look like Cal is going to be able to get on the scoreboard here if things hold out, because on 4, Julia Rosenqvist, 6-2, 5-3 over JC Goldsmith.
Every so often when something's stewing in the oven, you got to check on it. We got to go check on 6 because we have a set point right away. And given where we're at in this match, I do want to quickly check on that 30-40 point.
I said we weren't allowed to go to 6.
I know.
What are we doing?
We got to check the oven. Got to check the oven. Do you smell that?
No, I don't smell it.
Oh, it's delicious. The garlic is cooking. It's open.
This one just sit there. This is a slow cooker.
It's
slow cooker. You just keep the lid on.
We're gonna be, yeah. I'm more of a Chick-fil-A guy myself. All right, set to A&M here on 6. So they take it 6-4, back to 4.
As Rosenqvist now 2 points away, 30-15 in the 6-2, 5-3 game.
It's a huge set for A&M, though, particularly with Brandstein struggling physically on one. That was big for them.
Yeah, Stoyana's got a set and a break lead for A&M on 3. And it looks like it's about to be the same on 2 for A&M.
Bust down, Tatiana.
Rosenqvist set points. 2 looks here at 40-15. And that miss will do it as Cal is on the scoreboard. Julia Rosenquist making quick work of JC Goldsmith, 6-2, 6-3, and for the moment, a tie ball game here for Cal and A&M. Let's go over to court number 1. You feel a little bit of a momentum shift coming right here, don't you?
This is the moment. If you're Haley Giavara, you had that second push from Brandstein just to come out of the set break there, post-injury timeout. What do you have left in the tank? Mentally, you're as fresh as you can be when it's 0-0.
Look at where Giavara is standing for this return.
That's what I'm saying.
A little over eager, but that's the kind of mistake I guess you do want to see, that aggressive miss to get into her body. Nice second there for Brandstein to get there. 15-30 now. It just doesn't look comfortable right now, does it? I mean, those forehands are just a little bit. I mean, it's kind of. What's popping in my head is when Novak Djokovic has those moments where everything is all over the place with his body and can't quite sort it out. That's what's popping in my head.
It just feels like everything is stiff.
Yes.
Like even when she's swinging through, still stiff.
Chances coming here, 3 of them for Giavara,
and they're
pretty big.
Yeah, pretty big moment here. I mean, this is the one. Yeah.
That's a break for Giavara. 4-2, in control of her own destiny here.
And I'll tell you this, I really like the body language of Haley Giavara. She is tunnel vision right now. She has no idea how Carson's feeling. She's not, I mean, of course she does, but she is not focused on that. It's, hey, let me get off the court here as quickly as possible for the Bears. And I love that mentality.
So 4-2 with the break. Something tells me this one's going to be done and dusted here in just a couple of seconds. Just have that feeling. I'm going to be heading over in a minute to 2. I really think it's going to come down to that 6 match there, Alex. It just kind of has that feeling.
The stew, stir the stew.
Yeah, I mean, Brandstein not even making an effort there, tracking that to the left. This is, in your head, if A&M is able to get through this match, you wonder about her ability to, frankly, get through this weekend.
No, to quote the great Dan Miller, Lions play-by-play, pack the bag, start the plane. This match is, you all know the last word. Maybe, almost, over.
I didn't know what the next word was going to be. I'm not a Lions fan.
That's fair. That's fair. Good for you. Good life choice.
Again, we'll be headed to 2 in a moment after this game. 30 Love here, second. Upcoming. That's a painful watch. Actually, let's move over to court 2.
Yeah,
now,
I think we're done with one.
This is not a fun watch when you see somebody who is limited in whatever form that Brandstein is.
Okay, all the credit to Giavara.
Yeah, for sure.
No, Brandstein, we can move to the next match. Where again, it's 6-1, 5-2. Tatiana Makarova, 3 points away now here. Love 15.
It's a really good dropper, though, forcing the issue in the moment for Ivanov. Makarova 2 points away.
What was that footwork, though, to that drop?
Sure.
That was one of those, what's the score? I'll meander up there.
And that one getting away as well, and defeat in the air, no doubt. So Makarova is going to have match points.
It's interesting to see on the sideline there, orange coat next to that net left side. Texas head coach Howard Joffe scouting the competition.
That would be a potential semifinal. Missed again. Not that intent to get low, and that is a really strong performance there for Tatiana Makarova. 6'1", 6'2". A&M back out in front here with a 2-1 edge. So let's head over now. Where do you want to go? Well, let's go to 5.
I was
We haven't spent much time there.
I want to see
5.
Katja Wiersholm, excuse me.
We are likely to get over to court 1 here in a moment as well, just to check in on the match point that we both think is forthcoming.
Yes.
Wiersholm fully in control here. 6-2, 3-2 with a break.
Also have an update for you. 3 first sets in the books now for Pepperdine. Big match Vicky closing out that 6-3 set at number 3 singles. Fukuda has fought her way back 4-5 on serve at 1. So here come the waves. As we're locked in now on A&M Cal. Worth mentioning what's going on your non-Wisconsin courts here.
That's going to miss wide, but you do get the sense here, even from watching the few points that we've seen, who's dictating play.
It reminds me of the Contos match from earlier today, and yes, they're both lefties, so yeah, I'm typecasting here, but just Wiersholm's the one moving her around. Has her on a string.
Ball not going to be a distraction for Wiersholm. If it hits that doubles line, then just well done. Game point now for Wiersholm. A little delayed serve and volley, paying off. Pilette thinking she should have called that serve wide and maybe taken the risk of the overrule, but it is Wiersholm out in front 4-2.
I like a good delayed S&B as well.
Absolutely.
A little hold there. It's a veteran play by Wiersholm, who might be the most experienced freshman international indoor to date.
So Brandstein did force the issue. It's going to be on the racket now, though, of Haley Giovera at 5-3. Serving for the spot, a win on court number 1. And 2-1 overall here, as you can see, for A&M, but let's go over to court number 1. Yeah, catches the line to the disgust of Carson Brandstein, 15 love.
Giovara hits the pro ball. Now the question is, again, consistency. How dynamic is she when handling that sort of pace? Cool.
It's that low backhand right now. Anything that's staying low, Brandstein is really having trouble getting her body low enough to make good, solid contact. There you see it again, and that one with an error for Brandstein. It is 30 love, 2
and
points
she's
away.
grabbing her hip more than her back. It feels like that right hip. She keeps turning out of things early. It's a good eye by you. I also just, the Giovara backhand is a freaking cannon. I love how explosive that ball is. But no, you're right. It's just anything bending, anything that's not directly strike zone, Brandstein's missing longer wide.
So it's match points. 4 of them here for Giovara.
You were so correct. Man, we should bake a cake sometime, Mike, because I think the ingredients to this A&M Cal match, we've got that secret ingredient at 6 singles. I think we sprinkled just the right amount.
Just takes the one. Nice win there for Haley Giovara. 6-4, 6-3 over Carson Brandstein. And so Giovara, big win for Cal, leveling our score. Once again, 2-all now. And it looks like we're going to have opportunities at 3 and 5 to be finished within a couple minutes. So we could be 3-all and looking at about 2 more hours of play on 6.
Yeah, Wisconsin's not going to start their match until 9 p.m.
That is Wisconsin and Oklahoma coming up next on these courts.
At which point I will definitely be stealing a shirt.
Terrible. Let's move, if we can. Why don't we go actually over to our other courts? Chen and Johnson. That is court 5 for Pepperdine and Old Dominion right now. It's Janice Chen. The opportunity to potentially close things down over there for Pepperdine. Again, court 5 in the Pepperdine Old Dominion matchup. As you see there, 6-1, 5-2.
This is the most like Janice Chen's looked all season. And yes, that made perfect sense. She's finally healthy. Playing the sort of tennis you'd expect from her at this number 5 single spot.
And at Oregon, last year NCAA semifinalist, and now playing 5.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I really like college tennis for storylines like that. It's too funny. Ty Tucker would have her on the bench.
Points away here. We're going to get back to that A&M.
I'm keeping my eye on court 5 there in case Katja Wiersholm ends up earning a match point.
Yep.
Definitely stick around here for now, but I'll keep my eye on all of that. And by the way, Mary Stoyana, 6-3, 4-1, 34. She's 1 point away from a 5-1 lead in that second set. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's going to track that down anyways. I mean, Sophia Johnson in that moment really far behind the baseline, just not a lot going forward here.
No, that's an advantageous positioning from Janice Chen. In the meantime, I am going to hijack the feed from you, if that's all right.
Yep.
We're going to go back to court number 3 right now in Cal, Texas A&M. Court 3, Cal, Texas A&M. I'm also going to ask Super Producer to prepare the split screen in case we need it on 5. Here's why. Mary Stoyana of Texas A&M. 6-3, 5-1 lead at this number 3 spot. That would be point number 3 for the Aggies. However, Katja Wiersholm, freshman, Cal Bears, 6-2, 5-2 on 5. It's going to be 3-all for about an hour here, Mike.
Yes,
if
it
things
is.
continue this pace.
Yes, it is. Yeah, what I'm seeing here in these last few minutes, we have some of these, I guess you'd say, blowout score lines.
Sure.
Right, and it's just the player who's on the wrong end of it. It's just kind of these slap misses where it's just like it's the end of the match, just kind of get it over with, and I'm going to go cheer for whoever needs me at that point.
No nominees for the all grit team in this one. I would agree with you. Looking for that grit. For now. I'll agree. It's day 1.
Yes, yes, it is. Those are pretty aggressive swings right there from Alsola.
The Cal coach telling his player, live by the sword, die by the sword. We like those swings. Whether we do or not, different story, but that's his mindset.
That's Zach Warren, the associate head coach there. Year, Cal.
Let's go split if we can. Katja Wiersholm starting to serve, getting closer and closer. Want to present all of this information. Again, show off some of our neat features here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. If we can, let's split 3 and 5 now as we slowly approach 3-all here. For Wiersholm, 15:30 now for Stoyana. Poor Hannah and Jeanette on court 6, all the way down on 12, all by themselves.
Yeah, they're gonna get enough attention later.
Here's a song you know, Lonely.
They're gonna. Is that what is that? Akon?
Yeah, I'm so lonely. Live by the sword, die by the sword on 3. Inside out forehand now. 15:40, scoreboard incorrect there. 15:40, 3 breakpoint chances coming up for the Aggies here on 3. For the Bears, excuse me.
Well, that's well answered. I mean,
Sure.
you know, just as we said, it looks kind of like things are just kind of done. A little bit of a step forward there for Asola. Gets it to 5-2 now over on court 3.
So let's go full screen 5 here as Katja Wiersholm 6-2, 5-2, 30-all. Might be the shortest lived 3-2 lead here for the Cal Bears. Perhaps in history, however, they are inching closer and closer to a Katja Wiersholm double match point here. 3-2 Bears.
Oh, absolutely. Katja Wiersholm remains undefeated in her singles career at Cal. 4-0 now after a 6-2 win over Jana Pilette. So let's move over now to court number 3. Yeah, for the moment, Cal with a 3-2 edge.
So cheeky from Katja Wiersholm there to end with the dropper. Loves to see that. Wow, again, here it's Stoyana, freshman for Texas A&M. And I believe the freshman also with Cal.
A lot of pressure here for Alsola. Out of Fresno, California. She has had a remarkable start to her career. 17-2 in the fall, 4-0 in the dual season so far. That's a nice finish there. Top of the net, so keeps it tight here, 15-all.
I'm finally starting to understand what the coach was saying. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Go down swinging. It's a mindset more than anything else, I feel like, at this point for Cal. Don't push your way to the loss. That doesn't help anyone.
just long. So Stoyana creeps to again within 2 points of this one at 15-30. Stoyana, freshman out of Connecticut. Alsola, freshman out of Fresno, California. Neither player has lost a singles match in their dual careers, early in their careers. That volley finish really set up by that backhand slice with some depth from Alsola, pushing Stoyana back. 30-all now.
How has Stoyana won points? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I know the recipe for Alsola. Stoyana just kind of surviving. It's a good swing. That one right there. That was a great swing. So good, I need to say it twice. Tough net, though. Top of the net cord. You'd figure by 5:30 I'd have this now. We've only been here for 12 hours.
So game point here for Alsola to again force the issue and apply some pressure on Stoyana's serve. It's the third straight missed first. That will miss. So Alsola, this is really remarkable stuff here to apply some real pressure, because now Stoyana going to be thinking double time.
That's a gift. That was a gift. Two, I don't want to say sitters or bunnies, but two very makeable second serve returns. And you don't put either in the court.
3 first serves missed in a row.
That's tough.
You got to put in a dent. So Stoyana for the second time serving for this match, this time 5-3.
A reminder, 3-2 here. Cal leads.
Nice little sneak in there once that backhand came open from Alsola. Stoyana coming in, moving in behind it for 15 left.
It's textbook and exactly what you want to do when you're serving for the match. Make her beat you. Make her beat you.
Missed return, pushed wide. Stoyana again within 2 points.
And Jordan Zabo just emphasizing to her, make your first serve, make your first serve. Repeated that 4 times to her.
Actually said favorite serve.
Favorite serve, interesting.
So apparently that favorite serve is a little slider out wide.
And the forehand slice. Oh, that's a perfect point.
So match points for Stoyana to level us once again. How good was that backhand line there from Alsola?
It's pressure packed. That's the time. All I can think, though, is of You've seen hot ones, or you're tangentially aware of it. The Paul Rudd meme. Look at us. I think we nailed this match.
Hosted by a University of Illinois graduate.
Yeah, Sean Evans, shout out. I think you're better looking.
Obviously. He can handle the heat a little bit better than I can. Oh, she missed it. She missed it. So Stoyana survives that real push, and Stoyana gets us level 3-all with the 6-3, 6-3 win.
Time to open up the oven. Time to give it a whisk.
To do here in this particular match. All coming down to court number 6. Willer Muller of Cal. 4-1 now in the second with Jeanette Morellis. Sophomore Willer Muller from Denmark, again for Cal.
Can ignore that scoreboard. We are on court 6. Cal, TAMU, soon as A&M.
This is it. This decides everything, and really we could be here for a good solid hour from here.
And they won't start the doubles. They can't start the doubles now until that match ends because that's on the doubles court. Can't play it next to it. They'd have to move it over a bank.
They probably would.
You think so?
Yeah, if that's going to go for
an hour.
Is it 6:30? We've got an hour to start.
Yeah, sure.
So we'll see where this one goes. But this is where we're at here. This is all we've got left for Cal and A&M. Let's see. What's 4-1, 15 all. Do you want to pop over and just check a little bit of...
This one's not going in.
Yes. That looks like for the moment it's headed towards a potential split set situation. So let's get you caught up on Pepperdine in Old Dominion right now. Scoreline 3-0 for Pepperdine. Do we have anybody close to clinching? Let's go to court 4 for the moment, because it looks like Old Dominion has the opportunity here to get on the scoreboard here within the next couple of minutes. Again, 4 for Pepperdine and Old Dominion if we can. And that's where Viktorovich 6-1, 5-2 with Patrick Leba.
Of course, right now, as you mentioned, 3-0 Pepperdine, Lisa Czar, 6-1, 6-2 over Sasnskaya, James Chen. 6-1, 6-3 over Sophia Johnson. 3 of the 4 first sets, though, on the board went to Old Dominion. They're also up 4-1. The one court they dropped the first set on court 3. This one ain't over yet, folks. One ain't over yet. That's a poor miss.
It's not ideal.
From Taya.
Not ideal.
That was long,
Off
yes?
the line? No. Yeah, that did miss. So 15:30, a little bit of life here for him.
If we can also keep an eye on court number 6. We may split screen. Savannah Brodus 2 points away from a set point there to force a split. That would just provide a nice little comfort for Pepperdine. Some margin for error moving forward.
This is long. We're going to obviously keep you updated on that match over on 6 for California and A&M. That is obviously a pretty crucial one at 3-all. Just kind of wanted to give you this broad update of where Pepperdine and Old Dominion are here for the moment.
We do have a set point, so if we can, let's split it Westhoff. Right side, set point for Brodus. Left Side court 6, actually, I believe in the A&M match. Let's see here now. One set point fought off from Jakubovic. 30-40 there. Meanwhile, super producer Daniel Westoff, I believe, there we go. We've gone double Brodus here. It's quite the vision. Let's just go full screen on Brodus. Court 6 right now. Pepperdine ODU. Oh no, stay where we are. Stay where we are. Just kidding. Well done. Here we go. Set points. On both screens for excuse me. Set point on the right, break point on the left for Pepperdine. Errors pile up for Brodus, but Pashkaleva stays alive. It's one break of serve back. She still trails 6-1, 3-5 on 4. In the meantime, let's go full screen on court number 6. Savannah Brodus, the opportunity to make it a split for the Waves at number 6 singles. All right. Set points fought off, 5-all now. Here on court number 6. Let's go to court number 3 here in Pepperdine ODU. Big match, Vicky Flores. 6-3 lead. 6-3 set number 1. Currently trails by a break, 4-2 in the second. Finds herself up love 30 here in her return game. And again, if you're looking for the cleanest kill, the cleanest pathway to victory for Pepperdine goes through big match Vicky Flores here at this number 3 singles position. Meanwhile, Cal serving for it on court number 6.
The second set.
For the second set. Serving
that is it.
Yes, serving for the second set. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Not for it.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a big distinction. But yeah, that's a big spot if we can go to that match over on a 6. Sevilla Muller for Cal. And serving 5-2 with Morales of A&M. And again, this is last match on 3-all.
Yeah, huge distinction. I appreciate you making it, Mike.
Yeah, now this is kind of one of those cool moments. Obviously, you can see on the right, everybody is down on this court. There's that one into the net there from Muller, a sophomore from Copenhagen, Denmark. Well, that's the freshman from Houston, Texas. Dylan Muller, 14-4 in the fall on the singles side. Morales won her first 7 matches, the dual matches, the freshman from Houston, on the near side.
You know how I brought up Prairie View A&M earlier? You know A&M played Prairie View?
Yes.
I did not. Prairie View was a name out of the hat. I was like, I think that's a school. And I was like, oh no, they are a school.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I apologize, PV. You know when you're my team.
All right, so a little bit of an opening here for A&M. It's love 30. And again, you can see that score line as well for Pepperdine and Old Dominion there.
It'd just be too easy here.
missed wide. So 3 chances here for Morales to extend the set.
Some of you may hear a ball in the background. Surprisingly, that's head coach Audra Cohen of Oklahoma getting some swings in.
Good job, Hannah.
A decent player.
Yeah.
Cohen in her day.
She was okay.
Did okay for herself.
Yeah. I would say top 5 Jewish tennis player of all time. I'm just saying, throwing it out there.
I'm gonna disagree
I'm
with
going
you.
through you're right. I don't know the history as well as I should.
Yeah.
Krickstein, Cohen. That's all I got.
Duty Sella.
Duty. Yeah, give me Audra
Julia
Cohen.
Grushko.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot.
Noah Rubin.
Camille Georgie. Yeah.
You got a few.
Best top 5 collegiate Jewish tennis player of all time. Maybe. We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
We're talking real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still no Rubin qualifies for that list, by the way.
All right, so there's your break for Morales to get us to 5-3. And Morales taking that first set 6-4 here. So as you can see as well, Jakubovic for Old Dominion is going to be serving for that match with Brodus.
Do you mind if I flip gears on you for a bit?
Do whatever you want to do.
What is Super Producer Danny Westoff? If we can, let's go to court number 6 now in Pepperdine ODU. And I want you, if you can, to pull up the split screen 4 and 6 Pepperdine ODU as soon as you can, because ODU serving to go from 3-love down to 3-2 down. Currently 6-1, 5-4. ODU leading at number 4 singles, 6-2, 6-5 at number 6 singles. They are serving for 2 victories right now, courts 4 and court 6.
That's a nice swing there from Brodus to get us to love 30, and it's Jakubovic near side serving for this set. I like that play there from Brodus, that look for the forehand. She saw that ball was coming into the ad corner. The ability to run around and get the forehand she wanted. Disappointing that she was not able to convert, but certainly a solid play as Jakubovic now has 15-30.
Brodus can hit the ball.
She can.
That's a big, aggressive play there. We hit the ceiling there on court 4, right side of your screen. Again, Viktorovich serving 6-1, 5-4 up. Ashkaleva. Now 15-40 for Brodus, so she's got 3 breakpoint chance back. 3 chances to get us back on serve with a break. Sending us to a breaker in set 2.
So indeed, that break for Brodus there, and it is a tie break to decide set number 2. Let's, if we can, go to 4 just for a couple minutes, focus in on this one as that tie break will go on for just a little bit. We're also obviously keeping an eye on actually Willem Muller.
And I'm actually going to say, court number 3, we missed it. Going 3 in Pepperdine ODU. Split of sets there. ODU taking the second 6-2, so we play on. Pepperdine ODU. That match, it's got some more leg time in it.
This is for Torovic for Old Dominion near side, serving 5-4, serving for the match against Hachaleva. But down 15-30 in this game.
And look, if you're Pepperdine, you now have to win a 3-set match to win. It's that simple.
Lovely, right back behind if we can. Switching gears very quickly over to Cal and Texas, that remaining singles match. Morales serving here. It is 3-5, but 15-30. We're going to be getting through a lot of different switches here. It's a lot coming to a close here, but this one, all the importance here right now. And this is Morales near side, 3-5, 15-30. What an epic here.
It's got to be 40 balls.
That lands in. This is absurd, Alex.
For context, it's 5-0 Brodus in the breaker now.
Oh my goodness. She eventually just felt she had to go after something and trying to take that off the short hop from her shins.
That was a bailout backhand on the shins. Full choice, Cotton.
I mean,
full choice.
Easily 50 swings.
Yeah, that was the good stuff. Depending on your perspective.
Yeah, listen, Willer-Muller is going to have set points. Morales, I think early in that point, had about 5 swings where she was 2 steps inside the baseline.
Yes.
If you're not willing to move forward a little bit and finish there, that's what kind of thing can happen later in that point. So it's a big miscue mentally. And now Willer-Muller, the opportunity to capitalize here with these set points. And that is just kind of that hangover effect as that forehand sails. And Willer-Muller and Morales will play 1 set to decide that match between Cal and Texas A&M.
And if we can, let's go straight to 4, Viktorovic. Match point 6-1-5-4. Up on Taya Peshkaleva of Pepperdine. And it's all Brodus there. Oh, and it looks like we may have just missed, and you see the hug out there. Petrovic puts ODU on the board. And I'll tell you what, they've made their push here strong. Has ODU 1-3 down, but they're up a set at number 1 singles, 6-2, 6-0. Let's go to 6 now. Quintuple set point, I believe.
That is correct.
For Savannah Brodus here.
Yeah, and a reminder that Jakubovic did have the opportunity to serve this one out. I believe 6-5 was where she had it. Brodus had an opportunity to serve it out, what, 5-4? Yeah, so both players did have opportunities to close out this set on their serve. So again, for Callan A&M, one set to decide it. It looks like we do at this point, Alex, have all 4 teams who are involved in our final matches of the day. All 4 of them are now warming up.
It's going to be an extended warm-up, in my opinion, Mike.
I don't know. I think we're going to be able to at least get in one bank. There's Brodus closing down this set. 7-2 in the breaker. So a decider right now for this Pepperdine Old Dominion match is 2 third sets on 3 and 6. Let's take it over to court number 1 here for the moment on this Pepperdine Old Dominion match. Fukuda and Startup-Seva. Fukuda 4-1 double break lead here in the second set, Alex, but is trailing 1 set to love.
No, and it felt like Startup-Seva was up, what, 5-1, 5-2, something big in that first set. Shiori Fukuda able to narrow that gap. Make Startup-Seva work for it, but certainly if you were scoreboard watching, you figure, hey, maybe this Fukuda match not going to end up mattering. Vicky Flores is going to take care of business in straight sets. Can just say another good fight at the top between Pepperdine and ODU. No, 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 my friend. That match absolutely significant.
So yeah, this is just fantastic red zone coverage here at the
This is
ITA
what it was built for.
National Team Indoor Championships, presented by Cracked Racquets, and obviously just starting first couple of points there for Viller, Moeller, and Morales, the deciding match for Callan A&M.
How about Vicky Flores down 40-15 in the opening game at number 3 singles, gets the break 4-1 love.
It's for Pepperdine in that one.
Good start there for Flores. You do feel like if you're Pepperdine, Fukuda up 4-1, Flores up a break 1 love at 3. You just took the set at 6. You can convince yourself you've got momentum on your side here entering this final hour.
All right, so 4-1 here for Fukuda. Looking to consolidate a second break now. That was kind of an excuse me little swing for Startup-Seva, and then I'll move in behind it too. It pays off.
Exactly. It's one of those, what else is there to do here?
Looping backhand cross and then move in, sure. Yeah, right. I will say all, I think.
I didn't see Texas. I know they're out. I don't see them hitting. Though.
Yeah, I think they're out back.
Oh, I forgot, because you're right. They've got the extra. Good call.
Yeah, but they were sitting for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then they have moved over the last couple minutes.
The problem is you've got a match on 1, on 3, and on 6.
That's
so
true.
Each of the 2 segments for the Pepperdine in use. Segments of 2 courts. Well, again, it's Shishi Fukuda serving. 4-1, 15 all on your screen for Pepperdine. She dropped that first set.
Did I actually catch the line?
I hope so.
It appears that it did. It looked like it had been wide on my screen, but yeah, it caught the line in the corner. Fukuda with an ace for 30-15.
No. That from Startup-Seva is a ball you only hit when you're down 4-1 and up a set. Something ridiculous going for that sort of flick short angle, tracking down a drop shot. That was going for the Sports Center highlight. You can respect that. 40-15 now. Triple game point.
All right, so there's your hold for Fukuda to 5-1. This is a really weird spot in these matches, Alex, where we're obviously close, yet it feels very far away. Third set just getting underway on 3 courts overall in these 2 matches. But it really feels like we're we've got another solid hour on both sets of courts in this moment.
If I was a copy editor, I'd cut out anything you said after this is really weird. Like, this has been a weird bank of matches. Neither team has seized momentum at any point of it. In the singles, in the doubles, you thought for a second, okay, A&M doubles, 4-1 leads at 1, 2, and 3. Nope, all that evaporated. Pepperdine, same deal. Leads evaporated very quickly.
Why don't we stay here for the conclusion of this set, and then why don't we, after that, we'll move over to Cal and A&M, as so much is riding on that individual match. We've got 3 to watch in between Old Dominion and Pepperdine here, but it is started to save at 1-5.
Yep. A little bit deep there. From Startup Seva, Fukuda 3 points away. Love 15. Meanwhile, there are fans leaking in here to the Nielsen Tennis Stadium.
It just finished snowing outside.
Yeah, don't say that. Oh no. C'est impossible.
Startup Seva. I couldn't. Did she potentially ask for the physio?
I think so.
I think
Correct.
that's what just happened there.
Or just says, hey, I'm going to take a long break in between these sets.
Potentially.
Fukuda just tracking down everything. You see associate head coach Pete Billingham. Might actually be assistant coach. Excuse me, not associate. You forget the nomenclature, always unclear. Pretty sure he's an assistant.
He is an assistant.
Yeah,
yes.
He's still waiting to get that pay bump. But of course, just clapping on Fukuda.
Former star coach at Saddlebrook Academy down in the Tampa area, as it is 4 set points here for Fukuda.
Do you know who his star pupil was in 2013? Alex Gruskin. Student of Pete Billingham down at Saddlebrook for a summer.
That's not what I was thinking. Well, there's your second set. So another split sets. We have 3 third sets in this match between Old Dominion and Pepperdine. So now, with those all just starting, let's go over now to the Cal A&M remaining match. This is at the 6 singles line. Viller-Muller did fight off a break chance in the first game here of the third. Has this 1-love lead. Morellis of A&M serving here, love 15 from the near side for you at home.
Oh, sweet baby Rays. We've reached this portion of the match.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, one of these moments where in Morellis, she's the one who's trying to figure out ways to solve and shorten the points.
Yeah,
clearly, it's not working.
She just can't get the ball by Viller-Muller. And
correct.
Every Viller-Muller backhand, it's going to be elevated. It's going to be nothingness. Just 12 feet over the net. Try and get it service line or deeper. It's almost as if she is baiting Morellis to, hey, you want to attack?
Correct.
I dare you. Go ahead.
She absolutely is. And love 30 here for Morellis, who has to solve this puzzle very quickly.
Yes.
And frankly, I say be more aggressive and come in, finish at the net. because you're going to get opportunities.
I agree. Make her pass you. Why are we doing the same pattern over and over again? Oh man, these backhands.
Oh, there you go. That's what you need to do. Take it out of the air, move forward, and be the aggressor.
And if I'm the A&M teammates, I'm screaming right now.
100%.
We love it. We love it. We love it. Just that's if you're gonna miss 20 overheads in this match, that's fine. But don't play the point you played at Love 15 or Love 30. For Love 15 or Love 30.
Morales, a Fed fan, a Federer fan, also a big Tim Tebow fan.
Ooh, okay. College roommate's cousin dated Tim Tebow.
Well, that's interesting,
A
I
fact.
suppose.
Yeah.
And that little cup of tea as a tight end with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the offseason.
You're not going to talk about his third base stint with the Mets?
No.
Dropped in.
I don't know exactly what to expect. If Willer-Muller from neutral positions is not missing because she's not going for anything.
From any position. She's just not missing. She has said, I'm a rock, I'm a wall, beat me, I dare you.
So this is, again, this right now in this moment as Morales is facing 3 break chances, this is where the problem has to be solved. Morales, how does she get out of these patterns? Because they are clearly getting picked apart. That's a solid swing for Morales. Nice 1-2 combination, inside-out forehand, fighting off one of the chances.
I just want to know what Coach Weaver's saying to her. And that's what I'm most curious about right now. If you are Coach Weaver, are you saying, that's great, stay calm? Are you saying, be aggressive? How do you maintain, that balance of managing the nerves with saying, hey, play the tennis you're capable of. Don't play Willer-Muller's game.
Yeah, that's well struck. So Willer-Muller does have the break. Leads to love here in this third set with everything on the line.
Wow, third set's underway. It's 3-1 Pepperdine in our other match right now. Pepperdine taking doubles, straight set victories at 2 and 5 singles. ODU on the board with a straight set win at 4. And I'll tell you what, they're up on serve, but they're up 2-1 at 3. Game points to go up 2-1 at 6. Third set just underway at 1. ODU, how do you do? On the service line here. If I'm Texas A&M, I'm
100%.
I'm returning this ball inside the service line, maybe. Saber is the name of the game for Morales.
Doesn't have to do much there. Listen, I give Willer-Muller so much credit here because she has gotten into these patterns that are working for her. That second serve, though, a bit of a bunny. So it's really up to Morales to take that aggression to the nth degree.
It's a weird word to use here, as we see. I'll get to it after this point.
Oh, no, you did not. Oh, 6 dump there from Willer-Muller.
And I have to say, the word I was going to turn to is shamelessness. There's a shamelessness you have to play this style of tennis, which is just, I don't care what you think of me. I'm brick wall mode. And mad respect to that. Game recognizes game, Mike. As in, you recognize her talent. It's not me.
Okay.
I can tell you this, she didn't have to clear that ball, though.
No. The odds of her being at the net at this next point, maybe 2%. Yeah. Maybe if Morales goes for a dropper. Again, this is good return position right now for Morales. And taken advantage of. Well done.
Bravo. And I'll tell you what, as much respect as you have for Viller-Moeller, if you're Morales, it's the same sort of deal. It's where, hey, be shameless as well. Like, do not be intimidated. Look at that return position. That is where you need to be.
That's fantastic. Once again, look where those balls are being struck right now for Morales. She's inside the baseline, and she's popping, and she's controlling, and she's moving forward into the court.
And we can hear a roar every time A&M wins a point, and respectfully, it's a bigger roar than we're hearing from Cal. Now, it's a big A&M group out there on court, but they are trying with every fiber of their being to just will Morales forward, keep her aggressive.
It's 30-40 now.
I like that miss, though. It's indicative of the mindset. At least that's a miss from inside the baseline. Not playing at the same pace. As Viller-Moeller's forced her to. 30-40.
Fantastic again. Morales launches into that forehand, stepping into the void, and gets the break back. 2-1 now. Viller-Moeller and Morales, they are on serve.
Dare I say, though, is Viller-Moeller up a hold? Is that how we're feeling, given how these past two service games have gone?
I don't, honestly, I don't know that I necessarily buy into that, just because I think this is a little bit, again, about the problem-solving situation of how these two are approaching it. You've had Viller-Moeller make her push late in the second and into this third set with the moon balls, with the depth, the consistency, and now Morales has stepped into that void and said, okay, you're going to go with that. Here's my response. Okay. And she's into the court. So I don't know that I'm at that stage yet. I completely know where you're going with it, but I think things have kind of flipped in terms of just how they're approaching it.
It's more tactical than that.
Absolutely.
It's been a game of adjustments. And here's the question is, can Morales continue this aggression? Because that is the solution out of the moonball patterns.
Yes.
And so that's the key. If she can keep this aggression, keep this confidence up, then you're right. It stays tactical. The question is, if we see the nerves leak back in, that's where you start to get a bit suspect on serve.
Again, if you are just joining us, it's a little past 6 o'clock local time here on the University of Wisconsin campus. Cal and A&M into a final match to decide everything at the 6th spot. Over on our other bank of courts, it remains Pepperdine 3-1 with Old Dominion. Still pretty early in the third sets at 1-3 and 6. The only break so far in the third set for Al-Qaeda of Old Dominion 3-1. We'll keep you kind of updated on those matches as this one continues here. It is Morales serving from the far side, 1-2.
Of course, we do apologize for that play side scoreboard in the middle. Of course, this is not Brodus Jakupovic. Nothing we can do about that. The call has been put into play site.
put in with the ITA. We'll try to get that cleared up by tomorrow, but we do apologize for that floating scoreboard. Just want to make sure you're all awake in your seats at home.
You think about, obviously, for Villa Muller, I'm sure her parents, Denmark, it's either 7 or 8 hours ahead of us.
Sure.
So we're looking at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Yeah, that's
it's at least it's a Saturday.
Yeah, no, they're like, you spelled my daughter's name wrong. Yeah, that's not how you spell it.
But it is 15 love here for Mireles on the far side. We are 25 minutes away from Texas USC and Wisconsin Oklahoma. Wisconsin Oklahoma, as that double fault mixes in. I think we will definitely get Wisconsin Oklahoma in action at 6:30. I tend to think. And then we'll kind of have to see in terms of how things play out for Texas
Oklahoma,
USC.
Wisconsin's going to play on the Wisconsin court.
Correct.
No doubt about that.
That's why I think we will get those matches in.
Ooh, that's the vomit zone right now. We are in the vomit zone for starting on time. But you do see the crowd starting to filter in for sure.
15 all.
Here we see again, you brought this up, and I actually think that's brilliant. I want to see the continued aggression here from Mireles.
Sure.
Also,
that's a rare miss from Villanova.
Yeah, I'm going to throw this out as well. Can I get a little more noise from Cal? Just a little more noise. I want to see them match the intensity. They can't match the numbers, but I want to see them match the energy. I should say not intensity, energy.
It is hard to do so when your player's strategy is not involve aggression.
Fair, very fair.
And that's why it's crucial here for Villa Muller. It doesn't need to be all on aggression, but she does need to mix in some pace at some point here, not only to get Mireles off base, but yes, to get her team involved.
Something inspiring.
Yeah, it's not going to get a lot of noise from your teammates. 30-15 here.
It's a very good call.
Yeah, because ultimately, no matter how effective that is for Villa Muller, right, it's not the kind of thing that's awe-inspiring.
Yeah, it's to a point.
Correct.
To a point.
You can be very effective,
yeah,
but it also doesn't do a lot.
Well, it's also like terms of engagement. Who's setting them? It's not you, and your team is reactive. Texas A&M proactive.
So 8 points here for Mireles.
By the way, sneaky impressive service game thus far from Mireles. Has just quietly gone about it as if it's a 2-1 first set.
Well, these last few games, it's showing that aggression now. That's a nice little ball there from Villa Muller. The dipper to the feet to draw that air to get us to 40-30 now.
Keep it up, hands. Great job, hands. Good bears.
And after this game, why don't we whip around and just kind of check in on all those matches on the other side. So we'll stay here for this game, then pop around to those other courts in numerical order is what we'll do.
I love it. Ooh.
Listen, it cost her there, Mireles, that aggression. She mistimed that ball on the rise. But did you see that sprint forward into the court?
For me, it was the backhand slice where she lost it. That choice, a singular choice. She was the aggressor, ceded that position. Now a deuce point coming up, deciding point here. We're back on the ad side. Finally, some of the things you love to see.
That little calculus there from Morales trying to find the right aggression goes awry. Muller back out in front to break to 3-1. That was on Morales' racket multiple times.
She played the right service game there. I don't think you can fault her tactics. Just unable to execute in the biggest moment.
It is hard to find the right mix of aggression in these spots. It is easy for us to say up here. It is very difficult to do when you are having to take the ball on the rise over and over and over again in those looping situations.
And we'll notice it's the backhand, not the forehand. It seems to consistently be that backhand wing. She'll produce the error. So 3-1 now.
Why don't we hop around over to those other courts now and just let's get you caught up on where we're at with Old Dominion and Pepperdine and then head back to that match over on 6. Let's start at court 1. And again, these are all third sets here on 1. Fukuda and Stardup-Seva. Fukuda 1-all. This is a pretty big point here early in this third set. 30-40 break chance for Old Dominion. And you might remember that Stardup-Seva struggling a little bit physically at the end of that second set. Now with a chance here to break early in the third. Really good angle there from Fukuda to draw the air and force this deciding point. But Stardup-Seva, the senior from Ukraine, Fukuda, graduate senior, transferred from Ohio State a couple of years ago out of Tokyo, Japan. Really impressive battle between these two.
And another one of those players, Shishi Fukuda, again, unanimous approval rating amongst her peers.
Step for Stardup-Seva right now.
No, I think even she's like, no, I like you. Can't help it.
So break chance deciding point to the ad side.
Oh, just wide.
Yep.
Is that called wide or is that hand up like wait? That's a
missed wide, yeah.
It's a backhand she follows in an hour ago.
So there is a hold for Fukuda. Gets us to 2-1 early in this third set. Let's move over to court number 3. Now, as we continue in numerical order here in this one, this matchup between Flores of Pepperdine and Al-Qaeda for Old Dominion. A break lead for Al-Qaeda here at 4-1 and break chances here to make it a double break lead. Flores finds that finish into the corner, fighting off one of them here. Crucial spot, this deuce point.
I'm done with nicknames. I'm not going to.
Thank God for that.
All right, I'm back.
All right, so pretty big spot here, and let's see where Al-Qaeda is going to choose to take this return. Looks like the deuce side on that far side. Again, Old Dominion does have to win all 3 of these matches. 1, 3, and 6. We'll go to 6 after this point.
Just off the line.
Oh, goodness. Into the back tarp, and Al-Qaeda survives the onslaught from Victoria Flores. Al-Qaeda to 5-1, 1 game away from a win in that third set. Now let's go over to court number 6, where it is a break lead right now for Pepperdine. Savannah Brodus, 4-3, love 15. Yakubovic of Old Dominion, the junior here from Belarus. Brodus, the freshman from Carrollton, Texas. Very talented junior career. The Grand Slam championship at Wimbledon back in 2019. And frankly, I mean, that kind of experience down at 6 in the lineup is certainly going to pay off in a moment like this, you would think.
No, Pepperdine loses their first match of the season to Cal. Not a coincidence that freshman Savannah Broadus also lost that match at number 6 singles. And I think if you serve some truth serum to Coach Per Nilsson, he would say that was the best thing for his team long term. And I do think we see that perhaps pay dividends here in this third set.
So 4-3 here.
Okay. K-Day gets to a match point at 3. All of you will be the first to know. I know super producer Daniel Westhoff has the split screen ready if needed.
Morales did break back in that matchup for Texas A&M, so back on serve there. She's about to serve at 2-3.
I'm still with you. It's not on break.
Not
still
yet.
One more, for sure. Absolutely agree with you there. And we look here. Let's see what they have left in the tank. 15 here for Broadus.
Whew. Great finish. And again, when I think big picture of indoors,
yes,
the players who have the ability to be the aggressor, the ability to move forward. Yes, sometimes these indoor courts now are slower than they were, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago. However, still, that is the kind of thing that's going to pay off in these controlled conditions.
In controlled conditions, it's twofold. A, you should be willing to track down every ball because in theory, there's nothing you can't get to. But B, free points, name of the game. How can you make things easy for yourself? Because indoor tennis, it's that much more difficult.
So 40-15 here for Broadus. We'll keep you updated on that Cal A&M as they are back on serve midway through that set, but we'll likely be heading to 3 singles here after this game. As Broadus sails that backhand long, as Al-Qaeda trying to close out that match on 3 for Old Dominion.
It's been one of those days. We talk about that aggression. Like, that's why that Vicky Flores missed overhead on the deuce point. I didn't hate the choice. Sure. It was poor execution, but I did not like to be able to do that in indoors. That's the difference. All right.
All right, there's your hold. Let's go over to 3 now. Marina Al-Qaeda, the senior from Barcelona for Old Dominion, 2 points away. 5-1. It is 30 all. Again on court number 3.
Well, that serve was long for Broadus. We do stick here for a second. Joke's on you.
All right, so again, an opportunity here for Flores after stealing that point to get a break back, one of the 2.
Broadus did hold, by the way, 4-5-3.
Thank you. So she's 1 game away from clinching that team match.
I'll keep my eye on that scoreline for
Sounds
you,
good. Two chances here for Flores, 1 gone as that backhand can't control it and corral it back into play. So this ends up being a match point for Al-Qaeda of Old Dominion. Deciding point will be taken on the deuce side.
Side she plays with Lisa Czar.
Oh, and that was a lucky moment there for Flores as Al-Qaeda had a very good look at a backhand. So Flores survives the moment. Let's go to 6 as Broadus is closing in on the team clinching point. Love 15 here. Ay, that's a routine miss on that backhand wing.
That's the first all. It's the first time she's looked like a freshman here today. Again, you love the aggression she's played with all match long. Certainly you're going to miss some balls in the net. That's the name of the game. At return, come on now.
I was always told you have to miss long.
Yeah, never in the net.
Never in the net,
of course.
Never know, hands. Keep trying.
That's a nice movement there from Jakubovic. I want to see that movement forward there, as there are certainly multiple chances for her to come in and finish off a pretty simple volley, but able to hang in there with that controlled aggression spot to spot for 30-15.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jakubovic, a sophomore?
Junior.
Junior. That's why I like that play. Make this match physical. It is 3-5 in the third here. You are against the freshman. Yes, we're indoors, but interesting.
A wonderful, great little ball there from Brodus. Back behind us right now. It is 3-all Viller-Muller and Morales. Viller-Muller is serving right now 3-all, love 30. We'll get you back over to that one. We're watching this, though, as Brodus 2 points away from clinching this for Pepperdine.
I want to see her inside the baseline on this return.
Missed long. Looks like it missed long for me, Alex.
I see clapping from the Pepperdine coach. He approaches.
No, it's long.
But it was long, correct. That was a stay positive clap. Jakubovic. Can you make the freshman serve it out?
3 great chances for Morales, down on 6 in a Cal A&M match. 3 chances, making 4 chances to break and grab that lead. She does just that. So Jakubovic, 5-4. Lots going on here. We've got, you want to go over to court 3 here for the moment with Flores and Alcaide. Yes, Alcaide is serving, was serving for the match. Flores got 1 break back. Now 2-5, 30-15 for Flores. That sails, so Flores to 40-15. Muller has fought off 2 break chances for Cal, down on 6, now 30-40 serving.
Well, I'll keep my eye. As soon as Brodus back on court, we'll go back there. She's serving for that match between Pepperdine and ODU.
Morales just broke on 6, so Texas A&M now with the lead for the first time in this set with a break lead 4-3.
Probably the first time they've led since, Makarova came off court at 2 singles or 3 singles.
Fantastic stuff there for Flores. Well done there, 40-15. Let's go over to 6 if we can, as it is Savannah Brodus serving for the match and the quarterfinal for Pepperdine. It's 5-4, love 15. That's wonderful. Taking that early is Jakubovic. Let's go back here for people who might not have been with us about an hour ago in the second set. Yes, Brodus able to come through in that tiebreak, but both Brodus and Jakubovic did have opportunities to serve that second set out. Jakubovic, obviously, the opportunity to close out the match on her serve. Both players failed to do so. You think that might factor in here?
Absolutely, and I believe Jakubovic didn't even get to match point in her service game, and Brodus blitzed through that 7-6 second set breaker.
Yeah, 2 in that breaker.
But you do see Brodus cheating, trying to find forehands.
As she should.
As she should. She got caught hand in the cookie jar on that last point for love 30. And again, credit to Jakubovic for taking that ball on the rise early cross court. I do think right now if you're going to get Brodus, it's got to be the movement you get her on. Good, not great mover. Good first step. Still figuring out the footwork. 15:30 here. It's a heck of a first serve, though.
2 points away is Savannah Brodus.
Shishi, meanwhile, for Pepperdine, she ordered Fukuda. Break chances for 4-2. She's up 15:40 at number 1 singles third set. Pepperdine making moves everywhere. Flores did hold for 3-5.
Another one. Big serve for Savannah Brodus, the ace, to set up match point.
What freshman? You're a freshman.
She will clear that off. I think more mental than anything else there.
For sure. I mean, that is in the forehand zone, though.
And there it is.
Depth into the backhand corner. Gets
exactly.
the job done. Good
Exactly.
move from Jakubowicz there.
Break chance, match point, deciding point. You love to see it. Can't find that first serve. It went big, flat out wide. Savannah Brodus, the clincher for Pepperdine. A awkward-looking chest bump to finish, but it is Pepperdine who is moving on 4-1. The clincher, the freshman, down at the 6th line. So Pepperdine moving on doubles point 2, 5, and 6. A very tight 4-1 victory over Old Dominion.
4-1 in scoreline only. 4-1 in scoreline only. If you are Coach Manila and ODU, you are proud of your first match here at the National Indoors. Now, pride in an accomplishment that's not a victory only lasts for so long. And ODU did not come here to go winless, but that is a heck of a start to their indoor campaign. If you're Pepperdine, survive and advance, survive and advance. Now, though, we got to go to court number 6. This is where it all comes down to, folks. A&M, Cal. We've been nursing this match for the past 3 hours, Mike. It's showtime. Open up that oven.
Morales right now is on the far side of the court for Texas A&M. Freshman out of Houston, Texas. She has a 4-3 break lead over the sophomore from Denmark, Hannah Viller-Muller for Cal. It is 30-all in this 4-3 game. Missed wide. Missed wide. So Viller-Muller is going to have a couple of chances to get the break back. I want to point out right now, Alex, as it is 6:30, we're still kind of waiting to get some of these matches started. The Nightcaps, Texas, USC, Wisconsin, Oklahoma. Obviously, here on the Cracked Racquets Redzone, we're going to be focusing on this match with so much at stake. Those matches, as they do begin, will be available just on the play site availability through the ITA's website. So you do have that, friends, family. We know you're going to want to watch those matches, but we will stay here for this one. So again, break chances here for Viller-Muller, 30-40. Wonderful change of pattern there to go inside out. back behind Villamuller deep in the third set. Always a fantastic play.
And that's the first time I've seen Morales fall into a defensive position, but hit her way back into the aggressive stance. That was a great sequence from her. Patience till she found the right ball, goes behind her opponent there. 4-3 deuce, Mike.
Deciding point taking on that ad side. Villamuller trusts in the backhand to backhand battle between these two.
It's a good eye.
That's called long, just long from Morales. And yeah, this is, I believe we have 6 breaks out of 8 games here. 6 breaks in 8 games, 4 all here deep in this third set.
Let's dance. Here we
David
go.
Bowie.
Yeah.
David Bowie. That one I do know. All right. Crucial hold here for Villamuller. Her first and second serves have been picked apart pretty well from Morales in this third set. Not a lot of pace on them. The sophomore from Denmark. Remarkable fall season, 14-4. You can really see what she's going to be for Cal, somebody who wins just a slew of matches over her career.
It's a cliche, but it's a shame someone has to lose this one, just given how young both these teams are. That's the good news about this National Indoors, is that you do get a match 2, a match 3, regardless.
That backhand again. That's the matchup. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about Villamuller, that choice to go with the heavier ball with depth. But when she does get into that backhand to backhand matchup, that's where she prefers to stay a little bit flatter.
And how many times have we seen Morales try to take that one hop at the ankle backhand on the rise? It's just such a low percentage play. Not saying she hasn't executed it, but you never want that to be your calling card in a pattern.
Again, it's the backhand error, isn't it, Alex? That's the one that lets Morales down. And this is kind of a moment, Alex, where you worry a little bit about Morales in terms of freshman big match, everything on the line here.
It's also the way the sequence of these last
Correct.
6 points have gone. She had her game point chances to extend that lead to 5-3 and just sees it evaporate. Now it's very likely to go down 5-4 herself here.
Oh, that's gutsy. Gutsy from Morales after 2 straight backhand errors to go backhand line there.
But where did she hit that backhand from? That was waist level. That was the perfect contact point, precisely what she was looking for. Complete difference in those backhands.
Keep doing it, Hannah. Keep going.
Again, just to reiterate, if you are just joining us, our Nightcaps coming up shortly. They will be available for you on PlaySite on the ITA's homepage as we continue here. 30-15. A little shaky here for Villamuller. Yeah, a lot shaky. Turns into the double and 30 all.
See an immediate conversation, between her and
see that
coach.
left arm?
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a cramp situation.
No, you could tell, too. Just the way she tossed it, she didn't fully extend there.
Keep fighting your hand.
And you wonder how much of that is nerves, because you talked about Morales being a freshman.
Well, it's fair to say also they've been playing for 16 hours.
No argument here.
That is, again, large miss. Second serve, 30 all. It's long, so Morales with the chance to get that break lead right back.
These pendulum swings, Mike. We go 4 points Morales, then 5 points Villa-Moller, then 6 points Morales. It's just, it's something else. It's something else.
Yeah, but this definitely some cramping here for Villa-Moller. Fooey. That stay in?
Unclear.
Hard
Either
to tell.
If I'm Morales, I'm on the service line. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Oh, goodness. Ay, ay, ay. So at deuce point, deciding point, holds have been so hard to come by in this third set. Where's Morales going to take that? Looks like she's choosing ad side.
Keep going, Hannah.
I go underhand on the serve here. That was a joke. Something different.
She does go ad side here. So much on the line here. 3 all, 4 all, deuce. And that will be a miss. What a hold here for Villa-Moller. Just her second hold of this third set, but crucially puts her out in front 5-4.
Our third hold of the set in general. And again, it's this seesaw, the pendulum. You see 2 winners followed by 3 unforced errors. There's just no rhythm. And of course, that speaks to the nerves of this moment. It's 3 all.
I can see right now, I can see USC still warming up. I can see Wisconsin still warming up. So it looks like they are going to hold those 6:30 matchups just for a little bit of time here.
I just don't think they've had the opportunity to warm up yet, fully, Texas, USC. So they'll try to start that as early as possible.
Wisconsin and Oklahoma have obviously
They're
had
ready
the
to
opportunity.
go.
They are very ready to go.
Oklahoma's been hitting for like 4 hours.
No, that's just Coach Audrey Cullen.
Keep going, Hands.
All right, so it's going to be Morales here trying to serve to stay in it. You worry about the freshman's nerves a little bit in this situation. Yeah, good home crowd here for Wisconsin, and they are anxious and ready. It looks like all your free T-shirts are gone, Alex.
I know. I'm
sorry.
I'm crushed.
Sorry, buddy. It's weird, I know, not to take the free stuff.
I know. What am I supposed to leave here with? My pride?
Try in your hands. Keep going, Hands.
That and some cheese curds. All right, Morales is serving to stay in the match, 4-5.
And I think the Cal sidelines started to pick up their energy as well. And at this point,
Yeah, have to.
yeah, exactly.
So, Moeller, love 15. It's been such a fascinating watch between these two very distinctly different styles, Alex.
That's been the fun part. It has been the contrast, and that's what led to the waves of momentum switching we've seen.
Great play, Hannah.
A spot well picked there by Morales to get us to 15 all.
What would you say the average length of rally has been down the stretch of this match? 20 balls?
realistically, it's probably 8 to 10.
Yeah,
but realistically, still, which is really, really long.
Yeah, 8 to 10 is double your average length. Plus some.
Yeah, we've definitely had at least 3, I'd say 40 plus, at least 3 40 plus.
And you can see that scoreboard top right now of your screen. That's the one to lock in on.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. How about that backhand, though, from Morales? That angle to open things up really well struck at 30-15.
One of my favorite words, gumption. That took gumption, Mike.
Obviously, this one takes much more importance. I kind of feel for Oklahoma and Wisconsin. They literally have been warming up for over an hour now. I mean, the nerves start to build when you're not able to actually get out and play. Coaches are trying to manage that as best they can.
At the same time, at a certain point, haven't you hit enough? Like, that's the one thing I worry about.
I think the coaches are trying to keep that energy level up since doubles has such a such import, especially for Wisconsin.
100%. I do think we've hit the 2-hour mark on the Oklahoma warm-up.
That pays off, sure. Willer Muller, you and I both groaning and seeing that how close she was and deciding to retreat, but that is the game style. Willer Muller, sophomore from Denmark, #1 in the country as a junior in 12s, 14s, 16s, 18s. She has won a lot more matches than both you and I, and she knows her style, and that is such a crucial thing. She creeps to within 2 points of this match.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. It's worked for her thus far. Finish the job.
Aggressive, great ball there from Morales.
Such low margin clearing the net as well. She hit that ball flat. Finds the line though, so 2 game point chances.
It's been rare when Willer Muller's been the aggressor and able to get Morales off balance, but when she does, it's paying off quite a bit. And it pays off with a match point here for Cal. It's going to be taken on the ad side by Willer Muller. Match point down, no problem. Backhand down the line winner for Morales.
Stunning.
Unreal stuff. 5-all as we play on here in Wisconsin.
And there was a little moment there when Texas A&M head coach Mark Weaver, midway through that rally, kind of looked at his bench as if to say, come on, like, I don't know what to tell you guys. This is what it is. The relief on his face, the joy you heard from the bench, the exclamation, the roar. 5-all third set. This is what it's all about.
Again, just to point out,
the warm-up continues.
Two holds there in clutch spots from 4-all after so many breaks, 6 breaks in the first 8 games.
2 deuce point holds. Good point, Mike. And by the way, two ad side deuce point holds as well.
It's an error created by the fact that Villa-Moeller pulls Morales side to side.
And I like the change up in pace as well. Slice played there. How frequently has she hit the slice? Very, very rarely. Meanwhile, we've got a packed house here now at the Nielsen Tennis Center. Everyone creeping in for the impending Wisconsin-Oklahoma matchup. Get through this one first, folks. What a match this has become. All the way in. All the way in if I'm Morales.
Well wide on that return.
Does that serve good?
Yeah. Absolutely. Right in the middle of the box there with a little bit of depth.
You can do it ahead. Go ahead.
We are at the 3-hour and 18-minute mark of this match overall with the doubles and singles here.
Our doubles is only about 30 minutes in this matchup.
Again, that moment where Morales stretched side to side. Villa-Moeller has that capability and finds that finish with the forehand for game points.
When she wants to take it inside the baseline, to your point, she absolutely can. And there's enough action on that ball that even if she's not hitting it Mach 12, well placed, good depth, 40 love, 4 game point chances.
That backhand sails for Morales. That is exceedingly rare in this matchup. It's a hold to love. But that is exactly what we get for Villa-Moeller to 6-5 deep here in this third set.
3 consecutive holds as well in this match. You followed this one. A 4th consecutive hold does feel unlikely. However, pressures of this third set, and just to reset how we got here, Mike, doubles point decisively to Texas A&M. They look dominant. 6-1 win for Makarova and Goldsmith at the number 1 spot. 6-3 win for them at number 3. Of course, you had 5 straight set matches excluding this number 6 singles. All fairly straightforward for Cal. Giovara 4-3 at the number 1 spot. Rosenquist 2-3 at number 4. Of course, sensational freshman Katja Wiersholm 6-2, 6-2 at 5. But hard to A&M, whether it be Makarova at 2, Stoyana at 3 here. It's looking to be the freshman Morales at 6. 3-all, 6-5 Cal, A&M to serve. Day 1, 2022 National Indoors.
And again, if you are joining us late here, expecting to see Wisconsin and Oklahoma, or Texas and USC. We will get to those matches as soon as they do begin. We might take a couple minutes to recover here ourselves mentally, but those matches still to come here tonight as we're delayed for the first time here on the day. 5-6. What Villermuller does, it is remarkable.
Yeah.
Just that ability to stay in and get that kind of depth over and over and over again. It's a lot.
It's the poise.
Yes.
And it's just, you wonder if you asked her, hold your hand out, would it be shaking? Would it be completely still? The game style suggests it would be completely still. Never too high, never too low. Love 15.
That is a rare miss.
That's
very rare miss.
especially the way she missed it as well. Just kind of handsy and didn't swing through that one.
No, Morales, there again, a couple of times where, you know, maybe if the legs were a little bit fresher, has that opportunity to step into the court a little bit more. Still pays off in the end. Such a strange dichotomy in this match in terms of playing styles.
I should have just made this a ground stroke game. Would have helped all of us.
Are you not entertained?
I'm thoroughly entertained. Two in a row.
That might be the first time, actually, literally, that's happened. 2 unforced errors in a row from Villermuller.
And it's interesting that, and I want to say that's a nerves miss, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong here, the way she's missed those two, just not swinging through it, the way the ball has bounced prior to hitting the net.
Could be nerves, also could be, frankly, legs.
Fatigue, sure.
Wearing out.
Keep going, hands.
Sure. So 30-15 here, Morales.
Good job, Hannah.
Well, hello. Well, that's what you do. If you're missing the looper, go for the ripper. The ripper from Villermuller to get us to 30 all.
There was no hesitation in that whatsoever. She was like, I will miss this one 3 feet in the curtain before I miss this one in the net. The wise man once said, shouldn't you miss long?
Yes. Yes, you should. Wonderful. Oh, from well inside the baseline, a ripper from Morales.
You've seen her do that a couple of times now. When she's going to step up on that backhand, it's going to be backhand line. I also think when she's going to step on that forehand, she's going to go inside out. So it only took us 3.5 hours, but I think I got the patterns down, Mike.
Point for the breaker. 3 hours and 25 minutes to get here. It will be a tie break to decide this battle between Cal and Texas A&M.
Wisconsin fans, pick a side. Let's get the energy going. This is what we're talking about, Mike. First 3-all match of the day, and it comes down to a third set break.
Woof. That's a tough start. Villanova dumping in the double. Yeah, so to see those two errors in the last game off the groundies. Now you throw in a double to start here. Quick mini break for Morales. Again, still waiting to start both of our nightcap matches. You know, some of these miscues from Morales, she is obviously cheating to try to cover that ad corner, right, and cover up that backhand, which has been the weaker side, anticipating that from Villanova. Then she gets stretched once that Villanova pops in that one aggressive look.
Keep going, Hannah. Here we go, Hannah.
I agree with you. It's also, I'm locked in on the body language now of these benches. You should see these coaches for A&M and Cal. I think these players are tight. Something else. I don't think Bjorn Thompson's ever lived through something like this.
Oh, it's called wide. It was called wide. Overruled. Oh, wow.
Overruled.
Or was it? It says on the scoreboard 2-1, Alex, for Villarmuller.
So I saw the team celebrate as if it was an overrule. I think it was.
Yeah,
yeah, because it was 1-0. First point goes to was the double fault from Villarmuller. Yes, it was overruled.
Okay. Well, Morales was up a mini break to start, and then Villarmuller took 2 points in a row.
That's what I'm saying. Correct. So there was no.
There was no overrule because it was
far
called
sideline. A&M was overruled.
Oh, it was the point before.
It was the shot
okay,
before.
the shot
Correct,
before.
correct,
Got it.
correct.
And this is unfortunate, obviously, that we've got a little bit of a camera malfunction. Do you want? I can do some radio call here.
Super producer Daniel Westoff trying to figure that out. Of course,
I'll do a radio call for you at home here.
And I believe it's 2-all. We missed 1 point.
Okay, 2-all here. That scoreboard is accurate. Villarmuller serving deuce side. Villarmuller serve good. Forehand Morales up the line. Villarmuller backhand middle. Morales forehand to a Villarmuller backhand. Morales deep into the ad corner, goes with the forehand. Now she's going to be struck with a backhand, goes cross. Villarmuller backhand to a Morales backhand cross. Villarmuller forehand inside out. Morales backhand to a Villarmuller forehand inside out again, trading forehands now. Morales going to have a looper to look at. She goes forehand, rolled into the deuce corner. She's going to have her shot here, rolled back to the deuce corner, forehand Villarmuller. Morales forehand, Villarmuller forehand goes to the ad corner. Morales backhand to a Villarmuller forehand. Morales forehand crunched. In behind it, no. She backs up. Viller-Muller is good. Morales forehand down the line again. Steps into another forehand, does Morales. It's lobbed from Viller-Muller. Volley Morales into the corner. She's missed it. All right, we're back on the camera here.
You're very good at that.
Done it a few times. Missed cute forehand into the ag corner. So 3-2 here for Viller-Muller.
Again, for those of you tuning in for the first time, up to 7, win by 2. Viller-Muller with the 3-2 lead here.
Well, that ball got very tight there for Viller-Muller, right into her left hip. Again, a miscue from well behind the baseline. 3-all at the turn.
It's anecdotal. You want to be the aggressor, not the aggressee, right? And these moments, the aggressor, not. You don't want to be the one on your back foot. Therefore, in principle, you would think Morales has the slight edge, but I will tell you this, Viller-Muller, to your point, Mike, has moved Morales around the court so well over the course of these past 20 minutes, and you do wonder physically, at what point does that start to pay dividends?
Exhausting battle between the sophomore from Denmark, Cal, and the freshman from Houston, Texas, for A&M. One more here for Morales from the near side. No mistakes this time, just a really solid target for Morales. 4-3 out in front on serve.
When she gets the first one inside out and then gets to work the forehand to the outer corners, go side to side with that, she's a different player. Completely different player there. Gotta try and find that backhand early here for Viller-Muller. A couple double faults. Be on the lookout here.
Viller-Muller has been looking for the backhand trades throughout the day, but the backhand lets her down there. Morales, a mini break edge, 5-3 here in the third set breaker.
I'm trying to think of the times Viller-Muller's gone backhand line. That's been the last 2 errors have been backhand line errors. You're right, she's won the backhand exchanges. Right part of the net. Trying her right now. It's the woman.
Ready your hands, you ready?
But once again, it is when Morales is on the move. That's where a lot of those errors are coming. So Viller-Muller gets her stretched, but it is on the racket now of the freshman for A&M, Morales. 2 points away at 5-4.
You ready for it, Hannah? She's coming at you, Hannah. Be ready.
It drops it.
That's good. Oh, what an angle! What an angle! Morales, match points. What an incredible ball. Was there an overrule here?
Oh, you cannot be. Ball called out. Oh, ball called out confirmed?
Good job, Hannah. Here we go, hands.
Oh, goodness. We thought here at 6-4. Is it 5-all?
It is 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Irate. 30-shot rally there, Mike.
Holy smokes. I mean, that looked like she had just absolutely crunched it cross court, but it is indeed 5-all.
You ready, Hannah? You ready?
Oh, that's going to miss. Oh, my goodness. What a heartbreak here for Morales. Thought she had 2 match points, and now she's on the wrong end of it. Willer Moeller, a chance to put this away for Cal, a match point of her own. What a swing.
Stunning.
Over those 30 seconds.
Go, hands.
Oh, my.
She missed it. She missed it, and Willer Moeller survives. Absolute heartbreak for Morales and Willer Moeller and Cal moving on into the quarterfinals with a 4-3 win over Texas A&M.
4 hours. These players left it all on the court, and we said it at the start. It was going to come down to that number 6 singles position. 4-5. Cal makes a call wide. That'll be the moment we're all talking about. I like the call. Via the stream here, you had 3 umpires, and I believe they have someone on the line there to end the match. You see that chair umpire walking out. That's as good as it gets.
And that was a passing handshake there for Morales, and you certainly understand, really thought she had it 6-4 with 2 match points for her, and instead loses the next 3 points, and it is Cal who survives. And a matchup upcoming for them tomorrow with Pepperdine.
And by the way, things don't get any easier for A&M either. ODU coming up next. I mean, the fact that either of these teams have to play tomorrow, just brutal, speaks to an intensity of this event. But Mike, that's as good as college tennis gets.
Yeah, it's a fun one. And now it's going to be a very quick turnaround. In fact, Texas and USC have actually begun. They're on the back bank of courts here. So number 1, Texas and USC, they are in action, just wrapping up first games over there on 1, 2, and 3 back on those courts. Wisconsin and Oklahoma are going to get started. I will say we're going to get coaches here, I believe. We're going to try to get a coach, Augustus for Cal, and see if we can get that interview. And then we'll obviously make sure that the cameras are up and ready here in the next couple of minutes for this doubles matchups that we've got on our 12 courts here at Wisconsin.
And we have confirmation Coach Augustus knows to come to the broadcast, knows to hop on the Zoom with us, so we will have the chance to speak with her. But to your point, OU Wisconsin's ready to go. And we've got about 100 plus Badger fans here who are ready to see their team compete in Madison as well.
Those moments, and we didn't get a full look at it, but I have to imagine that it was just, I mean, how do you recover from what just happened to Morales here and get restarted for tomorrow?
I have no idea. That's the question. That's why they pay these coaches the big bucks, Mike. You're absolutely right. And if you're Texas A&M, again, you take the doubles. You're right there in position. What a result. What a result. Meanwhile, yeah, your Coach Weaver got to find a way. Again, it's National Indoor Weekend. You'd rather have that happen now than in May. But What a result. And by the way, it seems like we do have Coach Augustus getting ready to join us. They come here now.
Yeah, this happens as, again, we have started. Texas, USC, they are underway on our back bank of courts. Wisconsin, Oklahoma have been ready for a solid 45 minutes to play, and they are finally getting the chance here, and more Wisconsin fans have just filed in, so they are ready to go.
This is the fun, right? Now we start court number 1. Get ready to rock and roll as we are joined momentarily by Coach Augustus. I'll let you take the first question, Mike. You've been far too kind to me. Oh, we have her here. Look who it is. A winning coach here. 4-3 dramatic fashion. Coach, congratulations to you on the victory. Let's just start here. How are you feeling?
Thank you. That was a long one. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm super proud. We got off to a really slow start in the doubles, and we're pretty confident in our singles, but yeah, I think the way the match played out, I didn't see a lot of it on 1 and 2, so I didn't really know what was going on. But we have a lot of trust in Hannah, and just really proud of her for believing in herself, and her teammates believe in her, and she's one of the hardest workers on the team. So to have it come down to her is pretty cool.
Can you explain, where our broadcast booth is, we're quite a distance from what was going on down there. Can you explain what happened in that 5-4 point? Because we weren't able to get the full view as everything kind of was in dispute there.
No, Hannah made a call, and, now we have a no appeals rule. And I think the other coach was, trying to appeal the call from across the court. And so I checked with the referee, and that's really all it was. Hannah makes very fair calls. Anybody that plays her knows that. And so, I was just trying to encourage her to not be intimidated, and just continue to play on.
No, and for your team now, you've got a rematch, and we can look forward. I know recovery going to be on the mind right away as we see the team celebrating, but a rematch up next, Pepperdine, a team you've already faced this season. What's the focus for the next 24 hours as you try to get your team prepared?
I think they're, excited for the opportunity. And, we know them. I think it should be a great matchup on every court. I don't think we haven't played them inside, I don't know, in quite some time. Yeah. So, I think we'll see how that goes. It definitely won't be windy. It was windy when we played them last time in Malibu, which is also super unusual. So maybe we'll just have like all unusual Cal Pepperdine matches this year. But we'll be ready to battle, and so will they. And they have a great team, and they're well coached. So we're excited. That's what this tournament's all about. We're just really happy to be here, and the atmosphere here is awesome. I'm glad you guys are here too to help support, really high level D1 women's tennis.
Absolutely. Well, again, Coach, thank you so much for taking the time to chat. A massive congratulations to you and the team. Rest up. We look forward to seeing you back on court tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
How about that? What a victory. And again, that's what it's all about here, this 4-3 result. And huge thank you, obviously, to our friend Zach at the ITA, helping set all of these meetings up, Mike. And now we get to the Nightcaps.
The Nightcaps are underway, and what we're going to do is going to step away just for a couple of minutes. We're going to let everybody kind of reset here in terms of our broadcast booth and super producer.
Yeah.
Do I have to call him that?
It's a rule. It is a rule. Super producer Daniel West.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with it. I'm gonna call him Daniel by his first name.
That's weird. Call him Westoff at the very least.
Okay, Westoff is going to get everything ready in terms of the tech for you back at home as well. It's not a rule, he says. Not a rule. But yeah, he's going to get everything set up in terms of the technical side. We're going to step away just for a couple minutes. Again, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, as well as Texas and USC, they are underway, and you are watching the 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship presented by Cracked Racquets.
And let's rock it. What's tomorrow? Friday.
Fukuda, right? Fukuda knocking off Abby Forbes. She's had a ton of success. So ultimately, at every single position you feel strong. I think the two vulnerable spots have been Flores, Chen, and then I would say Brodus. But you feel pretty good about Czar, Pachkaleva, and Fukuda.
But of course, Brodus just earned an 0-1 victory against UCLA, something crazy like that. And you're like, do you feel bad about Brodus anymore? Is she finally finding her sea legs? Like, I would agree with your assessment on principle. And by the way, for this Old Dominion team, Startup Save at 1, Sasnskaya at 2. They've proven they can compete with, and Startup Save this year 4-1 has proven she can beat anyone in the country. That is not a gimme for Fukuda, not a gimme for Czar. Alcade, excuse me, for ODU at number 3 has been good, and in
sneaky
particular,
good.
Viktorovich is maybe my favorite player, like a sneaky good player in the lineup at 4, 12-6 overall, 4-1 at the year at 4. She has just taken good victories throughout the course of the year. She's playing someone in Pachkaleva, still trying to find her 2022 sea legs as well. Late, didn't make it over, didn't get to play a full fall with this team. At the same time, Chen and Brodus, you just Janice Chen on paper at 5, you just like, it's just like, come on, what are we doing here? You feel really good about this team. Like, again, there are a couple, you feel like Fukuda and Imachkine at 3 doubles should never lose ever for this Pepperdine lineup. And just, again, they're another team. They feel a very North Carolina-y last year, where it's just kind of like, throw the name in the hat, throw the teams together, throw the talent out there. We'll figure out how to play the tennis later. That's how good this Pepperdine team feels in a year where there's just depth and talent everywhere. And, it's the most frequent joke. I'm going to say it before other people. It's a big recruiting trip for Per and Pete as they try to figure out who to fill out the roster with moving forward. Give me the calculus. Give me the breakdown. Again, we've talked so much about this ODU team. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Go to either of our first 2 shows to hear about their efforts and just the strength of this roster. Startup Seva, Sasnskaya, top 5 doubles team in the country.
Number 1 this week.
20-3 overall, number 1 team in the country. Exactly. And so, again, you feel pretty good about them at 1. And hey, all you got to do is find one more. Certainly you feel like you have to take single, and in doubles, I'm saying, feels like you got to take a doubles point against Pepperdine.
Yep.
Match calculus. Give it to me all. Who you got?
Yeah, the hard part with ODU is they just haven't been able to find that additional doubles point. They found it sometimes, but in general, right, they haven't been dominant there. They tried against Miami. They actually split up Starbutseva and Sasnskaya. That did not go well. So yeah, you like them at 1. I don't know where the victory comes at 2 and 3, but I think my big takeaway on ODU from their Florida swing was this is not just a team that has good players at 1 and 2, right? This team does have depth. They proved that against Florida, against Miami, some of those players that you mentioned. The hard part is so does Pepperdine. So I think if you are ODU, you got to get doubles. You got to get doubles. It starts there. You got to get one of those top 2. Fukuda has looked so good. She's so good indoors. That's a tough ask. Lisa Czar has hardly lost a match. But maybe you can overpower her indoors. That's, and then I think you look at Flores, Chen, those are 2 that you probably need to get. It's just tough. You don't favor yourself in any of these singles matches.
It's going to be brutal. No doubt about that. So, again, we'll get to see. That's a 3:30 match. Certainly one I will be watching closely. A, does Pepperdine flex their muscles? B, I'm just telling you, ODU swinging freely. They're not going down 4-0. And if Pepperdine beats them 4-0, Pepperdine is that good. And watch them this tournament, because that's how confident I am this ODU team's going to fight extraordinarily well. With that in mind, let's move on to our evening session. We'll talk now about the top seeds here, defending NCAA champion Texas Longhorns, who I also wanted to lock in on their practice today. Because I walked in and I got a nice shoulder rub right away from Howard Jaffe, who goes, "Oh, good to see you, Alex," or whatever the accent was, versus Pete Billingham, who's like, "It's over between us." He's like, "It's over 7." He's like, "We're done." But of course, I've known Pete since I was 18 years old. Anyways, you look for this Texas team 5-0, and first test, play Baylor, 4-2 victory there. We talked about it on last week's deciding point. Good, not great performance for the Longhorns. They face the team of the first 6 months of the 2021-22 college tennis season in USC, who 4-3 over Miami, 4-3 over Baylor just to get to this national indoor weekend. Now, they were supposed to play San Diego last weekend. That got postponed. I can tell you, I saw them in person. Aaron Cayetano is here. Salma Ewing is here. Snow Hahn is here. Looks like they're going to have the full roster if you're the Trojans. And I mean, you got the number one player in the country, right? In Cayetano. You've got Ewing, who has proven she's a top 25 sort of player. And, again, you have a Danielle Wilson who clinches that Miami match for you at number 6 singles. You've got the talented freshmen in Piper and Mora in the lineup as well. And, you look for the Trojans in the lineup they submitted here in kickoff weekend. They've actually got Leighton Games lined up at the number 4 singles spot. Now, whether we see her play or not, that remains to be seen. You look for Gaines, I believe, 0-1 here on the year at the number 3 singles position, 6-10 overall on the year. She's the honorary Tim Siebert Award winner, I suppose, thus far here through the 2022 National Indoors. But this USC team's got talent. Yeah, Texas, some of the faces. Stearns at 1, and, for them, Kylie Collins 2, Shavatapan 3. You know what you're getting there. New faces after that: Zinalova 4, Arutsky 5, Zemaripa 6. I mean, will we see Rapalou in action? Saw her practicing today. She seems ready to go. And again, this Texas team came as close as humanly possible to winning a national indoor last season without actually winning it. There's always the world where the NCAA champ from last year rides that confidence, that momentum, and they just kind of win that title. And it's just kind of happens when you bring back a nucleus like this. And there's a lot of unproven teams early in the season. Like, we've seen that cohesion, that strength propel team. I think Wake Forest 2019 men's indoors, where Petros, Barr, and Borno were like, hey, we want to make the finals, right? All right, let's make the finals, guys. Like, don't worry, we'll find one in the other matches. This Texas team could do that. Like, that's the sort of talent they have as well. I'm really excited to see if they beat the Trojans 4-0, you take notice. But USC's really damn good.
So many interesting points there. I don't know if we have seen like the NCAA winner on the women's side come through.
It's because how often does Stanford not play?
Well, they started to play in recent years, but yeah. And then how often does UNC not win the NCAAs? So there you go. So that's an interesting point. Yeah. I mean, look, this is interesting. And this was kind of a shock when I first opened the draw. I was like, all right, we're going to see Texas, Wisconsin. I was like, whoa, Texas SC. That's interesting. This is an interesting matchup. And we actually have a data point in Baylor, right? A shared opponent that they both recently played. Transitive property doesn't exactly work, but similar teams in terms of known quantities, somewhat known quantities at the top 3 of the lineup, and then some freshmen down at 4 and 5. This is a match that USC would much rather play outdoors, particularly that Cayetano-Peyton Stearns matchup. That's a matchup Cayetano would love to play outdoors, but we get a repeat of Salma Ewing and Kylie Collins at number 2. Ewing knocked off Collins at the ITA Fall National Indoors. The big question mark for me is going to be Shavatapan. She dropped her match to Baylor, something none of USC's top 3 did when they played Baylor in the kickoff weekend. And then look, it's going to be a question of whose freshmen are better, right? We're going to see freshmen at both 4 and 5 for both schools. You probably lean Texas with kind of the pedigree of Zainalova and Avrutsky. But look, that's a lot of pressure to join an NCAA defending champion team. Indoors was their one loss all year last year. That's a lot of pressure for these freshmen. And you got to feel like the USC freshmen probably don't feel that pressure, right? They're not coming in here as defending national champions. The team didn't even play indoors last year. So that's what I'm watching for. Kind of what do we see at 4 and 5? I think those are going to tell us a lot about the strength of these respective teams.
Yeah, and I think we've broken down what does an A win look like. I think, for USC, starts with Cayetano, starts with Ewing up top. You feel like they got to take those 2. And then we find 2 more, whether it be doubles or Wilson or Piper or whomever it may be. Give me the match calculus, the swing matches you're watching most closely. And then, of course, ultimately, who you got in this one, Jay?
So I think this one is tough because I just think there
are a lot of swing matches like Stearns, Cayetano, Collins versus Ewing. Didn't we see that at the Fall Nats?
I just said that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
No,
we
you see it
did.
all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No,
yeah.
yes, you're right. You're right. You caught me. But it's mostly just like, didn't I call that match at the fall nats? That's really what I'm saying.
Yes.
There is like, didn't I call that match? I like
you were
see
on
it
the
now.
call. It was
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
first round match.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, this USC team match calculus is a narrow path against Texas. It's a narrow path against a lot of teams. It's doubles 1, 2, and 3. And if you lose one of top 3, you're looking for one more victories, which they were able to find.
I think Wilson's the margin of error, by the way. I think in this match to have the senior at 6 just versus a freshman, that's it probably, right?
So that's why I think we'll see Rapalou play here at 6.
Good. I like that.
I do not think we will see Zamaripa play at 6. I think for that reason in particular. But I think that is the match, right? You know, Danielle Wilson versus Rapalou. That's a tough task. But that is the path to victory. If they drop doubles, those are the 4 that they probably need to find. But look, I mean, we haven't seen Zainalova or Vrutsky play a ton. And again, there's a lot of pressure on those freshmen going into the matches. Ultimately, I think Texas goes through just because they can get on the board in all 7 slots. And I'm not sure that that's the case for USC.
Well, I think that's why this might be quietly the perfect first round match for head coach Howard Jaffe, because Stearns, Collins, Shavatapan, they're all going to get tested. You need your freshmen to deliver right away, and they're going to be in advantageous positions, to do so. But like, Sloan Mora versus Zinalova, I don't know what that match is going to look like. Vrutsky versus Piper, who I thought looked really good during the kickoff weekend. That's no sure thing for Texas either. Trojans are going to play them tough. Now, the thing is, can USC take 2 of the top 3? That's a really tough ask against Texas, but they need to do it. I do think, again, it's just got to be 2 of the top 3 because everywhere else, there's a lot of unknowns. I do think Texas gets the doubles point.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Again, I don't see a world in any scenario where it's 4-0. Like, I just don't see that happening. I see a bunch of 3-set matches in this one. Top seats are going to get pushed. Ultimately, who are you going with?
I'm going with Texas.
Okay.
I do think there's a world where we learn a lot about these Texas freshmen at 4 and 5, and they step up and kind of give us some straight set victories here. Ultimately, I think those top 3 is, USC has to take like all 3 in my opinion, and that's just tough. I'd probably bet on Ewing over Collins. Shavatapan's coming off a loss at Baylor. That's not good. And you don't know what you're going to get with Stearns, and Cayetano's a gamer, so it should be a really good one though.
No, it's going to be really, really fun. And then, of course, it's going to be matched on what should be a really fun environment, because I'll tell you what, in 2020, when Wisconsin men hosted their matchup, it was a filled house and it was sold out crowd. And, they got worked pretty quickly in that match. I believe it was a decisive 4-0 victory. I can't even remember who they played at this point. That's how, let me think, 2019, would they have played Texas, and Texas would have just steamrolled them? Was Texas the number 1 seed at the 2020 National Indoors? Who remember? At this point, who can even recall those sorts of things? I'm pretty sure it wasn't North Carolina. I can tell you that much. And I don't think it was USC either. It might have been USC actually who ruled them. Anyways, point being, or Florida, might have been Florida. Anyways, we used to have a joke. This is why it's upsetting me, because we had a joke of like, after the 20 NCAA tournament, like, congratulations, you've earned the right to go play to go play Wisconsin. Anyways, that crowd though was incredible. And the energy they brought, it was quite the atmosphere. And I think this Wisconsin women's team, with all due respect, is even better and even more well-suited to make a big push here against an Oklahoma team that is making their national indoor debut.
And welcome back in. It's 2022 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship. Mike Cation and Alex Gruskin here, presented by Cracked Racquets. And we are into the Nightcap, local time 7:30 here, Central Time. 2 matchups for you here in the evening. Number 1, Texas taking on USC. And you're going to hear on the other set of courts a very distinct home court advantage for Wisconsin as they look for a big upset, taking on 8th seed Oklahoma.
Nothing wrong with a home court advantage. And obviously, for those unaware, at the National Indoors, there are 15 regions that happen in the kickoff weekend, 16 teams here in the event. Well, who is that 16th team? It's your host site, team. And of course, for us this week, that's the University of Wisconsin. Rough estimate, 150? Not quite 2, but I'd say over 100.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, listen, you've got a set of a front row of bleachers completely full.
Yes.
You have behind us another set of bleachers completely full across 4 courts. So I think, yeah, it's fair to say you're looking at a minimum of 125. Everybody here is masked on campus, on the University of Wisconsin campus, with the exception of the 2 of us and the athletes as well. We're pretty much the same as the athletes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying for years, Mike, for years. But of course, with that in mind, I'm ready to get to this action. It's our nightcap final session of matches. You want to start with the home crowd?
Yeah, let's do that. We've got Oklahoma taking on Wisconsin here on the Wisconsin courts, as they call it. Oklahoma 8-0 on the year. Took out Furman and then Duke in ITA kickoff weekend to get here. 4-2 win over the number 6 Duke. Wisconsin 5-1 under head coach Kelsey McKenna.
Yeah, and I would say when you start with Oklahoma, every player on the roster can give 100% for every ball, of course. But you know who the most competitive person on that Oklahoma roster is? It's head coach Audra Cohen, of course, who just, she's been out here probably since 8 a.m. watching these matches. She's warmed up 4 separate times herself. And she has this team hungry and ready to go. I talked to Coach Cohen, fortunate enough to do that quite frequently. She is very excited about the prospects of her Sooners this season.
Yeah, what makes them so dangerous right now?
It's all of it. They've got all of the ingredients, whether you look at the Corley sisters who are playing the number 1 double spot here, Carmen, Ivana, going to line up at number 2 and 3 singles as well, whether it's transfer Lane Sleeth over from Florida, who's fit in like a hand in a glove, and then the freshmen, whether it be Chanta, whether it be Staker, Pisareva can play as well. They're still missing a couple players with injury also. That's the thing Coach Cohen is most excited about, to be, as you mentioned, I believe 8-0 overall, and to have accumulated wins over Duke in the kickoff weekend. I thought a really good win over Furman as well. That Furman team, do not sleep on them in terms of a top 25 set of talent. And yet, right away, Oklahoma's beaten all of them. They've answered every question. They've done it on the road. They've done it at home. It was as ideal of a January as you could have scripted for Coach Cohen.
Well, you mentioned the Corley sisters up at the top here for Oklahoma. Carmen, the junior, Ivana, the senior. Obviously very, very talented over the last couple of years. 6-0 versus ranked opponents last year, and obviously coming in hot here so far today. 4-1 2-break lead over Alina Mukurtova and Shinyu Chai of Wisconsin.
I have a soft spot for sibling pairings as someone who was fortunate enough to play doubles with my older brother in high school.
He was not so fortunate.
Well, I carried his derriere through my sophomore year. That's a story for another time. Anyways, I think from a chemistry perspective, when it works, it works. And for these Corley sisters, it clearly works.
Yeah, just very talented. And look for them to be a force as it gets deeper and deeper into May. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Mukurtova, sophomore from Krasnodar in Russia. Shinyu Chai from Wuhan, China, junior there. And do they have the opportunity here to make a big push here? It's obviously a pretty big spot in this 30-all moment.
I'm going to say yes. And talking to Coach Cohen, I know she is not taking these Badgers lightly. You look for this Wisconsin program. They made the NCAA tournament last, I believe, 2019. You can look to your left to confirm whether I am right or wrong there, Mike. It's on those center banners. I believe
that is
2019 the last time they did it. And they had a ton of momentum coming out of that 2019 season. And then, of course, COVID hits. Right midway through that 2020. And much like the Washington team we talked about earlier, it feels like that COVID pandemic really slowed the rise of this Wisconsin team. But they've played about as well as could be expected here to start the season. And, again, it sounds like minimal expectations, but one win. One win this weekend. It's a successful weekend for the Badgers.
Moving over to court number 2, Alexandra Pisareva, the senior from Donetsk, Ukraine. Partnered with the junior Lane Sleeth from Markham, Ontario, as you mentioned. Transfer from Florida. Pisareva transfer herself, transferring from Appalachian State. They take on from Wisconsin freshman Taylor Cataldi out of Corona, California, and Charmaine Chi.
Lane Sleeth is ready to make a jump, not only into the top 50, not only into the top 20. She wants to establish herself as a top 10 college tennis player this season. And just, I know she didn't feel as though she was getting the most out of herself in Florida, and her connection with Coach Cohen, the drive and the passion of Coach Cohen, she was gravitated towards it.
And again, we talked about the destigmatization of transferring. I do think this is one of those instances where it's not as though Lane couldn't have succeeded at Florida, but she has now found the place for her to play her best tennis, to be her best self. And I think in the end, that's all that matters for us college tennis fans. So we want to see these players, these young student athletes at their best. We have seen Lane Sleeth at her best. It's a scary sight for the rest of the college tennis world.
Taylor Cataldi for Wisconsin, really interesting, deciding to just travel the world, play ITFs as opposed to staying in the States and do the USTA route. There's one event in Antigua, Zimbabwe. Just a really unique opportunity and approach to how she got into college tennis, now playing as a freshman in the 2 doubles slot.
Yeah, no, you take where you can get it. And again, what's so interesting about this Wisconsin team, who did not have the best season last year, under 500 overall, I want to say 8-13 to the best of my memory, but they were better than that, simply put. And they were constrained last year by an all Big Ten schedule. And you look at who the losses were actually to the Ohio States of the world, Northwesterns of the world, Michigans of the world, all teams that would be competing or are at this event. And I think when you look at this Wisconsin team, to bring back all the faces that they did, this is a great learning experience for them early on. How do we compare to the best of the best? How do we get ourselves to that level come conference play, put ourselves in a position to qualify for the NCAA tournament?
Let's move over to court number 3, our 3 doubles matchup. Anchisa Shanta, freshman from Bangkok, Thailand, for Oklahoma, partnered with another one of the talented freshmen, Emma Staker, the freshman out of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
These freshmen, Staker, Shanta, I think Coach Cohen loves them like a daughter. I really do. Like, again, to hear her rave about them and what they've done thus far through their first few months on campus, here's what I'll say. They're at number 3 doubles right now, and as good as Sleeth and Pisareva are, and as good as the Corley sisters are, this might be my favorite of the 3 Oklahoma doubles teams.
Favorite or is best?
Highest upside. Highest upside. When they play their best, they look the best. Now, the Corleys are just so rock solid, so you're not going to move them from 1. But this all freshmen do, when they play their best, look the best of any of these Oklahoma squads.
On the other side, 3 doubles for Wisconsin, Ariel Johnson, freshman out of Coconut Creek, Florida, partnered with Ava Markham, a senior out of New Jersey. These two have been very good together, 5-1 early in the season at the 2 and the 3 spots for the Badgers.
I very much enjoyed this duo for them. And again, you look for this Wisconsin team thus far in the season. You mentioned the record overall for them, just the 1 loss so far this year. And 5-1. I don't think it was a bad loss either when you look at the way, they were able to travel to Denver and 4-3 against a very solid Oregon team. They also beat a Denver team 5-2. You look for comparative wins. Washington had beaten them 4-3. We saw what Washington did earlier today. Again, it's transitive property, but that's half the fun in tennis. This duo, Johnson, Markham, they've been excellent. Don't think this is going to be a blowout just because Wisconsin got in as the host.
So 3-all down there at 3 dubs. We'll keep you updated on this. We want to make sure we get over as well to some of the doubles action right now for number 1 Texas taking on USC. And right now Texas already has 1 match in the books. They've won the 2 doubles spots 6-2. Let's go to court number 1 first. Again, this is Texas and USC. For Texas, Kylie Collins, the sophomore out of Savannah, Georgia, partnered with Sabina Zanolova, freshman from Ukraine.
Kylie Collins, 1/2 of the NCAA doubles finalist team last year. Last year was her and Lulu Sun, who were just excellent lefty-righty combo, the power tennis, the variety they brought in. With all due respect to Erin Cayetano, who was the number 1 ranked singles player in the country at the end of the fall, Kylie Collins walks on a court, any position, doesn't matter who she plays. She thinks she's the absolute best player on that court. And that mental edge is what makes Collins special. She brings that intangible quality. It's for lack of a better term, it's an FU characteristic. She's like, I'm not afraid of you. I am better than you. I'm going to take it to you. It's a new pairing here at the number 1 spot. Cayetano, Piper, certainly both upperclassmen, experienced. Man, I really like this UT team, and I really like the talented freshmen, Lova, partnering with Collins at 1.
And you mentioned Cayetano, the junior out of Long Beach, California, on the other side here, and they're serving for Grace Piper, her freshman teammate right now, with a 5-2 edge in this one.
Cayetano, best forehand you're going to find in women's college tennis. It's been that good over the first 5 months of this season. She's the ITA Fall National Champion, made a deep run into the ITA All-American Championships as well. Now, those runs came in singles, and of course, it's not a direct translation from singles onto the doubles court. And I do want to clarify here because, of course, you look at the uniforms, this one a little bit confusing, much like our earlier one. We've got, I believe that's USC, and in fact it is on the near side of our screen, that yellow hat, the giveaway for Coach Allison Swain. USC white top, black skirt, Texas all white outfit, far side of your screen.
It's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be.
Here
I mean, you look at the Oklahomas too. You're just like, what am I doing?
We are not going to split screens. Otherwise, I won't be able to tell what's going on. The doubles matchup on 2, I should say, already in the books for Texas, as Charlotte Shavadapon and Peyton Stearns 6-2 over Salma Ewing and McKinnon Koenig.
Yeah, and I got the chance to go pop over to that match during our break. Wanted to see the Longhorns play. Always better to get your eyes on it, right? It's just you see it unfold. Stearns looks fitter than she's ever looked, and she was one of the ideal, if not the best freshman in women's college tennis last season. It just looks like, from a confidence perspective, from, again, a fitness perspective, she's taken things to the next level. Of course, she's got pro aspirations.
Yep.
Fitness so often the separating factor between those who make it, those who fall a little bit short of their aspirations. Shavadapon very much in the Elizabeth Scotty model, 5'10", 5'11", the length, the power. They were that's probably the best doubles pairing I've seen on the day thus far.
As you see it, there is USC taking the slot, the doubles 1 spot. So it is all coming down to doubles 3. So perfect time to introduce you to those 4 competitors down on court number 3. It is USC serving on the near side. That is Danielle Wilson, the senior from Newport Beach, California. Her partner, Snow Han, a redshirt freshman from Wuhan, China.
Wilson clinching their ITA kickoff weekend match 4-3 over Miami. That was their first match, and they ultimately earned another 4-3 win over Baylor the very next day. But you know, you always like to see at the number 3 spot. And finally, they have a healthy Snow Han, extraordinarily talented, very much, very good pedigree. And
74 in the ITF juniors.
I appreciate that's exactly what I was looking for there. So she's got she's got the background to succeed, but now she's healthy. And of course, how you're actually competing when you are healthy, that's still what we're looking to find out.
Danielle Wilson dated Jared Donaldson for a very long time. They've been together, I believe, 5 years or so.
Mike, and you say that was a sneaky one. You bring the good facts, Mike. Don't sell yourself short.
Jared, has unfortunately, if you followed his career is now over. He's moving into
Coaching,
into
correct?
Schooling as well, doing some schooling. Very smart guy.
Yeah.
A shame that we don't get to see him play tennis anymore, but just such a fantastic young man. So I know he's going to be very successful wherever he goes. On the other side, the Zamaripa sisters, Laura and Bella, freshmen out of St. Helena, California.
Yeah, and true story. Zamaripa's playing the Corleys after this in the Sister Slugfest. We just got to see who the best duo is here. No, I mean, 2 freshmen, you bring them onto the roster. Of course, both of them going to be expected to contribute right away. They got to replace Lulu's son, who's #1 doubles, #3 singles. Of course, they also lost Anna Tarati, who was a fabric of Texas women's tennis over these past few seasons. 2 significant starters. Those are your 2 and 3 singles players, both doubles contributors as well. Always nice to replace them with sisters, and you see the Zamaripas here.
They clinch the point for Texas. So Texas has the doubles point. It is 1-0 for the Longhorns very quickly over on those far bank of courts. Texas 1-0. Let's move quickly, if we can, over to court 1 for Wisconsin and Oklahoma, as Oklahoma potentially shutting this one down in terms of the doubles.
Corley sisters love 30 here on your screen.
And Oklahoma has one at 2 already, 6-2. So they have the opportunity 2 points away from closing down this doubles point.
If you are the Badgers, you're up 5-3. Markham Johnson continuing to have success there. However, and doubles point, you got to win 2 out of these 3. That talent at the top for OU really showing off here to start doubles. And by the way, come on, crowd, 150. Let's make some noise, folks.
I think they're doing all right. I think they're fine.
But I need more than all right tonight if we're going to pull off the upset.
I think they're doing fine. It's hard when you're masked to cheer appropriately. It's hard.
That's a good point.
All right.
It's a little better.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that.
It's a little better.
Now listen, this is a really important spot. It's not just, you know, obviously about this match, but for Wisconsin to get through this weekend and have a really good build into a Big Ten season is pretty huge for them. But a big spot here, 30 all.
By the way, it's Wisconsin in the red tops here. Wisconsin red top, white bottom. Oklahoma all black.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Ooh. That's called long. I don't know if I buy that, Alex. I do not know if I buy that, sir.
Ooh, 40-30. I'll take it. And again, crowd, come on. Give me that seventh man performance here. That's where you support your team overwhelmingly.
That's a pretty big hold there.
Nice serve inside.
To get us to 5-4. We'll stay here as we are also starting to get ready for the singles over in Texas and USC.
Well, how about this? Wisconsin, 6-3 at 3. So it comes down to number 1, Mike.
Outstanding stuff. Now listen, in these moments, right, you expect the Corley sisters with their experience. This is why you have them here up at the top of the lineup to clinch this doubles point.
It'll be interesting to see who's serving right now. I imagine it'll be Ivana. You feel like you let the older sister serve first, right?
You think so?
I remember with my brother, I was like, Eric, what do you want to do? Okay, that's what we're doing.
It's nice of you to think about him.
Yeah, well,
every once in a while.
Well, you know, he wasn't good at tennis, so I was like, this is your one choice. The rest is me.
That's tough.
Well, he would say, Alex, I trailed the path for you. I blazed for you because of me.
All right, so here we go. Oklahoma serving 5-4.
It is Ivana serving, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Just long.
Nice volley there.
Perfect into the body.
How about the intensity? I believe that's head coach Kelsey McKenna there. She is amped. The thing I think is most impressive now about all of these head coaches, just the amount of All-Americans we have now. Head coach Kelsey McKenna, of course, NCAA participant All-American at Arizona State. Audra Cohen out here tonight, NCAA champion. I'd watch them play.
Not too big. Massive swing from Corley, and that one sails long. 30 all.
That's a crowd miss. That's a crowd
so,
miss,
huh?
I'm telling you. And now they're playing the role. Yes, they happen to be congregated near us now. We're seated right behind this number 1 double scoop, but now we got a crowd on our hands.
That return has to be a little bit better. The contact point not good enough and finished well into the corner. Match point for the Corleys. The doubles point on the line. And you hear these Badgers fans trying to get them into it, see if they can force the issue.
Yep.
It's a nice way to come back with those two finishes for the Corleys, and they do finish this doubles point 6-4. So Oklahoma survives a very tough test early here from the Badgers and get on the scoreboard.
That's a really impressive performance there because, again, we did have a full crowd closing in on OU here at the end of number one doubles, and that's twice now I've seen this OU team. They went to Duke on the kickoff weekend. We're down for the majority of the doubles point, end up somehow taking the doubles point and that 1-0 lead against the Blue Devils. Now, obviously, they're the favorites here in Madison, but again, on the road, energetic crowd, pre-crowd diaspora, where they all spread out here during the singles side.
I thought it was diaspora.
Is
it? I don't really know. I actually have no idea.
Yeah, it's a good one. I was always diaspora sort of guy, but again, you know, I say Liston just to really emphasize
Sonny Liston?
that. Yeah, Sonny Liston, exactly. But I thought that was a really good point from the Sooners. And again, that's a testament. Why are they the number 6 seeds here, or excuse me, number 8 seeds here? Why are they seeded? It's because of a point like that. That's a mature performance from a relatively new group.
So again, we've got both the doubles points in the bag. We have now begun our singles over on our secondary bank of courts.
Correct. And we look for this Texas USC matchup, of course. Again, this is going to be a really fun matchup, a bunch of familiar faces here. And I believe, you know, again, we do have singles underway already. Texas USC, early stages. We're talking first points of the match. What we're going to do, we're going to take 2 minutes to get all of our cameras, all of our courts ready. So we are going to take 2 minutes to get everything ready. Ensure, again, that we have all the cameras ready to go. One seamless final red zone for all of you on day one of the 2022 National Indoors. But Mike, again, Texas 1-0 over USC, Oklahoma 1 over Wisconsin. We still have the night session to go here in Madison.
We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. You're watching the 2022 Division I ITA National Team Indoor Championships presented by Crack Racquets.
Freely, they're not going down 4-0, and if Pepperdine beats them 4-0, Pepperdine is that good, and like watch them this tournament, because that's how confident I am the SODU team's going to fight extraordinarily well. With that in mind, let's move on to our evening session. We'll talk now about the top seeds here, defending NCAA champion Texas Longhorns, who I also wanted to lock in on their practice today, because I walked in and I got a nice shoulder rub right away from Howard Jaffe, who goes, "Oh, good to see you, Alex," or whatever the accent was, versus Pete Billingham, who's like, "It's over between us." He's like, "It's over 7." He's like, "We're done." But of course, I've known Pete since I was 18 years old. Anyways, you look for this Texas team 5-0, and, you know, first test, play Baylor, 4-2 victory there. We talked about it on last week's deciding point. Good, not great performance for the Longhorns. They face the team of the first 6 months of the 2021-22 college tennis season in USC, who 4-3 over Miami, 4-3 over Baylor, just to get to this national indoor weekend. Now, they were supposed to play San Diego last weekend. That got postponed. I can tell you, I saw them in person. Aaron Cayetano is here. Salma Ewing is here. Snow Hahn is here. Looks like they're going to have the full roster if you're the Trojans. And I mean, you got the number one player in the country, right? In Cayetano. You've got Ewing, who has proven she's a top 25 sort of player. And, again, you have a Danielle Wilson who clinches that Miami match for you at number 6 singles. You've got the talented freshmen in Piper and Mora in the lineup as well. And, you look for the Trojans in the lineup they submitted here in kickoff weekend. They've actually got Leighton Games lined up at the number 4 singles spot. Now, whether we see her play or not, that remains to be seen. You look for Gaines, I believe it's 0-1 here on the year at the number 3 singles position, 6-10 overall on the year. She's the honorary Tim Siebert Award winner, I suppose, thus far here through the 2022 National Indoors. But this USC team's got talent. Yeah, Texas, some of the faces. Stearns at 1, and, for them, Kylie Collins 2, Shavat Tapan 3. You know what you're getting there. New faces after that. Zinalova, 4. Arutsky, 5. Zemaripa, 6. I mean, will we see Rapalou in action? Saw her practicing today. She seems ready to go. And again, this Texas team came as close as humanly possible to winning a national indoor last season without actually winning it. There's always the world where the NCAA champ from last year rides that confidence, that momentum, and they just kind of win that title. And it's just kind of happens when you bring back a nucleus like this. And there's a lot of unproven teams early in the season. Like we've seen that cohesion, that strength propel team. I think Wake Forest 2019 men's indoors, where Petros, Barr, and Borno were like, hey, we want to make the finals, right? All right, let's make the finals, guys. Like, don't worry, we'll find one in the other matches. This Texas team could do that. Like that's the sort of talent they have as well. I'm really excited to see if they beat the Trojans 4-0, you take notice. But USC's really damn good.
So many interesting points there. I don't know if we have seen like the NCAA winner on the women's side come through.
It's because how often does Stanford not play?
Well, they started to play in recent years, but yeah. And then how often does UNC not win the NCAAs? So there you go. So that's an interesting point. Yeah. I mean, look, this is interesting. And this was kind of a shock when I first opened the draw. I was like, all right, we're going to see Texas, Wisconsin. I was like, whoa, Texas SC. That's interesting. This is an interesting matchup. And we actually have a data point in Baylor, right? A shared opponent that they both recently played. Transitive property doesn't exactly work, but similar teams in terms of known quantities, somewhat known quantities at the top 3 of the lineup, and then some freshmen down at 4 and 5. This is a match that USC would much rather play outdoors, particularly that Cayetano Peyton Stearns matchup. That's a matchup Cayetano would love to play outdoors, but we get a repeat of Salma Ewing and Kylie Collins at number 2. Ewing knocked off Collins at the ITA Fall National.
Well, the singles matches are now underway here. We're going to start our broadcast. 2022 ITA National Team Indoor Championships on court number 1. And Alex Gruskin joining me, Mike Cation. I imagine you had this one circled. Peyton Stearns taking on Erin Cayetano.
Since the start of the day, Mike, since the start of the day, this has been one I have had circled, highlighted, bolded, all of the possible, italicized. Do we still do that? Do we still italicize? I think we italicize.
Can you do that in text? I don't know.
You'd be amazed what I can do. Just a slight slant. That's what I say. Yeah, this is the one. And I was talking with a pro agent who will remain nameless recently, and they said these are the 2 players they view with the most pro upside in the women's game. Now, whether I agree or disagree, that's a story for another time. But I was talking, and again, they were very explicit. They said these are the 2 players. And by the way, with NIL rules, I think that's legal now. I think we're allowed to talk to
agents.
Yeah, I think we are allowed to now.
Yeah, but Peyton Stearns, obviously the sophomore out of Mason, Ohio, for Texas, undefeated so far on the singles side. Actually, undefeated on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, again, Peyton Stearns, about as good of a performance as a freshman as you could ever hope for, leads her team to the national title at the number 1 singles spot, was down and out against Ashley Leahy, and I'm saying the entire men's team for Texas, they willed her through that match in the final. And I just feel like the confidence you get from winning a match like that, like I swear to God, Stevie Johnson's been riding the hubris from his 72 match win streak throughout his college career. And she's like, yeah, but I have won 72 matches in a row. that's the sort of confidence Peyton Stearns has started to build very early in her college career.
For Caetano, what has really been what's allowed her to have this incredible year so far? If you're not familiar, she finished last year 80 in the country, and then suddenly a 19-2 fall, and really kind of dominant right now on the college circuit.
It's one word: fitness. She's taken her fitness to the next level. The physicality she can bring match in, match out. She just wasn't there last season, and that physicality allows her to find the forehand, and it all ends with the Cayetano forehand. Arguably one of, if not the biggest weapon in women's college tennis. Now, guess who else has a big forehand? Peyton freaking Stearns. They're going to be they're going to be bashing here on this court. It's your traditional number one singles match.
It is a 2-love break lead for Cayetano at the 1 spot early. And so we will keep an eye on that one as we pop around and introduce you to all of our singles matchups. Let's go over to court number 2, where Texas's Kylie Collins, sophomore out of Savannah, Georgia, takes on Salma Ewing, senior from Lakewood, California for USC.
It's the second time this season I've called a Kylie Collins, Salma Ewing match. They matched up at the National Fall Invitational early in the fall. Now, of course, you look at that. First of all, I think both players have gone leaps and bounds since then. Kylie Collins wasn't exactly her healthiest when they played that match, but what's so enjoyable about this is, unfortunately, camera tuned out on us, so we'll head to court 3 right now, but still want to introduce these players. It's the contrast of style between Kylie Collins and Salma Ewing. Salma Ewing, cool as a cucumber, just, again, level. She's going to stay calm. She's going to stay focused. You're not going to get too much high or low out of her. Kylie Collins is all emotion. Kylie Collins rides those emotions to her best tennis. And, again, I think that passion, that enthusiasm led to the freshman season we saw. Now, again, Salma Ewing, 3-set win when these two faced off at the National Fall Invite. Was a really good pick'em sort of match, though I expect this one to be a pick'em again at 2.
Obviously, a little bit of a camera issue on both 2 and 3 right now. We'll just kind of introduce the situation on court number 3. We are on serve. Shavadapan, sophomore from Fullerton, California, for Texas, 1-2. Taking on Snow Han, the freshman from Wuhan, China. And again, having some camera issues on 2 and 3, but that match is on serve right now. It is 1-2. If we can move over to court number 4 for Texas and USC. Texas's Sabina Zanilova, freshman from Kyiv, Ukraine, taking on Grace Piper, freshman from Somerset, England. That is on court 4.
I think we need a full camera reset on those 3 through 6 single spots, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to text our guy at Playsite to ensure that we do get that reset. So for now, we'll stick with 1. But I mean, you talk about Zanilova and Piper here, and it is worth noting freshman Sloan Mora for USC out this weekend in the COVID protocols, unfortunately, and so just unable to make the trip, unable to play. That's going to push everyone forward in the lineup. So Grace Piper, who's at 5 singles, up to 4. Danny Wilson up to 5. Then we'll get to our number 6 spot, which of course I will allow you, as always, to introduce for us.
All right. So at the 5 spot, Vivian Ovrutsky, freshman from San Jose, California, taking on Danielle Wilson, the senior out of Newport Beach, California. Again, those cameras are shut down just for the moment as we're going to get a reset. And then down at the 6 spot, Alex Malika Rapolo, sophomore from Cedar Park, Texas, for the Longhorns, taking on McKenna Koenig, the red shirt freshman out of Scottsdale, Arizona.
One of the most fascinating things in the lineup of head coach Howard Jaffe and this Texas team that he submitted was that Rapolo, who was exceptional last year. Not good, not great, exceptional last year. One of the many star freshmen, and you look for Rapolo throughout the course of last season. I mean, you look at the record, 19-2 she was during the dual match season. She was listed at number 7 for the Longhorns entering this tournament. That's a testament to the recruiting class Coach Jaffe has brought in again to campus. But again, this is technically a lineup poll. This was one of those. I don't know why you have Rapolo in the 7 spot, because she's gonna play 6, particularly against a veteran.
You just want to keep people guessing, if you can. It is Mike Cation and Alex Gruskin keeping you entertained here as we are getting that camera reset for you so that we have everything set for Texas USC. We should also just point out for fans who are watching this one, these teams, the winners and the losers, will also all play tomorrow at 6:30. So same time, you can kind of lock that in for your schedule, but that'll be 6:30 start. In case you are joining us late, by the way, our winners early today, North Carolina, Virginia, NC State with a 4-2 win over Auburn. They play Georgia tomorrow in the quarterfinals. Pepperdine and Cal in a quarterfinal tomorrow. Those matches wrapping up a little over an hour ago. Cal 4-3 over A&M, the epic one to finish.
I was talking to NC State head coach Simon Earnshaw, who made the point he and head coach Jeff Wallace of Georgia have never formally scheduled each other. There's never been a call, I would like to play you, would you like to play me?
What's the drama? They have to hate each other.
Well, great question. They've played 5 times in the last 4 years. 5 times in the last 4 years, despite not being scheduled. Yeah, they've chopped each other a couple different places. Obviously, Jeff got him early. Simon with the win last season in the NCAA quarterfinal. A lot of red, a lot of black, a lot of white when those two teams, take the court. Maybe it's a color issue. It's like, no, this is our corner. Don't be on our corner here. But no, I mean, again, 5th match. Blue blood versus new blood. That's that one in a nutshell.
So again, Texas, USC, where do we have our breaks? Break at 1 and 3 for USC. And 6, thank you. Breaks for Texas at 4 and 5 on serve at the singles 2 spot.
And again, an update for all of you. As much as you love my smiling face, as much as it was always a pleasure to see the beautiful face of Mike Cation. Still waiting on the cameras for USC and Texas. Also waiting on those cameras for Oklahoma, Wisconsin. As soon as they're up, we'll have them for you. We know our friends at Playside hard at work trying to get all of that action up for you. And, you know, to Mike's point, we'll be here. First ball to last at this 22 ITA Division I Women's National Indoors. We'll also be there next weekend for the men.
You'll be there.
Seattle. I will be there. It's a pejorative.
Of course.
You're not part of the crew now. Whether you want to be or not, I apologize, my friend. You'll steal West stuff. I give it 2 months. 2 months, really? You'll want him back.
What do I steal him for?
All of it. The dog, our dog Quavo. You want him in your life much more so than anything else. Trust me. But no, again, so as we wait here, and again, as soon as I get that green light, we will go back on court. Still early action across the board. First sets everywhere. For what it's worth, I will be recapping all of today's action on the Mini Break podcast. You'll be able to listen to that tomorrow morning as well. My friend John Parsons is going to join me, but we have Oklahoma, Wisconsin ready to rock and roll now.
All right, so let's go over there. I just want to point out, I'm going to sleep while you are staying up for several hours. I'm going to sleep because I'm old.
Yeah, I always say I'll sleep when I'm 30. That's when I'll need to.
Okay, kid. Okay, kid. Well, let's see. Is this court 1?
This is court number 2, I believe. Here, this is certainly court number 2 because I see our smiling faces in the corner.
Yeah, I've got. Okay, it's just the scoreboard that is incorrect.
Ignore that scoreboard. Court number 2 here.
All right, so this is court 2. Carmen Corley for Oklahoma taking on Ava Markham for Wisconsin. Corley, the junior of the Corley sisters out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Markham, senior from New Jersey.
Corley was at the number 1 spot for this OU team through the first 8 matches that they played this season. And again, you always like it when these coaches get cute come the national indoors. There's no doubt the parity between Corley, Sleeth, and Corley, all in the top 3. Pick a name out of a hat. You can play them anywhere. Feel pretty justified in your selection. But there's no doubt Carmen Corley has been that good for the Sooners this season. She will be a heavy favorite at the number 2 singles position against just about everyone she plays.
Let's take a look over at court number 1. Where it is Lane Sleeth, the aforementioned Lane Sleeth, the junior out of Markham, Ontario, Canada. Taking on Jinyu Chai, junior from Wuhan, China.
I'm so jealous of the Sleeth arm sleeve. Look at that red sleeve on sleeve. Like that's what it should look like. If you're that athletic, you get to rock the arm sleeve.
Obviously, though, there's a little bit of a medical issue that comes along with that, Alex. Again, once you get past 30, you start to deal with that just a little bit more. But Sleeth, obviously, a transfer from Florida, was 9-1 singles last spring. Got as high as 65 in the ITA rankings. And what is it about Oklahoma that fit for her?
It was, again, the fight, the attitude, and the coach. It's really more than anything the coach. And that's not meant to be disrespectful to Roland, her former coach at Florida. But Audra Cohen and Lane Sleeth that's a dream pairing. Just two people who want to spend hours after hours after hours on court. Lane will go to coach, hey, can you feed me another 30 minutes of cross-court forehands? And Audra Cohen will be like, yeah, let me call Jose. We'll get two people to feed for you. Whatever it is you need from us, we're happy to do it. And I just think for her, I think it was Florida. Florida athletics is such an ordeal, and obviously you're in the SEC, and it's
wait a minute. You can't say that it's an ordeal. I mean, that makes it sound like it's a negative connotation.
No, when I say ordeal, it's an enterprise. It's an enterprise, and you fit in that enterprise as an athlete. Florida doesn't fit around you. You fit into the system that they have because, of course, again, you name it, the football quality gyms and the training facilities, all of these things, they've got it all. For some people, they want the flash. They want that. There's just an intimacy to Oklahoma and a school, in Norman the community's so built around all things Oklahoma. Now, that's not to say Gainesville doesn't have that.
Yeah.
But I think Oklahoma had it in spades, and that's precisely what Sleeth was looking for.
Interesting. All right, let's move over to court number 3.
If I may actually quickly on
court
1, though, on the flip side, for Cy here of Wisconsin, I think this is a good matchup for her because she's going to have some opportunities to dictate. Sleeth very much absorb, redirect, work you physically. Now, she's got that elite athleticism, which allows you to hang at the number 1 spot, but Cy's going to have some chance to hit some balls on her terms. So keep an eye on this one. I wouldn't be surprised if this one doesn't finish.
Fair enough. All right, let's go over to court number 3, where the elder of the two Corley sisters, Ivana, the senior, has a 3-1 break lead over Alina Mukotova.
Call her Ivana Senior or Ivana the Senior?
The Senior.
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't know.
It's not a mother-daughter combination here. Thank you, though.
That's what I said. It's like, what am I missing here? Ivana Corley, just, again, money. Just to have a senior at your number 3 single spot, a senior who's played in the top 2, top 3 of the lineup for multiple years. You like that calculus if you're Oklahoma and Coach Cohen.
It's interesting to me because, Alex, I feel like we've introduced now how many matches? 7 or 8? I feel like at every match you've said for each team that they have at least 1 or 2 locks. And at some point, something's got to give for all these locks. You know what I mean? That's what the beauty of this, especially once you get into the quarters and semis of a national event like this, locks get broken.
Oh, the only locks that we'll see at the end of this is anyone who brings in bagels. Like, that's the only locks we have come day 2.
Then not a lock. I am really gluten intolerant. Okay. Not a lock, sir.
No bagels. No, you just want the salmon, just the smoked salmon. I like to hear it. But, again, in terms of that's what this National Indoor Weekend is so important to find out is who's vulnerable where. We really don't know that in the season. The depth with the parity, so extraordinarily excited to see it.
All right, let's move over to court number 4. Oklahoma freshman from Thailand, Shiza Shanta, taking on Charmaine Shea, the junior from Singapore.
And
Sia. Apology.
Never have to apologize to me, my friend. Although I know it wasn't to me. Yeah, when you look at this lineup, I think for this Oklahoma team, this is where they should separate from a team like Wisconsin. It's spots 4, 5, and 6 when you have in, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it's Shanta, correct me?
Correct,
Shanta. Yes. As an SH. When you have Shanta, when you have Staker, when you have Pisareva at those 4, 5, 6 singles positions, and again, Oklahoma still playing without a full deck of cards here as they're still missing Dana Guzman, who is yet to debut for the team this season and almost certainly will play, I want to say top 4 in the singles line. I'm not sure what you do with doubles, but that they have this much strength from the freshmen already at the bottom. And you see here on serve on 4, but I have been extraordinarily impressed with the Oklahoma freshmen, which when you add to the transfers and the Corleys returning, that's all the, again, before you had flour, you had eggs, chocolate chips. Coach Cohen baked a cake with this roster. She put the ingredients together thus far.
Are you hungry?
What time is it?
It is 8:15.
Yeah, trail mix doesn't do it for me at this hour.
No, it really doesn't. All right. So this one is on serve 2-all early in this first set. Let's move over to court 5, where it is another break for Oklahoma early. As Pisareva, the senior out of Ukraine, with a 3-1 break lead over Antonella Stoica, the senior from Romania.
if you're OU 4, 5, 6, not to keep beating the point here, but that's where the best teams separate themselves from everyone else. The depth and the talent you have at the bottom of your roster. Again, if you're this Wisconsin team, it's very similar to how we spoke about Auburn earlier today. Wisconsin pretty solid everywhere. You don't look at any spot and say that's a vulnerability, that's a glaring weakness. But what's the overwhelming strength? To use the L word one last time, no locks in the lineup for Wisconsin, at least to date. And so that's what always the difficult thing for them is. They're just as easy to find. It's really difficult to put 4 points up on them, but you never know where the 4 are going to come from for them either.
All right, so our final matchup here and our final introduction of day number 1 here in Wisconsin, down on court number 6, where Emma Staker making quick work of this first set so far. It is 4-love, and she has 4 chances here to make it a 5-love lead. The freshman out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, taking on freshman Taylor Cataldi of Corona, California.
Emma Staker, she's going to win the breaker. Again, when you look at this Oklahoma team and you talk to Coach Cohen, Emma Staker, the fact that she thinks it's a coup that she's able to play her at 6 singles.
Yeah, of course it is.
She looks around in, she says, to have this freshman here, the success she's had, I believe she's yet to lose a dual match either in her college career.
Lost one.
Yes. It wasn't to Duke. I watched her win that Duke.
6-1 so far on the season.
Yeah, and so, 6-1. And again, 6-1 for a freshman. You take it right away, and she gets to contribute at that number 6 spot, work her way in. As good as the Corleys are and experienced as Lane Sleep is, it's the bottom of this lineup for OU where they thrive.
Indeed, thriving right now with a 5-love, 3-break lead over Cataldi. All right, kiddo, where do you want to go? Because obviously things are looking very good right now for Oklahoma with break leads 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. So Oklahoma firmly in control.
Let's go check in on court number 3 in that USC-Texas match. We didn't get the chance to see that yet. We have USC-Texas cameras back in play. If we can, let's go again to court number 3. Snow Hahn, the uber-talented sophomore who, again, we really don't know that much about entering this 2022 season. Dealt with so many injuries as a freshman, has the pedigree. How does she actually perform? She's got a 5-1 lead here at number 3 singles over Charlotte Shavatapan now. Again, I believe here we are on court 3. That is certainly Snow Hahn there.
You mentioned it, obviously did not play last season. 74 in the world. ITF juniors did compete. Wimbledon competed at the U.S. Open. 7 junior ITF titles. So that's obviously a lot of winning over the last couple of years. And, on top of it, we mentioned obviously the geopolitical situation for a lot of players coming from Ukraine. Obviously, you think about the players from Wuhan as well and what they've kind of dealt with. And I'm sure it's been very difficult for them. With the COVID situation and not to mention the injury situation for Snow Hahn over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and again, for her just to be healthy, playing, that's what she was looking for entering this season. Again, here. Number 3 is Snow Hahn, although serving. We may be on the wrong court here on our camera. I believe this is court. I think this is court 6 here. So if again, if we can go court 3, Texas USC. Snow Hahn serving for the set up 5-1 at court number 3. Here we are.
All right, so from the far side here, Hahn. I can say I was this morning as my sleep shirt last night. We're going to get into the weeds here. I was wearing my Han shot first Star Wars shirt.
Of course,
Han
Solo shot first.
You know the name of the bad guy that he shot in the cantina?
I know that.
That's the cantina. Do you know the name of the villain that he shot?
Jabba the Hutt?
Oh boy.
Is Jabba not a villain?
Okay, so let's pretend this didn't happen.
No, I'm going to remember this at some point.
Jabba doesn't get off until Return of the Jedi, which is several movies later. It's tough here, these kids.
Yeah.
The answer is Greedo.
Oh.
Greedo. He was ended within the first hour of the original Star Wars.
I can do an impression of a tauntaun. Wobble, wobble. Not bad. I'll leave it in the side. Okay. You're giving me a face. It's retired. It's retired.
You're more from the Jar Jar Binks era of the Star Wars trilogies.
Misa thinks we should watch the tennis.
See, there you go. Set point number 2. What a return there. Lob, however, misses well long, so Snow Han does get the first set on the board. Let's move over to court 1. Court 1, where things turned around very quickly. Peyton Stearns set points after being down 2-love.
Yeah, what did we miss here? Blink of an eye, and Peyton Stearns has turned this match around again. There's a lot of similarities between the two games, Cayetano and Stearns. Big serves, big forehands, the foundations of their success. But that is a dramatic turnaround here.
Yeah, 5 straight games and chance to make it 6 and send this one into a second set. That's a bit of a lackluster way to do it, but Peyton Stearns will take it 6-2 in the first for Texas. Now we move to 6, where things going well for USC there. McKenna Koenig, 5-1 with Rapalou.
No relation to Robbie, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, considering she is from Scottsdale, Arizona.
So no. Yeah, if we take that as a firm no. Although, of course, very likely Steve Weissman tuning in.
For those who don't know, Steve
Yes,
Weissman, anchor at the Tennis Channel, as well as the NFL Network.
NFL Network, irrelevant.
Very good at what he does.
Very good at what he does, but of course, why is he tuned in here today? Talked about the relationships earlier. Danielle Wilson, Jared Donaldson. Of course, for Steve Weissman, long-time relationship with Elizabeth Begley. Now the assistant here at USC. So hello, Steve. Hope all is well.
I don't. All right, so 5-2 now, as Rapalou is able to grab one of the breaks back. Let's see, some first sets, we've got a split 1 and 3. Vrutsky for Texas, 5-2, about to serve.
I want to see the freshman of Vrutsky. Haven't had the chance to really break down her game at length.
Okay. Let's go over to court number 5. Vrutsky has actually played 3, 4, 5, and 6. Undefeated so far on the season. With 4 wins, 4-0, and 1 not finishing.
Of course, the Vrutsky, I believe, or Vrutsky, one of a couple talented freshmen. She has shown the most success on the singles court thus far of that group. Zamaripas, both successful as well, but Vrutsky particularly successful.
On the other side here, Danny Wilson, her freshman year, 27-4.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to make that same dent in the lineup later in her career. Why is that?
A very steady game, and she's yet to develop the weapon, the +1, the serve, just to make life a little bit easier for herself. Now, physically, that foundation that was there her freshman year, it hasn't gone anywhere. Now, there have been injuries that have slowed her down. Certainly last season, felt like we never got to see a healthy Danielle Wilson, but she's healthy to start this year, and it would not shock me at all to see her rack up 20, 25 wins throughout the course of the season.
Swing and a miss on that return, however, as Vrutsky, I think, technically grabs an ace there for 15-all. You keeping track of all the aces for us here?
I've got super producer Daniel Westoff. He's got it. He'll run the algorithm. By the way, Texas, all white in the kits department. It's USC with the white top, black bottom.
Oh, lovely ball. Just get down low and react, pushes that one up the line, and opportunities here for Wilson to get back into this first set.
But you see how Wilson absorbed and redirected that pace? That's what she does best. Pace generation, not her thing. Absorbing, redirecting, she'll be there with that.
Chances for Wilson. The double will do it. So Wilson grabs one of them back. This is also the only freshman and senior matchup that we have in this Texas USC matchup, with Abruzzi, the freshman, Wilson, the senior. So huge experience gap there.
Yeah, and that's why, again, in terms of that number 6 spot, not surprised to see Texas make a switch there. Now, of course, Texas could not have known, and we go to number 6 right now, as in fact is a couple set points there, I believe.
That's right, yeah. McKenna Koenig for USC does have set points. 3 looks here on the serve of Rapalu.
So to clarify, Koenig, not Koenig.
Yes.
Koenig. I just want to need to make sure. Yep. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And misses just long. So there's a first set for USC. They've got a pair of them now at the 3 and the 6 lines. So Koenig 6-2 in the first.
Meanwhile, it is all Oklahoma in this Oklahoma-Wisconsin battle. They're closing in on a couple of first sets. We're going to pop back over there. Let's just check these first sets. Let's go to Ivana Corley at the number 3 single spot if we can. Super producer Daniel Westoff. She currently serving for the set. She's taking on Mukurtova today for Wisconsin. Mukurtova, the sophomore.
Yeah, 5-3, 30-15 here. Didn't really get low for that backhand, very flat swing. And yeah, from Mukurtova, crucial here. And you know, this Wisconsin, this crowd here, now that you've gone to 6 courts as opposed to a more condensed 3, it's spread out for the Wisconsin fandom. It's a little bit more quiet for them, and really needs somebody for the Badgers to kind of make a big push here.
Yeah, just one place to get the rhythm going, to get that noise. You start there, it trickles over. I will say the thing I like about this Wisconsin setup is you can feel all 6 courts at once.
Yes.
Even if you're sitting on courts 5 and 6 or 11 and 12 formula, you can still see 5 and 6 in the 1 and 2 singles battles. And so you would think a healthy crowd would transcend the spread out nature of this building, but also hurts that Oklahoma's just leaning just about everywhere.
Yeah, Mukurtova sends that forehand well long. Staker also with set points right now, as Corley has set points. So set points for Oklahoma on both 3 and 6. Actually, no longer set points on 6 as Emma Staker takes the first set 6-1.
Carmen Corley about to serve for Oklahoma at number 2 singles as well. So yeah, could be a doubles and 6 first set sort of scenario here for the Sooners, who are establishing themselves.
As they should. When you draw the host team, if they're not ranked, I mean, that's kind of what you need to do. Really put your foot down early in a match like this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this second point here for Ivana Corley.
Sails on her a bit long there, so deuce point coming up. I actually really like that play from Mukurtova. Just get her stretched in the outer thirds. Get her into the corners. Don't want her sit in the center of the court. If you do, Ivana Corley is going to make you pay.
Yeah, it's a pretty high-risk play, too, to take that off the rise, redirect up the line with that forehand. Again, probably don't need to go there, can go with a safer target.
Yes.
But it is a deciding point. Great chance here for the Badgers, with a set point for the Sooners, and it is the first set for Ivana Corley here at the 3 line. 6-3. Let's go over to 2. Her sister, Carmen, 5-2, serving for the first set with Ava Markham. Wide open court, easy finish for 30 love.
And I really do wonder why Coach Cohen made the decision to make that switch between Lane Sleeth, Carmen Corley, Ivana Corley. Carmen and Ivana had been playing primarily the top 2 spots, and Lane had been at that number 3 spot. Now they'd switched around 2 and 3 more than one but all of a sudden Sleeth all the way up to 1. Again, I don't knock the decision, but I would love to hear the reasoning behind it.
There's a decent likelihood that you're going to get a chance to ask her coming up the way things are playing out here. Again, this is 5-2, 30 love here at the 2 spot.
And you can see Coach Cohen there, near side of your screen by that W. She's ready to play. Give her a racket. She'd be out there 2 out of 3 sets.
Double off of the net long.
And again, ignore that scoreboard. We are on court number 2. This is Carmen Corley.
And Ava Markham.
And Ava Markham.
All Big Ten last year for the Badgers, playing at the 1 and 2 spots. Senior from New Jersey. Just extending and getting another miscue. 2 straight unforced errors out of Corley here to 30 all. Sleeth 2 points away from her first set. That's on 1 for Oklahoma. Can't miss that return. Can't miss that second serve. That look from Markham has to be dealt with. Instead, Corley with set points. Sleeth has set points as well. So set points on both 1 and 2.
And let's go split to see them both. Super producer Daniel Westhoff ready to do that for us. Set points simultaneously here.
High for Wisconsin serving there.
Corley right overhead put away. That's set number 2 on the board. Excuse me, 3.
Actually about to be, well, possibly 4 and 5. There's also set points for Oklahoma on 4. Well, that high forehand, there he goes. It misses well long. You got to look at it for quite some time.
That was a beautiful
where that contact point was going to be, but Kai's forehand sails. Lane Sleeth sailing so far 6-1 as we head over to 4 more set points for Oklahoma. Shanta this time. She's the freshman from Bangkok, Thailand. Sia for Wisconsin serving at 3-5, 15-40, so has 3 break chances here on court number 4. Is everything going the way right now of the Sooners? Surviving the moment. This is the second set point that Sia has fought off.
And you have to give credit to the Sooners who were out here for 3 hours warming up. And that might be a bit hyperbolic, but it was no fewer than an hour and a half.
It was definitely an hour and a half of a warm-up here. Actually, both teams really trying to judge when they were going to be allowed to start the doubles point. That kind of kept them out a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Maintaining that energy is always really, really challenging when you're going through that long of a warm-up.
Which makes what Oklahoma's done here to start this match that much more impressive. They have maintained that energy. And again, Coach Cohen is very excited about this group. You can understand why here through the first hour and a half of play.
Oh no.
Drop in.
Oh no. Tough there for Sia as Shanta grabs another first set for the Sooners. 6-3. We can wrap up this set here of 6 sets by going over to court number 5, where Pisareva 5-3, 15 all with Stoika of Wisconsin, but Pisareva, the senior from Ukraine, looking to make it a perfect 6 for 6 for the Sooners. Gets away from Stoika, so Pisareva firmly in control. 2 points away from this set. We'll take you back to Texas and USC after the conclusion, potentially, of this first set. Stoika has yet to lose for the Badgers this year. 4-0 at the 5 spot. So we have a 6-1 at 4-5 so far for Oklahoma. That's dirty stuff. Really dirty stuff there from Pisareva to set up these set points.
Doing some research, by the way. A volunteer assistant, a graduate assistant, excuse me, for Oklahoma. Philip Zupancic. That name sound familiar to you? That's right. We have a Zupancic playing for Washington. Philip here. Believe the older brother, according to my research. As the graduate assistant for this Oklahoma women's tennis team. Tennis is a family sport. Said it from the get-go.
Well done. Stoika, plenty of time to sit on that one. Crunches that forehand cross. Again, just to extend it here.
By the way, for Oklahoma, best name in tennis. Volunteer assistant coach, Mariana Cobra. Coach Cobra? Come on.
It's not bad.
Obviously, I watched more G.I. Joe than you did.
I was familiar with the Cobra Commander. Yanked wide from Stoika, and Pisareva does indeed make it a perfect 6-4-6 for the Oklahoma Sooners in their first set. Firmly in control of that match with Wisconsin. As we get over to our matchups on the other side of our courts, let's move quickly to court number 2 if we can, as Kylie Collins for Texas serving right now at 5-4. It's 30 all here.
I mentioned this is the second matchup between Collins and Ewing. First time they played. 6-4 first set, went to Kylie Collins.
Points away here. Couldn't quite do enough with that touch volley there, Collins. Really tried to go for that drop shot, just had a little bit too much length, too much depth on it. So Ewing's gonna have the opportunity to grab a break here and level us. First sets, 1, 2, 3 for Texas. Already with a 1-0 lead, 2 first sets for USC at the 3 and 6 spots. Way in here is Ewing. It's in. It's fantastic stuff. Well handled there from Ewing, starting with that very aggressive look on the return. So we level things at 5 all. Let's go to what has really been a shocking story over on court number 1 is Peyton Stearns. Went down 2-love. Hasn't lost a game since. Has 3-love in the second after a 6-2 first set over Cayetano of USC. And actually, did that land good?
It looked like it was good. Yeah, good.
It was.
She's wandering back to that ad side, yeah.
So unbelievably, I mean,
deuce point,
but 3 loves after going down 2-love has rattled off 9 straight games. Has Stearns, Cayetano trying to stop the bleeding here.
Puzzling. That's the only word I have to say. Puzzling. And if you're a USC fan, you're baffled.
Deciding point.
Yeah.
And that's launched well along.
She just doesn't miss that ball. That's the routine forehand that Cayetano has made her bread on here.
So 4-love, all Peyton Stearns right now. And again, it's one of these situations, Alex, where you know the talent in Peyton Stearns. I mean, clearly, right? But this is something a little bit unique, what you're seeing on the other side of the court here for Cayetano.
Yeah, it's just, look, Peyton Stearns, her serve, her +1 will disrupt anyone. But you'd figure these two would keep pace. trade some holds of serve. Maybe we see a tiebreaker in set number 1. What's so revealing here has just been the lack of rhythm for Cayetano. That's been, again, she's lost 10 games in 30 minutes?
Yeah. And what's really damaging about this, if this result holds from 4-love here, and if it goes, say, 6-love or 6-1, 6-2, something like that, that's going to be the one line for Texas very quickly to add another point. So that is kind of one of those matches that can have a very big ripple effect.
The message sender,
yes,
as we've referred to. The tone is set at the top and the bottom of the lineup. And right now, if you are Texas, you're setting the tone up top. Peyton Stearns is doing her job here.
15-love here at 4-love in the second. Missed long once again. And sometimes we've talked about it with Emma Navarro earlier, being from Charleston.
Sure.
Peyton Stearns from Mason, Ohio, where they have the Western and Southern.
And snow. There's a lot of indoor tennis in Peyton Stearns' life.
Of course, man. I just, having those events, this is kind of big picture, but having events of all levels, whether it be, Master Series, 1000s on the men's and the women's side, or whether it be 250s or challengers, just to have those tournaments, what it can do for younger players to just kind of see that pro level at the very highest levels. When you're a kid, it can make a big impact as you play later in life.
I wish my parents had taken me to a Michigan men's tennis match when I was younger. Michigan being the operative one, it's closest to my house. But the inspiration you feel from any of those players, seeing them play, and that's why I continue to stress in my conversations with any college coach, what are you doing to get in your community? And so many of them, the clinics they host at the local facilities, to just have their players in front of these young kids. Not only does it ensure you a good group of fans at every match you play, but that's how the next generation of tennis is developed.
It's little things like you can even have the kids who play in your clinics make sure they're ball kids, even
100%.
at the collegiate level, right? Just as though they're out there in, face to face with some top pros, top collegiate players as well. It's a big deal.
Let them scream during the doubles point too.
Yeah, for sure.
Free reign.
Well,
yeah, okay. You're right. Yeah. No, just during the doubles point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it is 40-15 here for Peyton Stearns, and now that hold gets us to 5-love. So it looks like it's going to be 2-love Texas very quickly here in just a moment.
And all of a sudden, if we can, let's go to 2. We've got a deuce point coming up between Collins and Ewing. Now, we may have missed it. I hope we haven't. Again, court number 2, Collins, Ewing, 5-all deuce. We have not missed it. No other way to say it. USC needs this one.
Yep.
Absolutely. I know we saw Virginia overcome a doubles point in 4 first sets. Florida's not Texas.
Oh, I don't know whether she called that wide or long.
It's a live stream. Who am I to judge that call? No doubt it was close.
Who was that on the Ohio State men's team?
Oh, JJ Tracy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was.
That one you could judge from the stream.
Your word's not mine.
That one you could judge. All right, so a second serve regardless for Ewing. Oh, goodness. I right in the pocket there for Collins, sitting there, just a simple miss into the bottom of the net. So Ewing to 6-5 now, and just a moment ago, Collins had the 5-4 edge.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier, and it's worth noting now that we've come to crunch time here. I said the best fan base is the Jada Daniel family. 1B on that list is the Kylie Collins crew. Kylie Collins crew rolls deep in every match she plays. I'm expecting some volume to pick up here at this court now that she's trailing. That was a blink, though, for the Longhorns. Kylie Collins blinked there, up 5-4, no doubt.
Should point out Savannah, Georgia, where Kylie is from. They do have a challenger on the men's side, which is going to be coming up in April. And it's out at the Landings Club out on Tybee Island. It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
Really phenomenal area. Savannah is my favorite city in the U.S. to go visit, bar none.
Madison, for me, in the summer.
Ooh, in the summer.
Yeah, Summer Mad.
Yes.
Very, very nice. Ann Arbor, obviously, number 1 in my heart. If we can, let's go back to court number 1.
Yep, Peyton Stearns is closing in. It's love 5 for Cayetano, now 15 all.
That's Savannah 1's green play, right?
It is green play.
Interesting.
Yeah, all of the USTA challengers and both men's and women's sides are on green play.
Okay.
Partnership with Hartrue.
Gotcha.
It's very gravelly.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to adjust to.
That's what I bet. It's hot too in Savannah. It's just like
buggy.
It's probably icky clay.
It's
yeah.
buggy.
Yeah, buggy.
I have to bring, this is true, I have to bring special, what's it called? Aroma oil.
Yeah.
Essential oil.
Yeah, the stuff.
Essential oil
Sure.
of lavender.
To keep the bugs away.
And just instead of using one of those diffusers
Yeah.
that most people have in their house nowadays, you have to literally take the essential oil and rub it on you so you don't get attacked.
All right,
it's not even mosquitoes.
Westhoff, build the cartoon. I want
Yes.
imagery of this tomorrow to open our show.
Obviously, just bathe in it. Cayetano has gained points here to get on the scoreboard in the second. Also, if we can, just potentially give us that split screen momentarily, 1 and 2. That catches the line for Cayetano. Yeah, it looks like it did. So she does avoid the bagel. Breadstick still in play. Let's actually, for the moment, go over to 2 as Selma Ewing for USC. 6-5. That it is Collins of Texas serving. Love 30. Misses the first serve here. Wonderful. That backhand line there certainly is going to be thrilling the Kylie Collins rolling deep crowd back over there.
Yeah, they're ready to get excited.
15:30 still in some trouble. Serve was called back a little bit late on that call.
All right.
Set points, Selma Ewing. Peyton Stearns also 2 points away from clinching her match. We'll stay here as this one is the one that's a little bit more in doubt just for the moment before we get back to Peyton Stearns. 3 set points here for Ewing. Actually, can we go split screen here? Both 1 and 2 if possible. Collins serving near side. As you see up at the top left, 5'6", 1540. Oh, crunched. Collins, there we go into this split screen.
Now you get to see really behind the curtains, folks.
Nice. Peyton Stearns, far side there, the right-hand portion of your screen, serving 5-1 in the second, 30 all, 2 points away from that match.
And again, I apologize to producer Daniel Westhoff. The left side of your screen, that's court 2 in Wisconsin, taking on OU. If we can go court 2 Texas USC here. Court 2 Texas USC.
As it is a deciding point, set point for Ewing.
Burns still. Snap ball wide. See there again, Cayetano's 2 break point chances to just stay alive on 1. Meanwhile, figure out what happened on 2. Here we go.
Yeah, in the midst of a deciding point here, a set point for Ewing of USC. And she is able to clinch, and there goes the racket for Kylie Collins. There goes the set as well. Ewing takes it 7-5, so a third for set for USC. They've got first sets at 2, 3, and 6. Let's go back, if we can, over to court 1. Right on top of it as Peyton Stearns has a match point. This is, however, a deciding point, deuce point at 5-1. That will sail, and that entire match sailed away from Caetano very quickly. Peyton Stearns, 6-2, 5-1, went down a break 2-love, and Peyton Stearns only lost one more game the remainder of that match, so Texas goes up 2-0.
That's an instant delete from the memory bank if you're Erin Cayetano. She just didn't find a rhythm, period, from start to finish. And credit to Stearns, who disrupts that rhythm with a serve-forehand combo as big as anyone in women's college tennis. But that's not the Erin Cayetano we've seen the past 4 or 5 months here in this 2021-2022 season. 2-0 Longhorns here on court number 1. Let's go to court number 6, where we already have a potential split on our hands. This court 6, we don't have to let bacon in the oven. This bad boy is ready to go. This one's a microwave, instant ready. Got a 5-1 lead here for Texas after they dropped the first set 6-2 to USC.
That is Rapalou with the 5-1 edge over Koenig. Serving far side here. Dumps that one. It feels like an almost certainty that we're headed to a third set here, doesn't it?
That'd be weird if we didn't.
We'll also, after this potential split, we'll kind of get you caught up on Oklahoma and Wisconsin.
Couple matches nearing the finish line in that one, Mike.
Yeah, Oklahoma firmly in control there on the Wisconsin courts.
They're a set and 4 games in number 2 on 3 different courts.
It's a lot to take in. Those were a lot of numbers that you just threw at me, Alex.
6, 4, 3.
I understood none of them.
Yes, 3, 4, 6, nearing the finish line.
Got it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I was speaking Morse code to you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I like numbers, not that many. So here we go. It's going to be 4 set points here for Rapalou. Micah from Cedar Park, Texas. And really ran away with that second set. So indeed, splits there on 6. So again, just as we leave Texas USC just for a couple of moments, obviously you see that score 2-0. USC lead at 3 and at 2. Texas in control with first sets on 4 and 5, and then this split on 6. So that's where we're at. Texas USC. We will obviously be coming back to Texas and USC momentarily. Where do you want to go over on the Oklahoma and Wisconsin match, Alex, which you've been keeping an eye on?
Let's start with court number 6 if we can. Emma Staker, we haven't spent too much time with the freshman. Court number 6, again, in this Oklahoma-Wisconsin matchup. She's taking on Taylor